Transcending into the world of Dou, one becomes the illegitimate son of the sole emperor, Hun Cang. Well-versed in the narrative, Hun Cang is determined to alter his fate, unwilling to become a mere sacrificial pawn in the sole emperor's blood offerings. However, he soon discovers that his innate talents are severely constrained, limiting him to the pinnacle of the Dou Wang level. Thankfully, as a postmodern time traveler, Hun Cang awakens a system that allows him to bestow items upon the fated ones, thus triggering rewards. Consequently, before Yao Lao awakens, Hun Cang confronts Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan exclaims, "You too are a time traveler. Why is it that I am merely at the third stage of Dou power, while you have already attained Dou Wang?" He insists, "No way. As fellow villagers, you must acknowledge me as your little brother today." Chapter 159. I advise against harboring such notions. In the ancient realm, nearly half a year has passed since the heavenly tomb's opening, and those within are on the verge of emerging. On this day, the space outside the ancient realm suddenly reverberates with thunderous sounds as numerous void passages materialize. The ancient clan is directly stirred, from the common clansmen to the elders and clan leaders. What is happening? Are we on the brink of war? Why have Yin clan, Lei clan, and Yao clan all arrived? Many members of the ancient clan change countenance as they gaze at the figures emerging from the passage, engaging in hushed discussions. One individual from the ancient clan steps forward to greet them. What occasion warrants the simultaneous arrival of 3 clan leaders at the ancient clan? Gu Yuan inquires with a smile. However, he soon notices the Yin clan leader's expression darken as he retorts. It seems your ancient clan is completely unperturbed. Gu Yuan is taken aback. The Yao clan leader states, "Ancient clan leader, 2 of my clan's members who participated in the heavenly tomb have perished. Their soul, Jade, slips shattered." Gu Yuan is taken aback. At this moment, the Lei clan leader solemnly adds, "My Lei clan has suffered similarly." Gu Yuan's gaze shifts towards the Yin clan leader, who nods grimly. Gu Yuan swiftly turns and instructs an elder to promptly investigate the condition of the family's soul. Jade slips. Fortuner remains inside. She has just awakened her divine bloodline, representing the ancient clan's future hope, and must not come to harm. The other 3 clan leaders suppress their anger, awaiting further developments. Shortly thereafter, the elder returns with an update. The ancient clan is unharmed. The Yin clan leader coldly snorts. Ancient clan leader, who exactly entered the heavenly tomb this time? An elder from the ancient clan responds, "Aside from the 3 clans, our ancient clan, along with 1 from the Xiao clan and 3 from the Hun clan, participated." Xiao clan. The Lei clan leader is taken aback. Did the Xiao clan not perish many years ago? How is it that a member of the Xiao clan has resurfaced? Gu Yuan explains, "At the behest of Xiao Xian, I have been looking after the Xiao clan, but they have fallen into decline, save for a promising young individual from this generation." The Yao clan leader remarks, "This incident is likely the doing of the Hun clan." Upon hearing this, the Yin clan leader's eyes blaze with suppressed fury. The Hun clan has been dormant for so many years. It seems they are ready to stir trouble once more. The Lei clan leader declares angrily, "If the Hun clan is indeed responsible, then let us 4 clans join forces to eradicate them." Among the ancient 8 clans, the Xiao clan was the first to decline, and now the Ling and Shi clans remain in seclusion, with no news emerging. Among the remaining clans, the Yin clan, Yao clan, Lei clan, Ancient clan, and Hun clan. The Hun clan is the most secretive and formidable. The Ancient clan, known for its tranquility, refrains from disputes and adheres to strict traditions governing the continuation of bloodlines. In contrast, the Yin, Lei, and Yao clans, while still in their prime, cannot sustain the Dou emperor bloodline indefinitely and will eventually fade away. The Yin clan leader is somewhat swayed by the Lei clan leader's proposal, casting a glance towards Gu Yuan. For the ancient clan must participate if they are to confront the Hun clan, and indeed, they must take a leading role. However, should war break out, significant casualties are inevitable. After contemplation, Gu Yuan states, "Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Many powerful warriors have perished within the heavenly tomb, possibly due to encounters with those energy entities. We shall wait for their return." With only a few days remaining until the heavenly tomb opens, Gu Yuan's suggestion gains their consensus. Meanwhile, within the Hun clan's grand hall, Hun Yuan and another elder find the sole emperor. Clan leader, Hun Li is dead. Clan leader, so, is Hunya. The 2 lament with sorrowful expressions, their voices trembling with grief. Hunya and Hun Li were among the most exceptional youths of their lineage, possessing high bloodline ranks and immense future potential. Yet, a single journey into the heavenly tomb has claimed their lives. How can one accept such a fate? The sole emperor responds indifferently. What exactly are you trying to convey? Hun Yuan, unable to contain himself, exclaims, "Clan leader, I suspect that Hun Li's demise is undoubtedly connected to Hun Cang. Please, you must punish him. The other elder echoes the sentiment. The Soul Emperor replies coolly, where is the evidence? The two fall silent. What evidence could they provide? The individuals perished within the heavenly tomb. Hun Yuan ponders, clan leader, Hun Li and Hun Cang have always been at odds. Hun Cang must have seized this opportunity to strike. The Soul Emperor remains silent. While this possibility cannot be dismissed, Hun Cang indeed possesses the capability. Addressing the two, the Soul Emperor inquires, what is it that you wish to express? Hun Yuan exchanges glances with the other elder, then states, I dare to request that the clan leader pay a visit, lest Hun Cang absconds. The Soul Emperor replies, that is unlikely. He had assigned Hun Cang a task. Should Hun Cang fail to return to the Hun clan, it would be tantamount to renouncing his ties, and he would surely face punishment. Furthermore, Hun Cang possesses the child flame of the void swallowing flame. Even if he fled, he could be tracked down. However, Hun Yuan and the other elder are unaware of this. Seeing the Soul Emperor's refusal, they assume he seeks to shield Hun Cang and immediately kneel in desperate supplication. Very well, I shall make an appearance. The Soul Emperor concedes. Within the heavenly tomb, on the third level, at the burial site of Xiao Yan, Sun gazes at Xiao Yan with a radiant smile. Just moments ago, Xiao Yan successfully inscribed the clan emblem of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan replies, thank you. He had indeed contemplated that the heavenly fire's 3 profound transformations bestowed upon him by his elder brother was a technique created by their ancestors. He never imagined that utilizing this technique could lead to the cultivation of the Xiao clan's emblem. With the emblem now in hand, his strength could be further enhanced. I wonder if I could defeat my elder brother, Xiao Yan muses, his thoughts bold but devoid of hostility. Hearing this, Sun furrows her brow and cautions, Xiao Yan, I advise against entertaining such thoughts. Xiao Yan turns to her, asking, why not? Sun replies, currently, your strength gives me the impression that it can exert a 2-fold pressure, yet Hun Cang poses a 12-fold threat. A disparity of 10-fold? Xiao Yan's expression instantly falls. He had thought he had finally caught up to his elder brother, but it seems that hope is in vain. His elder brother remains unmatched. As everyone is aware that their departure from the heavenly tomb is imminent, Xiao Yan refrains from further cultivation, his gaze frequently drifting towards the burial site of Xiao Xian. It has been a long time without any sign of movement. Has his elder brother succeeded? Xiao Yan wonders. In his heart, he yearns for Xiao Xian's revival, especially after learning about the ancient 8 clans and desiring to lead the Xiao clan back to its former glory. A daunting pressure weighs heavily upon him. Should our ancestors be resurrected, there would be someone to share the burdens with me. After all, given the current state of the Xiao family, it seems there are scarcely any capable of breaking through to the Dou Huang level. On this day, the tomb of the heavens suddenly trembled. We are about to depart, brother Xiao Yan. Sun emerged from her meditative state. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, also preparing himself. Before long, a force surged toward them, propelling them outward. Just before their disappearance, Xiao Yan could not resist casting one last glance at the ancestral tomb, which remained unchanged, devoid of any movement. Darkness enveloped them, and within mere moments, the light returned before their eyes. What is this commotion? Xiao Yan glanced around and was taken aback to find the surroundings teeming with people, including Sun Er's father, Gu Yuan, whom he had met only once. What is happening? Bewildered, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings and then froze. Where have all the others gone? Before entering, he had seen numerous individuals, yet now there was scarcely a handful. Xiao Yan also spotted his elder brother, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement under his gaze. Has he succeeded? A glimmer of joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, filled with excitement, though he forcibly suppressed it. At that moment, Gu Yuan's voice rang out. Gu Qingyang, did you encounter anything within the Tomb of the Heavens? Why have the members of the Yin Lei pharmaceutical clan all perished? Chapter 160. The Emergence of the Soul Emperor. Return to my clan. They're all dead. Gu Qingyang was taken aback. He glanced at Gu Yuan, then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, Clan leader, our last encounter was at the entrance of the 3rd layer, where a barrier obstructed our path, and we had to join forces to enter. Shortly after we parted ways, Yao Xingji of the Yao clan was slain, and thereafter, I lost track of events as we proceeded to the tomb of Xiao Xian with the young lady. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent disturbance erupted from the Yao clan. Who is it? Who killed Yao Xingji? Did you see clearly? The Yao clan leader inquired. Gu Qingyang shook his head. By the time we arrived, the assailant had already departed. Could it be an energy entity? Gu Yuan speculated. However, he was swiftly met with opposition from the leaders of the other 3 clans. Gu Yuan continued to access the 3rd layer. The disparities in strength among us cannot be vast. To kill Yao Xingji in an instant would require an opponent with significantly superior power. At this point, his gaze swept over the few individuals who had entered the tomb, and he added, they evidently do not meet that criterion. The Yao clan leader's expression faltered. Given the gravity of the situation, if he still chose to disbelieve, it would imply a lack of prowess on Yao Xingji's part. The leader of the Lei clan stated solemnly, I still believe it was the Soul clan's doing. Indeed, the leader of the Yin clan's eyes flashed with determination. The Soul clan harbors ill intentions. This matter must not conclude without clarity. The demise of two prodigies in our clan and the mysterious fate of Holian's flames represent a significant loss for the Yin clan. Soul Tsang's expression shifted subtly as he scanned the other clan leaders, ultimately resting his gaze on Gu Yuan. Should they turn their hands against him, it would be unbearable. Gu Yuan fell into silence. He could discern the implications of the Yin and Lei clan sentiments, coupled with the long-standing animosity between the Gu and Soul clans. If the two clans were to strike against the Soul clan, he would harbor no objections. It would provide an opportunity to test the Soul clan's true mettle. Ever since the last battle, the Soul Emperor had returned wounded, and the Soul clan had remained quiet for an extended period. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, as if the very air had solidified under an invisible pressure. Soul Tsang pondered, uncertain whether Elder Su could withstand the tension. This was the ancient realm, and he could not ascertain whether Su Wu had entered. A pang of regret washed over him. If only he hadn't been so ruthless. A voice echoed within his heart. Why not let me speak with Gu Yuan? You should be persuaded by my standing. Soul Tsang replied, forget it. You are but a soul now. Your influence may not hold much value. Moreover, I invested significant resources to bring you out. I did not intend for you to meet your demise now. At that moment, a distortion rippled through the void. Someone else was coming. The clan leaders straightened, their gazes fixed on the darkened opening, where a figure emerged. The Soul Emperor. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gu Yuan's voice took on a tone of gravity. Nearby, the leaders of the Yin and Lei clans exhibited visible shifts in expression, while the Yao clan leader quietly stepped back a couple of paces. Compared to the other clans, the Yao clan was more adept at alchemy, and their combat skills were relatively lackluster. The Soul Emperor regarded the tense assembly with indifference. Soul Tsang, return to the clan with me. Yes, clan leader. Soul Tsang responded with a calm demeanor, releasing a breath of relief. Soul Emperor, the situation remains unclear. You cannot take him away. The Yin clan leader interjected. The Soul Emperor turned to him. What more is there to investigate? Your people are dead, yet the Soul clan has also suffered losses. The expressions of the Yin and Lei clan leaders shifted once more. In truth, since everyone had appeared, they had noted that two members of the Soul clan had not emerged. However, they had deliberately chosen to overlook this detail. The Lei clan leader opened his mouth, intending to voice further objections. Just then, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. The Soul Emperor raised his hand, delivering a strike that shattered the heavens, causing space to collapse as an overwhelming force bore down upon the Lei clan leader. The Lei clan leader's countenance changed drastically. He hastily attempted to counter, but found himself overmatched. Fortunately, the Yin clan leader joined forces to halt the onslaught. By the time they regained their composure, the Soul Emperor had already departed with his companions. His injuries had healed. In fact, his power had grown even more formidable. A flicker of concern crossed Gu Yuan's eyes. The Soul clan had long grappled with the looming crisis of a depleted bloodline, and given their penchant for instigation, if the Soul Emperor's current state was any indication, it wouldn't be long before conflict re-emerged on the continent of combat. The Yin and Lei clan leaders, feeling their dignity tarnished, hurled a couple of bellicose remarks before tearing through the fabric of space to leave. The Yao clan leader spoke briefly with Gu Yuan, requesting his assistance in investigating the matter further before departing the scene. Let us disperse. Gu Yuan waved his hand, leading Sun Er and Xiao Yan away. In a grand hall, Gu Yuan turned to the two before him. Sun Er, what transpired within? Sun Er recounted the events, which closely mirrored Gu Qingyang's account, with heightened emphasis on certain details. Upon finishing, Gu Yuan sighed. I'm already content that you have returned safely. He then turned to Xiao Yan, smiling. Have you inherited the bloodline of the Xiao clan? Yes. Xiao Yan nodded. Gu Yuan remarked, in the past, the Xiao clan and the Gu clan shared a deep bond. Should you encounter any formidable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Sensing Gu Yuan's change in demeanor, Xiao Yan inwardly shook his head, but replied, Thank you, clan leader. But I wish to take my leave now. Sun Er, see him off, Gu Yuan instructed. Sun Er complied, escorting Xiao Yan out of the grand hall. The Soul clan. Within the hall, the Soul Emperor turned to face Soul Tsang. Their their gazes locking in a tense exchange. After a moment, Soul Song gestured, and the black flame insignia on his arm emerged. Simultaneously, the void-devouring flame manifested. The marks of those energy entities clearly indicate they were not mere mortals, he declared. The Soul Emperor inquired, "What transpired with the deaths of Soul Ya and Soul Li?" Soul Tsang answered, "They sought to utilize the power of our ancestors to eliminate Gu clan's prodigies, Sun Er and Xiao Yan. Ultimately, they were vanquished by Xiao Xian. Is this unrelated to you?" The Soul Emperor probed. Soul Tsang maintained a serene demeanor. "It has nothing to do with me." The Soul Emperor's gaze bore into Soul Tsang for a moment before he nodded slightly. "You may return for now. You executed this mission commendably. The demise of Soul Ya and Soul Li means their tasks will now fall to you." "Yes, clan leader." Soul Tsang bowed and exited the hall. Once Soul Tsang had departed, the Soul Emperor turned his attention to the void-devouring flame. "What are your thoughts?" The void-devouring flame replied, "He harbors secrets. My fire cannot sense his experiences within the tomb. It is also possible he was affected by the tomb's influence. Regardless, without evidence, the living hold greater value than the dead." The Soul Emperor fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he instructed, "Locate the positions of the Yan Lei and Yao clans using the marks, and secure the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor Jade as swiftly as possible." The void-devouring flame nodded before departing. In the hall, the Soul Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the void, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous portent of events soon to unfold. Before long, Hun Yuansheng and another elder arrived to seek an audience. The Soul Emperor relayed his earlier statements. However, Hun Yuansheng refused to accept this, firmly believing that Soul Li's death was inexorably linked to Soul Tsang. Seeing this, the Soul Emperor's temper flared. He reprimanded Hun Yuansheng and expelled him, ordering him into confinement. No matter the circumstances, Soul Tsang must not come to harm. At least, not before he located the cave. On the other side, Soul Tsang left the Grand Hall and, having nothing else to attend to, made his exit from the Soul Clan. After all, his mother had been delivered to the Jiama Empire, and there was nothing here to tether him. Upon exiting the Soul Realm, Soul Tsang re-established contact with Xiao Yan, arranging to meet near the spatial wormhole leading to the Jiama Empire. Chapter 161. A New Mission and the Soul Jade's Attitude. "Brother," Xiao Yan waved. Soul Tsang approached and inquired, "Were you treated well in the Gu clan, without any undue hardship?" Xiao Yan shook his head, having inherited the bloodline of the Xiao clan. "The attitude of that old man Gu Yuan towards me has shifted drastically." Hun Cang chuckled, "It's only natural. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme." Xiao Yan sighed. "The more it is like this, the more I feel the sincerity and depth of your kindness towards me, brother. As the saying goes, it is better to offer timely assistance than to add flowers to a brocade. If the ancient clan truly held affection for the Xiao clan, why did they never extend a helping hand in the past?" In Xiao Yan's recollections, he held little memory of the ancient clan, whereas Hun Cang had a clearer impression. Since their meeting in Wutan City, Xiao Yan felt as if he had been living a beautiful dream, experiencing little hardship while unknowingly ascending to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dozun. A further ascent would lead him to Dosheng. Hun Cang smiled and said, "Let us return to the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yan's face lit up with anticipation, wondering what expression his father would wear upon witnessing his newfound strength. Just then, Hun Cang suddenly halted. "What is it, brother?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled by Hun Cang's sudden stop. "The Protector Wu is looking for me. He happens to be nearby. So let us wait for him," Hun Cang replied, informing the other party of his location. Before long, Protector Wu arrived, panting and displaying a sense of urgency. Hun Cang asked, "What has happened?" Protector Wu responded, "Young Master Cang, do you remember Yin Yin?" Hun Cang nodded, an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. Protector Wu elaborated, explaining that after parting ways with them, Yin Yin fortuitously entered the flower sect and gained the recognition and inheritance of the old sect master. Now that the old sect master has passed, the current sect master demands that Yin Yin relinquish her inheritance. Protector Wu had heard the news and hurried to inform Hun Cang, inquiring whether he should assist. After all, during their time in the Soul Clan, Yin Yin had shared a close bond with Soul Lin Hua. Protector Wu, unaware of Hun Cang's thoughts, did not dare to take it lightly. Hun Cang fell into contemplation. He had already been prepared to visit the two children. At this moment, Xiao Yan proactively offered, "Brother, I will handle this matter regarding sister-in-law. Previously, my strength was insufficient to help, but now I am capable." Protector Wu regarded Xiao Yan with a hint of skepticism. In the next moment, Xiao Yan revealed a trace of his aura. Protector Wu was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Hun Cang, facing Protector Wu's incredulous gaze, nodded slightly. My younger brother has already reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou King. Protector Wu inhaled sharply, his heart tumultuous. What an outrageous rate of improvement. Is this strength sufficient? Xiao Yan inquired once more. Protector Wu nodded affirmatively. Xiao Yan then turned to Hun Cang. Brother, you should head back first. I will take care of this matter for you. Hun Cang hesitated for 2 seconds before responding. Very well. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to contact me. The two parties then parted ways. In comparison to Yun, Hun Cang's heart was more inclined toward his own 2 children. It had been over half a year since they last met, and his eldest son should be able to speak by now. After some time, Hun Cang returned to the Jia Ma Empire. Thanks to his bloodline and the influence of Medusa, Xiao Yufeng was now able to run and jump, his strength comparable to that of an ordinary Dou fighter. Upon Hun Cang's arrival, Xiao Yufeng was sitting on the eaves with his younger sister, counting clouds. Below, Sol Lin Hua was guarding them with others. Daddy, upon seeing Hun Cang, Xiao Yufeng called out excitedly. Although some time had passed since their last meeting, children have remarkable memories and recognized him immediately. Hun Cang responded warmly, raising his hand to gather the 2 children into his embrace before gently lowering them to the ground. You've been running around for half a year straight. Sol Lin Hua approached, launching into a tirade of complaints. Hun Cang smiled helplessly. He knew that if he were to tell his mother that the entire Soul clan would soon be sacrificed, she would undoubtedly not believe him. Upon learning of Hun Cang's return, Yafei and Medusa set aside their work and hurried over to reunite. The family shared a sumptuous dinner together. The next day, Xiao Yan came to visit, and Hun Cang assured Xiao Yan that all was well and that he would return in due time, which relieved Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian, witnessing the current strength and foundation of the Xiao clan, felt a whirlwind of emotions. After staying for over half a month, Xiao Yan returned, accompanied by Yun and Protector Wu. That same day, upon learning of Yun's return, Yun Shan rushed over. Seeing that Yun had actually advanced to Dou King, Yun Shan was filled with disbelief, his astonished gaze shifting back and forth between Yun and Hun Cang. This scene ignited feelings of jealousy in Medusa and Yafei, who were on either side of Hun Cang, their fingers playfully twisting around his waist. Hun Cang inwardly protested his innocence, insisting that he had done nothing inappropriate with Yun. Moreover, the revelation of Xiao Yan's strength sent the Xiao family into a frenzy, with Xiao Yan waving his hand decisively to host a grand banquet in celebration. Hun Cang, Yun Shan, and Yao Lao, among others, were all invited. After several lively days, everything began to settle down. The strength of the Jiama Empire had become formidable, boasting several Dou King experts. One day, Xiao Yan visited Hun Cang bearing gifts. Upon encountering Sol Lin Hua and Medusa, he greeted them warmly, addressing them as aunt and sister-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yan made his way directly to the study, seeking out Hun Cang. Brother, are there any matters that require my assistance? Xiao Yan asked eagerly. Hun Cang shook his head. You should first consolidate your strength and prepare for the breakthrough to Dou King. He had already received news from the Soul clan that he would soon be returning to the Soul clan. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly and then glanced around, lowering his voice. Brother, when will our ancestor be revived? Hun Cang pondered briefly and replied, there is no rush. During his lifetime, he was already among the pinnacle of the continent's powerhouses. To restore him to full strength swiftly, the condition of his body is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded earnestly. Being a pharmacist himself, he understood the significance of this. At the very least, the essence blood of a 9th-tier magical beast was essential, along with the bones of a Dou King level being. Otherwise, if Xiao Xian were to be revived only to possess the strength of a Dou King, it would serve little purpose. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan immediately declared, Brother, if you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to instruct me. My strength is now sufficient to be deemed formidable. Rest assured, second brother, Hun Cang smiled, contemplating that soon he might be able to proclaim that his younger brother was unmatched in the world. A couple of days later, during a family meal, Hun Cang announced that he would be leaving again. Will there be danger? Sol Lin Hua expressed her concern. Hun Cang smiled reassuringly. It will be fine. I am very cautious in my endeavors. Yafei and Medusa assured him that they would take care of the family, urging Hun Cang not to be distracted by concerns at home. As the time to the critical juncture drew nearer, Hun Cang's heart began to grow anxious, and he started making preparations. Upon returning to the clan, Hun Cang met with the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor stated calmly, the latest news indicates that an ancient Bodhi tree is about to emerge. You and Soul Yu will embark on a journey to retrieve the Bodhi heart and the remains of our ancestors buried beside the Bodhi tree. Understood. Hun Cang nodded. After leaving the main hall, he briefly met with Soul Yu, exchanging a few casual words. Due to the deaths of Soul Li and Soul Ya, Soul Yu was somewhat courteous towards Hun Cang, maintaining a very amiable demeanor, seemingly wary of becoming the next Soul Ya or Soul Li. The location of the Bodhi tree's emergence was near the wild ancient domain, an area notorious for its harsh weather, toxic miasmas, and ferocious beasts, many of which have been passed down since ancient times. Hence, the wild ancient domain was also referred to as a forbidden land for humans. Close to the wild ancient domain, there lay a town named Manghuang Town. When Soul Cang and his team arrived, it was already dusk. He intended to take a brief rest before venturing into the wild ancient domain the following day. However, just as he found an inn, a Soul Clan disciple responsible for gathering intelligence hurried over. What is it? Soul Cang inquired, turning his gaze towards him. The disciple replied anxiously, Young Master Cang, I've just learned that the Yin clan, Lei clan, and Gu clan have already entered the wild ancient domain ahead of us. Nearby, Soul Yu spoke in a low tone. The Bodhi ancient tree lies deep within the ancient domain. If they secure it first, our mission will be rendered futile. Upon hearing this, Soul Cang declared, No time for rest. We must set off. Shortly thereafter, Soul Cang and his entourage departed the inn, delving deeper into the wild ancient domain. Not long after their departure, several figures emerged. These individuals bore distinctive markings in their features, reminiscent of thunder, flames, and medicinal herbs. Among them, the one marked by lightning said, Yin Luo, is your information reliable? Yin Luo turned back and assured, Rest assured, Lei Bao. Yao Xian glanced at the two and asked, They have already set off. When shall we act? No ruse. Soul Cang is quite formidable. Let the magical beast wear him down first. Yin Luo replied coldly. Lei Bao clenched his fists and declared, Leave Soul Cang to me. Yin Luo shook his head, saying no before we departed. The clan leader specifically instructed me that it must be the Yin clan who personally ends his life. As he spoke, he recalled the conversation with his clan leader. The leader was furious about Soul Emperor taking Soul Cang in front of everyone and injuring him. Thus, the Yin clan leader resolved to take action, wishing to provoke Soul Emperor at the very least. Coincidentally, my clan leader advised the same. Lei Bao grinned. Yin Luo smiled faintly. It seems we must rely on our own abilities. Meanwhile, Yao Xian remained silent. These two were both at the peak of the 9-star, 9-turn fighting sovereign, stronger than himself. Thus he felt no need to join the fray. After a brief wait, the trio surged into the wild ancient domain. In the forest, the night enveloped them, casting a dim light, and magical beasts occasionally lunged forward to attack. A swift team darted through the woods, with the foremost figure enveloped in flames. Surrounded by flickering firelight, all the magical beasts that charged at them were either incinerated to ashes or fled in howls of pain from the searing heat. Suddenly, the leading figure halted. The others behind him stopped as well. Soul Yu stepped forward and asked, Soul Cang, why have we stopped? Is there a formidable magical beast ahead? After all, this was the wild ancient domain, home to numerous legendary beasts from ancient times. Soul Cang turned to glance at him and replied, No, your speed is too slow. I have decided to split up. We shall regroup at the ancient domain platform. Hearing this, Soul Yu furrowed his brow and looked around, saying, You alone? That's too dangerous. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain to the clan leader. Soul Cang remained calm. I will be fine. However, before Soul Yu could continue, he was interrupted by Soul Cang's authoritative tone. This operation is led by me. You are only responsible for following orders. Understood. Soul Yu's heart raced, and he immediately complied. He sensed the impatience in Soul Cang's voice and dared not argue further. Throughout, Soul Yu had never believed that Soul Ya and Soul Li would perish at the hands of the energy entities in the heavenly tomb. Thus, he refrained from provoking Soul Cang, fearing he might meet an untimely end in the wild ancient domain. Under Soul Cang's watchful gaze, Soul Yu led the Soul clan members onward. Soon, only Soul Cang remained in the forest, enveloped in silence, with only the occasional rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Soul Cang chose a different path. This route would still lead to the ancient domain platform, albeit with a detour that would prolong the journey. However, he was unconcerned. He was alone, allowing for greater agility, and even if he encountered a powerful magical beast, he could retreat if necessary. Barely had Soul Cang departed when several figures appeared momentarily. Yao Xian pointed in a direction. They went that way. Yin Luo and Lei Bao swiftly soared ahead. Yet, they remained unaware that the direction they pursued would only lead them to Soul Yu and the others. Days later, deep within the wild ancient domain, a square emerged suddenly, surrounded by circling magical beasts, yet none dared to approach. At this moment, the square was teeming with people, drawn by the rumor of the Bodhi ancient tree. A saying echoed across the continent. The Bodhi ancient tree leads one to sanctity. This was no mere rumor. Within the Bodhi ancient tree lies the Bodhi heart. Whoever obtains it can transform their heart into Bodhi, achieving sanctity effortlessly. The fighting saint is regarded as one of the premier powerhouses on the continent. Therefore, in this world, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon, many were willing to take the risk, even at the cost of their lives. Soul Song descended into the square and swiftly scanned the crowd. Although numerous, he did not spot Soul Yu and the others. At that moment, a path parted in the crowd, revealing a group led by a strikingly beautiful woman, her demeanor ethereal and pure. Guksunia. A flicker of surprise crossed Soul Song's eyes as he watched her approach, halting just a meter in front of him. Suner glanced behind Soul Song and asked, "Where's Brother Xiao Yan?" Soul Song replied calmly, "He did not come." Suner froze for a moment, a flicker of disappointment crossing her delicate features. She then took a small step forward and lowered her voice. "Brother Soul Song, I've heard that the Yin, Lei, and Yao clans plan to target you in this operation. Be careful." With that, she stepped back, her expression returning to its cool and aloof demeanor. Suner rejoined her clan's ranks and walked in another direction. Yin, Lei, and Yao? Soul Song was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow upon regaining his focus. In truth, he had no fear unless the clan's elders intervened. He was now at the peak of the 9-turn fighting sovereign, poised to break through at any moment. His restraint was merely to solidify his strength further. Coupled with the enhancement effects of the fire spirit's 3 turns, Soul Song felt he had no rivals among his peers. He even held confidence in contending with a fighting saint, though this referred to one who had recently entered the ranks of a 1-star fighting saint. 4. While he could surpass the fighting saint realm using the fire spirit's 3 turns, the duration of that power was limited. In such a case, he had to rely on a decisive strike to repel his foes. Lost in thought, Soul Song suddenly sensed a familiar aura and turned around, spotting Soul Yu bursting forth from the forest. At this moment, Soul Yu appeared somewhat disheveled, panting heavily, and wore a weary expression, as though he had endured a protracted battle. The number of Soul Clan disciples following Soul Yu had dwindled by 3. What happened? Soul Song frowned, feeling displeased that they had already lost 3 members before even facing the true beast tide. Soul Yu took a deep breath, making an effort to compose himself. Just then, 3 figures charged out from the forest. Soul Song's gaze swept over them, his brow slightly furrowing as he sensed pressure emanating from 2 of them. It appeared that the individuals Suner had warned him about were indeed among them. Observing them carefully for a moment, he withdrew his gaze. The strongest among them was merely at the peak of the 9-turn fighting sovereign, still within manageable limits. At this point, Soul Yu had also regained his composure and pointed at the 3, exclaiming, "Soul Song, it's them. They attacked us." Chapter 163, Directly Slay. The Bodhi ancient tree appears. Soul Yu's expression was one of frustration, filled with pent-up anger. Initially, he had been disheartened by losing command of this operation, eager to prove himself. Yet, barely had they set foot into the wild ancient domain when they inexplicably came under attack from the Yin, Lei, and Yao clans. The 3 opponents were quite powerful. They could have easily eliminated them all, yet they always seemed to hold back. This left Soul Yu feeling as though he were being led around like a dog. An utterly unpleasant experience. Soul Song patted Soul Yu on the shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Then, Soul Song turned his gaze to the 3. "You came for me, didn't you?" Soul Yu was taken aback, looking at Soul Song in confusion. "Last time at the Tomb of Heaven, you were absent and may be unaware that not only did the Soul Cliff fall, but also the Soul Spirits perished, as did the members of the Yanlei clan." Upon meeting the gaze of Soul Yu, Soul Song revealed a smile. "I knew it." Soul Yu could not help but shiver. Yin Luo's eyes glinted with coldness. "Soul Song, do not flatter yourself. Everyone knows the circumstances of the Soul Clan. Upon sighting a member of the Soul Clan, all are compelled to eradicate them. Such fine words. Do you wish to kill me? Your clan leader lacks the ability. What makes you think you are worthy?" Soul Song scoffed disdainfully. Thunderstorm clenched his fists, stepping forward. "Whether you can or cannot, we shall soon find out. Do you dare?" The exchange between both sides was unreserved, their voices resonating loudly enough for all to hear. With a swift motion, many around Soul Song retreated several paces, creating a clear space. Among the crowd, several from the ancient clan stood at the forefront. In this gathering of the ancient clan, except for Suner, Gu Qingyang, who had also been present at the Tomb of Heaven, was among them. An ancient clan disciple spoke solemnly. I believe this duel will not take place. Another disciple concurred, analyzing. We are on the brink of confronting the Bodhi ancient tree. It is evident that we must maintain our peak condition. Listening to their conversation, Sunare's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She felt that a confrontation was inevitable. At the very least, Sol Tsang would certainly engage. The next moment, Sol Tsang spoke. Since you so desire death, I shall oblige. Boom! As the words fell, a tremendous roar erupted. The ground where Sol Tsang had stood cracked open. In a blink, Sol Tsang vanished and reappeared before Thunderstorm. Zulfust. Thunderstorm's pupils constricted as silver arcs of lightning surged from within him, enveloping his entire being. Following a thunderous clap, Thunderstorm was forced back 100 meters. During this, two magical beasts happened to be in the path, exploding into a shower of flesh and blood. Thunderstorm sneered, as expected of the Soul Clan, resorting to such despicable tactics. He unleashed thunder from his arms, dark clouds swiftly blanketing the sky. Pointing at Sol Tsang, torrents of lightning, as thick as barrels, descended. Boom! 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 Lightning fell like rain, cleansing the ground, while Sol Tsang danced like a wraith, evading rapidly. Quite adept at dodging, are we? Thunderstorm's inner thunder surged, arcs crackling in the surrounding air. Prison of 10,000 thunders. Thunderstorm bellowed, as if he had disturbed the nest of thunder. Countless bolts shimmering with silver light plummeted from above. The scene was vast, akin to the apocalypse. Many spectators atop the ancient domain were left pale with fright. Sol Tsang paused, gazing at the thunderlit sky, flames erupting from within him. Flame erosion of the firmament. The flames spread and intertwined, causing the temperature to soar abruptly. Where they passed, the space twisted and shattered, revealing the darkness behind. As the lightning met the fire, a sizzling sound echoed. The lightning was directly melted, transforming into primal thunder energy. How is this possible? Thunderstorm's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, flames surged towards him. Thunderstorm hurled lightning, distorting the space before him, forming a barrier. The flames were halted, yet Thunderstorm furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger, but unable to locate its source. Just as he searched, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Before him, amidst the sea of flames, a lotus flower emerged. This lotus was composed of fire, its petals of various colors slowly rotating. Almost as soon as Thunderstorm spotted it, the lotus ceased its rotation, a blinding light exploding from its center. Thunderstorm was thrown back, the terrifying energy rendering him momentarily blind. In an instant, Yen Luo's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a streak of fire as he shot towards Thunderstorm. At that moment, Sol Tsang had already positioned himself before Thunderstorm. Sol Tsang's right hand opened, flames surging from his palm, engulfing the unconscious Thunderstorm. Yen Luo shouted furiously, "Stop!" His fighting spirit surged forth, aiming to hinder Sol Tsang. Sol Tsang glanced at him, his left hand unfurling, a seal flying forth. Seal of the 6 imprints of suppression. Yen Luo was initially taken aback, but as the seal touched his body, panic set in. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Yen Luo felt his power being drawn back into himself. Unable to mobilize even a fraction, Sol Tsang flickered, appearing before him, gazing at Yen Luo's bewildered and frightened face, a glimmer of flame igniting in his eyes. Red Lotus Hellfire. Yen Luo gasped, intending to speak, but was consumed by flames. Moments later, the fire dissipated. The dark clouds and sea of flames in the sky vanished, along with Thunderstorm and Yen Luo. Sol Tsang stood alone in the void, his expression calm. A figure fled in disarray on the horizon, moving with incredible speed, until it was reduced to a mere black dot. Observing this, Sol Tsang abandoned the thought of pursuit. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Sol Tsang descended to the ground, standing beside Solyu. Instinctively, Solyu took 2 steps back, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. So powerful. How has he achieved such rapid advancement? The square fell into a dead silence, everyone still reeling from shock. When the thunder rained down like a storm, all had believed Sol Tsang was doomed. For the power of thunder is notoriously violent and destructive. Yet it was melted by the flames. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Who would dare to believe? The members of the ancient clan were left speechless, the gravity of the situation visibly creeping onto their faces. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath and said, "Miss, in this operation, Sol Tsang is undoubtedly the greatest obstacle." Sun Er pondered. "If we encounter Sol Tsang, we shall withdraw immediately." Gu Qingyang abruptly turned, confusion filling his eyes. Sun replied calmly. It is merely a Bodhi ancient tree. The ancient clan need not make unnecessary sacrifices. If there are dissenting opinions within the clan, I will bear the burden. Upon hearing this, Dou King ceased his protests. As for the Soul clan, including Soul Yu, their gazes towards Soul Song had shifted, now imbued with a measure of respect. Soul Yu contemplated for a moment and said, "You rest. I will keep watch over our surroundings, ensuring no one disturbs us." Soul Song shook his head. "No need. This level of exhaustion is insignificant to me." In response, Soul Yu nodded and fell silent. After waiting for a while, a ripple of energy erupted from the depths of the wild ancient domain. Soul Song looked toward that direction. "Let us go." He forged ahead, and Soul Yu and the others promptly followed. Soon, an increasing number of individuals began to employ their abilities. Simultaneously, the beast horde sensed the energy change, becoming frenzied. The Soul clan, with their collective strength, surged forth with determination. Meanwhile, those who had come in response to the news were of mixed strength, many being overwhelmed by the tide of beasts swallowed into the throng. However, once they broke free, there was no turning back, as more and more magical beasts surged behind them, leaving them with no choice but to advance or face certain death. Before long, Soul Song's gaze fell upon a towering tree. The Bodhi Ancient Tree. Chapter 164. The Five Half-Saints and Soul Yu's Concerns. Approximately 1,000 zhang away, a solitary grand tree stood tall, piercing the clouds. Above and around the ancient tree, a special aura rippled, constantly morphing into various shapes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As they approached, the true sight of the Bodhi ancient tree became clear, producing an indescribable impact. Its massive trunk, thousands of zhang in size, resembled a pillar connecting heaven and earth, exuding an ancient aura. "Do not approach," Soul Yu commanded. Soul Song gestured for the others to halt. Soul Yu continued, "According to the ancient texts of our clan, there was an ancestor who vanished after encountering the Bodhi ancient tree. The clan's powerful members searched in vain, and this ancestor was a half-saint. We must not be careless." Soul Song nodded slightly. Though others may be unaware, he understood all too well. Currently, the Bodhi ancient tree was influenced by the negative emotions of a battle emperor, essentially manifesting an alternate persona. Should one approach, it would be all too easy to be ensnared in an illusory realm. In the intervals of waiting, the ancient clan and the celestial phoenix clan, among other forces, arrived one after another. Sun cast a sidelong glance towards the direction of the Soul clan and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Do not act recklessly. Let us observe the situation first." Some members of the ancient clan, unable to contain their eagerness, gazed fervently at the Bodhi tree. Upon noticing this, Dou King issued another warning, which finally quelled their impulsive thoughts. Meanwhile, a white-haired youth from the Celestial Phoenix clan appeared restless. "Should we not also wait a moment?" a woman murmured, glancing towards the Soul clan. "That formidable being, arriving ahead of us yet hesitating, if the Bodhi ancient tree poses no danger. I, Feng Qing, do not believe it." Jiao Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well." Shortly thereafter, a multitude gathered before the Bodhi ancient tree, yet not a single soul moved. After all, those who had reached this juncture were rarely naive. The Soul clan leader, Soul Song, directed, "Soul Yu, communicate the situation to them." "Understood," Soul Yu replied, stepping forward to articulate the circumstances aloud. With everyone remaining still, Soul Song felt a sense of helplessness. Despite their information advantage, should they act, others would undoubtedly intervene. Rather than risk an ambush later, it was wiser to clarify the situation and gather a few allies. As Soul Yu began to speak, a slight unrest rippled through the crowd. The youth from the ancient clan, who had previously clamored to act first, now turned pale. If even a half-saint were to fall, had he not heeded the warnings, he would have surely met his demise. Feng Qing, her beautiful eyes drifting towards Soul Yu, felt a slight relief. Thankfully, she had not been blinded by the allure of the Bodhi ancient tree. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. What shall we do next? The Bodhi ancient tree lies before us. Shall we merely watch the opportunity slip away? Someone inquired. Soul Yu's gaze shifted towards Soul Song, having unconsciously recognized Soul Song's leadership. Soul Song's eyes lowered momentarily, but the next instant, he surged forward, dashing towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Everyone was taken aback, frozen in place. Yet, Soul Song did not approach closely, instead retreating after covering a certain distance. A feint. Though the Bodhi ancient tree possessed some intelligence, it was certainly inferior to human wisdom. Consequently, after a tremor, 5 figures emerged from within. Their faces were sallow, their skin dry and devoid of luster. Nevertheless, Every attendee wore a grave expression, unwilling to underestimate their opponents. Half-saints, and 5 of them. Gu Qingyang's eyes reflected a hint of solemnity. The previously agitated crowd fell silent. It was well known that in the continent of fighting spirits, anyone associated with the title of saint was formidable. Although merely half-saints, their strength remained formidable. What shall we do now? The white-haired youth from the Celestial Phoenix clan, Jiao Feng, spoke gravely, fixing his gaze on Sol Tsang. Clearly, from Sol Tsang's recent actions, he was aware of these individuals' presence. Therefore, he must possess a means to contend with them. Sol Tsang fixed his gaze on the 5 figures, declaring, "We can handle 2. The remaining 3. You shall decide among yourselves. I shall not intervene." Sun immediately spoke up. "The ancient clan will deal with 1. Jiao Feng contemplated for a moment. "1 shall be entrusted to my Celestial Phoenix clan." With only 1 left, the others promptly regained their spirits. The Bodhi ancient tree loomed before them. Confronting a single fallen half-saint, there remained a chance. At that moment, Sol Yu approached Sol Tsang and whispered, "Isn't this too risky? That is a half-saint. Can you truly handle alone?" In his view, Sol Tsang's action seemed somewhat reckless and entirely unnecessary. Sol Tsang replied nonchalantly, "That is not your concern. Focus on dealing with the half-saint of our ancestors." As everyone adjusted their target, the sound of breaking air whooshed through the area. Sol Tsang leaped forth, solitary and distinct against the backdrop of those teaming up. Yet, even amidst such a scenario, no trace of trepidation or tension marred Sol Tsang's countenance. Instead, the allied figures exhibited subtle unease. Confronted by the approaching half-saint, Sol Tsang's hands gleamed with radiant energy, shedding their fleshly hue to become translucent and resplendent. Bang! The clash of fists resounded, and both Sol Tsang and the half-saint staggered back several steps. Evidently, after death, strength diminished significantly. Sol Tsang exhaled in relief, retreating while simultaneously guiding the confrontation. During the skirmish, Sol Tsang mentally inquired, "Medicine Master, is this body acceptable? The bones are commendable. In the future, as you refine the flesh, it shall undoubtedly become a handsome visage." The voice of Yao Chun resonated with excitement. "I am no longer a youth. I'm not so superficial." Sol Tsang retorted, "That is not the point. Your indifference does not mean others share it. Have you forgotten about the elder from the Pill Tower?" Yao Chun fell silent. Observing this, Sol Tsang redirected his focus to the half-saint before him. After several exchanges, suddenly, Yao Chun cautioned, "Avoid striking the face." Sol Tsang chuckled. Investing a modicum of effort, the energy of the half-saint waned, allowing him to utilize a soul impact technique to erase the imprint of the Bodhi ancient tree from within. With a flick of his fingers, the storage ring shimmered, and the half-saint vanished. Having completed this task, Sol Tsang returned to the main battlefield. Others continued their combat. On the ancient clan's side, the battle neared conclusion. Sun maintained the defensive line, while Gu Qingyang led the offense, the half-saint in dire straits, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Celestial Phoenix clan conjured a colossal spectral image of the Celestial Phoenix, launching a fierce assault that caused the half-saint to disintegrate. Before long, the Soul clan had dealt with their half-saint, thus completing half of their mission. Upon witnessing Sol Tsang's return, the members of the Soul clan collectively sighed in relief. For reasons unknown, with Sol Tsang present, they felt a heightened sense of security. As Sol Tsang and Sol Yu began to speak, a surge of immense energy enveloped the surroundings. Sol Tsang abruptly turned, realizing that the final half-saint had also been dealt with. Were they to enter the illusion now? Having foreknowledge of the narrative, Sol Tsang understood that these half-saints were merely superficial defenses. The true terror of the Bodhi ancient tree lay in its illusion. Light engulfed Sol Tsang's vision, and all present vanished from sight. Time passed, though how long it was, Sol Tsang could not tell. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone. The Bodhi ancient tree stood quietly, while in the distance, a tide of beasts surged forth. Instinctively, Sol Tsang raised his hand to strike. Boom! A colossal torrent of fighting spirits surged forth, cascading like a waterfall, obliterating countless magical beasts into a myriad of bloody fragments. This power! Sol Tsang's eyes sparkled with delight, a look of exhilaration gracing his features. Chapter 165. Seizing Celestial Phoenix Illusion, Space Sealed, Sol Tsang discovered himself to be invincible, with a mere thought capable of rending the heavens and shattering the earth. Countless formidable magical beasts fell before him, dispatched with but a glance. And he no longer feared being sacrificed. Sol Tsang laughed heartily, feeling as though a long-borne burden had finally been lifted. He roamed freely in the realm, unimpeded by any obstacle. First, he returned to the Soul Clan, encountering the Soul Emperor, whom he swiftly overturned with a single slap. So you intended to sacrifice the entire Soul Clan to ascend as Emperor, did you? Subsequently, he returned to the Jayama Empire, witnessing his mother and wife and children in good health, and felt immense satisfaction. Days turned into weeks, and Soul Song grew indifferent to the passage of time, watching his children grow day by day. On this day, it seemed to be his birthday. A grand banquet was held, and guests arrived to celebrate. The long-absent Xiao Yan also approached him. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's gift, Soul Song felt joyous and decided to bestow something upon his dear younger brother. At that moment, Soul Song froze. In the next second, the radiant smile on his face stiffened, gradually fading. Everything around him appeared as though the play button had been pressed, coming to a halt, and all sound vanished. With a deep breath, Soul Song slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, everything had vanished. He had sensed that something was perpetually amiss, and it dawned on him that it was Xiao Yan. Reflecting on the previous scene, Soul Song wore a look of realization. Upon entering the illusion, the Bodhi tree seemed to sense that its emotions were closely intertwined with Xiao Yan, and it had preemptively orchestrated an event to keep Xiao Yan away from him. As time passed, the desire to meet grew more profound, leaving the Bodhi tree with no choice but to relent. Any further delay would cause Soul Song to detect the anomaly. However, it was precisely during this meeting that Soul Song instantly realized he was ensnared in an illusion. The Bodhi tree could simulate everything except the system itself. As Xiao Yan was a crucial link in his scheme, the lack of feedback from the gifts sent shattered the illusion completely. A thought flickered across his mind. Regaining his composure, Soul Song surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within the Bodhi tree, where various branches and veins were vividly visible. Not far away, within translucent membranes resembling cocoons, lay familiar figures such as Soul Jade, Sun Er, and Dou King, still struggling to escape the illusion. As he stepped out of the membrane, Soul Song murmured, "How peculiar that I could see through the illusion." A fleeting thought crossed his mind. With a faint smile, he replied, "I shan't divulge that." The leaves rustled, seemingly perturbed. Unfazed, Soul Song proposed, "Bodhi tree, let's strike a bargain." "What kind of bargain?" A thought flashed by. Soul Song gazed at the center of the Bodhi tree, where a colossal heart-like structure resided, and spoke slowly, "I shall help you eliminate your negative emotions, and in return, you will grant me the Bodhi heart." With a sudden tremor, the Bodhi tree shook violently, as if shaken by the revelation of its thoughts. When pressed for details, Soul Song insisted that it remained a secret. After a moment of silence, the Bodhi tree acquiesced to the deal. Having been plagued by those negative emotions for far too long, Soul Song chuckled softly, reveling in the advantage of foresight. This was splendid indeed. In the next moment, the fire spirit erupted from within him, rushing towards the Bodhi seed. With fervent gusts, the fire spirit melted the Bodhi seed, infusing pure energy into the Bodhi tree. Its previously murky form gradually transformed into something transparent and pure. A thought crossed his mind. What kind of flame is this? It is not an exotic fire. Of that I am certain. Soul Song inquired, "Do you possess anything else of value?" The Bodhi tree fell silent. After a while, the Bodhi tree trembled, its entire being now transparent, a long-lost sensation of clarity returning. Concurrently, Soul Jade and the others were released by the Bodhi tree. Initially, the Bodhi tree had acted out of kindness, and the illusionary tactics were merely influenced by those negative emotions. With those emotions dispelled, they were now safe. Upon returning to their original location, everyone appeared as if awakening from a dream. After some time, they realized just how perilous their previous situation had been. At that moment, Soul Jade suddenly exclaimed, "Where's Soul Song?" "Over there." Someone pointed at the Bodhi tree, where a blurry figure was seen within, surrounded by a gentle green energy flow. He was accepting the Bodhi tree's gifts. Nine Phoenix's expression shifted, revealing confusion. What had Soul Song done? By what means could he receive such gifts? Dou King turned to Sun Er. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Let us observe the unfolding events." Dou King remained silent. Yet the others from the Gu clan grew anxious. How could they wait? Just then, an energy fluctuation emerged nearby, and a white-haired youth soared forth, the ethereal shadow of the heavenly demon Phoenix materializing behind him. "Anyone who wishes to harm the Soul Clan must first seek my permission." In the distance, a figure soared into the air. It was Soul Jade. Annihilation Palm. Soul Jade continuously formed seals with his hands, his cold black fighting spirit coalescing into a dark, fearful palm imprint before him. A chilling scream emanated from within, and as Soul Jade unleashed it, the palm imprint expanded, descending upon Nine Phoenix like a dark cloud. The two sides immediately clashed fiercely. "Miss, this is our opportunity," Gu Qingyang exclaimed upon witnessing the chaos. With the Soul clan entangled, no one was attending to Soul Tsang. Sun Er shot him a cold glance. "I said to observe the unfolding events. Do you not comprehend?" "Miss." Others from the Gu clan chimed in again. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Sun Er, sending one of them flying. "I shall not repeat myself," she declared coldly. As a member of the Gu clan, she could not intervene directly, but she also could not take advantage of their predicament. Otherwise, if Brother Xiao Yan were to find out, what would he think of her? Witnessing this scene, the Gu clan members fell silent, yet their eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. Some even harbored resentful glances, determined to report this incident upon returning to their clan. Meanwhile, others, spurred by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan's provocations and the allure of the Bodhi tree, began to take action. Although the Soul clan was formidable, Two Fists could not withstand many hands. Facing so many opponents at once rendered their resistance feeble. "Soul Jade, we cannot hold on much longer. Hurry and summon our clan members," a Soul clan member cried out. Soul Jade's gaze flickered, and he nodded, producing a scroll. Once crushed, the clan's elders would receive the message and immediately tear through the void to arrive. "Do you think to call for help without my consent?" Nine Phoenix's cold gaze fixed upon him. Heavenly Phoenix shadow. Behind Nine Phoenix, a massive shadow of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix emerged, soaring through the skies. In the next instant, the entire space abruptly solidified, leaving everyone feeling suffocated, as if they could scarcely breathe. Crack! Soul Jade crushed the scroll in his hand, but to his dismay, there was no reaction. His expression shifted. "This is bad. The space has been sealed." Nine Phoenix coldly stated, "Today, the opportunity of the Bodhi tree belongs to my Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, and I declare this here." Just then, the Bodhi tree emitted an energy fluctuation, its trunk twisting as a figure slowly emerged. Whoosh! One by one, the Bodhi seeds were expelled from the Bodhi tree, suspended in midair. Everyone's eyes lit up, ready to rush forth. At this moment, Soul Tsang raised his hand, summoning all the Bodhi seeds into his grasp, casually tossing the seeds. He turned to Nine Phoenix and said, "What are you exactly? Did you seek my permission to speak?" Chapter 166. Elder of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, slay the saint. Upon seeing Soul Tsang, Nine Phoenix was momentarily taken aback. How had he emerged directly from the Bodhi tree? In the next moment, Nine Phoenix's gaze was drawn to the Bodhi seeds in Soul Tsang's hand, a glimmer of avarice igniting in his eyes. The Bodhi seeds could serve as a medicinal catalyst. Once refined into pills, they could significantly enhance the chances of ascending to the dosage level. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 13 seeds. 13 dosages? Nine Phoenix's breath hitched. The members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan also found their breathing becoming heavier. "Do you desire them?" Soul Tsang regarded him nonchalantly. "If you dare, come and take them." Eyes turned toward the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. The other attendees displayed greedy expressions, yet remained clear-headed, refraining from impulsive actions. After all, the memory of Soul Tsang single-handedly battling and annihilating the forces of the Flame Clan lingered vividly in their minds. The Bodhi seeds were indeed valuable, but one needed to be alive to claim them. Nine Phoenix, undaunted, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant. This space has been sealed by my Heavenly Phoenix shadow. Though I cannot deal with you, it does not mean my Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan cannot." As he spoke, Nine Phoenix gestured to Feng Qing, who nodded slightly, revealing a scroll and forcefully shattering it. An invisible wave of energy surged forth. Soul Jade, alongside the remaining members of the Soul Clan, approached Soul Tsang, his expression grim. "The situation is dire. This void has been sealed, and I cannot contact the clan elders for the time being." Soul Tsang replied calmly, "Do not fret. As long as we can buy a little time, the clan elders will sense the anomaly." The Soul Jade nodded slightly, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Their current target is you. Perhaps it would be prudent to leave the Bodhi seeds with me for the time being, should the situation." As he spoke, he met the gaze of Soul Tsang, which was tinged with a cryptic smile, and his voice trailed off. Soul Tsang gently shook his head. "It seems you do not yet comprehend the chasm that lies between us." His eyes shifted towards the direction of the Nine Phoenixes, his tone calm. "Even if the Saint of the Celestial Phoenix clan were to descend today, it would be impossible for them to seize a single Bodhi seed from my grasp." Soul Jade's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of horror. Could he truly possess a means to contend with a saint? Did he mishear? Was it not a half-saint, but a full-fledged saint? Following this, Soul Tsang fell silent, and Soul Jade succumbed to contemplation. After a brief interlude, the space around them began to convulse violently, and soon a rift materialized, from which emerged a figure. The newcomer appeared to be of middle age, with a striking white streak amidst his black hair. Clad in a light gray robe, his countenance austere. As he manifested, an oppressive weight bore down upon everyone present, as if a stone had lodged in their chests, stifling their breath. "He is still alive." Ancient Qingyang gasped in a whisper. Sun Er turned to him. "Who is that man?" Ancient Qingyang replied, "Juku, a contemporary of Elder Tongxian." However, early rumors suggested his lifespan was running short, and if he did not achieve a breakthrough, he would face death. Elder Tongxian. Sun Er recognized the name, recalling that he was a notable elder within their clan, not the most powerful, but one who had contributed significantly to the tribe. Ancient Qingyang furrowed his brow. Juku was initially a half-saint, and now that he has appeared, he is likely a saint. One of the ancient clan disciples remarked, "What a pity. If the space had not been sealed, with our clan's resources, the Celestial Phoenix clan would have been of no concern." Another disciple quickly interjected, "It's all right given time. The elder will surely sense the issue. Regardless, the Celestial Phoenix clan cannot possibly take away the Bodhi seeds." Ancient Qingyang shook his head. "Not necessarily. While the saints of the Soul clan possess certain mysterious techniques, they cannot sustain them indefinitely. The elder may not arrive in time." Upon hearing this, Sun Er's brows knitted deeper. The current situation did not bode well for Soul Tsang. Even if she intervened, she would be of little assistance. In the face of Juku's arrival, 9 Phoenix respectfully bowed, then turned to Soul Tsang. He is of the Soul clan, having received the fortune of the Bodhi ancient tree, and possesses 13 Bodhi seeds. I suspect he may also harbor the Bodhi heart. The Soul clan. Juku frowned. This faction was not to be trifled with lightly. "Are you certain he possesses the Bodhi heart?" Juku inquired with a grave tone. 9 Phoenix hesitated, recalling the dismissive remarks Soul Tsang had made earlier, and nodded. Juku pondered, "In that case, we must act swiftly." With that, his gaze suddenly fixed on Soul Tsang as he launched an attack. Boom! Juku's hand reached out, disregarding the fabric of space, descending directly upon Soul Tsang's head. In response, Soul Tsang clenched his right fist and struck upwards, creating a depression in the void, which then erupted with immense force, propelling Juku's hand upwards slightly. Soul Jade was astounded. How is this possible? From the aura emanating from Juku upon his arrival, he could ascertain that the man was undoubtedly a saint. Soul Tsang had managed to block his strike. Even if it was merely a standard palm, that was already formidable, something he himself could not achieve. Juku scrutinized Soul Tsang once more, realizing he possessed some degree of skill. Before the words could escape his lips, Juku's figure flickered, appearing directly before Soul Tsang. A phantom of the Celestial Phoenix emerged behind him. Juku's hands manifested winged apparitions, akin to sharp blades, as they slashed towards Soul Tsang. The space where they passed was torn asunder. He was using his full strength. Ancient Qingyang's complexion paled slightly as he sensed the surging energy from Juku's assault. A hint of panic creeping in. "Old bastard." Sun Er inwardly cursed. "Is this truly your strongest blow?" Soul Tsang regarded Juku, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, flames erupted from within Soul Tsang. The fire spirits encircled him, their faces suddenly contorting in anguish. The 3 transformations of fire spirits. Instantané, Sun Cangis aura surgi dramatically. Half-saint, a 1-star saint. Juku's eyes widened in disbelief. What sort of secret technique is this? There was no time for Juku to ponder further as Soul Tsang raised both hands, seemingly preparing to withstand the onslaught barehanded. Observing this, the white-haired youth 9 Phoenix wore an expression of smugness. Ignorance. Soul Jade thought to himself, "This is bad." It was well known that the Soul clan lacked formidable physical techniques and primarily excelled in soul-based methods. Thus, facing the Celestial Phoenix clan's beastly attack with sheer physical strength, even at the same realm, was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Ancient Qingyang also shook his head slightly, lamenting, Soul Tsang has acted impulsively. Given his current state after employing the secret technique, he could have at least stalled Juku for a while. Sun Er remained silent, yet an unusual glint flickered in her beautiful eyes. She recalled the events at the Canaan Academy, where Soul Tsang's physique had exhibited a strength akin to that of a beast. Since he had cultivated such combat skills, there was no reason to believe they would not continue to enhance with his growing power. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the blade-like wings of the Celestial Phoenix Phantom collided with Soul Tsang's arms. Boom! The fabric of Soul Tsang's sleeves was instantly shredded to dust. However, the anticipated spray of blood and flesh did not occur. Juku stared at Soul Tsang's arms, now enveloped in resplendent light, a a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. He actually blocked it? By what right? At that moment, Sol Cang's arms trembled, sending Juku staggering back, and then flames erupted, enveloping Juku. Simultaneously, 5 fire spirits flew out from within the flames, swiftly forming a grand formation. Inferno of the leaving fire. A towering column of flame surged from the ground, reaching into the heavens. Within the thick blaze, the wails of Juku echoed. The Celestial Phoenix clan members turned pale. The clan Saint Elder was actually at a disadvantage? A cold light flickered in Sol Cang's eyes as he charged directly into the column of flames. A tremendous energy exploded forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Moments later, a deafening roar reverberated, shaking the celestial form of the phoenix. Could it be? Sol Jade's breath caught in disbelief. Did Sol Cang just slay a saint at the pinnacle of the 9 transformations? Chapter 167. Return, the attitude of the Soul Emperor. The flames gradually subsided, leaving behind a sweltering atmosphere. 9 Phoenix and Feng Qing'er, among others, watched the area with bated breath. The cessation of the wailing and the inexplicable surge of energy filled them with an ominous premonition, a feeling they could neither accept nor believe. The clan's elder had intervened. Could he have truly dealt with the younger generation of the Soul Clan? An ancient clan member glanced at ancient Qingyang, asking, was the explosion just now caused by Juku of the Celestial Phoenix clan? Ancient Qingyang remained silent. He too could not ascertain the truth. Yet, since the flames were conjured by Sol Cang and showed no signs of dissipating, the outcome was becoming increasingly clear. Ancient Qingyang's heart raced. The Soul Clan's capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Before long, the flames completely dissipated, revealing the scene within. Sol Cang stood calmly in the void, with no trace of Juku anywhere in sight. A tumult erupted among the crowd, gasps and exclamations filling the air. The saint had indeed been slain. 9 Phoenix staggered, devoid of any color in his face. Beside him, Feng Qing'er wore a look of profound shock. After receiving a fragment of the Celestial Phoenix's bloodline in the Bone Mountain Range, she had felt a surge of confidence regarding her future. Yet at this moment, that confidence shattered completely. Her strength was merely a self-deception. Facing a peer like Sol Cang, she was destined to be subdued. On the Soul Clan side, Sol Jade's mouth fell agape, the echoes of Sol Cang's earlier words ringing in his ears. A deep sense of confusion washed over him. Why? Why was Sol Cang so powerful? He had clearly been stripped of his bloodline. Do you have any final words? Sol Cang addressed the members of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Jiu Feng and the others trembled, their hearts devoid of any desire for battle. Fight? Don't be ridiculous. Even the Dou Saint is no match for Hun Cang. Observing their hesitation, Hun Cang made his move, flames rising once more around him as he prepared to strike decisively. A sense of unwillingness flickered in Jiu Feng and Feng Qing'er's eyes, particularly in Feng Qing'er, where a wave of regret surged within her. At that moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the void beside them, unleashing a powerful suction that drew them in. The ethereal image of the Tian Huang vanished from the sky. A muffled voice emerged from the rift. Dare you harm my clan's elder? This matter shall not end so easily. As the words echoed, a wave of energy emanated from within. At that instant, a wisp of cloud-like mist swept across the heavens. The next second, that energy violently recoiled, and the rift vanished. The members of the ancient clan were momentarily stunned. Gu Qingyang, perplexed, exclaimed, when did the Tianyao Phoenix clan become so lenient, merely uttering a few words? The other disciples of the ancient clan wore expressions of bewilderment. The aura had clearly conveyed an intent to attack. How could it be retracted? Did the Tianyao Phoenix clan have no pride left? Even at this juncture, some of the ancient clan's disciples still harbored hopes that the Tianyao Phoenix clan would intervene to severely injure Hun Cang, granting them an opportunity to seize the Bodhi seed. After all, a single Bodhi seed signified the potential to cultivate a Dou Saint. In the heart of the ancient clan, Sun'er's eyes flickered with a golden flame as she slightly raised her gaze to the heavens. In the next moment, a scroll materialized in her hand, which she crushed decisively. Miss, what are you doing? Gu Qingyang was taken aback at first, but his expression quickly turned grave. The scroll in Sun'er's possession was a direct link to every powerful elder within the clan, even the clan leader. Could it be that a formidable enemy loomed nearby? Prompting the miss to crush the scroll, Sun'er remained silent, her demeanor somber, until a rift opened beside them, and Gu Yuan emerged from within, at which point she exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Subsequently, Sun'er led Gu Qingyang and the others into the passageway created by her father. As the Tianyao Phoenix clan and the ancient clan departed, others began to leave as well. Among them, some harbored dissatisfaction, yet felt utterly helpless. The prowess of Hun Cang loomed large. Even risking their lives might not guarantee a chance of victory, especially considering the exceptional nature of the Soul Clan. What could the forces backing them do against the Soul Clan? Facing the approaching Hun Yu and others, Hun Cang paid them no heed. His gaze fixed on the Bodhi ancient tree, which seemed to sense something and began to sink into the ground. A thought surged forth. Hun Cang nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will remember. What? Hun Yu looked around in confusion upon hearing this. Hun Cang shook his head. It's nothing. The mission has been accomplished. Let us return. Seeing this, Hun Yu did not press further, revealing a look of regret. It's a pity we couldn't obtain the Bodhi heart. Hun Cang, sensing something, glanced at him and replied indifferently. One should know contentment. With so many Bodhi seeds, what more could you desire? Perhaps you should excavate the Bodhi ancient tree and take it back to the clan? Hun Yu smiled awkwardly, turning his head aside. The Bodhi heart, being the most valuable treasure of the Bodhi ancient tree, made him hesitant to confirm whether Hun Cang had secured it. Crushing the jade slip, Hun Cang led the way, diving into the interior. Some time later, in the Soul Clan's Grand Hall, the Soul Emperor stood above, hands clasped behind his back. Hun Cang, your leadership this time has been commendable. I reward you with 2 Bodhi seeds, declared the Soul Emperor. Hun Cang received the Bodhi seeds that floated before him, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Father. Beside him, Hun Yu's eyes sparkled with envy. The Soul Emperor continued. Hun Cang, upon your return, strive to break through to Dou Saint as soon as possible. If you can ascend, I will take you along for the next operation against the Yin clan. The Yin clan? Hun Cang was momentarily taken aback, a surge of delight flooding his heart. Yes, Father. Although he was currently unable to participate in the deeper plans of the Soul Clan, he could surmise some details. Among the ancient 8 clans, aside from the Soul Clan, the Xiao clan had fallen into decline for many years, while the Ling and Shi clans should have been dealt with. Presently, only the Yin Yao Lao and ancient clans remained. Of these, the ancient clan was the strongest, while the Yao clan often held alchemist festivals, making them unsuitable as initial targets, lest they attract the attention of the other clans. Thus, the choice lay between the Yin and Lei clans. Hun Cang held a particular fondness for the Yin clan, as they possessed several types of exotic flames. Currently, on the Dou King continent, aside from the Hun Tiandi, Jinglian Yaohua, and Jindi Fenshin Yin, the remaining exotic flames he had not collected were few and far between, with the Yin clan holding the majority. Therefore, participating in this operation was imperative for Hun Cang. As for breaking through to Dou Saint, he was now confident of his success. It was merely a matter of time. After bowing to the Soul Emperor, Hun Cang exited the Grand Hall. Once Hun Cang departed, the Soul Emperor turned to Hun Yu. You are still not putting in enough effort. Clan leader. I shall strive harder. Hun Yu responded earnestly. The Soul Emperor remarked, compared to Hun Cang, I have greater expectations for you. I grant you 3 Bodhi seeds. For the next operation, I hope to see you break through to Dou Saint. Hun Yu was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a jubilant expression. Rest assured. Clan leader, I will not disappoint your expectations. The Soul Emperor waved his hand. As he stored the Bodhi seeds, Hun Yu, elated, left the Grand Hall. A black flame emerged from the void, landing beside the Soul Emperor. The Hun Tiandi sighed. Hun Cang is indeed a commendable choice. The Soul Emperor regarded him. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. Some matters are best left untroubled. The Hun Tiandi fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the Soul Emperor added, I sense that Hun Cang harbors secrets, and significant ones at that. He remains wary of me, but I am unconcerned, for I am the Soul Emperor. Whatever he does cannot stir up a tempest. The Hun Tiandi stated, we must expedite the collection of the ancient imperial jade from the other clans. During this time, I will attempt to glean some clues from Hun Cang. The Soul Emperor nodded slightly as the Hun Tiandi transformed into black flames and departed. Chapter 168, Fulfilling Promises, Mysterious Enemies. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Hun Cang opted to leave the Soul Realm and head towards the Gamma Empire. In the time ahead, he intended to devote himself fully to breaking through to Dou Saint and reviving Yao Chun. This was a promise he had made many years ago, and it was high time to fulfill it. After a while, Hun Cang arrived at the Gamma Empire, and everyone was elated to see him return. In this vicinity, Hun Cang had become the cornerstone, with figures such as the Heavenly Fire Elder, Xiao Yan, and Medusa rallying around him. After being away for some time, it was only natural to enjoy a family reunion dinner. Following dinner, Hun Linhua voluntarily took the 2 children to another courtyard to rest. leaving the time for Hun Cang and his two daughters-in-law. After an exhilarating battle, Medusa spoke of her own strength. Although she had successfully evolved into a devouring sky python with Hun Cang's assistance and was on the verge of breaking through to Dozun, her power still felt somewhat insufficient. As the current leader of the Tsang Alliance in the Gamma Empire, Medusa aspired to grow stronger so that she could aid Hun Cang in the future. Hun Cang smiled at her. "You need not worry about your strength. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I will take you with me." Medusa queried, "Where to?" Hun Cang chuckled, "To a place that will enable you to ascend to Dou Saint." "Such a wondrous place exists?" Medusa discerned that Hun Cang was not inclined to elaborate further and did not press the matter. The next day, after waking, Hun Cang spent some time with the children before setting off. He chose Yunlan's sect as the location, a serene place where no one would intrude. And it was also close to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, allowing Xiao Yan and the Heavenly Fire Elder to arrive swiftly if needed. Before him lay bones, the essence blood of magical beasts, and Yao Chen's soul floating in midair. "Are you ready?" Hun Cang inquired, directing his gaze at Yao Chen. Yao Chen nodded thoughtfully. His last encounter with the revered Tianhua had equipped him with considerable experience. Following the established protocol, Hun Cang methodically commenced the process of refining a corporeal form. And seizing the opportune moment, Yao Chen swiftly immersed himself within. After a brief interval, as Hun Cang discerned that Yao Chen had begun to fuse, he transitioned to an adjacent area. "Stand guard around the perimeter and do not wander, understood?" Hun Cang admonished sternly while releasing the fire spirits. Several fire spirits stood obediently, nodding in acknowledgement. Satisfied, Hun Cang initiated his own breakthrough. As his consciousness delved deep into his being, a heart pulsating with energy came into view. This heart differed from Hun Cang's own in hue, leaning more towards that of energy forged. The Bodhi heart stirred Hun Cang's emotions. After all, the Bodhi heart ranked among the top 10 treasures in the realm of celestial materials. Alas, with the void-devouring flame keeping watch, he regrettably could not attempt to seize a slice of the system's benefits. Nevertheless, a single Bodhi heart would not significantly alter the situation. Hun Cang's prowess had already positioned him for ascension to the Doshang realm. He had long been repressing his potential, both to solidify his foundation and to seek a qualitative transformation. As Hun Cang immersed himself in cultivation, the outside world continued to shift. On the third month of Hun Cang's seclusion, an unfamiliar force suddenly appeared near the Jiama Empire, launching an assault. Yao Tianhua sensed the anomaly immediately and took precautions. Yet he was overpowered and sustained injuries. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was stationed in the Jiama Empire at that moment. Upon receiving the news, he hurried to the scene. Now, a 7th tier Dozun, not far from the pinnacle of the 9th tier, and armed with extraordinary flames, he could contend with most semi-saints. Thus, upon his intervention, the adversaries were temporarily repelled. Medusa ordered the members of the Tsang Alliance to investigate, yet they found no leads. During a meeting regarding these events, they concluded that the assailants must hail from Zhongzhou, as no beings of semi-saint caliber could emerge from the northwestern domain. Xiao Yan, having clashed with the enemy, noted their formidable physique, suggesting they were either practitioners of body refinement techniques or magical beasts. The people of Yao Tianhua were puzzled. It seemed they had not provoked anyone. So why were they under attack? Ultimately, they deduced that the onslaught was directed at Hun Cang. However, with Hun Cang currently in seclusion, they could not confirm anything immediately and resolved to bolster their defenses against potential ambushes. Thus, 6 months slipped by. One day in the distant sky, a group of figures appeared, racing towards the Jiama Empire with remarkable speed. Enemy attack. Xiao Yan, engrossed in cultivation, was the first to notice the disturbance due to his superior strength. Soon, Yao Tianhua, Yun, Medusa, and others followed suit, soaring into the sky. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. "Tianhua Zun, is the formation you set up reliable?" Yao Tianhua hesitated for a moment before responding. "It can withstand even a strike from a 1-star Doshang." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. "Prepare for combat." Medusa, taken aback, asked, "Are there Doshang among them?" Xiao Yan shook his head. "No, semi-saints. I have faced them before. Although we have yet to meet, the pressure from their presence indicates they are stronger than last time." Medusa immediately descended to prepare the troops. Given her current strength, she was unable to partake in the battle. Upon hearing the instruction to hide with the child, Hun Linyao inquired, "Shall we summon gang heir?" Medusa contemplated before shaking her head. "Not yet. The situation has not deteriorated to that extent." "Very well. I will take care of the child. You must be cautious," Hun Linhua replied. Soon, the group arrived within 10 miles of the city of the Jiama Empire. Leading the charge, Xiao Yan stood poised in the air above the city. As they drew closer, both sides faced off. 9 individuals, at least 2 semi-saints. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the opposition, and he spoke first. It seems our Tsang alliance has not provoked you, has it? The middle-aged man at the center of the opposing group coldly demanded, cut the pleasantries. Are Hun Cang's wife and child here? Hand them over, and we will depart immediately. Xiao Yan retorted véhémentement, impossible. The middle-aged man smirked disdainfully. You're underestimating me again, but this time, I shall see how you will cope. Beside him, 2 figures, one male and one female, bore a striking resemblance to one another. Kill him. I will find the others. The middle-aged man commanded, pointing at Xiao Yan, while the 2 figures charged towards him with alarming speed. A fierce battle was imminent. Yao Tianhua and Yun Yun surged forth to engage the enemy. Form the array. Medusa bellowed from below. Across various sectors of the city, figures clad in Tsang Alliance attire appeared, channeling their Douqi energy into the array's nodes. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, enveloping the entire city. The middle-aged man's advance was thwarted by the array. Such a formation was not present last time, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before launching an assault on the barrier. Each strike diminished the barrier's color, rendering it increasingly translucent, and it appeared unlikely to endure for much longer. At that moment, Xiao Yan found himself entangled with 2 opponents. Though he faced 2 adversaries, their coordination was impeccable, lacking the strength of a semi-saint. He could barely hold on thanks to the Tianhua Sanxianbian. Should I awaken the elder brother? Xiao Yan pondered, glancing towards the direction of the Yunlan sect. He was acutely aware that he could not sustain his efforts much longer. Just as he was distracted, a surge of formidable energy struck him, sending him hurtling backward. He quickly refocused his attention. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave within the back mountains of the Yunlan sect, a figure stirred momentarily before gradually sitting up. Alas, I was so close to breaking through to the Dousheng realm, and you have awakened me, he lamented. Chapter 169, Medusa's Concerns and the Solution. Yao Chen wore a look of resignation. After merging with the corporeal form, he began the restoration of his strength. The skeletal remains had been preserved excellently by the Bodhi ancient tree, requiring minimal effort. Not only did Yao Chen restore his strength, but he also made significant advancements. Reaching the semi-saint level, observing the situation, he intended to seize the momentum and attempt a breakthrough to the Dousheng realm. Just as he anticipated achieving this within a matter of days, he was forcibly interrupted by Hun Cang. Powerless against Hun Cang's superior spirit, Yao Chen had no choice but to accept reality. To obstruct my ascension to sainthood, you shall soon meet your end, echoed Yao Chen's murmurs within the cave. As his form gradually dissipated into the void, Xiao Yan, now facing 2 semi-saints alone, began to show signs of fatigue. The enhancement of the Tianhua Sanxianbian was not limitless. I must aim for a mutually destructive outcome. Otherwise, my path will surely lead to ruin. Xiao Yan was acutely aware of his precarious state. Gripping the Xianzhong ruler, he unleashed a wave of scorching heat. Flame-splitting devouring wave. The fire streaked across the sky, leaving a 100-meter-long trail in its wake. The 2 semi-saints retreated. He cannot hold out much longer. We must continue to exhaust him. The male one analyzed coolly. The female nodded in agreement. Understood. It's not worth getting injured over such a meager reward. Recognizing Xiao Yan's desperate intentions, they began to circle around him, seeking to disrupt his focus. They had fallen for his ruse. A faint smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips as flames enveloped his form, obscuring their line of sight. Within the fiery embrace, Xiao Yan bore a grave expression, exhaling strands of extraordinary fire that coalesced in his palms. His fingers danced, the flames intertwining, gradually revealing signs of fusion. As he merged the flames, he simultaneously prepared to launch attacks. Gradually, the flames began to take the shape of petals, subtly resembling a lotus. At that moment, a terrifying energy emanated from within. Something's amiss. The pair exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within their hearts. They charged towards Xiao Yan from opposing directions. A tempestuous surge of energy howled, scattering the flames enveloping Xiao Yan. With both hands cradling the fire lotus, a manic grin spread across his lips. Only now do you realize, alas, is too late. He gently propelled the fire lotus into the air, where it began to rotate slowly. The surrounding space twisted and shattered. A man and a woman, sensing the impending doom, instinctively turned to flee. Xiao Yan uttered a single word. Explode. Boom! The fire lotus quivered, splitting apart, as flames rapidly surged forth, engulfing the entire sky and painting the azure heavens in fiery hues. The thunderous roar resonated like the wrath of the heavens, drawing the attention of those nearby. Even middle-aged man paused his assault on the barrier, bewildered. What kind of technique is this? Such a formidable offensive could rival the strike of a Dou saint. He mused, furrowing his brow. He had thought that summoning 2 semi-saints would ensure victory, yet it seemed otherwise. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly heard a voice beside him, the amalgamation of various exotic flames. Would you not agree that it is indeed terrifying? Who? The man froze, a chilling dread creeping up his spine. Someone had stealthily approached him without his knowledge. He slowly turned to find a young man with a smile in his eyes. Yet to the middle-aged man's perception, it was a chilling smirk. Perish! Yao Chan raised his hand with a flourish. Boom! The very fabric of the world seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer, causing the hearts of all present to plummet. A severe depression formed around the middle-aged man, who was entirely compressed, transforming from a human shape into a flattened silhouette. Who is that? Xiao Yan stared in astonishment at the emerging figure. He felt a sense of familiarity, yet the face was one he had never encountered before. Not far off, Yao Tianhua also took note, his expression tinged with confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, bursting into laughter. Upon hearing his mirth, Yao Chun shook his head helplessly and swiftly approached the man and woman, who were now utterly alarmed, attempting to flee. Yet, the terrifying energy unleashed by Xiao Yan's earlier attack caused their internal Dou Qi to surge uncontrollably, leaving them unable to respond in time. Farewell. Yao Chen spoke indifferently, his palms sweeping across. The two emitted violent coughs of blood, their energy instantly sapped. With them dealt with, Yao Chun turned his attention to the remaining few. Approaching the strength of a 1-star Dou saint, eliminating them was child's play. Let one live. We might inquire who sent them, Xiao Yan sighed. The speed of their demise had left no room for him to utter a word. Yao Tianhua gazed at Yao Chun with a grin. I find myself regretting my earlier thoughts. Yao Chen replied with a smile. Your cultivation speed is commendable. It will not be long before you reach my realm. Do you two know each other? Xiao Yan's gaze flitted between them before settling on Yao Tianhua. Tianhua, is this your friend? Yao Tianhua paused, about to explain, when Yao Chun lightly tapped Xiao Yan on the head. How dare you, old man? Xiao Yan was about to express his indignation when suddenly realization dawned upon him. Wait, that familiar method of striking. Only that old fellow would do that. His eyes widened in astonishment. Master, you have resurrected? At this, Yao Chun lowered his hand slowly. Indeed, thanks to your elder brother. Xiao Yan circled around him. So you have become a Dou saint? Yao Chun shook his head. I was on the verge of breaking through to Dou saint in a few days, but due to today's events, Hun Cang awakened me, interrupting my advancement. Just then, Medusa rushed forward, and Xiao Yan introduced her. Upon learning of Hun Cang's involvement, she breathed a sigh of relief, then inquired about Hun Cang's condition. Yao Chun pondered briefly. He will not emerge from seclusion in the short term. Medusa furrowed her brow. What shall we do next? Should we relocate? Given the series of appearances from their adversaries, the Gamma Empire clearly was no longer safe. This time it was semi-saints. Medusa feared that next could be a Dou saint. What would happen to the safety of the 2 children if that occurred? Yao Chen reassured her. Do not worry. They likely would not dare to mobilize a Dou saint lightly. Having been close to Hun Cang, I can surmise that these individuals are likely connected to the Tian Yaohuang clan. However, their ability to locate the Gamma Empire suggests there may be other complexities at play. Yet, I am unconcerned. I believe it is better to leave those troubles for Hun Cang to deal with later. Medusa sighed. We are still too weak. Had you not intervened in time, I fear for my safety and that of the children. Nearby, Xiao Yan's disheveled state was all too apparent, his clothes tattered, his aura waning. Though that explosive technique had originated from him, Dou Qi did not discriminate between friend and foe, and the subsequent blast had left him injured, though his affinity with the exotic flames had mitigated the damage. In response, Yao Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are lacking in top-tier powerhouses. If it were just the northwestern region, the Tsan Alliance would have no issue. However, facing individuals from the central continent is indeed daunting. Master, do you have a solution? Xiao Yan inquired. Yao Tianhua also looked to him. After all, Yao Chun was an alchemist with extensive connections and should possess a remedy. Yao Chen smiled. Ido. He paused, then removed a ring from his finger and tossed it to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan caught it, confusion evident in his eyes. Yao Chun continued with a smile. Take my ring to the Starfall Pavilion in the central continent and seek out someone named Feng Zunjia. He will understand. I just suffered an injury, master. Upon hearing that he had to seek someone out, Xiao Yan was reluctant, particularly at the thought of venturing to the central continent. Yao Chun, somewhat exasperated, remarked that taking on such a disciple was indeed a trial. Subsequently, the group returned to the city. Yao Chun crafted a spatial jade slip for Yao Tianhua and Xiao Yan before heading towards the central continent. Chapter 170. You need only to break through. The rest is my concern. Yunlan sect. Yunlan Mountain, rear mountain. Above, the sky was saturated with countless surges of Dou Qi energy, appearing from afar as if myriad clouds were amassed. When will my elder brother finally break through? Xiao Yan sighed as he withdrew his gaze. Beside him, Yao Tianhua gazed at that area, chuckling. Do you think becoming a Dou Saint is a simple feat? A Dou Saint represents the pinnacle of power on the Dou Qi continent. Such breakthroughs are not easily attained. Xiao Yan lamented. It has been nearly a month since the old man entered seclusion. The time frame we agreed upon has clearly deviated, and I have no idea what the situation is. A flicker of concern crossed Yao Tianhua's eyes as he advised. Do not fret. After all, he is a semi-saint. What could possibly happen? Moreover, the spatial jade slip he left behind still carries his aura. With that, Yao Tianhua turned to leave. In response to the inquiry, Xiao Yan expressed his desire to remain and observe a while longer. Once my elder brother concludes his seclusion, I too can attempt to break through to Dou Saint. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists. Sun Air, wait for me. Time flew by, and before long, half a year had elapsed. The sky above the rear of Yunlan Mountain had accumulated even more Dou Qi energy, thickening considerably. Many were concerned about what would happen if the heavens could no longer bear the weight and collapsed. During this time, Xiao Yan practiced diligently while patrolling with Yao Tianhua, perhaps due to the failure of the two semi-saints in their last endeavor. Their adversaries had not sent anyone in a long while. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. At the current pace, any new arrivals would likely be semi-saints, or even a one-star Dou Saint if they were particularly strong. I am certainly not equipped to handle such a challenge. One day, as was his routine, Xiao Yan ascended to the mountain peak and gazed out at the vast sky. Suddenly, the accumulated Dou Qi energy began to swirl slowly, gradually accelerating until it formed a colossal vortex. My elder brother is about to break through, Xiao Yan exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Simultaneously, figures from all directions in the Gamma Empire soared into the sky. Yao Tianhua, Medusa, and Yun Yun all gathered beside Xiao Yan. This location was the closest to Hun Cang's seclusion and offered the best vantage point. Is he about to ascend to Dou Saint? Medusa's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before long, all the fighting energy in the sky disappeared, replaced by a figure standing in the void. With just a distant glance, Xiao Yan felt a heaviness in his chest. A suffocating sensation. Dou Xingyao Tianhua's mouth slightly opened, and a complex expression appeared in his eyes. He felt that time had not been long, but the soul god had unexpectedly been promoted to the position of Dousheng. Let's go. Change the place of speaking. So came to Medusa and the others. Xiao Yan felt a slight distortion in the space before him, and then he arrived at the residence of Soul Tsang, the home of Princessia. Looking at the soul god sitting down, Xiao Yan couldn't wait to ask, Big brother, have you broken through the Dousheng? The soul god nodded, and with the energy of Bodhisattva, he not only broke through the realm of Saint Dou, but also reached the peak of one-star Saint Dou. If it weren't for the purpose of making his realm more stable, he could actually break through the two-star fighting saint. Big brother is indeed big brother. I thought I could catch up with you, but now I have been pulled away again. Xiao Yan sighed. Soul Tsang smiled and said, It's okay. I believe you can also break through Dousheng soon. At this moment, Yao Tianhua asked, Soul Tsang, did you provoke anyone before? Soul God said, I have been paying attention to what has happened during this period. If I guess correctly, those people are probably from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan? Xiao Yan heard this name for the first time. Yao Tianhua was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is a legendary beast passed down from ancient times, belonging to a branch of the ancient Heavenly Phoenix. How could you provoke them? Soul Tsang said lightly, I have obtained the opportunity to steal the Bodhi tree. They tried, but were unsuccessful, so they killed a one-star Dou Saint elder instead of me. Yadi and Huo showed a stunned expression. Bodhi tree? One-star fighting elder? No wonder the speed at which Soul God's strength has increased is so outrageous. Medusa looked at Yadi and Huo and said, Venerable Tianhua, are the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan very powerful? Yao Tianhua nodded, showing a serious expression, and then began to introduce. When Medusa learned that adult monsters within the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan could easily reach level 8, she showed concern. Soul Tsang smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be so afraid. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan isn't that scary. Do you still remember that girl Xian back then? Medusa nodded. Soul God said, She belongs to the Tai Su Gulong clan. In the early days, the Tian Yao Huang clan was their livelihood. Medusa's mouth opened wide. How could that little girl come from such an extraordinary background? Is Xian's family so strong? Xiao Yan's eyes also widened a bit. He knew Xian was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be so extraordinary. Soul God looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Second brother, how are you practicing? Are you confident that you can break through the Saint Dou?" Xiao Yan sat up straight and touched his head, saying a little but not much. When he originally accepted the bloodline inheritance, that force was strong enough to conflict with the Saint Dou, but his ancestors had him suppress it for so long. No matter how much Xiao Yan practices, he can no longer find that feeling. It's like suddenly stopping at some point and becoming soft. Damn it. Soul Song smiled and said, "It's okay, just break through and leave the rest to me." After speaking, he flipped over his palm and revealed an object. Xiao Yan looked over and said, "Big brother, what is this?" The Bodhi Sun. The scorching sun swallowed heavily. A great treasure that can improve the success rate of breaking through the saint fighting. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. As an alchemist, he had knowledge of some heavenly and earthly treasures, including Bodhi seeds. As if afraid of being robbed, Xiao Yan quickly took Bodhizi and placed it in the Nijia for safekeeping. Soul God said, "Second brother, you just need to break through from now on." "Yes, big brother." Xiao Yan felt relaxed, and his voice became loud. Soul God looked at Yadianhuo again and said, "I still have a Bodhi seed here. If you can quickly cultivate to the peak of the 9, turning Dozuan, you can come find me." Yao Tianhua exclaimed in surprise, "Is this really true?" Soul God nodded. Suddenly, Yadianhuo's heart, which had been silent, began to beat violently. He created his own heavenly rank fighting technique in the previous generation, but did not see any hope of breaking through the Saint of Fighters. He never expected that after his resurrection, he would still have this opportunity. I didn't make a wrong choice back then. After chatting for a few more words, Xiao Yan and Yao Tianhua voluntarily proposed to leave. The former is eager to try to break through the Dousheng, while the latter is eager to quickly cultivate and strive to obtain another Bodhi seed. But the two of them didn't know that after the Soul God sent a Bodhi seed, there was a new one. Ultimate Bodhi Child. After gifting Xiao Yan, Soul Song successfully obtained wool from the system. Unlike ordinary Bodhi seeds, Ultimate Bodhi seeds have the ability to break through the Saint's realm with 100 accuracy. What are you thinking, laughing so happily? After seeing off the two, Medusa walked back and saw Soul Song smiling strangely. Soul God said, "Here's something good for you. Take out the Ultimate Bodhisattva from the system space and hand it over to Medusa." The Ultimate Bodhi Child emits a faint luster throughout its body, which is extremely extraordinary at first glance. Medusa's eyes showed confusion, and Soul explained simply. After learning about its function, Medusa showed a surprised expression and tried to refuse, but was stopped by the Soul God. So Medusa had no choice but to accept it. Soul God instructed, "Do not reveal this Bodhi seed to anyone. Keep it safe for yourself. When I take you to the 9 Underworld Python clan, you can take it again." The 9 Underworld Python clan? Medusa's beautiful eyes revealed confusion. Chapter 171. Do you have a sworn brother surnamed Xiao? In Dou King continent, the earliest species of snakes were the ancient sky snake and the swallowing python. They have always been the strongest representatives of snakes. But with the passage of time, the ancient heavenly snake gradually collapsed, leaving only some mottled and impure bloodlines, including the 9 Abyss Dark Python. In the world of Warcraft, in terms of strength, the top 3 players are Taisu Gulong, Tian Yao Huang, and Jiu Di Ming Python. Among them, the 9 Underworld Python is famous for its largest number. However, the large number also means that the bloodline is mottled. Nowadays, there are not many powerful members of the 9 Underworld Python clan. Near the 9 Abyss Python clan, there is a spring called the 9 Abyss Yellow Spring. The spring water ranges from cold to Een, making it an excellent place for snake-like beasts that are already inclined towards Een and cold. After listening to Soul Song's narration, Medusa showed a sudden realization. The place you mentioned before is the 9 Abyss Yellow Spring of the 9 Abyss Python clan? Soul God nodded and said, "That's right. After evolving from the flame, you transformed into the swallowing python, but you haven't reached the ultimate level. Only the 9-colored swallowing python can be considered. At that time, you transformed into a snake body and could devour a mountain range with just one bite. Even the sky could swallow it. When will we go there?" Medusa was moved. She didn't like the feeling of being protected, and, as the queen of the snake race, she wanted to be on her own. Soul God thought for a moment and said, "When will medicine dust return? The Gamma Empire cannot be without someone to protect it." Medusa also knows not to be in a hurry. There may still be enemies of the heavenly demon phoenix clan in the shadows now. Even if she wants to become stronger, she must first arrange for her children. At this point in their conversation, Soul Song got up and went to the backyard. It had been a long time since he had seen the child, and he missed it very much in his heart. Arriving at the backyard, Mother Linghua was accompanying her 2 children. Seeing the appearance of Soul Tsang, Soul Linhua couldn't help but scold and then show concern for not rushing to cultivate oneself. The soul god only listens without taking it to heart. He couldn't tell his mother about the future sacrifice of the Soul clan, because without evidence, his mother couldn't believe it. At dinner, Yufei also came back. The second day, Soul God stabilizes his cultivation while contemplating the enemy's affairs. The person must have been sent by the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, but the question is, how did they find this place? Soul Tsang furrowed his brow. The Gamma Empire is a very biased place in Dou King continent. The sphere of influence of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan is not here, but there must be a problem in finding it. I don't have many enemies, so it's more reliable to know that I have conflicts with the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, and to be able to connect with forces such as the heavenly demon Phoenix clan and Flame Thunder Medicine. However, they probably don't know about their own affairs in the Gamma Empire either. Could it be within the clan? Thinking of this, a face suddenly flashed through the sea of soul and mind. After the breakthrough, Soul Tsang waited in the Gamma Empire for 6 months. The original plan was to wait for Yao Chan to return and take Queen Medusa on a trip to the 9 Underworld Python clan. Because the Soul God has confidence in his own strength, even if he goes to the 9 Abyss Yellow Spring. It is useless for the 9 Abyss Dark Python clan to be dissatisfied. But the reality is that Xiao Yan has successfully broken through Dou King and left. And Yao Chen has not returned yet. Xiao Yan is somewhat worried. Big brother, may something happen to him? Soul God asked. Has he contacted you? Xiao Yan took out a jade slip with no fluctuations on it. Soul Tsang pondered for a moment and said, since he didn't say anything himself, let's not worry about it. With you in charge, it doesn't matter if Yao Chan is not here. Xiao Yan nodded and said, big brother, are you planning to go out for a trip? Soul Tsang said, I plan to take your sister-in-law to complete an evolution. Xiao Yan immediately said, okay, big brother, leave this to me. In the evening, Soul God informed Medusa of the plan. During this period, Medusa has been steadily improving her cultivation. With the help of the Soul God and various medicinal herbs and resources, Medusa was also promoted to the rank of Dozuan. I will accompany the child tonight. Medusa knew that once she left, she might not be able to return to the Gamma Empire in the short term. Nothing to say overnight. Early morning, Medusa waited for the child to wake up, washed him up and put on his clothes. Arriving at the front hall, I saw Soul God receiving guests. You are here. Soul Tsang saw Medusa and showed a hint of apology. Sorry, I may have to be a little late to take you there. Medusa glanced at Wu Protector and said to Soul God, do you want to go back to your tribe? Soul God nodded. Although the Soul Heavenly Emperor had informed him that he would soon attack the Flame Clan, there was no specific time. Today, the Wu Protector suddenly arrived, bringing news within the clan that war is about to begin. Be careful, I can wait, it's okay. Medusa smiled and said. Wu Hu Fa looked at Soul Tsang and said, Song Shao. Let's go. Soul God nodded. Leaving the imperial capital, Soul God allowed Wu Protector to stay, and he flew straight into the sky himself. Facing the surrounding clouds and void, the Soul God shouted, Elder Void. After a brief silence, a black flame appeared and transformed into a figure with a somewhat gloomy expression. Nothingness swallowing flame Dao. What's the matter? Soul God smiled and said, Elder Su, can we keep a clone here? Do you want me to help protect you? Void swallowing flame lowered his head and looked down, too far away. Only a blurry outline could be seen. Soul God nodded. That's right. Why should I help you? Soul God thought for a moment and said, investing in a future Dou Emperor. You won't lose anything. Void swallowing flame was stunned for a moment, smiled, and disappeared into the void. He doesn't want to help. Soul Tsang shrugged his shoulders. He was just trying, and if it didn't work out, it was considered as an additional guarantee. Return to the side of Wu Hu Fa. Open a gap in the space and enter inside. After a period of time, Soul Tsang returned to the Soul Realm. Song Shao. The clan leader has asked you to go to the main hall to meet him. Reminder of Wu Protector. Soul Tsang nodded slightly, ready to leave. Song Shao. At this moment, the sound of the Wu Hu Protector came from behind. Soul, turn around. Wu Hu Fa lowered his voice and said, be careful. Look out. Soul Tsang narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded slightly, and then walked steadily towards the depths of the Soul Clan. Wu Hu Fa stood still, gazing at the back of Soul Tsang for a long time. He can regain the Soul Clan, which is closely related to the Soul God. During his time in the Soul Clan, he heard a lot of rumors, but there was no substantial evidence for these things, so he couldn't accurately say them. Therefore, Wu Hu Fa can only provide a separate reminder. Song Shao should be careful. Whispering a word, Wu Hu Fa turned around. Entering the main hall, the Soul Heavenly Emperor placed his hands behind him, with his back facing the door. Father. Soul God looked at the back and bowed with his hands. The Soul Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brow, slowly relaxed, and turned around. Did you bring your mother outside to live? Soul Cang looked up at the Soul Heavenly Emperor and said, Yes, my mother has nothing to do within the clan. I asked her to help me take care of the child. Soul Heavenly Emperor said, Gamma Empire? Soul God nodded. The Soul Heavenly Emperor gave him a deep look and said, I heard that you have a sworn brother who is also in the Gamma Empire. And his surname happens to be Xiao, right? Soul God didn't feel surprised and calmly said, Yes, the last time he was at the Heavenly Tomb, he happened to receive the inheritance of the Xiao clan bloodline. Upon hearing this, the Soul Heavenly Emperor was visibly stunned, seemingly not expecting the Soul God to speak truthfully. After a moment of silence, the Soul Heavenly Emperor said, The Tasha, ancient Emperor Jade from the Xiao family. Soul Cang took over the conversation and said, It's on me. You did a good job, keep it safe. When the Jade from the other 4 tribes is collected, take us to open the cave together. The Soul Heavenly Emperor praised. After a pause, the Soul Heavenly Emperor said, Prepare yourself. We will depart from the Flame Clan tomorrow. Chapter 172 Attack on the Flame Clan. The ancient 8 tribes, apart from the Soul Tribe and the declining Xiao Tribe, often maintained contact with each other. The last time the Heavenly Tomb, the Spirit and Stone clans did not appear, which actually aroused suspicion and vigilance from the remaining tribes. The Flame Clan, Thunder Clan, and others have gradually closed their channels with the outside world, and their living space has also disappeared into the void. It is difficult to find anything other than their own clan. But for the Soul Clan, it's not difficult for the Void-swallowing flame. In front of everyone, Void-swallowing flame opened its mouth and spewed out a flame, hanging in front of it, twisting and changing, revealing several blurry faces. Soul Cang stood in the middle of the crowd, vaguely able to recognize the owners of the 2 faces. Hua Xian, Hua Ji. These 2 are the people he solved in the Heavenly Tomb. After a process of swallowing the void, several dots of light differentiated from the black flames, pointing towards a certain direction. That's enough. Seeing this scene, Void-swallowing flame turned his head to look at the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Soul Heavenly Emperor's expression was serious. Let's go. At the end of the sentence, a huge crack appeared out of thin air, and inside it was pitch black. Nothingness swallowing flame dragged the light into it first, followed closely by the Soul Heavenly Emperor, and others also walked inside one after another. Soul mixed in with the crowd. This action against the Flame Clan, the Soul Clan dare not be arrogant. The Flame Clan is considered a relatively aggressive clan, so the Soul Clan sent many elders and some excellent disciples. Don't be fooled by the fact that Soul Cang is now a fighting saint. At this level of combat, he is not suitable for showing off and is easily targeted and killed. Suddenly, Soul Cang furrowed his brow and felt a gaze sweep over him. He looked up and his heart sank. Soul Source Life. Why is he also puzzled by the Soul God? I heard that he was placed in confinement by the clan leader before. Soul Source Shang glanced at Soul Cang and turned his head back, entering the passage. After a period of speeding, the teams ahead gradually stopped. In front of everyone, a huge spatial barrier appeared, and within the semi-transparent barrier was a city that could not be seen at a glance. The Flame Realm has arrived. Void-swallowing flame said to the Soul Heavenly Emperor, I will swallow the entire Flame Realm first, and then you can break through the boundary wall. The Soul Heavenly Emperor nodded expressionlessly. Previously, the destruction of the Spirit and Stone clans was not noticed by other clans, and this method was also used. The body of the void-swallowing flame exploded into countless black flames, then flew out, constantly stretching and expanding, ultimately forming a huge flame hood. The second-ranked, Ihua, truly lives up to its reputation. Soul God sighed inwardly. Soon, the void-swallowing flame devoured the Flame Realm with its own abilities. In all of this, the Flame Clan within the Flame Realm seemed completely unaware. The flames revealed a passage, and the Soul Heavenly Emperor stepped into it, raised his hand and clenched his fist, slamming heavily onto the barrier of the Flame Realm. Boom! Powerful energy creates visible ripples on the barrier, causing a crack to appear. The Soul Heavenly Emperor stepped directly into it, and other Soul Clan elders followed suit. Keep pace with. Soul Jade shouted high and rushed inside. As Hun Cang stepped into the realm of the Yin clan, chaos had already begun to unfold. The moment the boundary was shattered, the Yin clan sensed something amiss. The clan leader and elders appeared, engaging in battle with the Hun Emperor and the elders of the Hun clan. Hun Emperor, do you dare lay a hand on my Yin clan? Do you truly believe we are so easily bullied? The Yin clan leader's face was ashen, his expression reflecting sheer fury. The Hun Emperor replied coolly, surrender the Tuo, Shigu Di Jade. The Yin clan leader scoffed, in your dreams. You, Hun clan, dare to intrude uninvited. I shall immediately summon the other clans to annihilate you. After declaring this, the Yin clan leader attempted to send a notification, only to realize that this realm had been entirely severed from communication. Observing the growing panic on the leader's face, the Hun Emperor stated indifferently, "Since you are unwilling to comply, I shall take matters into my own hands." With a thunderous roar, the Hun Emperor's formidable aura erupted, sending several weaker elders of the Yin clan hurtling backwards for thousands of meters. The Yin clan leader, unwilling to back down, unleashed his own power, his fighting spirit surging forth as he clashed with the Hun Emperor. The mere residual force of their confrontation shattered the surrounding space, leaving it in disarray. Witnessing this, some elders of the Hun clan instinctively distanced themselves from the two titans. Hun Cang withdrew his gaze and began searching for his own objective. In truth, such battles were beyond the reach of the younger generation like Hun Cang, who had little opportunity to intervene. Battles like these required swift resolutions. Hesitation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, most of them merely observed, absorbing combat experience and honing their skills against their peers. Hun Yu and others had already engaged in combat with several members of the Yin clan. After a moment of contemplation, Hun Cang swiftly darted toward the corner of the Yin clan city, having sensed the presence of an unusual flame in that direction. Along the way, he encountered several Yin clan members who attempted to strike, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Hun Cang. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Moreover, most of their cultivated techniques were fire-related, rendering them severely outmatched by Hun Cang. After a brief flight, Hun Cang spotted two battling parties. One was a Hun clan elder, while the other was a purple-clad elder from the Yin clan. The latter was surrounded by a swirling flame that resembled clouds and mist. Although the Hun elder was nearly equal in strength, he was wary of the opponent as fire and restrained his attacks, refraining from unleashing his full power. The fire cloud water flame ranked 16th. A smile crept across Hun Cang's face as he called out, "Elder, I am here to assist you," startled by the sudden voice. The purple-clad elder, Yao, relaxed upon seeing the young face and sensing that Hun Cang was merely a one-star Dou saint. "Just in time, since the old man cannot dispose of you quickly, I shall take my frustrations out on this little one." The Hun elder, upon recognizing Hun Cang, urgently warned Hun Cang, "Quickly retreat. It is dangerous here. I can handle this. Having come this far, I shall stay." Yao grinned menacingly, launching himself towards Hun Cang. The Hun elder rushed to intervene, knowing that he himself possessed 4-star Dou saint strength, and if Yao could stalemate him, then his power was certainly not below 4 stars. The Hun elder was concerned for Hun Cang's safety. However, the elder could not see the expression on Yao's face from behind. Sensing the rapidly approaching presence behind him, Yao suddenly halted, turning around with a cold smirk. "You've fallen for my trap." As he spoke, Yao gathered a powerful flame energy between his hands, the surrounding mist boiling violently. At this sight, the Hun elder's heart sank. The old adage worry leads to chaos rang true. Consumed by concern for Hun Cang, he had neglected to prepare for an attack. Now, faced with Yao's offensive, he found himself unable to muster the Dou Qi for defense. He could only brace himself for the impact. The Hun elder's heart sank as he readied himself for a brutal confrontation, a fleeting thought of blame crossing his mind. Had it not been for Hun Cang's meddling, he could have easily stalemated Yao. After a moment, the Hun elder suddenly noticed something amiss. Where was Yao's attack? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the peculiar flames surrounding Yao had been inexplicably suppressed. Gazing past Yao, the Hun elder saw Hun Cang, who appeared to be straining considerably. "Elder, strike swiftly," Hun Cang shouted. Harnessing the 6 seals of suppression, he managed to suppress the unusual flames. But the disparity in their strengths was too great for him to maintain it for long. The Hun elder snapped back to reality and immediately unleashed his strongest attack. Yao's face darkened, but he could do nothing but watch as the attack descended upon him. Chapter 173. The Destruction of the 8 Wastelands. Hun Yu's Fury. A colossal hand descended, enveloping Yao entirely, and the air filled with anguished wails. His mind was thrown into disarray, making it difficult to concentrate. Yao desperately sought to break free, but the fire cloud water flame was restrained by an overwhelming force, rendering him powerless. Deprived of the assistance of the unusual fire, Yao's strength diminished significantly. The Hun elder seized the opportunity, launching another powerful assault, and moments later, a deafening crash echoed through the air. Yao had fallen. Hun Cang was sent hurtling back several hundred meters, and, as the energy shockwave weakened, he returned to the source of the sound. Amidst the chaos, something resembling mist caught Hun Cang's eye. Unusual fire. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he quickly approached, summoning a seal with his hands. 6 seals of suppression seal. The unusual fire struggled a couple of times before ceasing its movements, allowing Hun Cang to consume it whole. Before long, the energy dissipated, revealing the Hun elder, who, upon seeing Hun Cang, smiled and said, "I did not expect you to possess such ability. Thank you for your assistance earlier." Hun Cang responded with a smile. "Elder, you are too kind." The Hun elder remarked, "I shall go deal with the others. Take care of yourself. The Yin clan elders are formidable. You should focus on the younger generation." Watching the elder depart, Hun Cang murmured, without the unusual fire in their possession, "I am a loss." Soon after, Hun Cang vanished once more. The Yin clan was in utter disarray. Those below the Dou Zun level had lost even the will to resist, merely standing by. Meanwhile, those with Dou Zun's strength fought fiercely against the Hun clan members. And when at a disadvantage, they unhesitatingly resorted to mutually assured destruction. Consequently, many from the Hun clan sustained injuries. As Hun Cang searched for the unusual fire, he encountered several crises involving Hun clan members, swiftly resolving each one. After an extensive search, Hun Cang furrowed his brow. 2 types of unusual fire resided with the Yin clan leader, while another was with an elder whose strength was at least a 6-star Dou Saint, making it impossible for him to approach. Left with no choice, Hun Cang could only observe the unfolding events, waiting for an opportunity. The Yin clan elder was enveloped in a veil of unusual fire. Any assault from the Hun clan would result in sounds of melting. The individual battling this elder was familiar to Hun Cang. It was Hun Yuansheng. Hun Yuansheng appeared to possess greater strength than the elder, maintaining the upper hand even with the assistance of the unusual fire, continuously pressuring the opponent. The overwhelming black Dou Qi rained down upon the Yin clan elder like a tempest, continually pressing against the elder's flaming veil. Yet, just as it seemed on the verge of destruction, it would revert to its original state. Furious, Hun Yuansheng exclaimed, "Is your Yin clan merely a bunch of turtles, only capable of defense?" The opposing Yin clan elder snorted, "Absurd. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the might of the 8 wasteland destruction flame." As soon as he finished speaking, the faint black flames surrounding him surged violently, spreading outward and engulfing half of the sky in an instant. The flames transformed into colossal wings, each flap unleashing a tempest of fire, imbued with a domineering essence and an overwhelming heat. "I must obtain it." A glimmer of determination shone in Hun Cang's eyes. The most formidable flame he currently possesses is the 8th-ranked Red Lotus demonic fire, which he has yet to bestow upon Xiao Yan due to certain unspeakable reasons. The elder of the Flame clan unfurled his fiery wings, unleashing a multitude of firestorms that encircled Soul Yuansheng. Observing that Soul Yuansheng did not evade, a flicker of anticipation graced the elder's lips. "Unless it is the purifying Lotus demon fire, nothing else will suffice." Soul Cang slightly shook his head, realizing that attempting to counter the elder of the Soul clan with his extraordinary fire was somewhat fanciful. In the next moment, as if to validate Soul Cang's words, Soul Yuansheng raised his hand and struck out, a mystical formation materializing from his palm. Originally no larger than a palm, it expanded rapidly in the wind, transforming into a colossal 100-foot structure that enveloped the elder of the Flame clan. The heavenly net demon sealing formation. Soul Yuansheng bellowed, channeling his fighting energy into the formation. At its center, a pitch-black pillar adorned with arcane runes surged forth, aiming directly at the elder of the Flame clan. "What is this?" The elder's countenance changed drastically, an unsettling sensation rising within him. Soul Yuansheng laughed heartily. "I have awaited the manifestation of your extraordinary fire for quite some time. Prepare to meet your demise." With a thunderous boom, the pillar engulfed the elder of the Flame clan, causing the faint black flames surrounding him to dim immediately. The elder's expression turned grim, as he sensed a peculiar force dismantling the power of his 8 desolations annihilation flame. "If you wish for my death, do not expect to fare well yourself." Without a moment's hesitation, the elder ignited his own life, force, and soul. In an instant, his aura surged once more, his fighting energy boiling over, along with the faint black flames flaring up. Defying the pillar's might, he appeared before Soul Yuansheng. "This is bad." A chill ran down Soul Yuansheng's spine as his expression shifted. Instinctively, he sought to retreat. At that moment, the elder had detonated himself, unleashing a torrent of energy, granting freedom to the 8 desolations annihilation flame, which erupted forth. Soul Yuansheng felt a violent impact against his chest, a flush of crimson spreading across his visage. In a critical moment, a mirror materialized before him, swallowing the overwhelming energy surge entirely. Soul Yuansheng swallowed back the blood that had risen in his throat, his gaze darkening as he fixed his eyes upon the 8 Desolations annihilation flame, coldly remarking, "Little one, do you dare to ambush me? Who grants you such audacity?" With a flick of his hand, the massive formation in the sky shifted direction, launching a beam toward the 8 Desolations annihilation flame. Seemingly aware of the beam's terror, the 8 Desolations annihilation flame rapidly coiled into a ball, preparing to flee into the distance. Soul Yuanqing pursued with fervor. "This 6th-ranked extraordinary fire is a precious treasure that cannot slip from my grasp." At that moment, 2 more elders from the Flame Clan stepped forward to obstruct the escape, forcing the 8 Desolations annihilation flame towards their clan leader. They understood that the current predicament of the Flame Clan was dire, and their hopes of reversal rested solely on the strength of their leader. With such a wealth of extraordinary fires, they naturally possessed means of mutual utilization. They speculated that perhaps with the assistance of the 8 Desolations annihilation flame, their leader could defeat the Soul Emperor and alleviate the crisis facing the Flame Clan. Kill! Soul Yuanqing's eyes glinted with crimson fury as he launched his assault. The 2 elders of the Flame Clan, undeterred, met his advance head-on, triggering another self-detonation. A ferocious explosion ensued, causing Soul Yuansheng to involuntarily spew forth blood. His aura diminished significantly. "You wish to impede me? Dream on." Wiping the blood from his lips, Soul Yuanqing's gaze shifted back to the 8 Desolations annihilation flame. Previously coerced to ascend, the flame now seemed to sense the presence of the void-devouring flame, bravely enduring the attacks of the 2 Flame Clan elders as it darted downward. Soul Yuanqing's lips curled into a cold smirk as he readied himself to pursue. At that moment, a figure burst into his line of sight, executing some unknown maneuver to capture the 8 Desolations annihilation flame and swallow it whole. "What?" Soul Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What sorcery is this? I have never witnessed such a thing. That is a 6th-ranked extraordinary fire, not mere beast flames." At that instant, the figure turned its head, revealing a grateful smile. "Soul Tsang." Upon recognizing the face, Soul Yuansheng's expression contorted into one of utter dismay, akin to having consumed excrement. The fruits of his fierce battle with the 3 Flame Clan elders had been snatched away by this wretched Soul Tsang. Unable to accept this reality, Soul Yuansheng plummeted, racing after Soul Tsang. Chapter 174. The implication of the void-devouring flame. Unwilling to engage with Soul Tsang, he made a decisive choice to charge towards the confrontation between the Soul Emperor and the leader of the Flame Clan. Soul Yuansheng followed closely, his figure flickering, each appearance covering vast distances. "How audacious to snatch extraordinary fire from my grasp. Today I shall slay you." Soul Yuanqing's expression was one of clenched teeth and seething wrath. Though there was no evidence linking Soul Tsang to Soul Li's demise, he firmly believed that Soul Tsang was undoubtedly involved. Before long, Soul Tsang felt the chilling aura approaching from behind. Turning, he was met with Soul Yuanqing's icy visage, his palm brimming with surging fighting energy, an ominous aura emanating from within. Soul Tsang glanced hastily at the sky, witnessing the Soul Emperor locked in combat with the leader of the Flame Clan, seemingly oblivious to the happenings here. But where is the void-devouring flame? A sense of urgency flickered within Soul Tsang. At that moment, Soul Yuanqing's mocking laughter echoed in Soul Tsang's ears. The opponent was readying to strike. Sensing this, Soul Tsang inhaled deeply, a spark igniting in his eyes. Fire Spirit 3rd Transformation. In an instant, Soul Tsang activated the 3rd transformation, the anguished wails of the Fire Spirit reverberating in his mind as his aura began to swell. 2-star Dou Saint, 3-star Dou Saint, 4-star Dou Saint. Just as he reached the threshold of the 4-star rank, a sensation akin to his body being torn asunder gripped him. But a wave of coolness surged within him, alleviating the pain. Not enough. Gritting his teeth, Soul Tsang absorbed the last of his energy. Boom! 5-star Dou Saint. Soul Tsang's eyes turned bloodshot, his breathing labored, an uncontrollable torrent of fighting energy spilling forth from his body. His secret technique could elevate to such heights? Soul Yuansheng was taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. This boy cannot be spared. In the next moment, the fighting energy in his palm surged towards Soul Tsang. The black fighting energy shot forth like a beam, shattering the space in its wake, bearing the momentum to obliterate all that stood before it, crashing towards Soul Tsang. Huh! Flames erupted from Soul Tsang's arms, roaring forth, intertwining and transforming into an arrow that collided with Soul Yuanqing's assault. Boom! A tangible ripple of energy emanated from the point of impact, radiating outward. Soul Yuanqing's strength proved superior, and his assault intensified, the black beams swiftly breaching Soul Song's defenses. Pressing down upon him, Soul Song was hurled backward for several hundred meters. Upon stabilizing his stance, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With your secret technique, you must have slain the others from the various clans within the Heavenly Tomb, correct? And you also killed Soul Li and Soul Ya, did you not? Soul Yuanqing stated coldly. In response, Soul Song replied, I know not of what you speak. Such admissions were out of the question, should word spread. Not only would he face scrutiny within his clan, but he would also invite the wrath of the Thunder Clan and the Medicine Clan. Soul Yuanqing scoffed. Do you think you can feign ignorance before me? Have I lived for all these years in vain? Soul Song maintained a calm demeanor, retorting, you old fool, relying on your seniority to act against me. Who knows if this is not merely your pretext? At this, he shifted his tone, declaring, you wait. Once I return to my clan, I shall certainly report to Elder Soul Shuzi. You still wish to return alive? The murderous intent in Soul Yuanqing's eyes surged as he lunged once more at Soul Song. 5 wheels of leaving fire formation. 5 fire spirits erupted from within Soul Song, swiftly intertwining to form a formation. The grand array ascended into the sky, expanding to 100-foot size, and then projected a beam of flame, several meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, the air ignited and the space distorted, as if attempting to set ablaze the very heavens. Soul Yuanqing halted momentarily, retreating a distance. This boy's flames are even more peculiar than extraordinary fire. Rashness would be ill-advised. In the next moment, the formation within his palm once again materialized, resembling the one he had previously employed against the elder of the Flame Clan. Boom! The fiery beam collided with the black beam, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. After a brief interval, the fiery beam began to show signs of disintegration as it was eroded by the incantations within the black beam. Its potency diminished accordingly. Observing this scene, Soul Origin's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. This formation was crafted by the Void Devourer of Flames, capable of even separating and suppressing the power of foreign flames. Soul Song swiftly formed seals with his hands, creating a flurry of afterimages. In an instant, he halted, thrusting his hands forward, causing a mark to rise. The 6 seals of annihilation. Assimilate. As the fiery beam merged with the mark, it trembled slightly, and the signs of disintegration ceased. In the next moment, the flames, once a riot of colors, transformed into a singular hue. The 6 seals of annihilation were a combat technique intrinsic to the annihilation art, comprising 6 types: seal, suppress, control, divide, assimilate, and divine. The assimilate seal could only be executed at the Saint of Combat realm. This was Soul Song's first attempt, and he distinctly felt that as the mark embedded itself, the flames fundamentally transformed, becoming a true unity. You are within me, I am within you, without any repulsion. In an instant, the power within the flames surged, scattering the black beam and even sending the grand formation summoned by Soul Origin flying. How could this be? Soul Origin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a formation specifically designed to counter flames. How could it be overcome by flames? Meanwhile, Soul Song was gasping for breath, the 5th seal demanding immense energy. Even with his ascension to the Saint of Combat, maintaining it for an extended duration was still a challenge. In the distance, Soul Origin observed Soul Song's condition, gritting his teeth and charging forth once more, seemingly intent on eliminating him. An anger surged within Soul Song, who was about to retaliate when suddenly his movements froze and the energy within him settled. A figure abruptly materialized between Soul Song and Soul Origin, the Elder of the Void. Soul Origin halted, his expression filled with confusion and disbelief as he gazed upon the newcomer. The Void Devourer of Flames spoke indifferently. The Emperor of Souls has decreed, you cannot harm Soul Song. Soul Origin's chest heaved as he suppressed his emotions and inquired, why? The Void Devourer of Flames replied coolly, you may ask him yourself. Hearing this, Soul Origin cast a reluctant glance at Soul Song before turning to depart. With the Void Devourer present, it was impossible for him to eliminate Soul Song. Why would the clan leader protect him? Soul Origin found this difficult to comprehend. Meanwhile, the Void Devourer of Flames turned and asked, why do you seek to collect foreign flames? Soul Song hesitated briefly before responding, to grow stronger. To grow stronger using foreign flames? Will you not also set your sights on me in the future? The Void Devourer inquired. Soul Song immediately replied, Elder Void, you jest. You are the second most powerful foreign flame in existence and a top-tier powerhouse of the Soul Clan. Even if I had the audacity, I would lack the capability. Would I not? Before the void devourer of flames, Soul Tsang maintained a posture of utmost humility. He had anticipated such a scenario since he decided to seize the foreign flames from the Flame Clan. The void devourer fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, "Seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Only then may you rise." With that, the void devourer cast a glance in a particular direction before vanishing. Him, Soul Tsang followed the gaze of the void devourer and beheld a young man. Clad in a black robe, he bore a stern countenance, his eyes as dark as a bottomless abyss. The young clan leader of the Soul Clan. Relevant information flashed through Soul Tsang's mind, and his lips curled slightly in disdain. The void devourer had underestimated the situation. He was unaware that Soul Tsang's aim was never to usurp the position of the Emperor of Souls, but to directly suppress him. Only by addressing the issue at its root could the sacrificial practices of the Soul Clan be eradicated. Thus, whether to kill the young clan leader or not held little significance for Soul Tsang. Just a little longer, the pure Lotus Demon Fire is about to emerge. Once I acquire it, my strength will render even the Emperor of Souls wary. Soul Tsang plotted within. Chapter 175, Soul Jade. I specifically came to find you. Upon releasing the Fire Spirit's third transformation, Soul Tsang's strength plummeted, accompanied by a sensation of weakness and tearing pain. What a burden! Fortunately, my body has been continuously tempered by the Fire Spirit. Otherwise, even achieving the 3-star Saint of Combat would likely be my limit, Soul Tsang mused. He then surveyed his surroundings, taking flight toward the distance. In his current state, should he attract the attention of a stronger elder from the Flame Clan, he could find himself in peril, although the void devourer of flames might be watching him from the shadows. Entrusting his life to another was not something Soul Tsang was accustomed to. On another front, the young clan leader of the Soul Clan, Soul Wind, was engaged in a fierce battle against an opponent of considerable strength, who also happened to be the young clan leader of the Flame Clan. The two had been locked in a stalemate for some time, with Soul Wind currently gaining the upper hand. It would not be long before he subdued his adversary. However, Soul Wind's focus wavered. The earlier confrontation between Soul Origin and Soul Tsang had unfolded right beside him, making it nearly impossible to overlook. How could he contend with Soul Origin using secret techniques? Soul Wind pondered, finding it hard to fathom. Within the Soul Clan, Soul Origin's prowess ranked among the upper echelons. In contrast, how old could Soul Tsang be? He had only recently been a combat-honored one, yet after his ascension to the Saint of Combat, combined with secret techniques, he managed to reach such formidable heights. Are you worried about Soul Tsang? At that moment, the young clan leader of the Flame Clan suddenly spoke. Soul Wind turned to him, scoffing. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a young clan leader. How could I fear a mere illegitimate child? The young clan leader of the Flame Clan remarked. Regardless, Soul Tsang carries the blood of your clan leader within him, while your position as young clan leader is merely a result of your father's status as an elder. Soul Wind seethed. Silence. You are not even one of us. What do you understand? Witnessing his agitation, the young clan leader of the Flame Clan's eyes glimmered with interest. You are anxious because I've struck a chord, aren't you? Soul Wind fell silent. In truth, the other was not entirely incorrect. He was indeed a descendant of Elder Soul Yuan Tian of the Soul Clan. The young clan leader of the Flame Clan continued. With Soul Tsang's strength, it won't be long before he surpasses you. By then, your position will certainly be in jeopardy. Soul Wind shot him a cold glance. Worry not. Before my position is threatened, you will already be dead. The young clan leader of the Flame Clan smiled lightly. Let's make a deal. Soul Wind paused. Interesting. What do you have to offer? The young clan leader of the Flame Clan proposed. I will help you eliminate Soul Tsang. You will secretly escort me out of the Flame Clan. Rest assured, I merely wish to preserve some of the Flame Clan's bloodline. Soul Wind laughed derisively. You think you can eliminate him when even Soul Origin cannot? Setting aside Soul Tsang's own formidable strength, the protection of the Void Devourer alone was enough to ensure Soul Tsang's safety. The young clan leader of the Flame Clan spoke solemnly. It is all in the execution. If you agree, I will devise a plan, and we must act swiftly. Once Soul Tsang's secret technique concludes, I will have no opportunity left. Soul Wind hesitated for a moment before asking, do you truly have confidence? The young clan leader of the Flame Clan nodded. It is worth a shot. After a moment of silence, Soul Wind slowly stated, tell me your plan. If it succeeds, I may assist you in preserving a fragment of the Flame Clan's bloodline. The two then eased their offensive tempo, retreating to a safer position. Soul Tsang's tense heart finally relaxed. The passage to the flame realm had been entirely sealed, unless one could breach the barrier of the void devourer of flames. No one in the flame realm could escape. However, the Flame Clan's powerful members were all constrained by the Emperor of Souls and the elders of the Soul Clan. Just as Soul Song had settled for a moment, he heard a voice approach. It was Soul Jade. Why are you just standing here? Go break those protective barriers. Anything you seize within will be yours. Soul Jade's eyes sparkled with a smile. Soul Song waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. Soul Jade frowned. Do you not wish to enhance your strength? All our gains can be exchanged for items upon returning to the clan. As long as the value is high enough, anything can be traded. Have you forgotten? Soul Song instinctively wished to refuse, for there were few things capable of attracting him within the Soul Clan, with nothing but the void-devouring flame being a notable exception. However, how could the Soul Emperor possibly present the void-devouring flame for him to consume? Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. At that moment, Soul Song suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. If all went according to plan, once the Flame Clan's leader was dealt with by the Soul Emperor, the extraordinary fire on his person would undoubtedly belong to the Soul Clan in the end. Soul Song had not yet descended into madness to the point of attempting to seize the extraordinary fire from the hands of the Soul Emperor. Noticing Soul Song's hesitation, Soul Yu spoke once more. Let us depart. I have discovered an intriguing location. The defenses there are somewhat formidable. And in light of our previous collaboration in the Wild Mountain Range, I specifically sought you out. Soul Song inquired, where is it located? Soul Yu gestured with his hand, indicating that it lay to the northwest of the Flame Clan city, a considerable distance from the core battlefield. It seemed rather fortuitous, Soul Song mused internally. Yet he nodded and replied, then let us proceed. We shall split the spoils evenly. Soul Yu chuckled, no problem. With that, he eagerly darted in the indicated direction, prompting Soul Song to hastily follow suit. Along the way, Soul Song asked what they might encounter inside, to which Soul Yu shared his speculations, summarizing that it could be a technique or combat skill of some sort. Upon hearing this, Soul Song felt a stir of interest. Most of the Flame Clan's combat skills were fire-related, and should he find one suitable for himself, he could indeed retain a few copies. Before long, the two arrived at the designated location, where dozens of Flame Clan disciples charged forth, clad in armor and wielding weapons, their demeanor fierce and aggressive. Stand Azide, Soul Yu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of combat energy. He was at the Dou Saint realm, while those Flame Clan disciples were merely at the Dou Zun level. They were not on the same scale. Observing this, Soul Song refrained from intervening. After a series of anguished cries, the two descended, surveying their surroundings. But no elders from the Flame Clan were in sight. Soul Yu took the lead, navigating several turns before coming to a halt in front of a 3-story pavilion. As they approached, a barrier arose from the ground, shimmering with radiant light, truly remarkable. Seeing this, Soul Song finally relaxed, realizing the other had not lied. Turning to Soul Yu, he smiled. Impressive, you have truly unearthed a place such as this. Soul Yu replied, it is all a matter of experience. He surveyed the area before addressing Soul Song. Let us combine our efforts and strive to break this barrier swiftly. Soul Song nodded agreed. Subsequently, Soul Yu positioned himself opposite Soul Song at the rear of the pavilion. Sensing Soul Yu's rising aura, Hun Cang focused intently, flames surging from within him and coalescing in his hands. Now, Soul Yu's shout rang out. In the next moment, Soul Song thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy towards the barrier before them. Just then, behind Soul Song, ripples appeared in the void, revealing the figure of the Flame Clan's young clan leader. Glaring at Soul Song's back, the young leader's combat energy surged, roaring like a rushing river, gathering intensity as it surged towards Soul Song. At that moment, Soul Song sensed an anomaly behind him. His expression shifted dramatically, but his combat energy was already depleted, leaving him unable to shift his stance in time. Soul Song barely managed to tilt his body to the side, yet the energy from behind struck him, sending him crashing into the nearby structure. He broke through several walls before finally coming to a halt, surrounded by a cloud of dust that obscured his figure. Surely this worked? The Flame Clan's young leader, drenched in sweat, gazed towards the ruins and waved his hand, dispersing the dust with his combat energy. Amidst the remnants, there was no sign of Soul Song. However, traces of blood were visible along the path. A faint smile of relief crossed the young leader's lips. Having taken my full-force ambush without any defenses, he must be finished. Chapter 176. Seizing the Jade. I want it now. A figure descended from the sky, landing beside the Flame Clan's young leader. Soul Fong regarded him. How did it go? Was it successful? The young leader pointed towards the ruins, stating he was struck inside. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "It should be fine." He was focused on attacking the barrier when I struck, and he had no time to defend. No defense? A faint smile crept across Sol Feng's face. He was well aware of the young leader's capabilities, having engaged in combat with him before. Even if he were to forego all defenses and take a hit, he would undoubtedly be grievously injured, let alone that Sol Tsang had previously overexerted himself using secret techniques, leaving him in a significantly weakened state. At that moment, the young leader stated, "I have fulfilled my promise to you. Shouldn't you now uphold yours?" Sol Feng remained silent. Footsteps echoed from behind the pavilion as Sol Yu emerged from the opposite side. "Young leader," Sol Yu saluted. Sol Feng nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on the Flame Clan's young leader. "Are you reconsidering?" The young leader's expression shifted drastically as he stood between the two. Sol Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly commanded attack. With that, he launched the first assault. Following closely behind him, Sol Yu also initiated his attack. The young leader possessed the strength of a mid-level 2-star Dou Saint, nearly on par with Sol Feng. Were they to face off one-on-one, he could hold his ground for a time. However, with Sol Yu at his back, who was also a Dou Saint, albeit a 1-star, his attacks could not be overlooked. The young leader managed to fend off Sol Feng's assault, but was forced to take Sol Yu's strike head-on, resulting in a spurt of blood. The young leader attempted to break free from this predicament. Yet the location he had chosen had never drawn the attention of the Flame Clan elders, and now, entangled with the two, escape was impossible. "You despicable scoundrels." The young leader glared at Sol Feng. Sol Feng replied nonchalantly, "Isn't deception a common practice? Moreover, your clan is on the brink of annihilation. What purpose does your survival serve?" With that, he turned his gaze past the young leader to Sol Yu, instructing, "Go all out." "Yes, young leader." Sol Yu responded, his combat energy surging violently. The young leader's face turned ashen, his eyes gradually losing their light. After sustaining several injuries, he threw his head back and roared, his surrounding combat energy surging. Sol Feng's eyes gleamed, and he shouted, "He intends to self-destruct. Stop him." Sol Yu remained silent, but unleashed a series of chains, forming a hooked lock that ensnared the young leader. After a tense standoff, a deafening explosion marked the fall of the young leader. Simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed through the sky as the Flame Clan's leader was subdued by the Soul Emperor. In an instant, the Flame Clan's forces nearly abandoned all resistance. Sol Feng and Sol Yu exchanged glances, recalling something, and swiftly descended into the ruins. After a thorough search, they met, their expressions grave. Sol Feng asked, "Did you find him?" Sol Yu, his face darkened, shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, Sol Feng queried, "Is it possible he was obliterated, reduced to dust?" Sol Yu contemplated and replied, "The young leader's physique is exceptionally resilient. In such a case, I believe only the elders could achieve that." Sol Feng, incensed, exclaimed, "Damn it, he actually survived. I should have confirmed Sol Tsang's fate before dealing with that fellow." Sol Yu offered a wry smile. There was no other choice. The young leader was formidable, and to subdue him quickly, they had to strike while his power was still recovering and his state was most relaxed. Moreover, under different circumstances, the young leader would not have allowed himself to be encircled by them. Collecting his thoughts, Sol Yu remarked, "Young leader, if Sol Tsang has not perished, he will certainly suspect me, and I fear I may be in danger." Sol Feng regarded him calmly. "No matter. From now on, stay by my side. I refuse to believe that a mere illegitimate son dares to challenge me." "Thank you, young leader." Sol Yu sighed in relief. The two then soared towards the heart of the Flame Clan city, where the battle had concluded, and the Soul Emperor, along with the clan elders, had begun to take control. On the other side, with a disheveled appearance, the soul known as Tsang fell from the void, half of his clothing missing, revealing a body that shimmered like glass, radiant yet marred by fine cracks. This sight bore a striking resemblance to the moment when Tsang returned to the Soul Clan and confronted Sol Li. The furrow in Tsang's brow gradually relaxed. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough. Had it been any weaker, he might have been obliterated on the spot. It was unexpected for him to be deceived by Sol Yu, as the circumstances surrounding Sol Li were not a secret within the Soul Clan. Although he had not openly acknowledged it, Sol Yu must have been aware. Under such circumstances, how daring it was for him to conspire with others against his own. Taking a deep breath, Tsang felt the surrounding energy of the fighting spirit flow into him, mending his wounds. At that moment, a black flame materialized, transforming into a familiar figure. Su Wutian glanced over and asked, "So, what do you think? Was I wrong?" Tsang regarded him. "Elder Su, what exactly do you mean? You may speak plainly, but let it be known that I shall never lay a hand on anyone from the Soul Clan." Su Wutian studied Tsang for 2 seconds, shook his head slightly, said nothing, and exploded into mist, vanishing from sight. Song furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Is this an attempt to sow discord? Or something else?" He was well aware that Su Wutian did not wholeheartedly support Soul Tiandi. He had witnessed the unfolding narrative. Yet now Su Wutian sought him out, attempting to incite him against Soul Foam. What was the true intention behind this? After pondering for a moment and finding no clarity, Song decided to cease his contemplation. He would never admit to attacking those from the Soul clan in front of anyone. Having ascended to the realm of Dou King, he had already aroused the wariness of certain individuals within the clan. Until he possessed sufficient strength to counterbalance them, he could not afford to provide them with any openings. Gathering his thoughts, Song resolved to remain in place, awaiting the clarity of Soul, Tiandi, and others. After all, rushing over now would yield him no benefits, and the unusual fire would not fall into his hands. Moreover, his current state was far from optimal. Time passed, and with the assistance of the fire spirit, Song had recovered significantly from his injuries. Just then, a notification arrived stating that the battle with the Yin clan had ended and everyone could return to the Soul clan. As for the Yin clan, their fate would be to be imprisoned and become blood slaves of the Soul clan. Following the instructions, Song successfully returned to the Soul clan with the main force. He immediately prepared to seek out Soul Shuzi. At that moment, someone intercepted him, informing Song that the clan leader requested his presence in the Great Hall. Song paused for a moment before proceeding toward the hall. In the familiar position, Soul Tiandi stood above, his gaze lowered. Upon seeing Song enter, he said, "Hand over the Tuo Shi ancient emperor jade from the Xiao clan that you possess." Song's eyes flickered with confusion. "Father, did you not say to wait until the other jades were gathered?" Soul Tiandi shot him a glance. "I desire it now. You will give it to me, or do you wish to refuse?" A terrifying aura emanated from Soul Tiandi, pressing down on Song. Instantly, beads of sweat appeared on Song's forehead, and flames surged around his body. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to relinquish the jade. Seizing it, Soul Tiandi glanced at it, confirming it was indeed the Tuo Shi ancient emperor jade, and gestured for him to leave. Song turned and took a couple of steps before pivoting back to Soul Tiandi, bowing respectfully. "Father, may I be granted the unusual fire as a reward?" Soul Tiandi replied nonchalantly, "No. That is the spoils of war from this battle with the Yin clan, and I cannot distribute it at will." Song clenched his fist and departed. Shortly after he left, Su Wutian's figure materialized within the Great Hall. Chapter 177, Under House Arrest. Soul Tiandi regarded Su Wutian with a slight nod, then waved his hand, sending forth several streaks of light that suspended in the void. These streaks were fragments of various jades, totaling 5 pieces. The Tuo Shi ancient emperor jades of the Soul, Xiao, Ling, Shi, and Yin clans. Soul Tiandi stated, "These are entrusted to you." Su Wutian nodded, his gaze fixed on the 5 pieces of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor jade. He intended to use these fragments to deduce the location of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave. This had been a prior agreement between Su Wutian and Soul Tiandi. Both were pinnacle powerhouses, and there was no reason for them to be outmaneuvered by a junior. The 5 fragments began to shift positions as Su Wutian's power enveloped them, and he closed his eyes. Within the hall, silence reigned, with Soul Tiandi observing nearby. He could sense a surge of energy traversing the jade pieces. After a period, the 5 fragments fell silent once more. Soul Tiandi inquired, "What have you discerned?" Su Wutian shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. "The clues are insufficient. I cannot pinpoint the location accurately." Soul Tiandi displayed disappointment, saying, "First, extract the bloodline power of the Yin clan, and take some time to recuperate. Aim to seize the piece of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor jade from the Lei clan." Su Wutian noted, "Understood. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Soul Tiandi inclined his head slightly. Once Su Wutian departed, he summoned someone, issued a few commands, and the individual left with a puzzled expression. Once the Lei clan was subdued, there would be no ancient clan left for him to fear. Soul Tiandi gazed into the void, murmuring, "This time, no one can obstruct my path to becoming an emperor." Meanwhile, when Soul Tiandi suddenly demanded the Tuo Shi ancient emperor jade, Song felt a surge of panic. Just moments ago, Soul Tiandi had instructed him to safeguard it. Why, in the blink of an eye, did he demand its surrender? Song hesitated, considering the possibility that Soul Tiandi might press him for the location of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave. Fortunately, this scenario did not materialize. Nonetheless, it served as a stark warning to Song. Soul Tiandi was growing anxious. With the destruction of the Yin clan, only the Soul clan, Ancient clan, and Medicine clan remained among the ancient 8 clans. The Medicine Clan was not particularly strong. In fact, they posed little resistance against the Soul Clan, and it might be even easier to eliminate them than it had been with the Yin Clan. Thus, if the Lei Clan were to be annihilated once more, the Ancient Clan would be in peril. If Tsang's intuition served him right, the next target would surely be the Lei Clan. A heaviness settled in Tsang's heart. He did not desire such a fate for them. At least, before he had fully matured, he could not allow the Lei Clan to perish. Otherwise, the Ancient Clan would be left defenseless, unable to withstand the might of the Soul Clan. With this in mind, Tsang prepared to communicate with Xiao Yan, ensuring that some information was relayed. If the Lei Clan remained oblivious to the impending threat from the Soul Clan, the Ancient Clan must rush to their aid. Upon reaching the entrance to the passage leading to the outside world, Tsang was intercepted. I apologize, young Master Tsang, but the clan leader has decreed that you are not to leave the Soul Realm for the time being. A guard extended his hand to block Tsang's path. Tsang looked at him. The clan leader's command? The guard nodded. Tsang contemplated for a moment and asked again, "Is this order solely directed at me?" The guard replied, "I am unsure, young Master Tsang." Tsang fell silent for a brief moment, then said, "What if I insist on leaving? Do you believe you can stop me?" The guard remained silent. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from above and behind the guard. "Tsang, you may give it a try. I eagerly await your attempt." Soul Yuansheng wore a cold smile, his head slightly bowed, eyes glinting with provocation. He did not believe Tsang would dare to act. Of course, Soul Yuansheng preferred that Tsang take action. This way, he could swiftly eliminate him without reproach from the clan leader. The guard stepped back, his gaze filled with wary scrutiny of Tsang. Emotionless, Tsang took a step back, then turned as if preparing to leave. The guard exhaled, relieved. In the air, Soul Yuansheng felt a twinge of disappointment that Tsang had not acted. Then, as Soul Yuansheng shifted his gaze elsewhere, Tsang suddenly turned back. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently as Tsang's figure shot upward, arriving before Soul Yuansheng in an instant. Soul Yuansheng looked at Tsang in astonishment. "Here's a little red flower for you." A cold smirk played at the corners of Hun Cang's lips as he spread his hands open before his chest, revealing a flower of flames that slowly began to blossom. As the petals unfurled, a perilous aura seeped forth from within. A torrent of fighting spirit surged from Hun Yuan's body, coalescing into a robust shield. Boom! Hun Cang swiftly distanced himself from Hun Yuan, uttering a single word. The fiery flower quivered violently several times before erupting entirely. A figure was sent hurtling several hundred meters away. Simultaneously, a multitude of barriers ascended to withstand the energy shockwave. Many elders of the Huns were stirred, rising into the air to discern the cause of the commotion. "You wildling, today I shall slay you," Hun Yuan bellowed, his figure flickering as he moved with the speed of thunder towards Hun Cang. In stark contrast, Hun Cang neither dodged nor evaded, slowly closing his eyes. Just as Hun Yuan was about to collide with him, the void before him distorted, causing Hun Yuan to abruptly halt, his energy dissipating. Hun Cang opened his eyes, gazing at the figure that had appeared beside him. The Emperor of the Huns flashed a glimmer of anger in his eyes. "Why did you attack the Elder?" Hun Cang replied coolly, "Elder Hun Yuan has forbidden my departure from the spirit realm. I suspect he is misrepresenting the Patriarch's intentions against me." The Emperor's expression faltered. "It is my directive. Soon, the Huns will take action against the Lei clan. Your strength is commendable, and we shall have use for you. So remain within the Hun clan for now." "Understood," Hun Cang replied respectfully. The Emperor expressed concern for Hun Yuan briefly before vanishing. "Just wait." Hun Yuan glared furiously at Hun Cang, realizing that the Patriarch's intervention clearly thwarted his intentions to strike. Thus, Hun Yuan understood that he would have no opportunity to harm Hun Cang today. It was a bitter defeat, especially before so many elders. Hun Cang cast a cold glance at Hun Yuan's departing figure before returning home. Upon entering his dwelling, his expression darkened significantly, revealing his displeasure. He had been placed under house arrest. Hun Cang was somewhat taken aback, as he could not fathom the Emperor's reasoning for such punishment. Although he had just irritated Hun Yuan, Hun Cang still found it difficult to feel any joy. Since it was the Emperor's will, he knew he could not leave the Han clan. During this period, he could accomplish nothing, not even transform the 4 types of strange flames within him into greater power. Besides the 2 types of strange flames he had acquired in the Tomb of Heaven, Hun Cang had also obtained 2 more within the Flame Clan. However, the enhancement from these flames paled in comparison to that of the system's fire spirit. In the ensuing days, Hun Cang remained at home, refraining from leaving, and diligently practiced in solitude. During this time, he encountered Wuhefa several times, who could traverse the spirit realm freely. Hun Cang entrusted Wuhefa with a few messages, primarily to assure his family that he was well and to not worry. He was cautious not to divulge any critical information. As time passed, Hun Cang consumed the strange flames within him and transformed them into power, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the 3-star Dou Sage. With the impending attack on the Lei clan drawing nearer, Hun Cang suddenly received a summons from the emperor. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he found not only the emperor, but also a somewhat familiar figure, the young clan leader of the Huns, Hun Feng, who had previously plotted against him in the Flame clan. After greeting the emperor, Hun Cang inquired, "Patriarch, what is the purpose of your summons?" The emperor responded, "Elder Xiuhuan has informed me that you possess considerable knowledge regarding strange flames. Soon, the pure lotus demon fire will emerge, and you shall accompany Hun Feng to retrieve it." Chapter 178. An unexpected invitation from Hun Feng. Not long ago, while the emperor's spirit wandered beyond, he fortuitously discovered a disturbance. Subsequently, he consulted Xiuhuan, who confirmed that it was the aura of the pure lotus demon fire. Every 1,000 years, the pure lotus demon fire manifests once. As the third-ranked strange flame, its formidable nature is self-evident. If the Huns could obtain it, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength. The emperor immediately instructed his kin to prepare, deeming it inappropriate for him to make an appearance in this matter. Although the emperor's involvement would significantly enhance the chances of acquiring the strange flame, it would also draw the attention of ancient clans, particularly since the Flame clan had been absent for some time. During this sensitive period, the emperor preferred to avoid any potential missteps. Thus, he arranged for the hallmaster of the Huns to lead the expedition. However, the elders proposed that Hun Feng also participate. The emperor showed no resistance to this. As long as he remained in power, he would always be the clan leader. The actions of the young clan leader mattered little in comparison. Yet, the emperor was taken aback when Hun Feng explicitly stated his desire for Hun Cang to join, citing Hun Cang's strong command over flames as a potential asset. Undoubtedly, this suggestion was met with the emperor's immediate objection. After all, Hun Cang possessed knowledge of the location of the ancient Emperor Tuashi's cave until the emperor secured it. Hun Cang could not be allowed to encounter any dangers. Ultimately, unable to resist Hun Feng's insistence to the elders, the emperor reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment in the Grand Hall, upon learning of the emperor's summons, Hun Cang's facial muscles twitched slightly. It was not for any other reason, but purely out of excitement, which he struggled to contain, resulting in a slight distortion of his features. The emperor gazed at Hun Cang and asked, "Are you unwilling to go?" "How could that be?" Hun Cang quickly replied, "Patriarch, I am eager to contribute my strength to the Hun clan." Nearby, Hun Feng let out a subtle sigh of relief, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The emperor inwardly sighed. "Very well, you shall communicate with Hun Feng and follow his arrangements." Exiting the Grand Hall, Hun Cang remained somewhat dazed. How could the emperor permit him to venture out? Just then, Hun Feng, walking ahead, abruptly halted, turned, and smiled at Hun Cang. "Are you curious why the patriarch would allow you to accompany us?" Hun Cang regarded him. Hun Feng continued, "It was my suggestion. Hun Cang, if you are willing to support me in the future, upon the completion of this mission, I will request the patriarch to lift your house arrest. What do you say?" "You?" Hun Cang shot him a glance, thinking to himself that this young man was rather presumptuous, completely unaware of the true reason behind the emperor's imposition of house arrest on him. After a moment of silence, seeing that Hun Cang offered no response, Hun Feng's expression turned somewhat cold. "Hun Cang, what is your stance?" After pondering briefly, Hun Cang replied, "Young clan leader, you jest. As a member of the Hun clan, my loyalty lies with the clan." "The Hun clan? Do you refer to the emperor?" Hun Feng lowered his voice, candidly stating, "To be frank, if it weren't for my connections, you wouldn't even have the chance to participate in this expedition for the pure lotus demon fire." Hearing this, Hun Cang was taken aback. Such flattery could only stem from ulterior motives. His rapport with Hun Feng was not nearly close enough for such overtures. In fact, he still harbored a grudge regarding the previous incident in the Flame clan, and the only reason he had not sought revenge was that he had not yet found the right opportunity. Hun Cang contemplated for a moment and asked, "Why do you want to bring me along, young clan leader?" Hun Feng let out a couple of cold laughs, but did not answer, instead changing the subject. "I will give you 2 days to consider." With that, Hun Feng strode away. Hun Cang returned to his dwelling, his brow slightly furrowed as he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Regarding the matter with Hanya and Huanli, although he had no substantial evidence, Huanyu would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Moreover, since the incident in the Flame clan, Huanyu had not shown himself before Hun Cang, clearly wary of him. if he were to partake in this expedition for the pure lotus demon fire. It was likely that Xu Huan would not accompany him. Thus, considering Hun Feng's repeated inquiries, it seemed to be a veiled hint. If Hun Cang refused to yield and become Hun Feng's subordinate, he might face treachery during the expedition for the pure lotus demon fire. Hun Cang understood that harboring malicious speculations about others was rather impolite, yet under the current circumstances, he could not fathom Hun Feng's sudden kindness towards him. In truth, Hun Cang had misjudged the situation. The pure lotus demon fire, as the third-rank strange flame, was immensely powerful, manifesting once every 1,000 years. The fact that it had not been subdued for so long spoke volumes of its formidable nature. Thus, even for Hun Feng, this operation was fraught with peril, far from the opportunity that Hun Cang envisioned in his heart. Meanwhile, upon returning to his domain, Hun Feng was soon visited by Hun Yu. Raising his hand, Hun Yu bowed. "I pay my respects to the young clan leader." Hun Feng inclined his head slightly. Hun Yu stood upright and inquired, "Young clan leader, has Hun Cang agreed to participate in the pure lotus demon fire operation?" Hun Feng replied, "He readily consented, but I demanded his submission, which he is reluctant to offer." Hun Yu immediately exclaimed, "Hun Cang truly lacks awareness of his own limitations." Hun Feng snorted, "It matters not. When he confronts the pure lotus demon fire, he will surely comprehend that without a formidable backing, even achieving the rank of Dou King will not shield him from constant peril." Hun Yu chuckled. "What the young clan leader says is indeed true. Allow me to extend my congratulations to you." Hun Feng looked at him, puzzled. "Congratulations for what?" Hun Yu responded, "With the young clan leader personally taking charge this time, you are certain to reclaim the pure lotus demon fire. Who does not recognize the immense value of such a third-ranked, extraordinary flame? At that point, your position as young clan leader will be unassailable." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Hun Feng's eyes, and he nodded with a smile. Although he had the support of the elders and possessed a divine bloodline of the highest caliber, the Hun clan differed from other ancient races in its over-reliance on competition. Without sufficient achievements, one could easily be surpassed, leading to a reversal of status for bloodlines that were considered exceptionally precious among other races. The Hun clan had methods of conversion. In other words, if Hun Cang performed exceptionally well and garnered the approval of the majority of the elders, he too could attain a divine bloodline and become a candidate for the future clan leader, particularly given Hun Cang's status as the son of the current clan leader, Hun Tiandi. At this moment, Hun Yu stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Young clan leader, have you made adequate preparations? Hun Cang's power is substantial and his growth rapid. If he cannot be turned to our side, he must not be allowed to return." As he spoke, Hun Yu mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Hun Feng nodded slightly, saying, "Rest assured, this operation is led by the head of the Hun Hall, one of my own lineage." After a brief pause, he produced a jade slip from his palm. The slip was roughly the size of a thumb, adorned with black markings that were engraved into a shape resembling a hand. Hun Feng showed it to Hun Yu, carefully stowing it away as he said, "This was given to me by my father. It contains his full power strike." Hun Yu gasped, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Hun Feng's father was one of the elders of the Hun clan, known as Hun Yuantian, a formidable figure with an 8-star Dou King strength. The elders of the Hun clan were the most powerful beings aside from Hun Tiandi. Regaining his composure, Hun Yu's eyes flashed with pride as he remarked, "With such means at your disposal, young clan leader, unless the clan leader intervenes personally, Hun Cang is undoubtedly doomed." Hun Feng also wore a confident smile, for Hun Yu's words rang true. He then continued, "Are you not concerned about him turning against you? Fear not. This time I will let you witness him either submit or perish." Hun Yu was taken aback. "Young clan leader, you wish to bring me along?" Hun Feng nodded, recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his prowess. "Without bringing you along, who would return to the clan to herald my achievements?" Chapter 179. The Emergence of the Demon Fire, an Encounter. In the central state, at an exit of a spatial wormhole, as a colossal ship emerged, numerous figures ascended from its deck, soaring into the distance. Among them was a small contingent, few in number, but exuding a formidable aura that drew countless gazes. This team moved with remarkable speed, vanishing in mere breaths. Soon after, atop a mountain peak, the group materialized. Leading them was Xiao Yan, flanked by Yao Chun and others. Shortly after Hun Cang's return to the Hun clan, Yao Chun had returned to the Jiao Empire, bringing along the entire Starfall Pavilion and a woman. Upon introduction, Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the woman held a significant identity, being affiliated with the Pill Tower. Having spent some time in the central state, Xiao Yan was naturally familiar with the Pill Tower, which added to his astonishment. In the following days, They united their efforts to enhance the defenses of the Jiao Empire. During this period, Xiao Yan received news from the protector that his elder brother could not return for the time being, which caused him some concern. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's own strength had markedly increased, and with Yao Chun and the others assisting him, the Jiao Empire remained safe and sound. Later, Xiao Yan was approached by his sister-in-law Medusa, who expressed a desire to visit the 9 nether yellow springs. Yao Chun, familiar with the location, suggested that it would be beneficial for Medusa to go. However, Xiao Yan was hesitant to make a rash decision, not wishing to incur his elder brother's wrath. Afterward, through the protector, Xiao Yan learned that Hun Cang had granted permission, and he escorted Medusa on her visit. When Xiao Yan, following Hun Cang's guidance, successfully discovered the trapped individual at the bottom of the spring, he was greatly astonished, realizing that his elder brother possessed knowledge of worldly affairs without ever leaving home. With the emergence of the former leader of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, the clan that had initially sought trouble was quelled. After some time, Medusa successfully completed her evolution, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of 1-star Doshang. Upon returning to the Jiao Empire and learning that Hun Cang had yet to return, Medusa suggested seeking him out, but both Xiao Yan and Yao Chun dissuaded her. They were acutely aware of Hun Cang's background and understood that, given their current strength, they would be of no assistance to him. Moreover, Hun Cang had repeatedly instructed them not to worry and to remain unburdened. Observing Xiao Yan's silence, Yao Chun comforted him. During Hun Cang's absence from the Hun clan, Xiao Yan had grown increasingly taciturn. Yao Chun understood that the young man was diligently cultivating, aiming to assist his brother. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled. I was merely pondering. Yao Chun inquired, what thoughts occupy your mind? Xiao Yan gazed into the distance. The emergence of the pure lotus demon fire is imminent. Such an important treasure will undoubtedly attract the attention of ancient races. Will my elder brother have the opportunity to appear? Yao Chun shook his head. That is a matter internal to them. I cannot speculate. You have already attained the rank of Doshang. You cannot still be relying on your elder brother, can you? Yao Chun jested. Since cultivating the burning art, the extraordinary flames Xiao Yan possessed had primarily originated from Hun Cang. This left Yao Chun perplexed. For although Hun Cang did not practice the burning art, he still had a penchant for collecting extraordinary flames and gifting them all to Xiao Yan. Nonetheless, Yao Chun could not help but feel envious of Xiao Yan, who had effortlessly elevated his cultivation method from the yellow tier to the heavenly tier. Xiao Yan laughed aloud. Old man, do you look down upon me? With the last mysterious blueprint you brought back, I dare say my chances of seizing the pure lotus demon fire are the highest in this contest. Confidence is good, Yao Chun thought to himself, relieved. The pure lotus demon fire, ranked 3rd among extraordinary flames, would undoubtedly provide a substantial boost to Xiao Yan's cultivation of the burning art. If he could seize and refine the pure lotus demon fire, perhaps Xiao Yan would have a chance to assist Hun Cang as well. Among the accompanying group, someone stepped forward and asked, shall we proceed directly to the location of the demon fire's emergence, or should we rest first? Xiao Yan fell into contemplation. The assembled mysterious blueprints provided only the time of the demon fire's descent, but not the specific location. Thus, he could not clarify its whereabouts at that moment. Just then, the group sensed something and collectively looked up. After emerging from the spatial passage, it was already evening, and after soaring for a while, darkness enveloped the sky. At this moment, the heavens were pitch black, as if draped with a shroud of darkness. Yet in the western sky, 2 crescent moons suddenly appeared, one above the other, suspended amidst the void. Simultaneously, in the black starry sky, 9 brilliant stars reignited. They slowly moved, aligning in a straight line. The dual moons appeared together. The 9 stars formed a unity. The tides of heaven and earth surged. The demon fire descends. In Xiao Yan's mind, the language that had once emerged from the mysterious blueprints flashed vividly. At this moment, everything aligned perfectly. A powerful wave of energy surged through the entire realm, as countless strange mists emerged from the void. Faintly, the sound of crashing waves echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. The pure lotus demonic fire was about to make its appearance. Sensing the extraordinary phenomenon, Yao Chun momentarily fell into a daze. He had not anticipated that the timing would be slightly ahead of schedule. Fortunately, they had set out early, or they might have missed it entirely. Although Xiao Yan felt that the source of the demonic fire was quite distant, he could still sense a ripple of intense heat passing over him. Was this the might of the 3rd-ranked anomalous fire, the pure lotus demonic fire? With renewed vigor, Xiao Yan called out and hastened towards that direction, leading the others, including Yao Chun, to follow suit. Simultaneously, the entire central state was stirred by this commotion, with figures rushing forth from all directions. Even those factions that rarely showed themselves, or the hidden old monsters in the mountains, were drawn out by this event. After all, the emergence of the pure lotus demonic fire only occurred once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, anyone who could refine and absorb the pure lotus demonic fire would possess the qualifications to triumph over the strong with the weak. Under such compelling circumstances, anyone with even a modicum of confidence in their strength surged towards the northwestern region of Central State, where the pure lotus demonic fire was about to manifest. After a brief period, Xiao Yan, Yao Chun, and the others arrived near the vicinity of the pure lotus demonic fire. The brilliance in the sky became even more dazzling, akin to the sun itself. Moreover, as they drew closer, the temperature in the air grew increasingly intolerable. Even Xiao Yan, without the use of anomalous fire, found himself drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Flames surged from within him, enveloping Yao Chun and the others, instantly bringing forth a refreshing sensation. This area appeared to be a forested mountain range. Yao Chun gazed at the ground, while Xiao Yan nodded. They had indeed passed through a vast expanse of vegetation. But now nothing green was in sight, and even the ground had transformed into gravel. Slowly lifting his gaze, Xiao Yan beheld the radiant space where the pure lotus demonic fire emanated its brilliance. It truly deserved its third-ranking title, as even the residual waves had caused such dramatic changes to the surrounding environment. Brother Xiao Yan. In the midst of the silence, Xiao Yan suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head to see several figures emerging from a distorted space not far away, led by a woman of remarkable grace, beaming with a warm smile. A smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips. Xun Ia. The two groups converged, followed closely by members of the Lei clan and the Yao clan making their appearances in succession. After a moment's wait, however, the Yin clan had not yet arrived. A man leading the Gu clan furrowed his brows, displaying a look of confusion. There was no reason for the Yin clan to miss the emergence of the pure lotus demonic fire. After a while, another wave of spatial fluctuations occurred, and several more figures emerged. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with excitement as he spotted his elder brother, Hun Cang. Just as Xiao Yan was about to greet him, he noticed Hun Cang shaking his head with a detached expression. At that moment, he also heard Sun Er's heavy tone. I didn't expect the Hun clan to send him out. Chapter 180. Entering the demonic fire space. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan looked at Sun Er and inquired, "Who is he?" Sun Er replied, "Hun Miesheng, the master of the Hun Hall." "The master of the Hun Hall?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, realizing the significance. In the power rankings of Central State, the Hun Hall held the foremost position. As its master, he must possess formidable strength to intimidate other factions. On another side, Hun Feng cast a sweeping glance and also noted the presence of the Gu clan, including Gu Sun Er and the figure beside her. With a slight tilt of his head, Hun Feng remarked, "Hun Cang, I heard you have sworn brotherhood with someone from the Xiao clan, named Xiao Yan. Is that him? What does he intend to do?" Hun Cang glanced at Hun Feng, but remained silent, harboring some doubts. Not receiving a response, a flicker of anger passed through Hun Feng's eyes. Nearby, Hun Yu, who had accompanied him, quickly chimed in to support Hun Feng's words. Hun Feng then proposed, "Since he is a friend, let's go over and greet him. If we encounter each other in the demonic fire space later, we can assist one another." He glanced at Hun Cang. However, much to Hun Feng's disappointment, Hun Cang remained unresponsive. Thus, Hun Feng stepped toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Hun Miesheng shook his head slightly, seemingly resigned to Hun Feng's actions. Just as they were about to approach, a member of the Gu clan stepped forward, blocking their path, exuding a powerful aura that made Hun Feng frown. "Gu Nanhai." "It has been a long time," Hun Miesheng said coolly. Gu Nanhai replied indifferently, "You Hun clan members should keep your distance from my lady." At this moment, Hun Feng turned his gaze to Sun Er and asked, "I have heard that the Gu clan recently produced a master of divine bloodline. Is it you?" Sun Er wrinkled her nose and remained silent. "Damn it, always getting the cold shoulder." Hun Feng grumbled inwardly, then turned to Xiao Yan and said, "Aren't you Hun Cang's brother? Why are you following the Gu clan? Come with me, and I'll ensure your safety in the demonic fire space." Xiao Yan shot a cold glance at Hun Feng and, noticing Hun Cang's lack of response, replied coolly, "That's unnecessary." "Not again." Hun Feng felt exasperated, as none of his words seemed to hold any sway today. He had even brought Hun Yu along specifically to support his case. Thus, Hun Feng prepared to command Hun Cang, thinking, as a member of the Hun clan, you should at least show some respect to this young clan leader. Hun Cang furrowed his brow, glancing at the turning Hun Feng, feeling a sense of resistance. He was fearful of losing control and becoming aggressive. With his current strength, he could only protect himself from Hun Miesheng, but not Hun Feng. Just then, the area radiating with brilliant light experienced a rupture, and the fissure widened. In the blink of an eye, the crack reached a span of 100 feet. A milky white light circle began to expand. Suddenly, everyone felt the temperature of the surrounding environment surge dramatically, increasing at least 100-fold compared to before. The pure lotus demonic fire has broken through its barrier. Now that its power is at its peak, we must act, Hun Miesheng declared solemnly. Hun Feng's expression sharpened. Let's go. As the words left his lips, his figure flashed towards the milky white light circle. Hun Miesheng and Hun Yu quickly followed suit, and Hun Cang readied himself to move as well. At this moment, Xiao Yan called out to him, "Brother, I know. We'll discuss any matters regarding the demonic fire space later." Hun Cang nodded slightly. The demonic fire space was a distinct realm, specifically created by the pure lotus demonic saint to seal the pure lotus demonic fire. Others began to move as well. Xiao Yan, sensing Hun Cang's hesitations, swallowed the words he had been about to say. He had initially intended to inform Hun Cang about the mysterious blueprints, a document concerning the pure lotus demonic saint. There's no rush. I can discuss it once we're inside the space, Xiao Yan thought, preparing to depart. At that moment, Sun Er interjected, "Brother Xiao Yan, not everyone needs to go." Xiao Yan looked at her in confusion. Sun Er explained, "The pure lotus demonic fire has been sealed for so long that it has thoroughly grasped the spatial conditions. Even a half-saint entering could face demise." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan understood. Meanwhile, Hun Cang plunged into the demonic fire space, flames erupting from his body to shield him from the intense heat as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, Hun Miesheng's voice reached Hun Cang's ears. The pure lotus demonic fire can be summoned through emotions, allowing it to manifest from within. Once it appears, even souls may be reduced to nothingness. Regardless of what you see, remain calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. "Thank you for the warning," Hun Feng replied. "This knowledge may save our lives." In the next instant, a brilliant light flashed before everyone's eyes. When Hun Cang focused his gaze, he saw the surroundings enveloped in milky white flames, an empty expanse where the figures of Hun Miesheng, Hun Yu, and the others had vanished. A mirage. Stunned for a moment, Hun Cang quickly regained his composure. Having experienced the illusions of the Bodhi ancient tree, he had become particularly sensitive to such phenomena. As they traversed the journey ahead, Hun Cang indeed encountered a myriad of events, yet he remained undistracted, steadfastly advancing. At long last, a colossal platform materialized before his gaze. Looking around, Hun Cang discovered that he was surprisingly the first to arrive. Moments later, Hun Mieshenges form emerged. Upon seeing Hun Cang, Hun Miesheng exhibited a flicker of surprise. It was no wonder he had recently begun to shine within the clan, for he seemed to possess a modicum of strength. Hun Cang offered him a respectful nod. After a brief wait, others began to arrive, including members of the Lei clan and the Yao clan. Hun Feng and Hun Yu also joined the platform, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. In particular, Hun Yu's complexion was slightly pale, her face still reflecting remnants of fear. Hun Feng muttered, "Since when did the pure lotus demon flame acquire such prowess?" Hun Miesheng cast a glance at him and elucidated. "That mist is known as the nightmarish celestial fog, once a signature technique of the pure lotus demon saint. According to records, the last time the pure lotus demon flame emerged, it had yet to master such an ability. Exercise caution." The last remark was directed at Hun Feng. Nodding gravely, Hun Feng remarked, "With your extensive knowledge, you must have been the first to emerge." Hun Miesheng shook his head, saying Hun Cang was the first. "Him?" Hun Feng stared at Hun Cang in astonishment, unable to believe it. Before he could respond, a sudden commotion erupted around them, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds from all directions, as waves of fiery heat surged forth. What is happening? Is the pure lotus demon flame about to manifest? Hun Feng scanned the surroundings warily. Hun Miesheng spoke in a low voice. "Our meeting here is in a certain sense orchestrated by the pure lotus demon flame." Hun Cang's gaze fixed on a particular point, and soon, a massive closed gate began to materialize. "That's it, not far away." Gun and Hai observed the appearance of the gate. His emotions stirred. According to the clan's ancestors, they had previously followed the path beyond the gate and encountered the essence of the pure lotus demon flame. In the next moment, figures emerged from the surrounding sea of flames, all expressionless, their gazes indifferent, their bodies ensnared by flames, brandishing fiery spears. Hun Miesheng intoned gravely, "These are fire slaves, puppets refined by the pure lotus demon flame. You must be cautious." Thousands of fire slaves surrounded the platform, and moments later, they launched a coordinated assault. Hun Miesheng and Gun and Hai swiftly retaliated in kind. Observing this, Hun Feng and Hun You joined the fray as well. The clash between all parties and the fire slaves grew intensely fierce. Gun and Hai proposed to breach the gate, and upon receiving Hun Miesheng's approval, the two formidable beings struck, instantly piercing through the portal. The crowd surged through in a steady stream, while the fire slaves remained outside. Hun Cang lingered at the back, standing at the edge of the portal, casting a glance at the densely packed fire slaves, revealing a trace of disappointment. These fire slaves possessed far too weak a strength in life, rendering them unsuitable as vessels for Xiao Yan. Chapter 181. The Nightmarish Celestial Fog, an excited Xiao Yan. Picking up the pace slightly, Hun Cang caught up with Hun Feng and the others. Hun Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where have you been?" Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, "Just taking a look around." Hun Feng shot him a glance, warning, "Don't wander off. I am leading this operation. If you act recklessly, I have the authority to eliminate you on the spot." In response, Hun Cang shrugged, remaining silent. The group proceeded along the passage, soon encountering a grand hall. Within, alongside the milky white flames, stood a multitude of figures, densely packed together. The weakest among these fire slaves possessed the strength of a fighting sovereign. Their eyes were cast down, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Hun Cang and his companions. Hun Miesheng stole a glance at a colossal dragon suspended in the air, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. It resembled a certain kind of joint combat technique. "Do not engage with them," a voice advised quietly, as several individuals swiftly dashed deeper inside. The fire slaves showed no reaction. "Let us go." Hun Feng pressed on, unwilling to waste time entangled with the fire slaves. After traversing another stretch, they found no sign of fire slaves ahead. In the vast, empty hall stood a solitary figure, slender and gaunt, wielding an enormous blood-red axe that seemed disproportionate to his frame. Hun Cang's gaze fell upon him, and his aura momentarily became disordered. Hun Feng turned to look at him, asking, "Do you know him?" Hun Cang replied, "Not at all." Upon hearing this, a flicker of enigmatic intrigue crossed Hun Feng's eyes. He realized that the more time he spent with Hun Cang, the more he sensed the latter's mysteriousness. This opportunity must be seized to uncover Hun Cang's secrets. A thought flashed through Hun Feng's mind. Meanwhile, a part of Hun Cang's consciousness shifted inward. "What is wrong? The Lord of the Soul Palace is beside you. Do not act recklessly." Xiao Yan apologized. "I did not intend to. It will not happen again." Hun Cang cast a glance at the distant figure, inwardly pondering. "Do you know him?" Xiao Yan sighed. "Yes, he's Xiao Chun, my cousin. He went missing without a trace, and our clan searched for him for a long time. I never expected he would be trapped by the pure lotus demon flame." Just as Hun Cang and Xiao Yan conversed, Gun and Hai had already established communication with an elder from the Lei clan, and the two launched an assault on the figure together. Xiao Chun was no weakling, possessing the strength of a 4-star fighting saint. However, facing the combined might of Gun and Hai and another elder, he appeared to struggle. Xiao Yan urged, "Hun Cang, could you lend me a hand?" "No." Hun Cang interrupted Xiao Yan, fully aware of what he intended to propose. Given the current circumstances, it was inconvenient for him to act, as Hun Miesheng was right beside them. Should he intervene, his strength would be revealed. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Yan noticed Xiao Chun displaying the clan's emblem. Promptly stepping forward, accompanied by Sun Er, Gun and Hai had no choice but to hold back and instructed the elder of the Lei clan to halt. Subsequently, Xiao Yan faced Xiao Chun directly, revealing his clan emblem, which momentarily calmed Xiao Chun. Gun and Hai recognized Xiao Chun as well, affirming his identity. Xiao Yan stated, "Xiao Chun, our ancestor, please guide us to where the demon flame resides." After exchanging glances for a couple of seconds, Xiao Chun turned and approached a massive gate. Pushing it open, beyond the door lay a staircase, at the end of which a grand altar could be faintly discerned. Xiao Yan and the others ascended the steps. "What are you standing there for?" After taking a few steps, Hun Feng suddenly noticed that Hun Cang had not moved. Hun Cang replied indifferently, "There is no need to go. This is merely an illusion. We can wait for it to dissipate here." He had recalled the events that transpired within the demon flame space, realizing he was still within the nightmarish celestial fog. Hun Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean this is fake? How can that be? I can feel my true strength." Hun Miesheng's eyes glimmered with curiosity and confusion. "Is this really an illusion? How did Hun Cang detect something amiss?" Hun Cang replied calmly, "Whether it is or not, we shall see." Hun Feng scoffed, "Even if it is an illusion, it must be dispelled to vanish. Is this not basic knowledge?" As they waited there, who would go to dispel the illusion? Hun Cang replied coolly, "This is an illusion of the pure lotus demon saint. Do you think you could dispel it?" Hun Feng's smile faltered, his facial muscles stiffening slightly. If this truly were the illusion of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, he indeed had no means to counter it. After all, the pure Lotus Demon Saint was renowned for his astonishing talent during his lifetime, hailed as one of the closest individuals to the fighting emperor. Had it not been backfired by the pure Lotus Demon Flame, he might have very well become a fighting emperor. Hun Sheng inquired. Since you have discerned it is an illusion, do you possess a means to dispel it? Hun Cang nodded. We need only wait. Someone will dispel it. Hun Feng glanced at Hun Sheng. Among those present, only this Lord of the Soul Palace might be able to contend with the pure Lotus Demon Flame. After a moment of contemplation, Hun Sheng said, Then let us heed Hun Cang's suggestion and wait. Hun Feng shot dies grundled glans at Hun Cang. Feeling as though his authority to command had been usurped by Hun Cang since they entered the Demon Flame space. Shortly thereafter, a fierce blaze surged towards the group. Observing Hun Feng's movement, Hun Cang called out, Do not defend. Hun Feng stared at him in disbelief. Was he jesting about not defending against the pure Lotus Demon Flame's attack? Yet, astonishingly, Hun Sheng truly halted, and even Hun Yu, after a moment of hesitation, offered no resistance. In a moment of profound dilemma, Soul Wind ultimately yielded to Soul Cang's intentions, opting not to take precautions. A thunderous roar erupted from the end of the staircase, shattering the space as flames surged forth. The crowd was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves amidst a vast expanse of molten lava, where sporadic bursts of milky white flames erupted, and the sea of magma stretched infinitely before them. Soul Destruction gazed at Soul Cang with astonishment, exclaiming, This is the true spectacle one should expect from the realm of demonic fire. How astonishing that Soul Cang was indeed correct. Soul Wind felt a wave of melancholy, particularly upon noticing the look of admiration in Soul Destruction's eyes directed at Soul Cang. The pure Lotus demonic fire was about to emerge. With a flash, Soul Cang moved towards a large floating rock above, where others were gathered. Upon reaching a massive stone, he spotted Xiao Yan and his companions not far away. Acknowledging their gaze, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from the molten lava, and a towering column of magma, roughly 100 feet high, slowly rose until it reached the same elevation as the onlookers. Upon this column stood a man clad in white robes, his appearance somewhat handsome. Almost instantaneously, as he emerged, a myriad of greedy and fervent gazes converged upon him. Soul Destruction's expression turned solemn. I never anticipated that within a millennium, the pure Lotus demonic fire would cultivate the nightmarish mist of the pure Lotus demonic saint to such an extent. Had it not been for Soul Cang's reminder, I might not have discerned it in time. In the distance, Yao Wangu from the Yao clan spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, this demonic fire is becoming increasingly bizarre. We cannot allow it to roam freely any longer. If it escapes to the central continent, it will undoubtedly bring devastation. Upon hearing this, many in the vicinity nodded in agreement. They had just experienced firsthand the terror of the pure Lotus demonic fire. At this moment, the gaze of the pure Lotus demonic fire slowly shifted to Xiao Yan. How is it that you can shatter my nightmarish illusion? Before Xiao Yan could respond, a voice from the Soul Clan interjected, laced with heavy inquiry. Soul Wind bluntly asked, Did you know all along that he could break it? Which is why you remained so unperturbed. Soul Cang nodded affirmatively. Soul Wind pressed on. If you possess such ability, why not utilize it for our clan? Boom! Without answering, Soul Cang proactively unleashed a surge of energy towards the pure Lotus demonic fire. Not only was Soul Wind taken aback, but the entire assembly was also left in a state of confusion. This included the pure Lotus demonic fire itself. After blocking the attack, it dismissed any inquiry towards Xiao Yan, waving its hand to dissipate the milky white halo in the sky. In that instant, the spatial passage was sealed. Witnessing this, Soul Cang turned to Soul Wind and offered a faint smile. I appreciate your concern. What? Soul Wind was momentarily stunned. Chapter 182. The 3-star Dou Saint Skeleton. Sealing the demonic fire. Soul Cang refrained from elaborating, for the attack from the pure Lotus demonic fire was already descending upon him. The milky white flames, trailing a long tail, distorted the space along their path. With a flicker, Soul Cang effortlessly dodged while Soul Wind, caught off guard, would have been struck had it not been for Soul Destruction pulling him back. The pure Lotus demonic fire, realizing how easily Soul Cang evaded its assault, exhibited anger. Subsequently, countless blazing milky white flames surged forth from within it, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the realm was engulfed in white flames, forming a fiery prison that ensnared all within. demonic fire refining heaven. Instantly, a dreadful heat surged forth, enveloping everything. It seeks to refine us. Soul Wind's expression changed, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him as he cast a resentful glance at Soul Song. If Soul Song had not provoked the pure lotus demonic fire, perhaps the onslaught would not have been so fierce. Soul Destruction spoke gravely. Be cautious. The pure lotus demonic fire emanates an intense aura. Its strength likely reaches the peak of 5 stars, perhaps even 6 stars, Dou Saint. I may not be able to assist you. Soul Wind nodded. Resolute. I do not require your concern. His gaze remained fixated on Soul Song in the distance. Observing this, Soul Destruction seized his words and initiated his own offensive against the pure lotus demonic fire. Simultaneously, the members of the ancient clan, Yao clan, and Thunder clan also launched their attacks. However, before they could advance, several individuals paled, appearing to suffer greatly. Boom! Those who had followed into the realm of the demonic fire suddenly halted, then erupted violently. As the blood mist ascended, it was swiftly evaporated by the intense heat. Do not let your thoughts wander. The demonic fire can ignite based on emotions. Soul Song swiftly passed by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, as the voice in his mind also conveyed this warning. Not far away, the pure lotus demonic saint scoffed. Emotions? Useless. Below the Dou Saint, explosive. Another round of rumbling ensued, and among those who had entered with them, over 80% of the Dou Zun were obliterated into blood mist at the command of the pure lotus demonic fire. The gruesome spectacle left the remaining individuals trembling in fear. Soul Yuping steadied himself, murmuring, it's all right, I am a Dou Saint. Just then, a voice abruptly echoed from behind him. Who told you that being a Dou Saint guarantees safety? Soul Song. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Soul Yu's face turned pale as he swiftly turned around. Soul Song, devoid of expression, regarded him with a gaze imbued with icy malice. Soul Yu hastily implored, Soul Song. That matter was not my intention. I was coerced by the young clan leader. Spare me. Soul Song replied coldly. I nearly perished, and you expect me to spare you? Had you remained with the Soul clan, you might have lived a while longer. What compelled you to come here? With that, Soul Song raised his hand, preparing to strike. In the distance, Soul Wind observed this scene and readied himself to intervene. Yet the distance was too great. Soul Yu, aware of his inability to contend with Soul Song, turned to flee, terror consuming him. However, after only a short distance, he found himself unable to move as milky white flames began to seep from within him. Soul Yu frantically clapped his hands, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, this was the pure lotus demonic fire. The more agitated his emotions became, the more fervent the flames burned, until he was ultimately engulfed entirely. Soul Song. Witnessing Soul Yu's demise, Soul Wind was consumed by rage. He had brought Soul Yu into the realm of the demonic fire with the intention of showcasing his prowess, hoping to return to the Soul clan with tales of his exploits. For Soul Wind believed that self-promotion was a rather crude tactic. Soul Song, meeting Soul Wind's gaze, calmly stated, you have seen for yourself. He was killed by the pure lotus demonic fire. I did not lay a hand on him. Pausing, Soul Song inquired, do you intend to attack me? The rules of the Soul clan prohibit violence against kin, even as the young clan leader. Soul Wind could not strike against Soul Song in plain view, especially with Soul Destruction present, a loyal servant of the clan leader. As the two remained in impasse, the pure lotus demonic fire had already launched its offensive. The pure lotus demonic fire summoned its treasured fire slaves, 10 Dou Saints ranging from 1 star to 3 stars, while it itself possessed nearly 6-star strength. Faced with this scenario, even Soul Destruction found it somewhat challenging and proposed cooperation. The experts from the Thunder clan and Yao clan fell silent. They were well aware of the temperament of the Soul clan. Collaborating with them was akin to courting disaster. At this juncture, Gu Nanhai stepped forward, agreeing with Soul Destruction's proposition. Addressing the assembly, Gu Nanhai declared, if we do not resolve the pure lotus demonic fire, we all face peril. Thus, an alliance formed, each member harboring their own ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and his companions became entangled with the fire slaves. Soul Song rushed to Xiao Yan's side, and together they subdued several of the fire slaves. Xiao Yan remarked, brother, I possess the mark of the pure lotus demonic saint in my mind. Soul Song, maintaining his composure, inquired, do you have a method to counter these fire slaves? Xiao Yan nodded slightly, I can. Excellent. Soul Song's gaze turned to the Dou Saints among the fire slaves. You will strive to control a 3-star Dou Saint momentarily. I will obliterate him and claim his skeleton. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up suddenly, immediately grasping his brother's intentions, and he nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Soul Wind continued to engage with a fire slave, his strength formidable, facing no significant pressure in the confrontation. Soul Wind's attention remained fixated on the exchange between Soul Cang and Xiao Yan. Observing their hushed conversation, he murmured, "Whatever you intend to do next, I shall thwart it. This is the price for your actions against Soul Jade." The battle descended into chaos, with some engaging the true form of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, while others confronted the fire slave. Under Soul Cang's guidance, a fire slave nearing 4-star strength was quickly drawn in. "Strike now," Soul Cang commanded, holding the fire slave in place. Xiao Yan extended a hand, revealing a mark that swiftly penetrated the fire slave's mind. The fire slave's gaze flickered with struggle before its eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. "Not good, it's going to self-destruct." Soul Cang seized Xiao Yan and fled. Following a thunderous explosion, a formidable wave of energy erupted, spreading like a tide. Xiao Yan, filled with remorse, implored, "Brother, grant me another chance." Soul Cang reassured him, "All right, take a moment to adjust, we still have a chance." There were 10 fire slaves above the saint level and 3 above 3 stars. They still had opportunities. Before long, Soul Cang lured another one back. This time, Xiao Yan acted more swiftly, his mark even more solidified. Whoosh! The fire slave halted in its tracks. Xiao Yan exclaimed, "It worked!" In the next instant, the fire slave's head exploded, its body disintegrating. A figure emerged not far behind the fire slave. Soul Wind smiled, "No need to thank me. We are merely assisting one another." "Who asked for your help?" Xiao Yan clenched his fists, irate, as the bones he sought were slipping away. Soul Cang patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, casting a deep glance at Soul Wind before charging toward the last remaining fire slave of 3-star Saint caliber. This one exuded an impressive aura, hinting at a potential breakthrough to 4 stars, and still retained a flicker of consciousness. Once again, the same scenario unfolded as the fire slave was restrained by Xiao Yan. Just then, a massive wave of energy surged forth. Boom! Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he observed the fire slave, unharmed, standing beside a figure who sighed in relief. Soul Cang raised his hand to dispel the flame shield, directing his gaze towards Soul Wind, who was preparing his second strike. Soul Wind stated coolly, "You wish to protect that fire slave?" "I disagree. What will you do about it?" Xiao Yan retorted angrily. "What does it have to do with you? Do you need to prove?" Soul Wind replied, "I am the young clan leader of the Soul Clan. Soul Cang is one of our own, so naturally he must heed my words." "Young clan leader?" Soul Cang's expression turned cold. Even the clan leader's presence today would be of no consequence. Placing a hand on the fire slave's shoulder, he summoned the fire essence within, compelling the milky white flames to surge forth. Subsequently, an invisible force struck the fire slave's head, causing it to perish instantly. Though this fire slave possessed 3-star saint strength, it had been continuously controlled, unable to mount any defense, and was thus easily dispatched by Soul Cang. All of this transpired swiftly, and by the time Soul Wind reacted, Soul Cang had already collected the fire slave's remains. Feeling provoked once more, Soul Wind was about to act when a commotion from afar caught his attention. A massive formation took shape, casting a black light beam that enveloped the pure Lotus Demon Fire, causing it to swell and struggle against its confines. At that moment, the disheveled Soul Mingsheng spat out a mouthful of essence blood, combining it with the strength of others to successfully suppress the demon fire. Seize the source of the demon fire. Soul Wind kept this in mind, and upon witnessing the demon fire being sealed, he disregarded his conflict with Soul Cang and charged forward. Chapter 183. 3-star Saint, I shall return shortly. After the pure Lotus Demon Fire was sealed, the light beam shrank to the size of a palm. Soul Mingsheng raised his hand, preparing to absorb it. As the formation was under his control, he held the advantage in manipulating the light beam. However, a force surged from the side, colliding with the beam and redirecting it elsewhere. Yao Wangu, from the Yao clan, declared coldly, "I shall not allow your Soul clan to take the pure Lotus Demon Fire today." Soul Mingsheng replied indifferently, "Just you?" The elder from the Lei clan and Gunan Hai from the ancient clan also stepped forward. With the demon fire sealed, the objectives of all parties aligned. A fierce melee ensued. Soul Mingsheng's strength had risen to 5-star saint level, causing the expressions of the other 3 clan elders to darken. Meanwhile, after the black light beam was deflected, others could not resist the urge to charge in. After all, this was the 3rd-ranked exotic fire. Once refined, it could lead to unprecedented advancements, which was an irresistible temptation. However, most only made it halfway before being caught in a terrifying energy wave, resulting in serious injuries for those unable to evade, plunging into the seething crimson magma below. Solwin's demeanor turned icy. You think you can covet what belongs to my soul clan? The pure lotus demon fire is solely for the soul clan. His eyes glinted with greed as he gazed at the distant black light beam. If he could bring the pure lotus demon fire back to his clan with his status, he could likely absorb and refine it without issue. Boom! At that moment, a flaming lotus flower entered Solwind's peripheral vision and detonated. The immense energy shockwave sent both Solwind and the black light beam flying in opposite directions. After retreating over 100 meters, Solwind steadied himself and gritted his teeth. Xiao clan's remnants. You dare to steal? It seems you seek death. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan grasped the black light beam, sealing the pure lotus demon fire. Handing it to Soul King, brother, you take care of the demon fire for now. I will deal with this fellow. Soul King nodded. Go on, his strength isn't particularly formidable, but be cautious of his other tactics. I know, Xiao Yan replied, charging toward Solwind. Meanwhile, Soul Kang's focus shifted to the black light beam, scrutinizing the milky white flames within. A flicker of intrigue crossed Soul Kang's eyes. If he recalled correctly, the sealing of the pure lotus demon fire seemed to be a deliberate act on its part, aimed at inciting internal strife among all parties. Since you wish to be sealed, I shall oblige. A subtle smile played on Soul Kang's lips as he prepared to invoke the 6 seals of suppression. Now, at the late stage of 3-star Saint strength, he anticipated some difficulty facing the 6-star Saint-level pure Lotus Demon Sovereign. However, whether he succeeded or not, he would at least know after attempting it. Suddenly, Soul Kang's brow furrowed as he noticed a multitude of figures converging around him. Do they think I am easy to bully? Soul King was momentarily taken aback, snorting softly as 5 fire spirits surged forth from within him. The 5 wheels of leaving fire formation. In an instant, a 5-pointed star formation materialized, radiating light into the heavens, expanding to 100 meters, directly enveloping the area. Those surrounding him had not yet realized what was happening before they found themselves ensnared within the formation. Soul King calmly declared, leave fire, burn the heavens. Whoosh! In the next moment, flames erupted within the formation, causing the already scorching atmosphere to intensify. Do not panic. Soul King is the formation's core. If we eliminate him, we can put an end to this. Indeed, we shall confront him. With so many of us, can we truly fear just one? After a brief moment of chaos, someone within the formation proposed a solution. Instantly, a whirlwind of fighting spirit enveloped the crowd, various lights materializing as they converged upon Soul King, their techniques diverse and varied. In the distance, Soul Wind, engaged with Xiao Yan, observed the unfolding scene with a malicious grin. Did you really think the pure Lotus Demon Fire was so easily obtained? You steal my glory, and now find yourself surrounded. Let's see how you cope. Prepare to meet your end. Soul Wind taunted Xiao Yan. Boy, your brother is about to be besieged. Will you not lend a hand? Xiao Yan glanced over, exuding confidence. My brother is stronger than I. Those people cannot harm him. Soul Wind's smirk deepened. Although he had not directly faced those individuals, placing himself in Soul Kang's position, even with confidence in his own strength, he would feel immense pressure. Moreover, this was Soul King. As this thought crossed his mind, Soul Wind's expression suddenly stiffened, his smile freezing on his lips. Just as the attackers were about to strike Soul King, their movements halted abruptly. It was as if time itself had been suspended. Simultaneously, a profound aura began to emanate from Soul King, causing the surrounding space to tremble, which filled the faces of those assaulting him with overwhelming panic. The Soul Wind sensed that overwhelming aura, utterly astonished. A 3-star Dou Saint? No, impossible. He has been imprisoned within the Soul Clan, devoid of resources. How could his rate of power enhancement surpass mine? Imprisonment? Xiao Yan was taken aback. No wonder my elder brother took so long to return to the Gamma Empire last time. Meanwhile, Soul Destruction was also aware of Soul Tsong's strength and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, Soul Tsong, well done. You head back to the clan with the demon fire. Gun Anhai immediately retorted, dream on. Yao Wangu, you go and stop him. All right, hold on for a moment. A mere 3-star Dou Saint. I will be right back. Yao Wangu nodded, swiftly withdrawing from the fray and darting towards Soul Tsong. Yao Wangu moved with remarkable speed, and in a few flashes, he arrived not far from Soul Tsong. Looking at Soul Tsong, Yao Wangu shouted, hand over the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Within the 5 wheels of leaving fire array, Soul Tsong's expression remained indifferent. Get lost. Refusing to drink the toast, you choose the penalty drink. Yao Wangu huffed heavily, the imposing aura of a 4-star Dou Saint bearing down upon Soul Tsong. I could endure being bullied by Soul Destruction, but must I allow a mere junior of the Soul Clan to strike me? Yao Wangu charged directly into the formation, flames erupting from his body, separating from those within the array. The Medicine King Cauldron. An ancient medicinal cauldron was conjured by Yao Wangu, emanating a weighty, archaic aura, seemingly capable of suppressing all. With a flick of his hand, the great cauldron soared through the void, crashing down upon Soul Song with a thunderous roar. The surrounding space shattered, creating a vacuum. This strike was one Yao Wangu did not hold back. Previously, during the journey to the Celestial Tomb, 2 members of the Yao clan had perished, and the murderer had not been found. However, among those left alive, Soul Song was the only Soul clan member, making him a prime suspect. Especially considering their previous failed revenge in the primeval ancient domain, Yao Wangu seized this rare opportunity, intent on directly eliminating Soul Song. Moreover, given his youth and the fact he was already a 3-star Dou Saint, it was evident that Soul Song possessed immense potential. This child cannot be allowed to live. As Yao Wangu contemplated, he saw the cauldron descending upon Soul Song, a faint smile gracing his lips. This strike would be strenuous for anyone of the same rank to withstand, let alone Soul Song, who lagged behind by 1 star. Suddenly, a blood axe flew diagonally through the air, crashing fiercely into the cauldron, producing a resounding impact that revealed cracks on its surface. Yao Wangu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at the figure. Xiao Chun, have you been in the demon fire space too long? Rendering you foolish? Are you actually aiding the Soul Clan? Xiao Chun brandished the blood axe with one hand. The matters of the Xiao clan are none of your concern. In fact, during his previous conversation with Xiao Yan, he had gleaned some information, including that of Soul Song and Xiao Xian. Since Xiao Xian was involved with Soul Song, how could Xiao Chun stand idly by while his cousin was harmed? He should have fought alongside his cousin against the Soul Clan, but alas, he had been trapped in the demon fire space. Now that he had the chance to make amends, he would not let it slip away. Yao Wangu's eyes blazed with fury, but he dared not make another move. Chapter 184. The Great Chaos, Soul Song's seal fails. In the distance, Gunan Hai and the person from the Lei clan distanced themselves from soul destruction. The current situation had unfolded in a manner they had not anticipated. They had initially believed Xiao Chun would not become a help nor a hindrance. Yet now, Xiao Chun had actually sided with the Soul Clan. Based on Xiao Chen's earlier display, his strength was formidable, capable of suppressing Yao Wangu, and he might even match soul destruction. On the other side, Xiao Yan had also distanced himself from Soul Wind. Brother Xiao Yan, Sun Air approached. We cannot allow the Soul Clan to obtain the pure Lotus Demon Fire, as it would amplify their power. Xiao Yan reassured her, do not worry. I am confident that brother will not hand over the pure Lotus Demon Fire to the Soul Clan. Not to mention the matter of imprisonment he had overheard. The technique of devouring the demon fire was a gift from his elder brother. The pure Lotus Demon Fire was undoubtedly a treasure that would enhance his strength. Xiao Yan walked over to Soul Song. Brother, he inquired, what shall we do next? With Xiao Chen's ancestor here, we should be able to break through. Hearing this, Soul Song glanced at him, recognizing that Xiao Yan understood his predicament, hence the mention of Xiao Chun and breaking through. Soul Song gestured for Xiao Yan to lean in closer and whispered, when the time comes, have Xiao Chun assist in restraining them. I need to deal with the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The two drew near, and Soul Song transmitted his thoughts through soul energy. If the pure Lotus Demon Fire sensed that he had discovered its sealed state was a facade, it might very well go into a frenzy. It was far easier to deal with a sealed demon fire than one with the strength of a 6-star Dou Saint. Such a conclusion required no deep contemplation. Xiao Yan was taken aback, instinctively wanting to gaze at the flames within the light column, but was restrained by Soul Song. Facing Xiao Yan's questioning gaze, Soul Song's expression turned grave, and he nodded slightly. The pure Lotus Demon Fire had been intentionally sealed. A storm surged within Xiao Yan's heart. He realized that, despite the multitude of powerful figures present, no one had noticed, had it not been for his elder brother's warning, after these individuals had fought to the death. If the pure Lotus Demon Fire broke free, who would possess the ability to stop it? Soul Destruction approached closely, stating, Soul Song, hand over the pure Lotus Demon Fire. When we return to the clan, I will report your merits to the clan leader. Saying this, he extended his hand, gazing at Soul Song, who was a dozen meters away. Get it to you? Soul Song echoed, looking at Soul Destruction. Why seize is mine? As for the Soul Clan Soul Emperor wanting to imprison me, now that I have emerged, why would I return? Soul Destruction's expression shifted slightly, his voice lowering. What do you mean? Soul Song replied indifferently. You may leave. The pure Lotus Demon Fire will be mine. In the distance, Soul Wind's expression fluctuated. Recalling the earlier gratitude Soul Song expressed towards him, vaguely realizing something. Soul destruction seethed. Soul Tsang, you are far too arrogant. Do you think you can take the pure lotus demon fire? Soul Tsang remained silent, gradually tightening his grip on the hand, sealing the pure lotus demon fire's black light column. Observing this, soul destruction decisively took action. Having scarcely managed to seal the pure lotus demon fire, he could not simply watch as Soul Tsang destroyed the seal. Swish! A figure interposed itself before soul destruction. Xiao Chun. His face seemed devoid of expression, utterly calm. The blood axe swung, instantly unleashing a formidable aura. Initial phase of 5-star Dou Saint. Mid-phase of 5-star Dou Saint. In the blink of an eye, soul destruction found himself at a disadvantage. Gu Nanhai froze momentarily before regaining his senses and preparing to intervene. Xune implored, Eldagu. Please help. Gu Nanhai hesitated slightly, asking, help whom? Sun Er insisted. Help my brother Xiao Yan. Isn't that tantamount to aiding Soul Tsang? If we allow him to break the seal of the pure lotus demon fire, we will all perish. Sun Er's expression turned grave. Elder Gu, before we set out, we agreed that this operation would be under my command. Understood. After a brief struggle, Gu Nanhai flashed forward, positioning himself between Yao Wangu and the Lei clan member. The expressions of both men shifted, and Yao Wangu barked. You ancient clan actually form an alliance with the Soul clan? The Lei clan elder appeared astonished. If that were true, it would explain why only members of the ancient clan emerged unscathed after the Celestial Tomb expedition. Gu Nanhai shook his head. No. My ancient clan has always been at odds with the Soul clan, and it is impossible for us to unite. I am merely following the lady's orders. On the other side, Soul Wind was once again obstructed by Xiao Yan and felt a surge of anger. Retreating a distance, Soul Wind glanced toward the distance, where Soul Tsang was doing something with the pure lotus demon fire. His expression darkened. Do you think that with Xiao Chun restraining the Soul Temple Master, Soul Tsang can safely handle the pure lotus demon fire? At these words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. In the next moment, Soul Wind produced a jade slip and crushed it, unleashing an invisible energy. The surrounding void trembled, rippling like water, and soon a figure stepped forth, exuding a powerful aura that made the onlookers feel a sense of oppressive breathlessness. At the very least, he was a late-stage 5-star Dou Saint. The crowd trembled as they beheld the figure emerging slowly. Soul Demon Elder, you have not perished. Gu Nanhai cast a glance, disregarding his entanglement with Elders Lei and Yao, swiftly moving to protect Suner. Your ancient clan has yet to meet its demise. How could I possibly allow myself to die? The Soul Demon Elder chuckled lightly, his expression somewhat frigid. Soul Wind pointed towards the direction of Soul Tsang, declaring, Elder, Soul Tsang intends to keep the pure lotus demon fire for himself. You must eliminate him and reclaim the fire. However, the Soul Demon Elder appeared to be oblivious to these words, his voice calm as he remarked, Old man, you always arrive at times like this. Now that I am out, do you still wish to hide? Xiao Yan and Soul Wind were taken aback. In the distance, Soul Mieshing and the elders of the Lei and Yao clans exchanged bewildered glances, scanning their surroundings. Were there others concealed nearby? How could they have failed to notice? In the next moment, a figure resembling a young child revealed itself. Elder, a voice exclaimed from beside Yao Chun, who had been largely uninvolved until this moment. His shock was palpable. There was no one else who could be addressed as Elder by the members of the Pill Tower, except for that individual. You members of the Soul Clan should abandon all hope. I will not permit the pure lotus demon fire to leave the demon fire space. Once the energy of the celestial tides dissipates, this space will seal once more, and the pure lotus demon fire will return to tranquility. A frail voice emanated from the child, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. The Soul Demon Elder's expression remained unchanged as he prepared to speak, only to suddenly shift his gaze. Likewise, the young child's attention pivoted abruptly. Soul Mieshing's expression changed dramatically as he scanned the area. What? The pure lotus demon fire has not been sealed? He broke into a sweat as he witnessed the demon fire preparing to break free from the black column of light. A chilling sensation creeping up his spine. He had always held confidence in his formation, yet it appeared he had been deceived by the demon fire. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion crossed Soul Mieshing's mind. What was Soul Tsang doing? Why had he provoked the pure lotus demon fire, causing it to abandon its pretense and strive to break free? Boom! A milky white flame surged forth from the black column, morphing into a towering figure several dozen meters high. Its face contorted, eyes ablaze with rage, declaring, Bastard, you wish to seal me? You are merely a 3-star Dou Saint. What gives you the right? Indeed, the higher the realm, the more pronounced the disparity at each level. Soul Tsang felt a mix of emotions, raising his head to calmly regard the pure lotus demon fire. His hands forming seals. Fire spirit transformation, 3rd stage. In the next moment, Soul Tsang's aura surged. From the initial stage of 4 stars to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage of 5 stars, and finally to the initial stage of 6 stars. Dou Saint. Observing the exceedingly grim countenance of the pure lotus demon fire, Soul Tsang asked indifferently, "Do you believe my current strength is sufficient?" Chapter 185, The Ancient Formation of Heavenly Refinement. Unveiled. The pure lotus demon fire's expression was exceedingly grim, suffused with an overwhelming sense of gravity. Ever since it had been sealed within the demon fire space, it had been growing and learning, gradually grasping human thought and intentions, and mastering the art of disguise. It had believed its pretense of being sealed was flawless, that no one would detect it. Yet, it had not anticipated being seen through. Moreover, this individual sought to seal it, employing a technique that seemed to exert a soul-level suppression over flames. Had it not been for its quick reflexes just now, it might have indeed been sealed. The pure lotus demon fire reflected on its recent experience, a wave of trepidation washing over it. Initially, it had believed it could continue to contend with Soul Tsang through sheer strength. However, the situation had drastically changed. Soul Tsang's power had escalated from a 3-star Dou Saint to a 6-star Dou Saint. In truth, we could collaborate. The pure lotus demon fire lowered its voice. The impression left by the previous encounter was too profound. It now harbored little confidence in defeating Soul Tsang. As soon as it spoke, everyone around fell into a stupor. Had they misheard? The pure lotus demon fire was voluntarily backing down? Xiao Yan laughed joyously. "Wow, big brother is incredible." Soul Wind's lips twitched, falling into silence. The words may have been crude, but the sentiment was not unfounded. Given Soul Tsang's current performance, he was indeed formidable. It should be noted that even when Soul Mieshing and Gunan Hai had joined forces, they had failed to pressure the pure lotus demon fire to this extent. Soul Mieshing furrowed his brow deeply, scrutinizing Soul Tsang earnestly. He had never imagined that Soul Tsang's strength would ascend to such a terrifying level, even surpassing his own. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Soul Clan. He faced Xiao Yan as an obstruction, while the Soul Demon Elder was being restrained by the old monster of the Pill Tower. What if Soul Tsang and the pure Lotus Demon fire joined forces? Who among them could withstand such a combination? The 3 clans of Gu, Lei, and Yao wore solemn expressions, gathering with their kin, seemingly prepared to flee should the situation turn dire. Amidst countless gazes, Soul Tsang spoke slowly. "There is no need for such complications." The pure lotus demon fire realized that there was no turning back. It retorted in anger. "Even if you advance to 6 stars Dou Saint, do not think I truly fear you." The pure lotus demon fire's hands suddenly transformed, the vast expanse of milky white flames rapidly converging towards it, morphing into a colossal figure of fire nearly 10,000 feet tall. Originally immense, the pure lotus demon fire now towered to such heights that one could not discern its summit even when gazing upward. The fiery giant's feet plunged into the magma, sending waves splashing dozens of meters high. A low, rumbling roar reverberated through the skies, echoing the ancient formation of heavenly refinement, unveiled. In the next moment, countless milky white flames shot forth, vanishing into the demon fire space. A thunderous crash reverberated under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A massive fire formation nearly 10,000 feet in height emerged in the sky. Simultaneously, the boundless sea of magma surged, revealing a colossal fire formation beneath. The 2 formations, one above and one below, enveloped everyone entirely. A terrifying, oppressive aura emanated from the grand array. The voice of the pure lotus demon fire echoed. "You wish to seal me?" This is the grand sealing formation laid down by the pure lotus demon saint himself. Even a 9-star Dou Saint would tremble before it. "Now that I control it, annihilating you shall be effortless." As the words resonated, the upper and lower formations began to rotate slowly. The Soul Demon Elder's expression darkened. It has actually mastered the grand formation. This is dire. The Pill Tower's Elder also wore a grim expression. In these 1,000 years, it has even learned the formation left by the pure Lotus Demon Saint. It cannot be allowed to reach the central continent. In the distance, a slowly rotating spatial passage was gradually closing under the pressure of the grand formation. "Quickly retreat." The Soul Demon Elder flashed to Soul Wind's side, seizing him as they fled towards the passage. Such a grand formation, when initially laid down by the pure Lotus Demon Saint, had even the then leader of the Soul Clan deeming himself no match for it. Though the pure Lotus Demon Saint had fallen, the potency of his formation had not diminished. Unfortunately, having failed to seize the pure Lotus Demon Fire, Soul Mieshing cast a glance at Soul Tsang, revealing a trace of helplessness before choosing to depart. Given the current circumstances with the pure Lotus Demon Fire enraged and the Soul Demon Elder at a loss, what could Soul Tsang, who had merely relied on secret methods to ascend to 6 stars Dou Saint, do against the pure Lotus Demon Fire? Others soon followed suit, including the clans of Gu, Lei and Yao. In the blink of an eye, only Soul Tsang, Xiao Yan, Yao Chun, and the elders of the Pill Tower remained. The elder of the Pill Tower sighed. You should not have stayed. This ancient formation of heavenly refinement is something even I cannot guarantee victory against. Xiao Yan replied, I have faith in my big brother. The elder of the Pill Tower glanced at Soul Tsang. Him is futile. Unless the pure Lotus Demon Saint were to be reborn, once the ancient formation is activated, it is exceedingly difficult to halt. At that moment, Soul Tsang spoke up. Not necessarily. Formations also require energy to be driven. The elder of the Pill Tower paused for a moment before asking, do you truly have a method to seal the pure Lotus Demon Fire under these circumstances? Soul Tsang smiled with confidence, his hands beginning to form seals as countless fire spirits surged forth, obstructing the encroaching milky white flames. In an instant, a seal took form once more. Soul Tsang held in his palm, turning to face the Pill Tower elder and Xiao Yan, saying, Gentlemen, please assist in restraining it. The ancestral elder of the Dan Tower, reluctant to meet his demise, nodded in agreement. Very well. Although Xiao Chun remained silent, he tightened his grip around the blood axe. 3 figures shot skyward, as the ancestral elder and Xiao Chun took their positions to shield Hun Cang from the onslaught of the fire giant. Hun Cang maintained his utmost speed. Despite the vast distance, he swiftly ascended to the pinnacle, perched atop the fiery giant. The pure Lotus Demon Fire let out a frenzied shriek upon spotting Hun Cang. Countless milky flames surged towards him. Futile, Hun Cang remarked indifferently, casting forth the mark from his palm towards the pure Lotus Demon Fire. In an instant, the surrounding space-time appeared to freeze. The mark descended upon the demon fire at a pace that seemed slow yet was, in reality, incredibly swift. All the milky flames along its path came to a halt, revealing a clear passageway. At the passage's end, the pure Lotus Demon Fire displayed a visage of terror and panic, seemingly preparing to flee. Yet an invisible force rendered it immobile. With a swift motion, the mark embedded itself into the Demon Fire's forehead. The pure Lotus Demon Fire trembled, frozen in place, its outer flames flickering erratically as if in struggle, but the mark's radiance pulsated, forcing the flames back into submission. Below, the ancestral elder of the Dan Tower and Xiao Chun halted their movements, gazing at the gradually collapsing fire giant. The ancestral elder exclaimed in astonishment, Is it truly achieved? Xiao Chun remained silent, his expression as composed as ever, though a flicker of shock danced in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he would have perished long ago in the realm of demon fire. Before long, a stream of light descended from the heavens, halting before the two. As the flames dissipated, Hun Cang's form emerged. All set, he grinned, finally obtaining the pure Lotus Demon Fire, thus fulfilling a long-held aspiration. The trio returned to the massive stone below, where Yao Chun, Xiao Yan, and the others had gathered around. Xiao Yan pointed towards the grand formation above, his expression grave. Elder brother, the formation has yet to cease. Hun Cang hesitated for a moment. We may need to wait. The pure Lotus Demon Fire is now sealed by me, but perhaps the formation still harbors residual energy. At that juncture, the ancestral elder interjected. No, there is something we have overlooked. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he continued, the heavenly refinement ancient formation was created by the pure Lotus Demon Saint. To seal the pure Lotus Demon Fire, he may have additional energy to drive it. Suddenly, Xiao Chun exclaimed, the fire. Everyone's gaze shifted to the boundless magma surrounding them, which contained a substantial amount of fire attribute energy. Yao Chun, filled with concern, inquired, what should we do now? Should we attempt to break the heavenly refinement ancient formation? The ancestral elder shook his head. If the heavenly refinement ancient formation were so easily dismantled, it would hardly qualify as the signature technique of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. I can't believe I overlooked that. Hun Cang suddenly slapped his forehead, turning to Xiao Yan, quickly pointing his finger. A stream of light shooting forth and entering Xiao Yan's forehead. Chapter 186. Hun Cang lays bare his intentions doubts arise in the ancestral elder. Hun Cang acted upon Xiao Yan without warning, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as the light vanished into Xiao Yan's being. Xiao Chen spoke in a low voice. What have you done to him? Hun Cang replied nonchalantly. No need for alarm. I merely summoned that entity residing within him. A look of confusion crossed Xiao Chen's face. At this moment, Yao Chen realized. That's right. Xiao Yan previously gathered an ancient map left by the pure Lotus Demon Saint, and a beam of light had projected into his mind. The mention of the ancient map evoked envy in the eyes of the ancestral elder and others present. Such fortune. Xiao Chen, having absorbed Yao Chen's words, felt his tense demeanor ease slightly. He was already aware of the decline of the Xiao clan and held great regard for Xiao Yan, the last scion of his lineage, wishing to protect him from harm. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, an immense and boundless aura surged forth. This aura was not merely a display of strength, but rather an essence, reminiscent of one who had once stood at the pinnacle of existence. Xiao Chen instinctively took 2 steps back, a hint of wariness appearing on his face. The ancestral elder's expression tightened, slightly intimidated by the aura radiating from Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with milky light, his demeanor indifferent as he addressed Hun Cang. To prevent the demon fire from wreaking havoc, I left behind a contingency for future worthy individuals to combat the demon fire. I never anticipated you would manage to seal it. I merely possess a few minor skills. Hun Cang replied with a smile. The pure Lotus Demon Saint sighed and suddenly asked, May I see it once more? Surprised, Hun Cang hesitated before nodding. Certainly. A beam of light erupted from Hun Cang, transforming into a wisp of milky flame. After a moment's thought, Hun Cang formed seals with his hands and pointed towards the flame. Suppression of the 6 seals. Suppressed. The pure Lotus Demon fire immediately shifted from its sealed state to one of suppression. Spare me, spare me. I can assist you, the demon fire pleaded. In the next instant, it seemed to sense something and slowly turn around. Upon seeing the faint silhouette enveloping Xiao Yan, the pure Lotus Demon fire was struck with shock. You're still alive? The pure Lotus Demon Saint spoke slowly. I am not dead. This is merely a remnant I left behind to ensure you do not escape your seal and cause chaos upon the continent. The demon fire retorted angrily. After all my efforts to assist you, why must you still guard against me even in death? Even if the pure Lotus Demon Saint is gone, I am still imprisoned in this demon fire realm. The pure Lotus Demon Saint sighed. Your temperament is exceedingly violent. I do not wish for you to bring calamity to others. Had you not possessed such a nature, I might have allowed you to leave. The demon fire refused to accept this. Impossible. You are deceiving me. You harbor resentment for my rebellion. Thus, even in death, you choose to confine me. Deny me freedom for all eternity. A pained expression crossed the pure Lotus Demon Saint's face. Throughout his life, he had no disciples or offspring, having regarded the pure Lotus Demon fire as the closest being to him. Yet, it was precisely this betrayal that marked the most sorrowful event of his life. He did not extinguish the demon fire's consciousness directly, but chose to seal it, hoping it would come to recognize its own faults. However, it appeared that the demon fire had not comprehended its issues and had become even more obstinate. The pure Lotus Demon Saint turned away from the demon fire and addressed Hun Cang. The pure Lotus Demon fire has now formed consciousness and absorbed my legacy. It is not easily controlled. Do you require my assistance to restore it to its original state? The demon fire roared in fury, hurling accusations and insults. Hun Cang formed seals with both hands, resealing it, and then shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill, but I possess a means to deal with the pure Lotus Demon fire. For now, we must first address this formation. Very well. The pure Lotus Demon Saint did not press further. Recognizing that Hun Cang's ability to seal, it indicated he could manage the demon fire. The pure Lotus Demon Saint crafted a mark and pointed it towards the heavens. In the next moment, the 2 grand formations ceased and slowly receded. As the pure Lotus Demon Saint's form detached from Xiao Yan, he glanced at Hun Cang before dissipating. Take good care of it. With that, the pure Lotus Demon Saint transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing completely. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that the individual once closest to the fighting emperor would reappear in such a manner. Everyone, you may leave now, Hun Cang said calmly. After the heavenly refinement ancient formation dissipated, the passageway to the demon fire realm reopened, albeit in a different location. Subsequently, Hun Cang turned to Xiao Yan. You stay. Suppressing his inner joy, Xiao Yan nodded firmly. Yes, elder brother. Yao Chen cast a glance at Xiao Yan, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. He understood that Xiao Yan's decision to remain stemmed from one reason alone, to absorb the exotic fire. Could the third-ranked pure Lotus Demon fire pave the way for Xiao Yan to become the next pure Lotus Demon saint? Yao Chun pondered inwardly. At that moment, the ancestral elder interjected. Hun Cang, since you have sealed the pure Lotus Demon fire, I will not forcefully take it. However, I have one request that I hope you will remember. Hun Cang turned his gaze towards him. The ancestor of the Dan Tower solemnly advised, no matter the circumstances, never hand over the pure Lotus Demon fire to the Soul Clan. As a member of the Soul Clan, you should be more acutely aware of their formidable strength and insatiable ambitions than we are. Should they acquire the flames, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soul Cang nodded, fully understanding the Soul Clan's aspirations better than anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "May I have a word in private?" The ancestor of the Dan Tower was momentarily taken aback. The two retreated to a more secluded area, where the ancestor asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Soul Cang replied, "I wish to forge an alliance with the Dan Tower and hope that you can take the lead in consolidating certain forces." The ancestor of the Dan Tower, perplexed, asked why. Soul Cang pondered for a brief moment before responding, "A calamity is imminent on the continent, and the death toll will likely reach no less than 10 million. The ancestor of the Dan Tower was visibly shaken. "Does this relate to the Soul Clan?" Soul Cang affirmed with a nod. The ancestor expressed his skepticism. "What evidence do you have?" Soul Cang then mentioned 2 locations, suggesting the ancestor verify them himself. Should the findings confirm his claims, they could discuss specific collaborations at the Gamma Empire with the leader of the Cang Alliance. The ancestor of the Dan Tower scrutinized Soul Cang intently and remarked, "I will investigate. I hope what you say is false, but I sense you're not jesting." Soul Cang was indeed serious. The urgency of the situation compelled him to begin rallying allies. The ancestor then departed with his entourage, having his own inquiries to make. At that moment, within the realm of the demon fire, only Soul Cang, Xiao Yan, Yao Chun, and Xiao Chun remained. An ethereal figure emerged from Soul Cang. "Cousin." Upon glimpsing the figure, Xiao Chen's eyes trembled, brimming with crystalline tears. Xiao Xian smiled gently, beckoning Xiao Chun to step aside, leaving the space for Xiao Yan and Soul Cang to converse. Midway, he couldn't resist glancing back at the two standing together, a profound sense of satisfaction illuminating his features. The Xiao clan had produced such a talented descendant as Xiao Yan, which was indeed no small feat, however. It was even more commendable that Xiao Yan recognized Soul Cang as an elder brother. Xiao Xian understood the day's events clearly, without Soul Cang's involvement. Even if Xiao Yan possessed the remnants left by the pure Lotus Demon Saint, acquiring the demon fire would not have been so effortless. The outcome could have been exceedingly grim. On another front, observing Xiao Yan's nearly ear-to-ear grin, Soul Cang couldn't help but chuckle. Smack! Yao Chun playfully slapped Xiao Yan, chiding, "Can you not show a bit more restraint? Is it only laughter that you know? Do you not understand what should be said now?" Xiao Yan shot a glare at Yao Chun, but chuckled. "Thank you, brother." "Thank you? I should be the one thanking you." Soul Cang mused internally as he retrieved the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Chapter 187, A Summary of Gains. The Xiao clan's heartfelt gratitude. The pure Lotus Demon Fire floated in the air, manifesting as a flame. It was currently sealed, possessing awareness of its surroundings, yet unable to react. Observing Soul Cang forming hand seals, Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity, "Brother, what are you about to do?" Soul Cang glanced at him and replied, "I understand your eagerness, but please exercise patience. The pure Lotus Demon Fire now possesses its own consciousness. Should you attempt to directly devour it, you may suffer a fate akin to that of the pure Lotus Demon Saint." Previously, the pure Lotus Demon Saint had harbored similar concerns and proposed assistance. But Soul Cang had declined. He had his own methods. Within the 6 seals of suppression, one seal was named separation. This meant he could meticulously extract everything from the flame. If he were to follow the approach of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, he could indeed extinguish the fire's consciousness. But the cost of dissipating its power and the inheritance it held. Soul Cang wished to nourish Xiao Yan with a fully potent pure Lotus Demon Fire, along with the inheritance of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. This way, the rewards from the system would also be more abundant. Recognizing Soul Cang's good intentions, Xiao Yan chose to remain silent and patiently awaited the outcome. A seal flew from Soul Cang's palm into the flames. The pure Lotus Demon Fire trembled violently, gradually separating into numerous beams of light. These beams, interconnected yet distinct, were severed from one another under Soul Cang's will. Soon, a flame tinged with a light pink hue emerged before them. The flame flickered, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding space. Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Brother, could this be the true form of the pure lotus demon fire?" "Indeed," Soul Song affirmed. "What you see now is the essence of the demon fire. Secure it for now, and consume it once we return to the Gamma Empire." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan promptly summoned the flames within his body, enveloping the pure lotus demon fire and drawing it inside. Yao Chun chuckled, "You little rascal, once you consume the pure lotus demon fire, your strength will likely surpass that of a 4-star Dou saint." Xiao Yan grinned, "You know it well. Just be careful with your hands, or I might have to teach you a lesson." Yao Chen's expression darkened, realizing he had taken on such a rebellious disciple. Soul Song smiled and presented another ethereal glow to Xiao Yan. Within this orb of light, fleeting shadows appeared, vaguely resembling the pure lotus demon saint. With a terrifyingly contorted expression, Xiao Yan looked at Soul Song in confusion. Soul Song explained, "This is the consciousness of the pure lotus demon fire, containing the inheritance absorbed from the pure lotus demon saint. Keep it safe. Engaging with it can enhance your soul power and allow you to absorb its inheritance." The idea of absorbing the pure lotus demon saint's inheritance left Xiao Yan astounded. Just from the reactions of the Soul Clan and the other ancient tribes, it was evident how formidable the pure lotus demon saint was. If he were to assimilate the inheritance, his future accomplishments would be unparalleled. However, Xiao Yan suppressed his excitement and replied, "Brother, since I already possess the pure lotus demon fire, I cannot accept this inheritance." Soul Song was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yan to refuse the allure of the pure lotus demon saint. At that moment, Xiao Chun chimed in, "Xiao Yan is correct. You've worked hard, and it would be unreasonable not to take anything." Xiao Xian also urged him, "Though our clan may be in decline, we still maintain our principles and cannot demand without limits." Hearing this, Soul Song found their perspective amusing. They believed they were at a disadvantage, yet he was the true victor. Moreover, acquiring this inheritance would require battling the consciousness of the pure lotus demon fire, a task both time-consuming and labor-intensive, which made Soul Song even less inclined to accept it. Therefore, he firmly insisted that Xiao Yan must accept it. Xiao Yan, overwhelmed by Soul Song's insistence, was moved to tears. During this period, Xiao Yan's soul power was not particularly strong, merely at the level of the spirit realm, making it challenging to withstand the consciousness of the pure lotus demon fire. Soul Song gifted Xiao Yan the soul crystals he had previously obtained, which included 2, one from the Soul Emperor and the other from the Soul Void. Soul Song had used one, leaving the other for this very occasion. With the soul crystal to suppress the consciousness of the pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Yan felt significantly relieved. Additionally, Soul Song presented 2 types of exotic flames collected from the Heaven's Tomb, along with 2 types from the Flame Clan. Yao Chen couldn't help but feel envious. Xiao Yan, having had his suspicions confirmed, accepted the exotic flames without further hesitation. Thus, the matter of the pure lotus demon fire reached a conclusion. Upon learning Soul Song's intentions, Xiao Yan was astonished. "Brother, are you planning to remain in the realm of the demon fire?" Soul Song nodded. "I wish to see if I can claim this space as my own." This space had yet to collapse, as there had been no incident of the pure lotus demon saint wielding his power to perish alongside the pure lotus demon fire. Moreover, this realm was left behind by the pure lotus demon saint and was not inferior to the spaces of the ancient 8 clans. Soul Song was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away. If he could secure it, future allies like Medusa could reside within, alleviating some of his concerns. Soul Song turned to Xiao Yan, advising, "When you return, maintain a low profile. It would be best if not too many people become aware of your return." Xiao Yan scratched his head in confusion. "Are you trying to play dead?" Yao Chan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes gleamed with a spark of understanding. After the ancient formation of the Heavenly Refinement Array made its appearance, everyone had departed, leaving only their group and the members of the Dan Tower. Under normal circumstances, the Dan Tower would certainly not make a grand proclamation. Moreover, the members of the Dan Tower had exited through a different passage. With the sealing concluded, the spatial passage had opened, revealing multiple routes. Hun Cang nodded calmly and remarked, "Due to my circumstances, the Soul Clan has lost the pure lotus demon fire. If they discover that I am not dead, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Therefore, it is best for me to remain hidden, as it will create the illusion that I am sealed within the space of the demon fire." Xiao Yan suddenly understood. "I see now. Rest assured, brother." Hun Cang then turned to Xiao Chun and said, "I leave the security matters regarding the Gamma Empire in the hands of the Elder." Xiao Chun, having discerned Hun Cang's intentions toward Xiao Yan and the Xiao clan, felt much more at ease, and with a serious demeanor, he replied, "You need not worry. Unless I perish, the Gamma Empire will remain safe and sound. Thank you." Hun Cang was particularly concerned about his family. With the presence of Xiao Chun, a 5-star Dou saint, he felt considerably more at ease. Xiao Chun waved his hand, stating, "The gratitude should be directed towards me. You have aided our Xiao clan immensely. Now it is our turn to repay you." Hun Cang smiled slightly. "Xiao Yan and I are brothers. There is no need for such formalities." Once all arrangements were finalized, Xiao Yan and the others prepared to depart. Before leaving, Xiao Yan inquired about the Bodhi seed. It turned out that after diligent training, the Yao Tian fire was on the verge of touching the threshold of a Dou saint. Since Hun Cang would not be returning anytime soon, Xiao Yan decided to ask in advance. Hun Cang handed the Bodhi seed to Xiao Yan. After watching them leave, only Hun Cang and Xiao Xian remained in the space. Hun Cang looked at him and said, "Elder, you will need to wait a bit longer. Although we have the bones, the essence blood is also a significant issue. Given Xiao Xian's realm, the ordinary essence blood of a 9th-tier magical beast may not suffice." Xiao Xian chuckled. "No rush, we can take our time." He was well aware of his own situation, and with Xiao Chun's oversight, the Xiao clan had a reliable support. Thus, he was not overly anxious. Hun Cang then stored Xiao Xian away and began to examine the rewards. Within the vast space, he found himself alone, and without Xiao Xian's perception. Hun Cang's laughter resonated freely. He had finally reached this pivotal moment. Chapter 188. Exchange of Information, Gu Yuan's Foreboding. The host gifted Xiao Yan the pure lotus demon fire. Triggering rewards. The host gifted Xiao Yan the consciousness of the pure lotus demon fire. Triggering rewards. The host gifted Xiao Yan the red lotus karma fire. Triggering rewards. The host gifted Xiao Yan the 9 nether wind flame. Triggering rewards. The host gifted Xiao Yan the fire cloud water flame. Triggering rewards. The host gifted Xiao Yan the 8 desolations annihilation flame. Triggering rewards. Upon opening the long-awaited system, Hun Cang was inundated with a series of notifications. He suddenly acquired 5 new types of fire spirits, along with a complete inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint. Hun Cang found himself at a loss for words to express his current feelings. He promptly accepted the inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint. This inheritance, derived from the system's rewards, was more complete than the insights he had gleaned through his own exploration. After receiving feedback from the system, it transformed into a comprehensive inheritance. It encompassed the nightmarish heavenly mist, the heavenly refinement array, and a series of other knowledge, including methods to control the demon fire space. Hun Cang beamed with joy. Initially, he had thought that mastering the spatial manipulation would require considerable time and effort to uncover information. But now, all his concerns and worries have been effortlessly resolved. A sudden, intense pain surged through his head before it returned to normal. After a brief moment, Hun Cang began to form seals with his hands at an increasingly rapid pace, an enigmatic aura manifesting within his palms. Boom! The demon fire space trembled, and a cacophony of sounds echoed throughout. Above and below, 2 massive formations re-emerged, slowly rotating, as the space solidified once more. The heavenly refinement array appeared again. Hun Cang gazed at the grand array in the sky, nodding in satisfaction. By using it to seal the space, I need not worry about disturbances while absorbing the fire spirits. The 5 fire spirits lined up obediently. Before them, several other fire spirits curiously circled around them. Go away! Go away! Hun Cang waved his hand, sequentially swallowing the 5 fire spirits and entering a state of cultivation. On another front, the Soul Demon Elder and Gunan Hai, among others, emerged from the demon fire space but did not leave immediately. Instead, they chose to observe from the outside. Among those present, the Soul Demon Elder had the deepest understanding of the heavenly refinement array and was the first to choose to retreat. At this moment, the Soul Demon Elder remained silent, his expression grave. Is the heavenly refinement array truly that fearsome? Inquired Hun Misheng. The Soul Demon Elder nodded. In the annals of the Soul Clan's history, there was a member who battled the pure Lotus Demon Saint, but was completely refined by the heavenly refinement array, with no survivors. Hun Misheng fell silent. Such individuals, recorded in the Soul Clan's history, were invariably formidable. If even they were helpless against the heavenly refinement array, it seemed that fleeing was indeed the wisest choice. Suddenly, Hun Feng Spuke, Isn't Hun Cang doomed? The Soul Demon Elder nodded once more, without a trace of hesitation. If even his own strength could not withstand it, how could Hun Cang, who relied on secret techniques, possibly resist the heavenly refinement array? A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Hun Feng's eyes as he sighed. What a pity for the pure lotus demon fire. The soul demon elder chuckled. Plans often do not keep up with changes. If the clan leader were to learn of this situation, I am sure he would not blame you. Hun Feng smiled faintly, though with a hint of reluctance. His true concern was not about being reprimanded, but rather about power. If he could obtain the pure lotus demon fire, it would undoubtedly belong to him. An invaluable resource for enhancing his strength. Hun Yesheng pondered. What should we do now? Should we continue waiting? The soul demon elder nodded, indeed. Not far away. Gu Nanhai was soothing the agitated Sun. Miss, it is too dangerous inside. You cannot go in, Gu Nanhai insisted firmly. On other matters, he could be accommodating and make concessions, but when it came to life and safety, Gu Nanhai had to maintain his stance. Xun felt distressed. Brother Xiao Yan is still inside. He has not come out. Gu Nanhai continued. That is the heavenly refinement array, a formation laid down by the pure lotus demon saint. If you rush in now, you are courting death. Even the soul demon elder fears it. How much more so for you? Upon hearing this, Sun was momentarily taken aback and without hesitation pulled out a jade slip, shattering it. The speed was so swift that Gu Nanhai barely had time to comprehend before he could intervene. Before long, the void trembled, and a figure stepped out from within. Gu Yuan, with a worried expression, noticed that Sun was unharmed, and his demeanor relaxed slightly. Father, you must save Xiao Yan. He is in there, and he is in great danger. Sun seemed to have found her savior. Gu Yuan furrowed his brows and looked towards Gu Nanhai, asking what happened. Gu Nanhai replied, Clan leader, the pure lotus demon fire has grasped the inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint and has activated the heavenly refinement array. I brought the young miss out in advance. The heavenly refinement array? Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned, his face displaying a grave expression, clearly aware of the array's power. Seeing that Gu Yuan showed no signs of action, Sun burst into tears. Gu Yuan sighed, child. That heavenly refinement array has even refined the so-called strongest clan leader in the history of the Soul Clan. I lack the ability to confront it. Xun lamented. Does that mean Brother Xiao Yan is doomed? Gu Yuan fell silent, but his attitude clearly indicated his tacit agreement with Sun's words. Even if the controller of the heavenly refinement array was merely the pure lotus demon fire, the power of the formation could not be underestimated. At that moment, everyone suddenly turned their heads toward the distant void. They witnessed a passage slowly opening. It was the same passage that previously led to the demon fire space. The passage has reopened. Have they resolved the crisis? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Hun Feng instinctively looked towards the soul demon elder. Do not act rashly. It may be a trap set by the pure lotus demon fire, the soul demon elder warned sternly. The soul destroyer expressed his agreement, suggesting that it was possible the entity had previously feigned being sealed, and perhaps the current opening of the passage was a similar ruse, deliberately intended to lure them inside. In the distance, Gu Yuan remained motionless, merely gazing at the portal. Sun beside him, was in tears, yearning to enter, ultimately being rendered unconscious by Gu Yuan's direct intervention. After a brief pause, some individuals began to stir restlessly. Yet, no one emerged from within, and they dared not act recklessly. It was essential to recognize that many formidable beings resided inside. Even the ancestor of the Pill Tower was enough to instill a sense of gravity among those present. If there were truly no dangers, he should have emerged by now. Moments later, the passage began to close slowly. The soul demon elder let out a sigh of relief, declaring with conviction, indeed, it is a trap laid by the pure lotus demon fire. He turned to the soul destroyer and soul wind, saying, let us return to our clan. With the passage now sealed and the celestial tides nearing their conclusion, remaining any longer served no purpose. Moreover, the soul demon elder was acutely aware that none among the three were inclined to take the lead and venture inside. The medicine clan subsequently withdrew as well. The elder of the Thunder clan approached the ancient clan, slightly bowing to Gu Yuan, and inquired, Ancient clan leader, none from the Flame clan have arrived. Have you had any recent contact with them? The absence of the Flame clan's involvement in the pure lotus demon fire? Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. After a moment of thought, he replied, not at the moment. I will reach out to them shortly. Regardless of the circumstances, I will communicate with your clan leader. The Thunder clan elder nodded, saying, very well, I shall inform our clan leader of today's events upon my return. Be cautious on your journey. After watching the Thunder clan depart, Gu Yuan casually gestured, opening a passage, and then led the members of the ancient clan inside. Upon returning to the ancient clan, Gu Yuan instructed others to keep a close watch on Sun, ensuring her emotional state was soothed. Subsequently, He attempted to contact the Flame Clan. However, after exhausting various methods, he received no response. Could something truly have gone awry? A heavy feeling settled in Gu Yuan's heart as he sent a message to the Thunder Clan leader, inviting him to the Ancient Clan. Chapter 189. The Ancient Three Clans' Concerns and the Evading of Responsibility. Before long, two figures arrived at the outskirts of the Ancient Realm. Gu Yuan personally welcomed them. The visitors were Lei Ying, the leader of the Thunder Clan, and Yao Dan, the leader of the Medicine Clan. Yao Dan, a kind-eyed elderly man with white hair, wore a faintly somber expression. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three entered the Grand Hall. Gu Yuan remarked, with the Spirit Clan and Stone Clan severing their connections. And now the Flame Clan unreachable. I sense something amiss. Lei Ying nodded in agreement, stating, I had an agreement with Yan Jin to communicate periodically, regardless of the importance of the matter. Today marks several days past our agreed timeline. Something must have transpired with the Flame Clan. Yodan acertet. This matter undoubtedly relates to the Soul Clan. After years of recuperation, they are bound to make significant moves. Gu Yuan displayed a look of accord, suggesting, I wish to investigate near the Flame Realm. What do you think? Lei Ying nodded in agreement, and Yao Dan found no reason to refuse. The three opened a passage and swiftly traversed through, soon arriving near the Flame Realm. However, the desolate scene before them caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Gu Yuan, on high alert, stated, This is peculiar. While the Spirit Clan and Stone Clan closing their passages is understandable, why would the Flame Clan inexplicably do the same? Nearby, Lei Ying produced a jade slip. This was the medium for his private communication with Yan Jin, and logically, there should have been some response upon nearing the Flame Realm. Yet, the jade slip remained dull and lifeless, devoid of any reaction. Yao Dan inquired, Do you possess any other means? At this juncture, do not hold back. Lei Ying shook his head. Gu Yuan surveyed their surroundings, unwilling to linger due to the potential hazards lurking in the shadows, and proposed a return to the Ancient Clan. Upon their return to the Grand Hall, the three wore grave expressions. The disappearance of the Flame Clan's realm could either imply that they had chosen to isolate themselves or had been subjected to destruction. In either case, the situation was exceedingly strange, especially considering the recent similar occurrences involving the Spirit Clan and Stone Clan. Gu Yuan spoke solemnly, Gentlemen, I believe it is imperative for us to forge a temporary alliance. Lei Ying and Yao then exchanged glances. Gu Yuan continued with gravity. If we were to assume the actions of the three clans were instigated by the Soul Clan, then given their strength, any one of our clans could face annihilation should we encounter them. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Ying nodded. The Soul Emperor was formidable before. After such a long period of recuperation, he has undoubtedly progressed further. The most puzzling aspect of the Soul Clan was their bloodline continuity, seemingly immune to the fading of the Dou Emperor bloodline. Yao Dan's expression was heavy with confusion. The Dou Emperor bloodline was the fundamental reason for the enduring strength of ancient races. However, through generations of inheritance, the potency of the bloodline would gradually dilute, leading to a decline in the clan's power. Gu Yuan suggested, I propose that both of you consider relocating your clan realms closer to the ancient realm. This way, even if the Soul Clan intends to strike, we can detect their movements in time and provide assistance. Lei Ying appeared somewhat hesitant. Relocating a clan realm was no trivial matter. Furthermore, exposing their realm to other ancient clans was a considerable risk. Yao Dan interjected directly, Ancient Clan leader Gu Yuan, my Medicine Clan cannot agree to this at present. The Medicine Convention is approaching, and our clan realm must remain stable. Gu Yuan had merely made a suggestion, never expecting it to be a certainty. Unfazed by the refusal, he pondered, let us establish a new line of communication. Any developments should be relayed immediately. Both Lei Ying and Yao Dan nodded in agreement, subsequently returning to their respective clans. In the Grand Hall, Gu Yuan's countenance darkened, filled with anxiety. The Soul Clan had always been shrouded in mystery, difficult to fathom. When the Ancient Clan had previously contended with the Soul Clan, they had the support of the Xiao Clan. Now that the Xiao Clan had all but ceased to exist, and with the Thunder and Medicine clans divided, should these two clans face destruction, the Ancient Clan would have little chance against the Soul Clan. On the other side, the Soul Demon Elder returned to the Soul Clan with the Soul Destroyer and Soul Wind. In the Grand Hall, the three stood side by side, gazing at the imposing figure before them. The Soul Emperor surveyed them, inquiring, has the pure Lotus Demon Fire been secured? Is Soul Cang still trapped within the Demon Fire space, with his fate unknown? Soul Wind clasped his hands respectfully, responding, respected clan leader. Soul Cang had indeed obtained the pure Lotus Demon Fire. In his eagerness for glory, he inadvertently shattered the seal, leading to Soul Yu's tragic demise. The Soul Emperor spoke in a grave tone. Is that so? Soul Destroyer hesitated before affirming. What the young clan leader says is true. Beside them, the Soul Demon Elder nodded, displaying a look of regret. Had I not been held back by the ancestor of the Pill Tower, I might have had a chance to save them. Alas, who could have foreseen that old wretch would break through to the 6-star Dou Saint? I am outmatched. Clan leader, I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. The Soul Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Soul Demon Elder, remaining silent. It was easy to speak of responsibility. What could he offer to bear it? Did he know the location of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi's cave? At this moment, the Soul Emperor felt a twinge of relief, grateful to have retrieved the ancient jade from the Xiao clan from Soul Song beforehand. Otherwise, had it remained with Soul Song in the Demon Fire space, he would have had to wait another 1,000 years to access the ancient Emperor Tua Shi's cave. You may leave now. Regarding Soul Yu's death, consider how to console his family. The Soul Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Originally, Soul Yu had not been part of the plan, yet for reasons unknown, Soul Wind insisted on including him. Now, with Soul Yu's death, his lineage would likely be thrown into turmoil. Soul Wind and the others bowed before departing. In the vast, silent grand hall, after a moment of stillness, a wisp of black flame emerged, coalescing into a human form beside the Soul Emperor. The void-devouring flame glanced at the Soul Emperor and remarked, "The Soul Jade Slip of Soul Song remains intact." The Soul Emperor displayed no surprise, replying coolly with his understanding of flames. He might have been able to withstand the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The current issue is whether he is sealed within the Demon Fire space. If so, we have no means of extracting the location of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi's cave from him. Void Devourer fell into a moment of silence before declaring, "I shall undertake this journey. I am quite familiar with the pure Lotus Demon Flame." Soul Emperor cast a glance at him and nodded. "Thank you for your efforts." With a faint smile, Void Devourer exploded into a swirl of black flames and vanished once more. Time slipped by, and, in the Central Plains, the site where the demon flames once descended, a wisp of black flame emerged in the void, coiling like a dragon or serpent as it ascended towards the heavens. Transforming into the visage of Void Devourer, his brow furrowed as he stroked his chin, pondering, strange, the pure Lotus Demon Flame has yet to appear? According to the Elder Soul Demon's descriptions, the pure Lotus Demon Flame had already mastered the ancient array for refining the heavens set by the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Thus, the seal should be ineffective against it. There is no reason for it not to break free from the seal. Yet paradoxically, this area bore no traces of the pure Lotus Demon Flame. Closing his eyes, Void Devourer sought to sense once more. After a brief moment, he found nothing. Not only was there no sign of the pure Lotus Demon Flame, but even the space of the seal seemed to have vanished. Perhaps the pure Lotus Demon Saint had some hidden means of spatial concealment. Could it be that Soul Song was truly sealed within that space as well? Void Devourer murmured. Yet, a persistent voice within him insisted that could not be the case. Not wishing to linger further, Void Devourer returned directly to the Soul Clan and conveyed his findings to the Soul Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor remarked, "Never mind. The ancient jade of the Tua Shi Emperor will soon be in our grasp. Even without news of Soul Song, we shall find our way. You should attend to matters concerning the Flame Clan. In due time, we shall take action against the Medicine Clan." Understood, Void Devourer nodded slightly. "I will ensure all my affairs are settled before the Pill Conference." Indeed, the Soul Emperor acknowledged. Chapter Saskidensven, halt. Up ahead, we are about to collide. In the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan and his companions emerged from the spatial passage, landing directly in the Tagore Desert without entering the city. "Xiao Yan, you shall break through here. With me present, no one will disturb you." Xiao Chun's voice resonated with a deep confidence. "No rush." Xiao Yan gently shook his head. After a while, the space nearby rippled, and two figures emerged. Medusa and Yao Tianhu turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan and the others. Medusa inquired, "Where is your elder brother?" "Sister-in-law," Xiao Yan succinctly explained, "My elder brother has not returned. He was previously under house arrest and is currently cultivating in a special location, making it inconvenient for him to appear. He will return in due time." Medusa's brows furrowed as she asked, "What have you summoned us here for?" Xiao Yan briefly elucidated the matter regarding the demon flame space and handed a Bodhi seed to Yao Tianhu. Upon witnessing this scene, Medusa finally believed Xiao Yan's words. For the Bodhi seed belonged to Soul Song. Yao Tianhu was incredibly thrilled, exclaiming, "I never imagined that in this second life. I could not only return to my former glory, but also experience a renaissance." Yao Chun could not help but interject, "Look at you. Is it merely becoming a Dou Saint? One might think you are on the verge of breaking through to Dou Emperor. Yao Tianhu rolled his eyes. You have been resurrected at the peak of half-saint. With a bit of cultivation, you can easily ascend to Dou Saint. Naturally, it is easy for you to speak. Let us return to the main topic, Medusa interjected, casting a glance at the two. If you do not wish to go to the Serpent Clan shrine, there are no outsiders there, so you need not worry about being discovered. Xiao Yan shook his head. No, the cultivation process creates a commotion that could raise suspicions. The desert is quite suitable. If someone is suspicious, they will likely attribute it to the strange fire. Medusa pondered for a moment, finding his reasoning sound, and nodded. Very well, you shall decide. Xiao Yan then produced several jade slips, pushing them forward so they floated before Medusa and Yao Tianhu. Both Medusa and Yao Tianhu displayed expressions of confusion. My elder brother has eliminated someone with a certain background. Sister-in-law, you must remain vigilant. If danger arises that cannot be resolved, shatter the jade slip, and my ancestor will rush to assist, Xiao Yan advised. Beside him, Xiao Chen remarked, the Soul Clan is formidable. Be decisive in the face of challenges. I am unafraid of trouble. Understood. Medusa nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation, naturally unwilling for her offspring or mother-in-law to encounter peril. At that moment, Yao Chun chuckled. Yao Tianhu, once you break through, do come here. During this time, I will accompany Xiao Yan, and in my spare moments, I shall refine some pills to pass the time. You may come to collect them later. Very well. I shall expedite my breakthrough, Yao Tianhu agreed. Subsequently, Medusa departed once more with Yao Tianhu. Ancestor, I entrust everything to you from here on, Xiao Yan said solemnly, directing his gaze toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up sand and dust that enveloped the figures of the three. As time flowed on, within the demon flame space, a solitary figure hovered in the void. The grand formation above rotating slowly while the magma below surged, occasionally shrouding the grand formation. Whoosh! Streams of light darted about, soaring and diving in joyous abandon. Suddenly, several fire spirits halted, revealing their forms as they collectively gazed at that solitary figure. In the next moment, all the fire spirits converged toward that figure. Simultaneously, the figure opened its eyes. With a resounding crash, a torrent of energy, accompanied by a formidable aura, surged forth from him, causing the magma beneath to roar like crashing waves. 5 fire spirits emerged from his being, colliding with the other fire spirits, merging into one, causing the flames to blaze brighter and the temperature to rise. The surrounding space began to collapse, seemingly unable to withstand this intense heat. The flames flickered momentarily before plunging into Soul Tsang's body. Late-stage 6-star Dou Saint. Soul Tsang clenched his fists, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Previously, he had been at the late-stage 3-star Dou Saint. After extracting 4 types of exotic flames for Xiao Yan, his strength had diminished somewhat. Now, having absorbed 5 fire spirits as rewards, his power had significantly advanced. Soul Tsang contemplated, with my current strength, coupled with the 3rd transformation of the fire spirits, I may pose a challenge to the Soul Emperor. However, I should be capable of contending with the Flame Clan's patriarch. Additionally, among the 23 types of exotic flames, only a few remain. The foremost among them are Void Devourer and the Golden Emperor S-Flame, followed by the exotic flames seized from the Flame Clan's patriarch and a few from the Medicine Clan. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when Soul Tsang sensed a disturbance. Just then, Xiao Xian was released, emerging and noticing the changes in Soul Tsang. He was taken aback. Your strength has increased remarkably. Soul Tsang replied with a faint smile. The advantage lies in the technique. Xiao Xian shook his head with a smile. No matter how good the technique, without effort, it amounts to nothing. Soul Tsang agreed. That makes sense. Next, I shall observe the situation outside, and then assist you in acquiring a body. Xiao Xian turned to him. Have you targeted the blood of a 9th-grade magical beast? Soul Tsang nodded. The celestial demon Phoenix Clan. He recalled the individuals from the Gamma Empire who had caused Soul Xiao Chang's demise. An unresolved matter that had been pressing on his mind, but with so many affairs at hand, he could not address it promptly. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Xiao Xian paused for a moment before responding with a smile. The celestial demon Phoenix Clan is indeed remarkable. They're also a race that has inherited from ancient times. Yet they're not to be trifled with. Soul Tsang exhibited a confident demeanor. Whether they are simple or complex depends on strength. Xiao Xian laughed heartily. If you delve into the secrets of the pure Lotus Demon Saint space, they will certainly find themselves in a predicament. Soul Tsang remarked, what is there to research? Just watch closely. Upon finishing, Soul Tsang formed hand seals, causing changes to manifest around the space. Xiao Yan was astonished. This lad possesses remarkable comprehension. In such a short time, not only has his strength risen, but he has also thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the demon flame space. Previously, having heard Soul Song express a desire to remain and explore the secrets of the space, Xiao Yan had prepared to assist. Thus, upon detecting Soul Song's breakthrough, he emerged at the earliest opportunity. Boom! A tremor resonated, causing the magma and floating boulders within the space to shake violently. The entire space became transparent, revealing glimpses of the outside world. Xiao Yan's expression was one of astonishment. He had truly mastered the space and even begun to manipulate it. Below, the magma flowed, coalescing into whirlpools, and dense fire attribute energy wafted through the air, transforming into a colossal force. Soul Song raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "What do you think?" Impressive. Xiao Yan, coming back to his senses, gave a thumbs up. Once upon a time, the Xiao clan's ancestral realm could also be moved, but that was a relic from the early days of the Xiao Emperor. Mastering the method was no easy feat, even with the legacy left behind. At least, despite all his efforts, Xiao Yan had been unable to move it at that time. Although the pure Lotus Demon Sage was not a Dou Emperor, he was nonetheless the closest to one in that era, and the treasures he left behind were not easily grasped. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Xiao Yan as he glanced at Soul Song, who was intently focused. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had a good relationship with him. Otherwise, if Soul Song continued to develop within the Soul Clan, the other ancient races of the Dou King continent would surely face annihilation. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiao Yan inquired, "Where do you intend to relocate?" If it was merely for a demonstration, it should suffice for now. There was no need to waste energy. As for searching for the Tian Yao Phoenix clan's ancestral realm, employing this method would be counterproductive. "I am uncertain," Soul Song replied, turning to face Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Yan shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop! Ahead! We are about to collide!" In the void beyond, a colossal silhouette loomed, standing firm in the emptiness. It was evidently the ancestral realm of a certain race. Chapter 191. Acquaintances? The Tai Su Ancient Dragon? Boom! The demon fire space trembled violently, causing molten lava to spatter hundreds of meters into the air. "You must seal the space immediately. If we collide with the Soul Clan, it will be disastrous," Xiao Yan urged. "That won't happen," Soul Song replied, shaking his head. He was aware that the Soul Realm's location was not in this direction. Nonetheless, he complied with Xiao Yan's instructions, altering his hand seals to gradually conceal the demon fire space. A fissure opened in the void. Xiao Yan was taken aback and exclaimed, "You still intend to exit?" Soul Song spread his hands. "Well, since we're already here. Besides, do you think there are many who I should fear with my current strength?" Xiao Yan scrutinized Soul Song and found his reasoning quite sound. Aside from those ancient hidden forces and the primordial races, there were likely few capable of contending with Soul Song. After all, in addition to the secret arts that could enhance his own strength, Soul Song had also mastered the legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Sage. In a flash of light, Xiao Yan entered Soul Song's body, and Soul Song stepped forward, entering the fissure. Upon reaching the external void, Soul Song gazed upon the ancestral realm. It shimmered with colors, and a depression was rapidly mending itself. This ancestral realm can withstand the impact of the demon fire space. Its origins must be quite extraordinary, Xiao Yan cautioned. Soul Song nodded slightly, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. At that moment, a whirlpool formed above the ancestral realm, as if something was about to emerge from within. Soon, dozens of figures surged forth, each exuding formidable auras. The weakest among them possessing the strength of a Dozun, with several even at the Dosheng level. Clad in armor and wielding weapons, their expressions were stern, their gazes icy. In the vast emptiness, only Soul Song stood out conspicuously. "Why have you attacked the ancestral realm of my Tai Su ancient dragon clan?" One of them questioned Soul Song. "Tai Su Anxin Do Dagong." At this, Soul Song was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed encountered acquaintances. What a coincidence. Regaining his composure, Soul Song noticed that he was entirely surrounded and calmly replied, "I am acquainted with He Qing. Have him come to see me." The group paused momentarily, all turning in unison to look toward the spatial whirlpool. A robust figure emerged. It was none other than He Qing. Casting a glance, He Qing saw Soul Song and stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming, "Soul Song?" Soul Song nodded. "It has been a while." He Qing flashed forward to stand before Soul Song. Grasping his wrist, "I have been searching for you for quite some time. Today, you have delivered yourself right to me. Truly a stroke of fate." Soul Song deftly evaded the grasp, frowning. "What do you mean?" He Qing replied urgently, Xian is in trouble. This matter cannot be easily explained. You must come with me at once. A fleeting thought crossed Sol Song's mind as he followed He Qing into the whirlpool. As their surroundings shifted, they found themselves in a world of azure seas and skies, with several islands suspended in midair, lush with vegetation. A massive, translucent dome descended from above. However, the dome was currently riddled with cracks, and radiant hues pulsed across its surface as it underwent repairs. As Sol Song's gaze fell, he noticed numerous guards stationed near the islands, all donned in armor and brandishing weapons, exuding an air of solemnity. He Qing descended, landing before a grand hall on a central island. 3 figures clad in white robes emerged from within. One of them turned to He Qing, asking, "What is happening? Have those 3 traitors attacked?" He Qing shook his head. "Elder Zhu Li, the Dragon Emperor, is saved." As soon as the words left his lips, the eyes of the other 2 elders lit up. "He Qing, you aren't joking, are you?" "Elder Zhu Li inkira taxitavli." The other elder questioned, "But He Qing, you previously said you were looking for assistance, but could not find anyone. How is it now that you claim there is hope?" He Qing chuckled ruefully. "I never anticipated such a twist of fate. The commotion just now was precisely caused by the individual I sought." Saying this, He Qing turned to introduce Sol Song to the 3 elders. Subsequently, he elaborated on the identities of the 3 elders to Sol Song. "El de Zhu li scrutiniza Sol Gan." A wary expression in his eyes. "What is your relationship with the Sol clan?" Sol Song replied nonchalantly, "I am one of the Sol clan." The 3 elders exchanged glances with He Qing, their eyes filled with inquiry. He Qing hurriedly explained, "Elders, when I found the Dragon Emperor, he was right beside him." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders' attitudes softened slightly. Had it not been for Xian's appearance in the central continent, the Taisu ancient dragon clan might not have even discovered her. At that moment, Elder Zhu Li spoke gravely. "He Qing, the Dragon Emperor's current condition requires at least a top 10 variant fire to alleviate it. Can he manage? That should be feasible." The Dragon Emperor has often mentioned that Sol Song possesses a flame spirit that rivals that of a variant fire. He Qing cast a doubtful glance at Sol Song. Sol Song responded calmly, "Allow me to first assess Xian's condition." He had spent some time with the girl previously and had a favorable impression of her. Aside from her gluttonous tendencies, she was generally well behaved. Moreover, Xian's father was sealed near the ancient emperor's cave of Tuo Shi. If they were to find themselves at odds with the Sol clan in the future, they would undoubtedly need Zhu Kuan to intervene. Thus, Sol Song did not wish for Xian to be in peril. Elder Zhu Li remarked, "Do you truly possess such formidable flames?" The Dragon Emperor previously consumed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and now, due to the overwhelming energy, he has become crystallized, without a variant fire to dissolve it. Merely looking at it would be futile. Sol Song nodded. "You should be aware that the pure Lotus Demon fire emerged recently?" He Qing interjected, "Indeed. Were it not for the entanglement with the other 3 Dragon King Island members, I would have already set out to retrieve the pure Lotus Demon fire." Sol Song replied placidly, "The pure Lotus Demon fire has already fallen into my possession." The next moment, "Hurry this way, please." Elder Zhu Li's face broke into a warm smile. As they entered the depths of the grand hall, Sol Song's gaze immediately fell upon the figure sealed within a purple crystal. Elder Zhu Li sighed, "Alas, we old fellows have failed. In our eagerness to have Xian master her Dragon Emperor bloodline sooner, we allowed her to consume the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, never anticipating it would lead to this outcome." Within the purple crystal, Xian had transformed from a little girl into a tall and graceful young woman. Her facial features sharply defined, her eyes closed, and her brow furrowed. "Fear not, for I am here. Xian will surely be safe," Sol Song declared, summoning the flame spirit. As the flames manifested, the temperature of the surrounding air surged, becoming somewhat oppressive. The 3 elders, along with He Qing, felt the intensity of the flames. Though they were inherently disdainful, smiles spread across their faces. Despite the flames being unfamiliar and not resembling any from the variant fire rankings, the terrifying might emanating from them eased their hearts, filling them with confidence in Sol Song's ability to save Xian. He Qing proactively suggested, "Esteemed elders, let us withdraw for now and leave this matter to Sol Song." Zhu Li cast an apologetic glance at Sol Song, saying, "Lord Dragon Emperor, I entrust this to you. I regret any previous disrespect on my part. I hope you will not take offense." Sol Song nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I too wish to avoid any calamity befalling Xian." The 3 elders exchanged glances before departing the grand hall alongside He Qing. As they felt the rising warmth behind them, a faint smile graced their lips. "Zhu Li remarca." Glancing at He Qing, You performed admirably. Should the Dragon Emperor awaken, you shall be duly rewarded. Heiqing chuckled softly. It matters little. As long as the Dragon Emperor remains unharmed, I shall find peace. Zhu Li pondered for a moment. With Soul Song's flames, melting the energy crystals should pose no significant challenge. Heiqing raised his gaze to the heavens and sighed. I am aware, yet I fear time may not be on our side. Zhu Li Baozha, a grave expression settling upon his face. During the last assault on East Dragon Island, the other 3 Dragon Kings did not intervene. Those forces returned empty-handed. And it is likely that the 3 Dragon Kings will not remain idle this time. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. At worst, we shall confront them head-on. Even if I perish, I cannot allow the Dragon Emperor's bloodline to vanish. Heiqing nodded resolutely, glancing back at the Grand Hall. Soul Song, I hope you can hasten your efforts. Chapter 192, The Alliance of the Heavenly Phoenix Clan, Assault on East Dragon Island. In the ancient Void Dragon realm, on a certain island, tens of thousands of figures stood poised, clad in silver armor, their spirits soaring, ready for action. At the edge of the island, 3 figures stood, their gazes fixed upon the void, the surrounding space slightly warping. Had Heiqing been present, he would have recognized these 3 as the Dragon Kings of the Northwest and South Islands of the ancient Void Dragon clan. The West Dragon King turned to the North Dragon King, saying, Is it truly appropriate for the Heavenly Phoenix clan to meddle in the affairs of our ancient Void Dragon clan? The North Dragon King replied, unwavering. What we need now is to swiftly locate that girl. She possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. Should she awaken it, would you be willing to bow in submission? Certainly not. The West Dragon King retorted without hesitation. Ever since the old Dragon Emperor vanished without a trace, the ancient Void Dragon clan had been divided into 4, with each Dragon King remaining uninvolved in the other's matters. Such a state of affairs had been exceedingly comfortable. Now, with the sudden emergence of a young girl demanding submission, how could one accept such a fate? The South Dragon King, who had remained silent, finally spoke. The time is drawing near. We must go out to meet them and then proceed to East Dragon Island. The West Dragon King nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 of them tore open a passageway and entered within. Shortly thereafter, the 3 Dragon Kings returned to the ancient Void Dragon space, accompanied by 5 additional figures. The central man engaged in jovial conversation with the 3 Dragon Kings, his demeanor animated. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals behind him wore calm expressions tinged with wariness, observing their surroundings with keen interest. It was evident that the Heavenly Phoenix clan approached the proposed alliance with a degree of caution, given the long-standing enmity between the 2 clans. Elder Huang Yu, your personal presence has taken us by surprise, the North Dragon King remarked with a smile. Huang Yu responded with a smile of her own. Our 2 clans have been embroiled in conflict since time immemorial. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Since an opportunity for cooperation has arisen, the Heavenly Phoenix clan must also demonstrate a measure of sincerity. Nearby, the West Dragon King scrutinized Huang Yu, his brow slightly furrowing. Many years prior, Huang Yu had made a name for herself in the Dou King continent, her strength being formidable. Now, in close proximity, she exuded a faint sense of pressure that unsettled the West Dragon King. His apprehension grew as he cast a glance at the 4 followers behind Huang Yu, whose auras were not to be underestimated, each at least 2 to 3 stars in strength. The North Dragon King interjected, Elder Huang Yu, the situation is dire. I'm unable to give you all the attention you deserve at this moment. Once we have resolved the matter at East Dragon Island, we can sit down for a more thorough discussion, if that suits you. Huang Yu replied with a smile, of course. The pressing matters take precedence. The North Dragon King nodded slightly, and then exchanged a glance with the South Dragon King. The South Dragon King soared to the island, summoning his subordinates, and commanded, have everyone prepare to set forth. Our target is East Dragon Island. Yes. Soon, a vast army surged forth towards East Dragon Island. En route. Huang Yu inquired, Your Excellency, North Dragon King, could you briefly outline the situation for us? The North Dragon King nodded, explaining. The faction on East Dragon Island is entirely loyal to the Dragon Emperor. Besides the 3 elders, there's also a formidable group of guards. Their combined strength rivals that of an average 4-star Dou Saint. Observing the flicker of concern on Huang Yu's face, the North Dragon King hastily added, Elder Huang Yu, there is no need for alarm. We will handle the 3 elders and the guards. Your task is simply to rush into the hall and subdue the new Dragon Emperor. Huang Yu sought clarification. So it is merely a matter of capturing someone? The North Dragon King affirmed with a nod. Huang Yu sighed in relief, her smile radiant. That is certainly manageable. In fact, I can assist you in dealing with 1 or 2 of the elders. I brought along a cadre of powerful clan members specifically for this mission. The North Dragon King glanced at her entourage and laughed. It is evident. Had we not previously arranged this alliance, I would have been concerned that Elder Huang Yu had come to confront us. Huang Yu laughed heartily, responding, "Your Excellency, North Dragon King. You jest. Following this collaboration, our two clans shall bury the hatchet and establish a relationship of cooperation." After a while, the silhouette of East Dragon Island came into view. On the island, Hei and the three elders spotted the approaching throng in the distance, a dark mass resembling a heavy cloud rolling in. They are arriving with incredible speed. Hei's expression shifted, a note of gravity settling upon him. Zhu Li spoke in a low voice. "Hei, you are tasked with guarding this place. Ensure that no one else enters the hall to disturb Sol Tsang and the Dragon Emperor." Hei was taken aback, feeling somewhat reluctant. He yearned to teach those intruders a harsh lesson. However, the three elders had already taken to the skies, leaving him no opportunity to voice his objections. Consequently, Hei had no choice but to comply with their orders. The Grand Elder glared fiercely. "Are you three conspiring against us? The Dragon Emperor's bloodline has returned. And according to our clan's regulations, you must honor the new Dragon Emperor. What are your intentions in bringing an army here?" The North Dragon King scoffed. "Old fool. Spare me your ramblings. Hand over that girl, and I may yet promise not to raise East Dragon Island. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship." At that moment, Zhu Li caught sight of Huang Yu and her entourage, his face flushing with rage. "The Heavenly Phoenix clan? This is madness. You truly are beyond reason. Involving them in our clan's affairs." The North Dragon King's tone remained indifferent. "As long as we achieve ultimate victory, nothing else matters." The South Dragon King bellowed. "Let us engage them directly." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forth, an overwhelming aura erupting from him like a mountain. The other two Dragon Kings exchanged glances and followed suit, their subordinates joining in the fray. "Form up, Zurikumanda." Below, the countless guards surrounding East Dragon Island immediately unleashed their Dou Qi energy. At this moment, the Grand Elder and Second Elder burst forth, colliding with the North and South Dragon Kings. On the island, more figures ascended into the sky, embroiled in combat with the enemy. In an instant, the sky was alive with swirling Dou Qi energy, a dazzling display, as the very fabric of space was torn apart and then restored, an unending cycle of chaos. Huang Yu and her companions joined the fray, the ethereal image of the Heavenly Phoenix unfurling behind them. Just then, the North Dragon King pushed the Grand Elder back a distance and shouted, "Do not waste time. You must find the new Dragon Emperor in the hall." Huang Yu nodded in response, her figure shooting straight toward the Grand Hall below. Midway, the Grand Elder charged at her, attempting to impede her progress. "Your opponent is me." The North Dragon King flashed and positioned himself before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder roared, "Get out of my way." However, the North Dragon King was no slouch. Matching him in strength, and despite the Grand Elder's overwhelming urgency, he could not break through. Below, Hei's heart sank as he beheld the incoming figures. The aura they exuded was no less formidable than that of the Grand Elder. Such formidable power is beyond his capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, Hei resolutely ascended, channeling his utmost strength in a strike directed at Huang Yu. "What strength do you possess to dare impede my path?" Huang Yu's countenance remained impassive as he waved his hand. Boom! A fierce surge of fighting spirit abruptly manifested, colliding with Hei's attack. A figure plummeted towards the ground with astonishing speed, crashing down with a resounding thud, shattering the pavement and creating a massive pit several meters wide. Unfazed, Huang Yu landed gracefully, casting not a glance at the unconscious Hei, who lay within the pit, before striding towards the Grand Hall. His thoughts flashed to the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, which had been seized by the Taishu ancient dragon clan. He pondered whether it had been consumed. With the previous chieftain's instructions in mind to retrieve the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, he quickened his pace. Chapter 193, A Tremor That Shakes My Very Soul. On East Dragon Island, deep within the Grand Hall, flames roared, swirling around a large amethyst crystal, the intense heat causing glistening droplets to bead on its surface. Hun Cang sat cross-legged, suddenly furrowing his brow and slowly opening his eyes. Footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by a figure bursting in. The Dragon Phoenix origin. A gasp arose as Huang Yu fixed his gaze on the enormous amethyst crystal, his expression darkening. Too late. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit had already been consumed. However, judging by the current state of affairs, it seemed that the new Dragon Emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan had yet to fully digest it, presenting a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Huang Yu sensed being scrutinized. Shifting his gaze, he spotted a youth beside the amethyst crystal. Huang Yu spoke in a low voice. Are you attempting to melt the dragon phoenix origin crystal? Hun Cang did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Get lost. Impudent. Huang Yu snorted coldly, his fighting spirit surging as he prepared to retaliate. Just then, a voice, even more thunderous than before, boomed. Get out. The voice resonated like thunder, mingled with an inexplicable force that surged toward Huang Yu. His expression shifted dramatically. The hands that had been poised to strike withdrew rapidly, transitioning into a circular motion before him. The ethereal silhouette of the heavenly phoenix unfurled, its colossal wings seemingly capable of obscuring the heavens, enveloping him in protection. The illusory wings, imbued with Huang Yu's fighting spirit, materialized into lifelike feathers, swiftly coalescing into an indomitable shield wall. Crack! Yet, this shield wall shattered in less than a second, sending Huang Yu into a panic as he beheld the spiderweb-like cracks spreading across his wings. Boom! Before he could react, a terrifying force breached his defenses, slamming into him. Huang Yu was sent hurtling backward, crashing through multiple walls. Meanwhile, outside, the three elders witnessed the members of the heavenly demon phoenix clan storming into the grand hall, plunging into chaos, desperately igniting everything to transform into power. The North Dragon King frowned, opting to retreat. It was not worth it to risk his life against the old fool. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder sprinted towards the lower hall at breakneck speed. Just as he was mere meters from the Grand Hall, a terrifying aura erupted from within. Instinctively, the Grand Elder recoiled, soaring into the sky to distance himself from the hall. No sooner had he completed this maneuver than he saw a shadow burst forth from the hall at tremendous speed. Elder Huang Yu. The members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan gasped as they recognized the figure. The three Dragon Kings halted their actions, clustering together. The West Dragon King's expression darkened. Has the new Dragon Emperor awakened? The South Dragon King furrowed his brow momentarily before shaking his head. It doesn't seem like it. I do not sense the Dragon Emperor's aura. The West Dragon King regarded him. Huang Yu's strength is not inferior to any of ours. If he was launched so far, could there be others inside? The South Dragon King remained silent. In his perception, there was indeed an aura of the new Dragon Emperor within the hall, alongside another that was somewhat indistinct yet radiated an intense heat, reminiscent of a blazing fire. The North Dragon King glanced at the two. At this juncture, there is no retreat. If we do not eliminate the new Dragon Emperor, we are all doomed. Beasts also place great importance on bloodline inheritance, especially the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Should the new Dragon Emperor awaken his bloodline power, he would possess the ability to strip them of their Dragon King bloodline, leaving them powerless and ultimately dead. The West Dragon King clenched his weapon tightly. Let's fight. The South Dragon King remained silent, but demonstrated his resolve through action, leading the charge into the Grand Hall, followed closely by the other two Dragon Kings. Not far away, the three elders gathered, observing the actions of the three Dragon Kings, their own hesitation creeping in. Should we assist? The Grand Elder contemplated. Let's first observe. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with puzzled glances from the second elder and the third elder. After a moment of thought, he continued. As I approached the Grand Hall, I sensed a terrifying power that made my very soul tremble. The second elder was taken aback. For the Taishu ancient dragon to feel such soul-shaking dread, the opponent must be exceptionally formidable. The Grand Elder added, do you recall what Hun Cang mentioned earlier? Zhu Li pondered for a moment before replying. He said he had acquired the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. I have encountered the pure Lotus Demon Fire before. The last time it emerged was 1,000 years ago. At that time, I dared not approach, merely observing from a distance. Even then, the pure Lotus Demon Fire could deftly contend with several 3-star Dou Saints and one 4-star Dou Saint. Hiss! The second and third elders inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. A year ago, if the pure Lotus Demon Fire had not advanced in strength, that would be impossible. Hence, if Hun Cang managed to acquire it, his strength must be at least that of 5-star Dou Saint or higher. As the three conversed, the three Dragon Kings had already surged into the Grand Hall. The three elders immediately fell silent, their focus sharpened. Moments later, a tsunami-like aura erupted from within the hall. The next second, three figures were violently expelled, their speed and disarray rivaling that of Huang Yu's earlier entrance. The Grand Elder exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face. The Dragon Emperor has such a powerful ally. Today's events are secure. The second Elder and Zhu Li nodded in agreement. With the three Dragon Kings joining forces, what kind of tempest could they possibly conjure against them, along with the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan? Who is that individual inside? Huang Yu's expression darkened, his tone becoming increasingly irritable. He began to suspect whether this was a deliberate conspiracy orchestrated by the Taishu ancient dragon clan. They had promised that the Grand Hall harbored no powerful beings, only a new dragon emperor. What of this youth? The three dragon kings exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. The North Dragon King stated, "Elder Huang Yu, we have not received any relevant intelligence." Damn, Huang Yu cursed inwardly, lamenting the incompetence of these foolish beings who focused solely on physical prowess, failing to gather intelligence before acting. Scanning the three of them, Huang Yu spoke solemnly. "The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan shall not intervene further today. I am leaving." "Wait, Elder Huang Yu. If you're willing to assist, I will double the promised conditions." The North Dragon King hastily interjected. Given the current situation, their trio could barely hold their own if Huang Yu departed. Today's events would surely devolve into a complete farce. However, Huang Yu's resolve was unyielding. Though the rewards were enticing, one must also consider their life. That youth's gaze was calm, yet radiated an unfathomable terror, a foe he could not hope to conquer. "Leave? Did I permit you to depart?" Just then, a faint voice emerged from within the Grand Hall. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone felt the subtle pressure of that voice. Along with the gradually rising, terrifying aura within the hall, all action ceased. Countless gazes shifted toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, watching as a figure emerged slowly. Hun Cang's expression remained tranquil, his eyes devoid of any flicker, his steps measured and unhurried. Yet, with every step taken, it felt as if each footfall pressed upon the chests of all present. Some of the less formidable guards even experienced a suffocating sensation, their inner energy stagnating, causing their forms to plummet from a void. Huang Yu respectfully bowed and stated, "The Celestial Demon Phoenix clan was unaware of your intervention and had no intention of becoming entangled in the affairs of the Ancient Dragon Clan. Today's action shall be met with a lavish gift from my clan as a gesture of apology." Hun Cang turned his gaze towards him. "Lavish gift? Hun Cang. What do you believe could suffice as an expression of regret?" "Hun Cang?" Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, the name striking a familiar chord. It swiftly dawned on him, and his expression shifted drastically. "You are Hun Cang? The very same Hun Cang who seized the opportunity of the Bodhi ancient tree in the wilds." Chapter 194. One man suppresses a clan. In recent years, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan had remained relatively dormant, resulting in a lack of enemies or vendettas. However, it must be acknowledged that Hun Cang was indeed one of them. During the contest for the Bodhi ancient tree in the wilds, Hun Cang not only pilfered all resources alone, but also ruthlessly eliminated an elder of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. This incident had sparked considerable uproar within the clan. Huang Yu vaguely recalled whispers within the clan expressing a desire to eliminate Hun Cang. However, concerns regarding the Soul clan backing him led to the matter being suppressed. Nonetheless, due to Huang Yu's notable status, he had caught wind of certain rumors. It seemed someone within the clan had obtained intelligence regarding Hun Cang's kin and had made arrangements to target them. Yet, the endeavor ultimately bore no fruit. Meanwhile, the three Dragon Kings and the three Elders of East Dragon Island displayed expressions of astonishment. They were perplexed as to why the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan reacted so fervently upon hearing Hun Cang's name. "You're correct. Hun Cang calmly regarded Huang Yi. As a reward, I bid you farewell." Boom! With the utterance of Hun Cang's words, the sky and sea trembled violently. In the next instant, two colossal formations materialized, their ancient and formidable aura permeating the realm. "I shall not go down without a fight." Huang Yu would not offer his neck willingly for Hun Cang's blade. He promptly produced a jade slip. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yu shattered it. However, the surroundings remained eerily silent, and Huang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Space was sealed. The color drained from his face, despair flooding his eyes. In the face of overwhelming power, he recognized the chasm between himself and Hun Cang. His only chance of survival lay in seeking external assistance. Yet, with the appearance of the ancient heavenly formation sealing the space, Huang Yu's escape route was utterly severed. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, and despite Huang Yu exerting every ounce of strength to maintain his defense, it crumbled within mere seconds. Other members of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan attempted to flee, but were swiftly engulfed by the energy attack, obliterated completely. Hun Cang's gaze shifted to the three Dragon Kings. The trio trembled in unison, standing frozen in place, their weapons raised then lowered, their expressions betraying their bewilderment. The North Dragon King opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, but realized he was not acquainted with Hun Cang at all. "All who wish to live, lay down your weapons." The fate that awaits you will be determined by your Dragon Emperor, Hun Cang declared coolly. Among the tens of thousands of soldiers, one by one, they began to relinquish their arms, and soon, more followed suit. The three Dragon Kings hesitated momentarily before also willingly disarming. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Li rejoiced. Subdue them all and await the Dragon Emperor's judgment. With that, he lunged toward the three Dragon Kings, using his energy to bind them. The Grand Elder approached Hun Cang, his demeanor solemn and respectful as he performed a formal bow. Mr. Hun Cang, your intervention today has saved my ancient heavenly dragon clan. This profound grace shall never be forgotten. Hun Cang smiled gently. You are too kind, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, filled with humility, responded, had you not been present today, I shudder to think of what fate would have befallen the Dragon Emperor. I'm deeply grateful, Mr. Hun Cang. The second elder approached, bowing deeply as well, before inquiring, may I ask about the current state of the Dragon Emperor? Hun Cang's smile remained faint. You need not worry about Xian. The energy of the Dragon Phoenix source has fully merged. It is merely a matter of when she will complete her absorption. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder and the second elder bowed once more in gratitude. Hun Cang waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, East Dragon Island began to organize, managing the detained forces, with the three Dragon Kings requiring individual oversight. The Grand Elder descended into the pit, glancing at the state of He Qing. Though gravely injured, the formidable physique of the ancient heavenly dragon prevented any fatal consequences. The Grand Elder administered a medicinal pill to him, arranging for his rest. Afterward, the Grand Elder and the second elder entered the Grand Hall. Xian, who had been sealed within a purple crystal, had now been freed. Lying quietly in a cauldron filled with energy liquid, she shimmered with light as she absorbed the liquid. The second elder retracted his gaze and looked towards the Grand Elder. We owe our gratitude to Hun Cang for his timely intervention. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor's fate would have been unimaginable. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. This favor must be etched in our hearts. We shall find a chance to repay him. Currently, Xian was the only one within the ancient heavenly dragon clan to possess the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. Should the three Dragon Kings eliminate her, the ancient heavenly dragon clan would likely find itself leaderless. Thus, saving Xian was, in a sense, a salvation for the entire clan. With expressions somewhat relaxed, the two made their way out of the Grand Hall. Along the way, they encountered Zhu Li, who was responsible for managing the prisoners and the three Dragon Kings. Zhu Li inquired about Hun Cang's whereabouts, wishing to express his gratitude personally. The Grand Elder replied, Mr. Hun Cang had more pressing matters. I directed him to a quiet place, and he has since departed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Li remarked, Then I shall wait for the Dragon Emperor to awaken before conveying my thanks. East Dragon Island. In a secluded area, Hun Cang's figure materialized. In the next moment, the ethereal silhouette of Xiao Yan also appeared. Hun Cang regarded him. I initially thought the essence of the magical beast would take some time, but fortune smiled upon us as someone has delivered it to us. Xiao Yan smiled. Indeed, perhaps this continent yearns for my return. Hun Cang smiled noncommittally, producing the essence of the magical beast, along with the pre-prepared medicinal pills and bones. These may not be the best, but they're the most suitable options available at this juncture. The extent to which you can regain your strength depends solely on your own efforts, Hun Cang stated. Although the Soul Emperor had yet to acquire all the treasures of the Ancient Emperor's Jade and could not pinpoint the location of the Ancient Emperor's Cave, Hun Cang could not afford to wait for that day. For Xiao Yan's revival also required time. It was not as simple as transferring a soul into a body. Thus, he had to make some preparations in advance. Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor. We do what we can and leave the rest to fate. I have long since seen through everything and prepared myself to languish in the heavenly tomb for eternity. Now that I have the chance to live again, I dare not be too extravagant. Hun Cang cast a glance at him. Elder Xiao Yan, your attitude must be adjusted. My revival of you is aimed at engaging the Soul Emperor. Xiao Yan chuckled, shaking his head. I understand. Rest assured, when that day comes, I shall risk my life without hesitation. Within Xiao Yan had already glimpsed the hope of the Xiao clan's resurgence. Additionally, his cousin Xiao Chun had also returned to the Xiao family. Xiao Yan felt reassured about them. His current resolve was to fight once more for the Xiao clan. Using his aging body, this time, he was not fighting for the title of Dou Emperor, but for his own stance. A stance that would allow Hun Cang to witness the determination of the Xiao clan, regardless of Hun Cang's motives. Xiao Yan understood that he had received significant assistance from him. He was resolute that even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he must repay this debt of gratitude. Let's begin. Hun Cang summoned the fire spirit, enveloping the bones in flames. while Huang Yu's essence coated the surface. An ethereal visage emerged, contorting its face as it let out a furious shriek at Hun Cang. Under the flickering flames, the visage of Huang Yu gradually dissipated. Flesh and blood emerged, filling the skeletal remains. Elder Xiao Yan. Nearby, Xiao Yan heard the call and without hesitation, plunged into the inferno. The elixir fell alongside him. The bones began to rise, enveloped in flames, undergoing a metamorphosis. Hun Cang seized his attention, sitting cross-legged nearby, awaiting Xiao Yan's revival. Chapter 195. The Soul Palace Under Attack. Investigation. The Soul Clan. The Grand Assembly Hall. The Soul Emperor stood with his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him, silent. The atmosphere within the hall was stifling. Many stood at their posts, glancing occasionally at the Soul Emperor's silhouette or exchanging furtive glances with one another. Among the throng were Hun Feng, Hun Miesheng, and the Elder of Soul Magic, all present. Not long ago, they had received an unexpected summons from the Soul Emperor, calling for an assembly. The abruptness of the news left them somewhat flustered upon gathering, as it seemed premature to take action against the Lei clan or the Medicine clan. Yet, apart from this matter, they could scarcely conceive of anything significant enough to warrant the Soul Emperor's gathering of them all. Amidst the oppressive silence, an elder in the front row asked solemnly, "Patriarch, what necessitated this sudden assembly?" "The Soul Palace of Tianling has been destroyed." The Soul Emperor's indifferent voice echoed as he slowly turned to face the assembly. A wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd. The Soul Palace destroyed? Established for an extensive period, its power had risen to a formidable reputation in the central continent. Who would dare to provoke this Soul Palace without fear of retribution? Hun Feng furrowed his brows, sensing that the destruction of the Soul Palace could not have incited such fury in the Soul Emperor. Perhaps the true cause lay in the secrets concealed behind that Soul Palace. As he understood, the location of the Soul Palace held profound significance, seemingly entwined with some form of array. In essence, each Soul Palace essentially constituted a foundation for a formation. The Tianling Soul Palace's position was particularly remote, nestled deep within the mountains, making it challenging to locate, and generally, few ventured there. Hun Miesheng stepped forward. "Patriarch, I shall investigate this matter shortly." As the master of the Soul Palace, he bore the responsibility for all Soul Palaces, and the obliteration of the Tianling Soul Palace was a burden he must shoulder. However, the Soul Emperor shook his head gently. "There is no need." Startled, Hun Miesheng's eyes reflected confusion. The Soul Emperor continued, "This incident was orchestrated by the Dan Tower." "The Dan Tower? How could this neutral force act without cause? Why have we incurred their wrath?" A significant portion of the assembly expressed their astonishment. To trace the animosity between the Soul Clan and the Dan Tower, one must reach back to the era of Hun Shuzi and his master. Hun Shuzi had diligently studied at the Dan Tower, ultimately slaying his master in betrayal. This event had long since fostered resentment from the Dan Tower towards the Soul Clan. However, that incident had transpired long ago, and if revenge were to be enacted, it should have occurred sooner, not at this juncture. Miesheng. The Soul Emperor's gaze fixed upon him. "Patriarch, I am here." Hun Miesheng replied respectfully, fist clasped. The Soul Emperor commanded, "The Tianling Soul Palace is a crucial element of our clan strategy. It cannot be allowed to fail. You must go immediately and strive to restore it." "Understood." Hun Miesheng accepted the command, and seeing no further instructions, he promptly departed. The Soul Emperor addressed the assembly. "The location of the Tianling Soul Palace is exceedingly secretive and pivotal. With so many Soul Palaces untouched, it is troubling that this particular one has encountered a calamity. I suspect there is a problem within our clan. This Soul Palace had been completed for several centuries without issue. Now, it had suddenly been discovered and destroyed by the Dan Tower. The timing, too, was suspiciously convenient. The Soul Emperor sensed that internal issues were at play. "Patriarch." At that moment, Hun Feng suddenly stood forth. The Soul Emperor lowered his gaze slightly. "Young Patriarch, what news do you bring?" Hun Feng articulated. "I suspect this matter may be connected to Hun Cang." "Hun Cang?" The Soul Emperor was momentarily taken aback. It had been some time since he had heard that name. Each time he recalled Hun Cang's confinement in the Demon Fire space, he felt a pang of regret for not having inquired earlier about the location of the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor's Cave. Hun Feng elaborated previously, when the pure Lotus Demon Fire emerged and the ancient formation of heaven was summoned, the ancestor of the Dan Tower made an appearance. When we departed, Hun Cang did not leave. With the Dan Tower's sudden actions now, I have reason to suspect that Hun Cang may have divulged something. The Elder of Soul Magic quickly concurred. "Patriarch, the young Patriarch's analysis holds considerable merit. The ancestor of the Dan Tower has likely surpassed 6-star Dou King and may have found a way to escape the Demon Fire space. Together, the three of them, along with Hun Sheng, had been present at the scene of the pure Lotus Demon Fire event. Consequently, their insights bore significant credibility. In fact, the Void Devouring Flame had previously attempted to investigate the Demon Fire space without success and had since relayed his findings to the Soul Emperor. According to the Void Devouring Flame, he sensed that Hun Cang was not dead. The Soul Emperor refrained from probing further into the specifics, but held faith in the Void Devouring Flame's deductions. After a moment of contemplation, the Soul Emperor declared, "I would prefer to see substantive evidence. Hun Feng, since you have proposed this notion, I entrust this matter to you." "Yes, Hun Feng complete." The Soul Emperor then surveyed the assembly with a grave demeanor. "From now on, all of you must remain vigilant regarding the situation of the Soul Palaces. Should they come under attack, resolve the issue at the earliest opportunity." "Understood, Patriarch." Everyone responded in unison. The Soul Emperor nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to disperse swiftly. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Hun Feng called out to Hun Sheng, "Young Patriarch, do you have guidance?" Hun Sheng furrowed his brow. Hun Feng smiled, "Elder, I have heard you are quite familiar with Hun Cang. You even know where he likes to go when he leaves the Soul Clan?" Hun Sheng nodded, but remained silent. Indeed, as Hun Feng suggested, upon learning of Hun Li's demise, he had harbored a strong desire for revenge against Hun Cang. However, for reasons unknown, Hun Cang had been sheltered by the Patriarch, resulting in his own confinement. Thus, Hun Sheng opted to gather information, preparing to inflict upon Hun Cang a semblance of the anguish he felt from losing Hun Li. For this reason, Hun Sheng had investigated all information pertaining to Hun Cang, including that of the Jiama Empire. Hun Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor. "If you have no pressing matters, would you kindly guide me?" Hun Sheng displayed hesitation. Given the current state of affairs within the Soul Clan, he was quite occupied. At that moment, Hun Feng remarked, "Is Hun Li's death to be so easily forgotten?" Hun Sheng's eyes widened slightly in anger. After a brief exchange of glances, Hun Sheng replied, "When does the young Patriarch intend to set off?" Hun Feng considered briefly. "How about tomorrow?" "Very well, I shall make arrangements." Hun Sheng nodded in acquiescence. "I will accompany you." The Elder of Soul Magic approached Hun Feng. Hun Feng glanced at him, a radiant smile gracing his face. "It would be splendid to have Elder Soul Magic join us." In the Jiama Empire, the tempest in the Tagore Desert intensified, with yellow sand engulfing the entire sky and dominating much of the desert. Numerous magical beasts were compelled to migrate, fleeing from the desert, while cities bordering the desert suffered considerable disturbances. Upon learning of this situation, Medusa promptly organized members of the Cang Alliance to address the issue. Standing atop the city walls, Medusa gazed towards the tempestuous region, murmuring, "Xiao Yan is on the verge of a breakthrough. Hun Cang, when will you return?" On the city wall, a small figure tugged at her trousers, scrambling up to the top, and upon spotting a familiar silhouette, exclaimed, "Mother!" The little boy dashed towards Medusa. Medusa turned around, hastily bending to scoop him up. "Why did you come up here, you rascal? What if you fall?" The boy grinned. "I won tea, Mother. I am very strong now. The older sisters are no match for me. I won't fall." Medusa's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. The sisters her son spoke of were the maids she had hired to care for him, lacking any real prowess, mere ordinary folk. Hun Feng inquired, "Mother, when will father return? My sister has been crying for him lately." Medusa brushed the dust off Soul Feather Maple's face and remarked, "It won't be long now." Chapter 196. I have come to chat with him about my soul source. Deep within the Tagore Desert, an immense funnel-shaped vortex formed as countless energies of fighting spirit converged. Below, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes tightly shut, flames swirling around him. "5-star Dou, Saint, is the limit," Xiao Chan suddenly stated nearby. Yao Chun lifted his gaze, astonished. "Is this truly 5-star Dou, Saint already?" Xiao Chun nodded. "My instincts cannot be wrong." "Ridiculous." Yao Chun couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Although he had previously acquired a mysterious technique from the ruins and discovered the method of cultivating the devouring flame, witnessing someone successfully cultivate it, especially before his eyes, still made it hard for him to suppress his incredulity. A broad smile crept across Xiao Chen's rigid face. "Ha! The hope for the rise of the Xiao clan is right before our eyes." Yao Chun echoed with a smile, "Congratulations." He felt genuine happiness for Xiao Yan's breakthrough, as he was, after all, his disciple, despite occasionally exhibiting a rebellious streak. The surrounding energies of fighting spirit were consumed by Xiao Yan as if he were a whale swallowing water, causing the swirling yellow sand to lose its momentum and cascade to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes, filled with joy and excitement. "Oh man, I have become a 5-star Dou Saint, he exclaimed upon seeing Yao Chun. Yao Chun rolled his eyes. You truly lack respect. Xiao Yan wiggled his waist playfully. What now? Do you dare strike me? Can you even defeat me? Yao Chun snorted softly, turning his head aside. At this moment, Xiao Chun cleared his throat and inquired. Xiao Yan, how much of the pure Lotus Demon Saint's inheritance have you grasped? Ancestor, Xiao Yan replied earnestly, about 3/4. The pure Lotus Demon fire hasn't been fully digested on my part, but I have done my utmost. Not even half. Xiao Chen's gaze dimmed slightly. A hint of regret flashing by. The pure Lotus Demon Saint was a renowned genius of the Dou King continent. Had Xiao Yan fully mastered his inheritance, his future accomplishments would surely rival that of the Saint. No worries. There will be opportunities in the future. Take your time to comprehend it, Xiao Chun reassured him. Noticing Xiao Yan's attentive gaze, Xiao Yan nodded, sharing the same sentiment. All that knowledge resided within his mind. Given enough time, he would eventually digest it. Yao Chen interjected. Can we return now? They had delayed their departure to allow Xiao Yan to absorb the pure Lotus Demon fire. Now that he had succeeded in both that and his breakthrough, there was little reason to remain. Xiao Yan nodded. Let's go. He turned to Xiao Chun. The Xiao clan will surely be overjoyed to see the ancestor. Xiao Chun, too, was eager to see the current state of the Xiao clan. Just as he was about to nod, his expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Noticing this, Yao Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yan replied solemnly, "Powerful beings have arrived at the Jiamar Empire, and their aura seems somewhat familiar." At that moment, Xiao Chun declared resolutely, "It is the Soul Clan." The Soul Clan. Xiao Yan and Xiao Chun exchanged grave glances. Xiao Chun swiftly tore open a spatial passage and stepped inside. "Teacher, the situation is urgent. I must go ahead." Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Chun, who nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Xiao Yan entered the spatial passage as well. The two appeared almost simultaneously atop the city wall of the Jiamar Empire's capital. Medusa sensed the spatial fluctuations, her energy surging as she assumed a defensive stance. But upon recognizing the newcomers, she let out a slight sigh of relief. "The Soul Clan has arrived. Sister-in-law, please take the child and return home first." Xiao Yan urged rapidly. Medusa nodded immediately, preparing to return home with Soul Feather Maple. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 figures appeared in the sky, each effortlessly covering vast distances with each flicker. They would arrive shortly. On the city wall, a figure flashed into view. It was the Heavenly Fire Elder. "Fight?" Yao Tianhua looked at Xiao Yan. "Not yet. My brother wishes for us to remain concealed." Xiao Yan raised a hand, contemplating. "Let us observe what they intend to do. Ancestor and I will hide. If the situation turns dire, we will strive to detain them all." Yao Tianhua nodded, understood. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Chun, and the two promptly concealed their forms within the void. Before long, the trio from the Soul Clan arrived. "This is the Tsang Alliance. Outsiders, refrain from entering." Yao Tianhua unleashed his Dou Saint aura, halting in the air while gazing at the three. "Gangadians?" Soul Wind paused, chuckling. "Is this the organization founded by Soul Tsang? He himself is currently unaccounted for." Yao Tianhua's expression darkened. "You three, we are unfamiliar with each other. It is rather inappropriate for you to slander the leader of the Tsang Alliance." Soul Wind's countenance stiffened as he retorted. "You have some nerve. A mere 1-star Dou Saint. What gives you the audacity to shout before me?" Soul Source smiled faintly. "Could it be that you are referring to Soul Tsang? Let him come out. I, Soul Source, I'm going to have a chat with him." Yao Tianhua remained unfazed. The leader is currently absent. Suddenly, Yao Tianhua's expression shifted, his gaze landing on one of the three. The Soul Demon Elder's face darkened as his own aura surged menacingly. Why waste words with him? Simply seize Soul Tsang's family. If he is alive, let him come out. If he is dead, we shall arrange for them to meet. Soul Wind paused, then chuckled lightly. Elder does indeed handle matters with swift decisiveness. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Without further ado, Yao Tianhua turned and fled. These three exuded extraordinary power. He could not hope to withstand them. "Did I permit you to flee?" Soul Wind raised an eyebrow, extending a hand with fingers clawing towards Yao Tianhua's retreating form. In the next second, the space around Yao Tianhua distorted, creating a palpable sense of pressure as his speed visibly slowed. At that moment, without warning, a fissure opened in the void between them, and a flash of red light surged forth. "Watch out!" The Soul Demon Elder called out, gripping Soul Wind's shoulder and pulling him back. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept by, tearing a massive rift over 100 meters wide in the air. Soul Wind took a deep breath to steady his mind, and only then did he discern that the red light was a massive blood-red axe. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Soul Demon Elder, he would have likely been cleaved in two by the axe. Blood Axe Xiao Chun. Soul Wind's expression darkened as he spoke the name of the axe's master. Following this, a figure emerged from the void, none other than the impassive Xiao Chun, wielding a giant axe that was completely disproportionate to his form. Beside him, Xiao Yan also materialized, enveloped in flames, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding space. You have not perished. The Soul Demon Elder expressed both surprise and astonishment. Where's Soul Song? Let him come out to see me. Soul Wind demanded coldly. You wish to meet my brother? Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly as flames erupted from his palm. Very well. But you must first pass my test. Boom! A formidable energy erupted from within Xiao Yan, soaring skyward. 5-star Dou Saint. Soul Wind's expression froze, his eyes momentarily dazed. How could this brat-ass rate of improvement be so rapid? The last time we met, he was clearly weaker than me. Leave him to me, Soul Source said indifferently, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It is said that Soul Song has taken a younger brother, and they share a close bond. If I were to kill him, Soul Song would surely be devastated. The Soul Demon Elder turned to Xiao Chun. Our previous confrontation in the demon fire space has yet to conclude. Then let us settle this. Xiao Chun tilted the blood axe towards the ground and charged forward. Chapter 197, Battle. There is a chance, but it must be swift. Under the gaze of Soul Source, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine. His strength surpassed even that of the Soul Demon Elder. In an instant, a thought flashed through Xiao Yan's mind. The next second, he rapidly formed seals with both hands. Heavenly Fire 3 transformations. First transformation, second transformation, third transformation. A clan line appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead, gradually becoming clearer. Along with it was his own strength, which gradually improved from the 5-star Doshing and quickly broke through the 6-star threshold. I have witnessed this secret technique of soul origin being born on the Soul God, and it has a similar effect. But Xiao Yan's effect is far less powerful than that of the Soul God. At this moment, Xiao Yan began to attack. Wow! With a flash of his figure, as if carrying a thunderous aura, he appeared in front of the Soul Source Sheng in an instant, his fist wrapped in flames falling towards him. Soul Source looked at his fist, and a black fighting aura surged out of his body, quickly condensing into a shield wall that stood in the middle. Boom! Fist fell, and the terrifying energy rippled substantively, spreading out. The shield wall retreated a section, covered in cracks, but still not shattered. Soul Source laughed and said, Kid, is that all your strength? Xiao Yan snorted. Don't worry, the real trick is still ahead. He stepped back in shape. The next second, a figure in front of him kept enlarging, and Soul Source's face turned cold and indifferent, grabbing him with his 5 fingers. Xiao Yan raised his right palm into a knife and slashed forward. Flame-divided wave ruler. A flash of fire suddenly appeared, surging on my hand and rising in the wind. It quickly transformed into a huge fighting spirit exercise of over 100 zhong, colliding with the fingers condensed by the Soul Source. The flames on this blade light rose, and the temperature it contained distorted the space. Soul Source's face changed slightly, feeling a bit tricky. When he collided with Xiao Yan's attack, he had an illusion that his fighting spirit had been burned. In fact, this is not all an illusion, but a characteristic of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Without waiting for the Soul Source to ponder, Xiao Yan attacked again. The two are entangled and cannot be separated. On the other side, the Soul Demon Old Man and Xiao Chun have already been fighting in space. From the outside, one cannot see the figures of the two, and can only guess how intense their battle was based on occasional traces of battle seeping out of the space. Below, Yao Chun, Yadian Ho, Medusa, and others gathered together. As early as the beginning of the war, the pre-arranged formation had already been activated. Now over the city, a semi-permeable membrane like barrier hangs over from above. The occasional surging battle aftermath caused ripples in the barrier, and everyone maintaining the formation could feel the rapid depletion of their fighting energy. Everyone's face was filled with a solemn expression, which should be the most dangerous one since the establishment of the Tsang Alliance. Medusa is somewhat worried. Can Xiao Yan and the others win? Yadian Ho turned his head to look at Yao Chen. He is not confident in answering this question, and compared to Xiao Yan and his team, his current strength is still somewhat distant. Yao Chen pondered for a moment. The key to victory lies mainly in Xiao Yan. His own strength is not as strong as the opponent's, but with the blessing of secret techniques and the advantage of extraordinary fire, he has a chance. Previously in the demon fire space, the Soul Demon Old Man took action, and Xiao Chun did the same. The strength between the two should be comparable. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Yan's performance will largely determine the final outcome of this war. Actually, Yao Chen didn't say a word. That means Xiao Yan certainly has a chance, but the prerequisite must be fast. At present, Xiao Yan is fighting against Soul Source Shang, and he understands this in his heart. His attack is very rapid, and he even tried to exchange injuries several times. However, after living for so many years, the Soul Source did not live in vain, and it was clear at a glance what Xiao Yan was thinking. Kid, give up. The secret method doesn't end, and I won't give you a chance to confront it head-on. Soul Source said. You won't give it? Did I ask you to give it? Xiao Yan snorted coldly. Create opportunities on your own if there are no chances. Xiao Yan's figure paused, his hands sealed, and countless flames surged out of his body, spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, a thick mist covered the surrounding area for 100 miles. Nightmare sky, folk. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen was delighted in his heart. This was the method of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, which could bring a hallucinogenic effect when used. Once the pure Lotus Demon Saint reached great success in cultivation, even allowing a city to live in a dream for a while without anyone noticing. Of course, under Xiao Yan's current conditions, it is naturally impossible for him to reach such a level. However, he didn't ask for much. As long as he could make the Soul Source lose its focus a little bit. Soul Source is immersed in mist and immediately maintains maximum vigilance. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the side, very familiar. Soul Sharp. Turning around, Soul Source saw an incredibly familiar figure, and his voice trembled. Soul Lee's face was covered in blood, looking very miserable and constantly crying. In the moment the Soul Source is born, the whole person falls into it. At this moment, a hurried cry sounded in his ear. Elder, be careful. It's the sound of Soul Wind. The Soul Source was startled, its own momentum shook, and its eyes regained a clear expression. The previous sharp body shape disappeared, replaced by the swift figure of Xiao Yan, holding a lotus flower composed of flames in his palm. Danger's Soul Source's gaze fell on the flame lotus, and his pupils suddenly contracted into a small d. Swallowing the heavenly realm, countless black mist like fighting chi rushed out of the body, quickly condensing into a huge mirror with a smooth surface, as if possessing magic. Capable of devouring everything, even light. The fire lotus flew up, fell straight into the mirror, and was swallowed directly. Boom! The next second, the fire lotus exploded inside the mirror. The flames surged, and the hidden power exploded, causing the swallowing heaven realm to tremble violently. Hold on to me. Soul Source's expression was slightly flustered, and with a push of his hands, more fighting energy was injected into the swallowing heaven realm. Ka-ka-ka. However, a chilling crisp sound still rang out. The firelight overflowed from the gap, and the Soul Source was thrown away. After escaping from the mist, Soul Source Shang lifted his head and was surprised to find that there was a pentagram formation in the sky at some unknown time. The formation consists of 5 fire spirits, namely wolves, leopards, lions, tigers, and dragons. Wow! Xiao Yan appeared in the sight of Soul Source Shang, raised his right hand high and shouted, 5-wheel departure from fireplate. The large formation above emitted a dazzling light, followed closely by a disc composed of flames, rapidly rotating and shooting toward the Soul Source. The speed of the fire disc is extremely fast, and the sound of the spinning wind howls incessantly. Along the way, all the space is shattered, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Everyone felt a black shadow flash by, and the fire disc appeared in front of the Soul Source. Oomph. At critical moments, the space in front of the Soul Source is slightly distorted. The fire disc was slightly off-center and passed by him. This is the manipulation of space by the 6-star Dou King. Soul Source was forced by Xiao Yan to exert all his strength, and his face was almost unrecognizable. The fire disc was controlled by Xiao Yan and spun towards the Soul Source again. Today, I will show you the true strength of the 6-star fighting saint. Soul Source's hair was dancing, and his hands were covered with strong fighting spirit, shining brightly on top, which was very extraordinary. Faced with the roaring fire disc, Soul Source Shang neither dodged nor dodged, and reached out with both hands. Click! The next second, the fire plate was unexpectedly caught by him. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Yadian Ho's eyeballs almost popped out. The 5-wheel departure fire technique is his proudest invention, and if it could be blessed with 3 different types of fire, its power is comparable to that of a heavenly rank fighting technique. Currently, Xiao Yan has activated 5 types of abnormal flames, which is the pinnacle of the 5-wheel departure fire technique. The power of this explosion is no less than that of mid-level or even high-level combat skills. How could it be caught? Xiao Yan was also somewhat surprised, waving his hands in an attempt to pull out the fire pan, but no matter how hard he tried, he remained motionless. Break it for me. Soul Source gave Xiao Yan a sinister smile and exerted 10 fingers. Chapter 198, Purple Research Rescue Field. Xiao Yan erupts. Click. on the fireplate. Cracks began to appear where the soul source's hands touched, rapidly spreading at a speed comparable to the cracking of ice. Next second, with a loud roar, the massive fire disk exploded into countless fragments, turning into flames in mid-air. Above the sky, the figure of the five-fire spirit flickered. Its radiance dimmed slightly due to the shattering of the fireplate. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan, affected by the same event, felt a trickle of fresh blood escape from the corner of his mouth. Remarkably, he had yet to exert his full strength. Casting a grave glance towards Soul Origin, a look of solemnity surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had initially believed that after breaking through to the 5-star Dou Saint, he would roam the Dou King continent unimpeded. Little did he expect to face such a formidable setback in his very first battle after exiting seclusion. Soul Origin spoke coolly. Let your elder brother come out, otherwise, you will surely perish at my hands. Preposterous. Xiao Yan wiped the blood from his lips, defiantly retorting, You old wretch, think you can contend with my brother? You are unworthy. Soul Origin's gaze turned icy. It seems you are one who does not shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. I shall grant you your wish. Before his words had fully settled, Soul Origin vanished from sight. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiao Yan. The sound of his arrival reverberating only after his swift motion. How fast? Xiao Yan gasped. Though he had braced himself, he was still taken aback. In the face of Soul Origin's impending attack, all Xiao Yan could do was defend. In the next moment, Xiao Yan was propelled downward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a 100-meter-deep crater around him. The onlookers trembled, their eyes wide as they stared into the abyss. Uncertain of Xiao Yan's fate, Soul Origin stood aloof above, gazing distantly at Soul Wind. Young clan leader, how long do you intend to watch? Soul Wind snapped back to reality, turning sharply towards the barrier. Defend, shouted Yao Chun. Within the city, everyone channeled their Dou King energy into the formation. The semi-transparent barrier rapidly solidified. Soul Wind unleashed his Dou King, morphing it into a colossal black hand that struck downwards. The protective barrier quivered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet soon, a surge of energy converged, and the barrier held firm. I wonder how long you can withstand this, Soul Wind scoffed, delivering blow after blow. Medusa's expression darkened. We cannot allow him to continue this assault. I must intervene. Absolutely not. Yao Chun swiftly interjected. They are targeting you and the child, seeking to coerce Soul Song into appearing. You must not go out. Upon hearing this, Medusa shook her head, given the current situation. How long can we remain hidden here? Yao Chun fell silent. The circumstances were dire. The situation on Xiao Chen's side was still unclear, while Xiao Yan's battle against Soul Origin had clearly tipped in the latter's favor. Among the three, Soul Wind's strength was also formidable, likely at least a 3-star or 4-star Dou Saint. Without Xiao Yan and Xiao Chun, even facing Soul Wind alone would pose a significant challenge for them. Medusa turned to Yao Chun. Old sir, I know you share a good relationship with Soul Song. I implore you, should we falter, take the child and Soul Song's mother and flee. Yao Chun sighed. How did things escalate to this point? At her words, Medusa understood that Yao Chun had acquiesced and prepared to act. Just then, a faint purple light pierced through the void, intercepting Soul Wind's assault. Swoosh! A frigid glint emerged as a sharp blade lunged towards Soul Wind. Soul Wind furrowed his brow, sidestepping swiftly, and demanded, Who goes there? Medusa and the others were taken aback, wondering who had arrived. A figure emerged from the void, clad in violet battle armor, lithe and curvaceous, with cascading purple hair reaching her waist, wielding a long sword. Who is she? I don't recognize her. The members of the Tsang Alliance exchanged bewildered glances. Medusa frowned. Her aura. I feel as though I've encountered it before. Is that senior sister Xian? At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice resonated from the pit. Upon hearing this, Medusa's furrowed brow relaxed. So it was her. When Xiao Yan had visited Soul Song with Xian, she had been but a young girl. Now, she had blossomed into a young woman, her power having surged from Dou Huang to Dou Saint. Such a leap made it difficult to draw connections. Xian pointed the sword's tip towards the ground, declaring, if you wish to harm them, you must first inquire whether the ancient dragon clan will permit it. Soul Wind grew agitated. How had Soul Song become entangled with the ancient dragon clan? Meanwhile, Xiao Yan leapt into the air, gazing at Soul Origin with a cold smirk. Old wretch, my senior sister has arrived. I need not hold back any longer. Previously hesitant to unleash techniques he had not fully mastered due to concerns over Soul Wind's threat, Xiao Yan now felt emboldened. After all, Should he fail to neutralize the crisis posed by Soul Origin, he risked losing control and leaving Soul Wind unchallenged. Soul Origin remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. In the face of true power, your tricks will amount to naught. Is that so? Xiao Yan regarded him with a faint smile. I hope you can still voice such confidence after this. For this technique, I myself am uncertain of its efficacy. Refining the ancient formation. With a silent incantation in his heart, Xiao Yan formed seals with his hands, flames surging forth, connecting heaven and earth. The sky and the ground trembled as two massive formations materialized, their fiery patterns sprawling forth. Xiao Yan's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident he had spoken the truth. He truly lacked confidence in this maneuver, and even utilizing it was exceedingly taxing. Soul Origin's expression darkened as he sensed the spatial forces in this realm becoming somewhat stagnant with the emergence of the dual formations. Undoubtedly, controlling space was his greatest advantage as a 6-star Dou Saint. Yet now, that advantage was being suppressed. Refining the ancient formation, refine. Xiao Yan slowly pulled his hand apart. The two formations began to rotate gradually, flames surging forth to envelop Soul Origin. Soul Origin's gaze flickered as he attempted to evade, only to find his speed inexplicably diminished. What kind of technique is this? It surpasses my 5-wheel fire method in that name. It seems oddly familiar, exclaimed Yao Chen in astonishment. With a dismissive glance, Yao Chen replied, do not inflate your own worth. This is the ultimate technique of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Can your fireplate even compare? Yao Chen's words struck a chord of dread within Soul Wind. Good heavens, what fortuitous path had these brothers taken? Not only had their powers surged, but they had also acquired the legacy of a formidable being like the pure Lotus Demon Saint. For the first time, Medusa witnessed a hint of panic on Soul Origin's face, alleviating some of her concerns. This time, they should be safe. Within the formation, Soul Origin felt his Dou King rapidly depleting. Damn it, how could he possess the means of the pure Lotus Demon Saint? Ignoring all else, Soul Origin immediately employed a secret method to enhance his strength and launched a full-scale assault on the refining ancient formation. However, as Xiao Yan had not fully mastered it. While he could unleash the formation's might, it also exposed numerous flaws. Soul Origin identified these vulnerabilities and, just before the two formations could merge, made his escape. His garments were tattered, his hair singed away by the flames, leaving him in a disheveled state. At that moment, the Soul Demon Elder emerged from the void. His voice grave with draw. His condition was equally poor. Xiao Chen's life-for-a-life approach was particularly harsh on someone like the Soul Demon Elder, who valued his life above all else. Soul Origin nodded, deciding to retreat as well. These peculiar individuals possessed far too many strange abilities. He could not hope to subdue them without risking severe injury or worse. His objective was merely reconnaissance. Achieving that was sufficient, and opportunities would abound in the future. Soul Wind felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but as the weakest, he had no choice but to flee rather than await his demise. After evading Xian, he swiftly vanished. At this moment, Xiao Chun stepped forth from the void, charging directly at the retreating Soul Demon Elder and colliding with him, propelling him into the refining ancient formation. No, the Soul Demon Elder was engulfed in a whirlwind of panic. Chapter 199. The refining ancient formation goes out of control. Well done, Ancestor! Xiao Yan's heart soared with joy as he summoned every ounce of strength within him to merge the two formations. The space was completely sealed, imprisoning the Soul Demon Elder within. Boom! The Soul Demon Elder, suppressing his inner turmoil, unleashed terrifying bursts of fighting energy in all directions, causing the void to tremble and ripple. However, the ancient refining formation showed no signs of collapsing. This was due to Xiao Yan's formidable strength, being a 5-star Dou Saint. Now, having invoked the secret technique of the celestial fire transformation, his power had transcended to a higher tier, placing him above the Soul Demon Elder in terms of rank. The scorching flames danced within the formation, rapidly consuming the Soul Demon Elder's fighting energy, which only heightened his panic as he cast desperate glances towards the distant figures of Soul Source and Soul Wind. The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation and wariness, as they regarded Xiao Chun and Ziyan, who stood on either side of the formation. Soul Wind inquired, should we assist him, or not? He possessed a trump card bestowed by an elder, capable of delivering a strike equivalent to that of an 8-star Dou Saint. Yet, he hesitated. Such a treasure was invaluable, a means to safeguard his own life in critical moments. Soul Source gazed at the Soul Demon Elder, trapped within the ancient refining formation, and proposed, I can hold Xiao Chun at bay. Can you bypass that woman and strike at Xiao Yan? Soul Wind glanced at Ziyin and shook his head. She is formidable. To deal with her, I must concentrate fully. Soul Source replied, let us depart. The ancient void dragon seldom makes an appearance and will assist Soul Song. No one would suspect that the clan leader is aware of the situation and should not blame us. Agreed. Soul Wind wasted no time, turning to leave. The two felt no burden. After all, their current mission was merely an investigation, and they had gathered sufficient information. Xiao Yan and Xiao Chun had emerged unscathed from the demon fire space, and with Xiao Yan's power enhancement. He had even gained control over the legacy of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint. To some extent, this indicated that after their departure with the Soul Demon Elder and Soul Destruction, events had unfolded in the demon fire space that were beyond their knowledge, such as Soul Song truly sealing the purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Soul Wind vaguely recalled that the true cause of the purifying Lotus Demon Fire's fury was when Soul Song seized the black pillar that sealed it. Beside him, Soul Source appeared unfazed by the potential demise of the Soul Demon Elder, yet a subtle hint of regret flickered in his eyes. If only Soul Song were here. Had he been present, he would have surely slain him even at the cost of his own life. However, a thought struck Soul Source. He realized that Soul Song would likely not fare well either. The Soul Demon Elder was one of their own, and should Xiao Yan slay him. Reporting this to the clan leader would undoubtedly incite discontent within the clan, prompting action against Xiao Yan. In such a scenario, should several elders arrive, even if Xiao Yan could invoke the ancient refining formation, it might prove futile. At that moment, could Soul Song restrain himself from intervening? Reflecting on this, Soul Source said to Soul Wind, young clan leader, did you hear the Soul Demon Elder's declaration of retreat? Upon hearing this, Soul Wind nodded, I did. Soul Source continued. He was the one who collided with Xiao Chun and fell into the ancient refining formation. At this, Soul Wind took the initiative to say, with Xiao Chun and the ancient void dragon watching, we have no choice but to prioritize the mission. A satisfied smile crept onto Soul Source's lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing the two leave without a backward glance, the Soul Demon Elder fell into utter despair. If I'm doomed, then you shall not fare well either. He clasped his hands together, his fighting energy surging violently. Xiao Chun swiftly turned, exclaiming, not good, he's about to self-destruct. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, a shadow of seriousness crossing his face. The Soul Demon Elder was a 5-star Dou Saint. Allowing him to self-detonate would unleash an energy wave capable of wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Refine it, Xiao Yan decisively commanded, urging the ancient refining formation to spin faster. The blazing flames threatening to consume all of creation. Boom! A radiant light erupted from the Soul Demon Elder as a terrifying energy burst forth. With a thunderous sound, a powerful shockwave surged, causing the ancient refining formation to tremble. Xiao Chun and Ziyin quickly employed their techniques to counter the downward surge of energy. Within the barrier below, everyone had initially sighed in relief upon seeing Soul Wind and the others depart, but now their nerves were taut once more. Thankfully, with Xiao Chun and Ziyin mitigating much of the pressure outside, the barrier, after several violent concussions, ultimately held firm. However, in the distance beyond the barrier, the desert did not share their fortune. The ground visibly sank under the energy shock, compacting the sand without even a chance to rise. Further still, mountains were engulfed in clouds of dust, and when the debris settled, half of a peak had simply vanished. The celestial fire exhaled. It seems we are truly out of danger now. He then signaled for everyone to lower the barrier. Most were drenched in sweat, some even soaked through their clothes. The arrival of 3 Dou Saints in the Gamma Empire was an unprecedented occurrence in over a millennium. After orchestrating the tasks, the celestial fire returned to Yaoshen's side. Noticing him looking up, and asked, what are you observing? Yaoshen murmured, it seems the matter is not yet concluded. Above, Xiao Yan was engulfed in flames, his hands moving in a flurry. Yet his every action seemed ineffectual against the ancient refining formation. The two formations were rapidly spinning and distancing themselves from one another, with the lower formation drawing closer to the city, its roaring flames distorting the surrounding space. The celestial fire was taken aback. What is happening? Xiao Yan, halt! Xiao Qin shouted, moving closer to Xiao Yan. The nearer he approached, the more he felt the terrifying heat of the flames, compelling him to gather his fighting energy as a barrier. In response to Xiao Qin's calls, Xiao Yan remained unresponsive, his eyes wide open, consumed entirely by flames, as if he had fused with the fire itself. Xiao Qin's expression shifted. This situation bore an unsettling resemblance to the uncontrolled rampage of a foreign fire. Xiao Yan, He called out twice more, but received no reply, causing him to panic. He flung his hands towards Xiao Yan, sending a surge of fighting energy past him. The force of the wind buffeting Xiao Yan's body. The flames flickered, but did not extinguish. This was to be expected. The flames enveloping Xiao Yan were all foreign fires, each one immensely formidable, and the combination of them was even more catastrophic. The third-ranked purifying lotus demon fire had been devoured and fused within him. How could mere force extinguish it? Xiao Yan. Xiao Chen's urgency escalated. Xiao Yan represented the last hope of the Xiao clan, and he could not afford to let anything happen to him. Just then, Ziyin approached, attempting a simple intervention, but found her efforts yielded no results. In that moment, Xiao Yan could hear the voices from outside, yet was incapable of responding. Following the Soul Demon Elder's self-detonation, the immense energy shock had disrupted the already tenuous control Xiao Yan had over the formation. As he sought to stabilize the formation, he discovered that the foreign fires within him were also acting up. The flames he had absorbed and fused with now roiling, as if preparing to burst forth from his body. In an instant, Xiao Yan found himself in a state of utter confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Am I to be incinerated by my own flames? Chapter 200. A Counterstrike. Ziyin is in danger. Yao Shen soared into the air, reaching Xiao Chun and Ziyan's side. We must remove Xiao Yan from this place. Yao Shen's voice was grave. Xiao Chun looked at him, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Do you have a way to save him? Yao Shen shook his head. What I mean is, if we continue to let Xiao Yan remain here and he loses control, we will all perish. He was not speaking in hyperbole. The cultivation technique that Xiao Yan practices is well understood by Yao Chun, who is aware of the numerous strange flames that have been absorbed within him. Should Xiao Yan truly be unable to stabilize his condition and collapse, all those flames would escape. At that juncture, even someone of Xiao Chen's caliber might find it challenging to respond with absolute safety. In a state of acute anxiety, Xiao Chun inquired, "Where is Hun Cang? Why is he not here?" Upon hearing this, Yao Chun turned to look at Ziyin, recalling her previous association with Hun Cang. Ziyan replied, "Xiao Xian is about to awaken. Hun Cang is standing guard nearby. Is my cousin about to be revived?" Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions. This should have been joyous news, yet witnessing Xiao Yan's condition left him devoid of elation. Ziyin continued, "Let us proceed, as the old gentleman suggested. Together, we will assist Xiao Yan in suppressing the situation until Hun Cang arrives, with no superior alternative available." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two joined forces, binding the space surrounding Xiao Yan with their fighting spirit. Xiao Chun guided Xiao Yan away from the Jiama Empire. Ziyin did not follow immediately, as she had other matters to attend to. Raising her gaze towards the descending formation, she elevated her sword. With a swift motion, a flash of purple light sliced through the void, colliding with the grand formation. The structure trembled, momentarily halting its descent before continuing to fall. Ziyin pressed on with her assault. The ancient formation required a continuous source of power, and with Xiao Yan removed, its strength waned significantly, making it far easier to breach. Observing this, Yao Chun, Yao Tianhua, and Medusa, among others, unleashed their respective powers to attack the formation. Before long, cracks began to proliferate across the structure, which shattered into fragments, dissipating into energy. In the sky, another formation trembled briefly before vanishing entirely. The terrifying heat gradually abated, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. Medusa glanced towards the direction Xiao Yan had gone and asked, "How is Xiao Yan faring now?" Yao Chun succinctly recounted the earlier conversation. Medusa frowned. "Could we not have Hun Cang return first?" Ziyin explained, "He is also at a critical juncture. Otherwise, he would not have sent me ahead." She then inquired, "I hope I'm not too late?" Medusa smiled. "No, your timing is impeccable. Thank you." Just then, a spatial fluctuation resonated, emanating from within the city. Ziyin was the first to notice, turning her gaze towards the distance. In the backyard of a residence, a woman cradled a young girl, seemingly engaged in playful antics. At that moment, a rift in the void opened beside her, and two figures emerged. Hun Yuansheng. The woman, Hun Linhua, gasped upon seeing them. Hun Yuansheng, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "No wonder Hun Cang took you away from the Hun clan. It seems you were merely here to retrieve a child." Hun Linhua anxiously tightened her embrace around her granddaughter. "What do you intend to do?" Hun Yuansheng replied coolly, "We're taking you back." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the space around Hun Linhua abruptly solidified, pulling her and the child into the void. "Stop!" Medusa's furious shout echoed through the air. She disregarded the disparity in strength and rushed towards them. With Zi Yin close behind, no one had anticipated that the two who had departed earlier would return with such a stealthy ambush. Hun Yuansheng regarded the two with a disdainful smile. You dare to act against me, despite not being even a 5-star Dou saint? Are you seeking death? With a flick of his other hand, a terrifying surge of fighting spirit coalesced, forming a colossal hand that surged towards them. The sheer magnitude of this force instilled a sense of impending doom among the throngs below, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Zi Yan halted. Pushing Medusa away, it's dangerous. With a roar, a radiant purple light erupted, and a massive purple dragon materialized in the void. Its immense form adorned with wings reminiscent of a celestial phoenix. Faced with Hun Yuansheng's onslaught, even awakened to her bloodline, Zi Yin felt tremendous pressure and thus chose to transform into her original form to counteract the attack. After all, the physical prowess of magical beasts is their most formidable asset. With a resounding crash, the hand struck the shield of purple energy, momentarily pausing, before the energies of the collision erupted in a dazzling explosion. The purple shield shattered, and the hand continued its descent, slamming down on Zi Yin, who had transformed into a colossal ancient dragon, sending scales and blood flying. Everyone present was struck with horror at the scene, feeling the weight of despair. Yet, they could do nothing. The disparity in power was brutally evident. When one is overpowered, they can merely endure. Did she actually withstand it? Truly impressive for an ancient dragon. That physique is indeed formidable. Hun Yuansheng mused, then abruptly shifted his tone. Let us see how you withstand the next blow. No sooner had he spoken than another colossal hand materialized, descending with a ferocious intensity. Activate the formation. Yao Tianhuo's voice rang out, resounding across the skies. The next moment, barriers rose from below, swiftly enveloping the entire city. At that moment, Hun Yuansheng's hand was about to strike. With a crash, the barrier crumbled as if it were made of paper, shattering almost instantly. Those maintaining the formation were severely affected, with some spitting blood and others collapsing into unconsciousness. The hand pressed on, targeting Zi Yin. In the distance, Xiao Yan raced towards the scene, wielding a blood axe. His speed so great that he left a trailing crimson streak in his wake. It appeared as though he had sliced open the very sky. Xiao Yan was frantic, utterly frantic, yet he felt powerless. He could not attack. Zi Yin was perilously close to the descending hand. Should he intervene, he would have to unleash his full force to counter Hun Yuansheng's assault. This meant that once he acted, he could not hold back. It could result in Zi Yin being injured, or worse, countless lives lost in the city below due to his strike. As Hun Yuansheng's attack drew nearer to Zi Yin, a grimace contorted Xiao Chen's face. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to arrive, but the distance remained too great. Hun Yuansheng smirked, malice gleaming in his eyes. If I cannot kill Xiao Yan, then slaying you, a mere ancient dragon, will suffice. In times past, the Hun clan would have feared the ancient dragons. However, in recent years, they have waned, and even their dragon king has vanished. Is there truly a difference between slaying a dragon and a serpent? Simply a matter of a single strike. Zi Yin, her eyes as radiant as gems, fixed her gaze upon the descending hand, devoid of any fear, only a serene acceptance. If death is to be my fate, then so be it. This would serve as a repayment for Hun Cang's life-saving grace. Chapter 201. A maximum of 3 strikes. I will certainly prevail. Just as Zi Yin found herself in an inescapable predicament, ready to confront reality, a familiar silhouette appeared before her. Was it Hun Cang? The figure, small in comparison to the transformed ancient dragon, stood before Zi Yin like an ant before an elephant. Yet, as he raised a hand, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were being propped up. The formidable hand, which had radiated overwhelming energy, suddenly halted its descent, suspended above Zi Yin. What is happening? Who has intervened? Countless gazes returned to the heavens, drawn to the figure. Hun Yuansheng's expression twisted into a mask of uncontrollable rage as he recognized the figure. Hun Cang, you have finally decided to show yourself. With a resounding boom, Hun Cang struck, obliterating the hand that Hun Yuansheng had unleashed. His gaze, frigid as ice, bore into soul source as he intoned, "Release my mother and child. For the sake of our kin, I may spare your life." The response from soul source echoed with a thunderous laugh, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest. Who was he? Soul Source, the elder of the Soul clan. Even before Soul Cang was born, he had held the title of elder within the clan, possessing formidable strength. Yet here stood a mere child, Soul Cang, daring to utter such words against him. Soul Source turned to Soul Wind and commanded, Keep watch over them. I shall confront him. With that, he entrusted Soul Linhua and the child to Soul Wind. Witnessing this, Soul Wind hesitated and suggested, Elder, perhaps we should return first? Soul Source shot him a fierce glare, growling, Do you think I'm inferior to Soul Song? It was evident that from the moment Soul Song appeared, Soul Source had completely lost his composure. Soul Wind adjusted his approach. Elder, what I mean is that our mission has been accomplished. There is no need to invite further complications. If we merely bring these two back to our clan, we need not fear Soul Song's return. At that time, with their status and power, they could easily manipulate a Soul Song devoid of any support. Enough of your words. I will defeat Soul Song in no more than 3 moves. With a sweeping gesture, Soul Source launched himself into the sky. Soul Wind shook his head in resignation. For reasons unknown, he was plagued by an ominous premonition. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, how long had it been? Even if Soul Song had previously possessed slightly greater strength, he had expended vast resources to elevate himself to a 4-star Dou Saint. How could Soul Song possibly advance faster than he? Soul Wind reassured himself and turned his gaze skyward. As Soul Source soared upward, his energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely. He unleashed a palm strike, distorting the air before him as a wave of energy shot forth, only to reappear before Soul Song moments later. Soul Song deftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack with ease. Come again, Soul Source bellowed. In the next instant, a barrage of energy attacks rained down upon Soul Song, each one swift and unpredictable, emanating from various angles. Yet, Soul Song evaded each one effortlessly. So nimble, are you? Soul Source exclaimed, thrusting both hands outward as a mass of black energy surged forth, darkening the sky behind him. Soul Chains. Fixing his gaze upon Soul Song, Soul Source summoned countless chains radiating with a foreboding black glow from the mists. In an instant, the light of the sky was swallowed, cloaking the area in darkness. With a cacophony of clinking sounds, the chains intertwined, forming a massive net that descended upon Soul Song. A cold smile crept across Soul Source's lips as he taunted, Let us see how you evade this. At that moment, Xiao Yan arrived. Witnessing the unfolding scene with a change in expression, he felt compelled to issue a warning, for the soul chains of the Soul Clan were notoriously fearsome, infused with a power that could inflict severe damage even upon the soul. However, he reconsidered. After all, Soul Song was a member of the Soul Clan. Surely he understood the implications of the soul chains better than Xiao Yan did. The onlookers held their breath as the multitude of chains converged upon Soul Song. Just as the chains were about to encircle him completely, a radiant light suddenly emerged from within the chains. What began as a glimmer soon blossomed into a resplendent blaze, turning the tide and ensnaring the chains instead. Flame devouring the sky. At this moment, having fused with numerous fire spirits, Soul Song unleashed this technique with an essence that resonated profoundly with its name. The flames surged, creating a torrential heat wave. In an instant, the sky, once shrouded by chains and black energy, transformed into an ocean of flames. From within the inferno, a streak of light shot forth. Can you shatter my soul chains? You possess the strength of a 6-star Dou Saint? Soul Source was finally taken aback. In that instant, Soul Song stood before him, expressionless, his fiery fingers reaching for Soul Source's neck. The distorted space bore testament to the terrifying heat of the flames. Soul Source raised his hand to block, his black energy coalescing into a crystal-like substance akin to obsidian, enveloping his arm. But in the next moment, sizzle. Soul Song's fingers grasped, producing a sound of dissolution. A flicker of terror crossed Soul Source's face as he realized that the energy within him was melting away at an alarming rate, akin to ice in the sun. What is happening? Soul Source gasped in horror, twisting his arm desperately in an attempt to break free. Yet, how could Soul Song allow him such an escape? In that moment, they were locked in place, Soul Song's aura soaring while Soul Source gradually succumbed to despair. Soul Wind, witnessing this, revealed an anxious expression. Elder, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? If only we had waited for Soul Song to return to the clan, there were countless ways to subdue him. This is disastrous. For a fleeting moment, the thought of fleeing crossed Soul Wind's mind. However, Soul Source was no ordinary elder. His lineage held significant standing within the clan. Abandoning him might jeopardize his own status. In midair, gritting his teeth, Soul Source audibly snapped his own arm, blood spraying forth towards Soul Song, only to evaporate before it could reach him due to the intense heat. Soul Source swiftly retreated, casting a wary and fearful glance at Soul Song before darting towards Soul Wind. He was afraid. Boom! Flames erupted as the severed arm belonging to Soul Source was instantly reduced to ash, slipping through Soul Tsang's fingers. Soul Tsang coldly declared, "Release my mother and child. Dream on, if you desire them. Come seek them within the clan." Soul Source stood beside Soul Wind, preparing to cross into the spatial portal. Soul Wind urged quietly, "Elder, do not waste time. We must depart swiftly. In such a short span, Soul Tsang has already proven capable of confronting you without losing ground. Who knows what other powers he may possess?" Soul Source nodded. Just then, Soul Tsang's calm voice resonated. "Depart? Not without my consent will you leave." What does that mean? Both Soul Wind and Soul Source exchanged puzzled glances. The very next instant, boom! The heavens and earth seemed to tremble violently as two familiar formations emerged in the air. The ancient refinement formation. This formation was more solid than the one previously executed by Xiao Yan, each rune clearly visible, radiating an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. Ancient refinement formation, activate. Soul Tsang commanded. The formation spun, unleashing an invisible wave of energy. In the blink of an eye, Soul Wind and Soul Source found themselves in an unfamiliar space, surrounded by molten lava and enormous floating boulders. Demon fire space. Soul Wind gasped in shock, staring at the figure that slowly emerged from the depths of the space. You have gained control over this place. Memories from a not-so-distant past resurfaced. Soul Wind was unable to suppress a wave of dread. Previously, when the pure Lotus Demon Fire had invoked the ancient refinement formation, the Soul Demon Elder had fled without a backward glance. Who would have thought that, after all this time, they would return to the Demon Fire space, and this time, the master of the ancient refinement formation was none other than Soul Tsang? Compared to pure alien fire, the threat Soul Tsang posed to Soul Wind was far more intense than that of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Beside him, Soul Source was equally astonished, quickly surveying his surroundings. He had heard of the Demon Fire space, a creation of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, specifically designed to seal the pure Lotus Demon Fire. As an elder, Soul Source was privy to certain clan secrets that even Soul Wind was unaware of. Among these secrets was the existence of the Demon Fire space. Once, when the clan leader, Hun Tiandi, negotiated a collaboration with the void-devouring flame, they had sought after the pure Lotus Demon Fire. After all, it ranked third among alien fires, possessing tremendous power. Any emotional fluctuations could serve as a catalyst, igniting the pure Lotus Demon Fire. With the addition of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, the Soul Clan's strength would undoubtedly be amplified. However, at that time, the Soul Emperor and the void-devouring flame could only linger outside the Demon Fire space, unable to penetrate its depths. This alone speaks volumes about the situation. Coming back to his senses, Soul Yuansheng promptly prepared to depart, extending his other hand to grasp the air before him. The void twisted and warped, a fissure flickering into existence, seemingly on the verge of materializing. Yet, a formidable force obstructed it, preventing its full manifestation. After several fruitless attempts, he was left bewildered. What could be the reason? Soul Yuansheng stood motionless, struggling to comprehend. Previously, Xiao Yan had successfully utilized the ancient refining array to extricate himself from within. If that were the case, there should be no reason it could not be done now, should there? Soul Feng intoned gravely. The Demon Fire space is unlike the outside world. It is fortified by the ancient refining array, and breaching it is no simple task. Soul Tsang remarked indifferently. Soul Yuansheng, do not squander your efforts. Unless you possess the strength of the clan leader, it is impossible to shatter my seal. Impossible. Do you think I have lived for so many years merely to be intimidated? Soul Yuansheng refused to accept defeat. If he did not break the seal, his fate would likely mirror that of the previous Soul Demon Elder. Soul Tsang ignored Soul Yuansheng's actions and directly approached Soul Feng. Soul Linhua, cradling her child, was imprisoned behind Soul Feng. Upon seeing Soul Tsang approach, a glimmer of reassurance flickered in her eyes, and her demeanor became considerably calmer. Hun Cang, halt! Soul Feng commanded, panic evident in his voice. Soul Tsang replied, release my mother and child, and today, you may leave this place alive. Soul Feng cast a glance at Soul Linhua and resolutely declared, if you wish for me to escort them back to the clan, you shall come to the clan personally. Otherwise, before you make your move, I will ensure their deaths. Soul Tsang retorted coldly, you are testing my limits, Soul Feng. Neither party was willing to yield. Should they be taken back to the clan, Soul Tsang's return would be akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers. A swift return for Soul Tsang would undoubtedly lead to a dire outcome. After all, his current strength was insufficient to confront the clan leader and the assembly of elders directly. Soul Yuansheng positioned himself beside Soul Feng, We cannot trust Soul Song's words. If he were without the two of them, he would not easily let us go. The ancient refining array continued to rotate, its pressure intensifying. Soul Song observed the duo, Soul Yuansheng and Soul Feng, standing in a line, and suddenly raised his hand. Soul Song, do you truly dare to make a move? Soul Feng exclaimed, immediately preparing to counter. Nearby, Soul Yuansheng did not dare underestimate the situation. Soul Song's strength was not inferior to his own, and his fighting spirit was decidedly peculiar. If he did not take action, Soul Feng would surely falter. Boom! The clash of their attacks erupted in a tremendous roar, sending magma soaring into the air, splattering dozens of meters high. The demon fire space began to tremble as a result. Soul Linhua tightly embraced her child, covering her ears to shield her from the chaos surrounding them. At that moment, the space around her collapsed inward. Suddenly, two figures burst forth, Medusa and Xiao Chun. Take them away, Xiao Chun commanded. Medusa nodded, wrapping her arms around Soul Linhua and the child, her form slipping back into the not yet closed spatial passage. By the time Soul Feng and Soul Yuansheng turned around to witness this scene, their eyes bulged with rage, yet they could do nothing to impede it. They had never anticipated that once Soul Song took control of this space, he would become its master. The closure of any passage was at his beck and call. From the moment Soul Song emerged, he had already devised a plan to rescue them. First, engaging Soul Yuansheng in battle was to divert the attention of both, while secretly preparing to activate the ancient refining array to facilitate their transfer into the space. You will surely perish today, with a heavy heart. Soul Song's voice turned icy to the core. His sense of belonging to the Soul clan was not particularly strong. Now that Soul Feng and Soul Yuansheng dared to threaten those dear to him, there was no doubt that they had become his primary targets. Behind them, Xiao Chun clenched his fingers, a flash of crimson light illuminating the blood-colored giant axe he grasped once more. Swish! Xiao Chun coldly declared, You too. Do you still have the audacity to return? It has been a millennium since I last slaughtered a member of the Soul clan. Today, I shall use you to pay tribute to my blood axe. Caught between Soul Song and Xiao Chun, both Soul Feng and Soul Yuansheng were filled with trepidation. Soul Yuansheng bellowed, Why did you not stop me earlier? We could have escaped. Soul Feng, astonished, retorted in anger. Did I not say so? Soul Yuansheng insisted. Could you not be a bit clearer? Had I known Soul Song possessed such capabilities, I would have been a fool to engage with him. Damn it. I had no idea before. Soul Feng was on the verge of madness. Had he known Soul Song could manipulate the demon fire space, why would he have accepted this task of investigation? He inhaled deeply. I have one last resort. Soul Yuansheng's eyes brightened. Young clan leader. Why did you not mention this earlier? What is the method? Glancing at him, Soul Feng replied. Do not concern yourself for now. You must hold them off for a moment. Soul Yuansheng's first instinct was to refuse. If he were at his prime, he might have had some confidence. But with an arm severed, was he to risk his life to delay them? Soul Feng declared coldly. You have no choice but to trust me. Gritting his teeth, Soul Yuansheng said, Hurry, I cannot hold out much longer. Subsequently, he employed a secret technique to elevate his strength temporarily, blocking Soul Song and Xiao Chun. Seizing the opportunity, Soul Feng fell back, producing a jade slip and spitting blood onto it. Soul Song's murderous intent surged. He had long held a grudge against this old fellow. Soul Yuansheng. After dealing with Soul Li, Soul Yuansheng had been insufferably arrogant. Even rumors had reached Soul Song's ears, suggesting that Soul Yuansheng sought to harm him and had secretly collaborated with others after being restricted by the clan leader. Facing the surge of energy, blood gushed from Soul Yuansheng's mouth like a fountain, his complexion paling drastically. Young clan leader, is it ready yet? Soul Yuansheng called out. At that moment, Soul Feng's voice rang out. Get out of the way. Soul Yuansheng immediately dodged sideways, retreating hundreds of meters. Unhesitatingly, Soul Feng shattered the blood-stained jade slip before Soul Song and Xiao Chun. Buzz! In the next instant, a thunderous aura erupted from the jade slip, and an ethereal, illusory figure materialized. An elder? Upon seeing that figure, Soul Song's expression hardened, and he pushed Xiao Chun away, decisively forming hand seals. Fire Spirit, Third Transformation. Boom! The energy of fighting spirit within Soul Song roared forth, the fire spirit's howls resonating, and his power surged dramatically. The apparition unleashed a palm strike, colliding with Soul Song's attack. Terrifying energy swept through, generating tangible ripples of power. The massive stones in midair shattered into powder. The space itself was riddled with numerous fissures. Witnessing this scene, Soul Feng wasted no time. Let us go. Chapter 203. A wave stronger than the last. Soul Yuansheng nodded. slipping into a fissure and emerging outside the demon fire space. Without a moment's pause, he tore open another spatial passage and charged inside. Soul Feng closely followed behind him. However, Soul Feng's expression was graver than that of Soul Yuansheng, for he had initially intended to preserve this life-saving measure. It should be noted that executing such a strike was immensely challenging and required substantial energy. The Soul Clan was currently mobilizing for battle, and everyone needed to maintain their optimal state. This also implied that he would no longer have access to such assurances in the future. Subsequently, when facing the other three clans, Soul Feng would need to deliberate carefully before taking any action. Inside the demon fire space, the energy ripples dissipated, and tranquility returned once more. The numerous colossal stones that once inhabited the void had vanished without a trace. Soul Cang emerged, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with dust, appearing somewhat disheveled. Previously, the strike unleashed by Soul Feng had approached the full might of an 8-star Dou Saint at its peak. Even though Soul Cang was formidable, blocking it at the 6-star Dou Saint level had proven quite arduous. It was only due to his reliance on the Fire Spirit's third transformation that he had barely managed to withstand it. As time progressed, the gap between each realm widened significantly. Soul Cang murmured. Xiao Chun rushed over, inquiring, "How are you?" Hun Cang shook his head, replying, "I am fine." Xiao Chun sighed in relief, scrutinizing Hun Cang with a glint of wariness and astonishment in his eyes. The last time they had met was within the demon fire space. It had not been long, yet Hun Cang's strength had ascended to such a level, surpassing even his own. Truly, it echoed the age-old adage. The new waves pushed the old waves forward, with each wave stronger than the last. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Chun lamented. "We still let them escape." Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, "That is my concern." He then turned to Xiao Chun and said, "Let's head out first. By the way, how is second brother?" "Oh no." The reminder startled Xiao Chun, panic flickering across his face. "Come quickly with me. Xiao Yan has lost control of the ancient refining array, and the strange fire within him is also spiraling out of control." Out of control? A flash of surprise crossed Hun Cang's eyes as he opened a passage and followed Xiao Chun outside. The duo moved swiftly, reaching Xiao Yan's side in just a few blinks of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Yan was unrecognizable, engulfed in flames, resembling a colossal fireball. "Elder brother?" Recognizing the familiar aura, Xiao Yan's delighted voice emerged from the inferno. Hun Cang reassured him, "Relax your mind. I am here to assist you." "All right, elder brother." Xiao Yan responded hastily. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun stepped back to afford Hun Cang some space to maneuver. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he wondered how Hun Cang would handle the situation. All those flames were strange fires, each terrifying in its own right. With so many fused together, even with his and Ziyan's combined strength, they felt at a loss. Hun Cang did not employ any flamboyant techniques. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals, initiating with a sealing imprint. Whoosh! A beam of light surged into the mass of flames surrounding Xiao Yan. In the next moment, the flames seemed to encounter their natural enemy, gradually calming down. Xiao Yan's form finally emerged from the fire, his expression reflecting relief from the harrowing ordeal. Hun Cang then conjured another sealing imprint, resealing the strange fire back within Xiao Yan. After accomplishing this, Xiao Yan's body uncontrollably began to plummet. Due to the sealing imprint, which restrained the flames, Xiao Yan's power, intertwined with the strange fire, was effectively sealed as well. With a swift motion, Hun Cang caught Xiao Yan. "I have sealed the strange fire for you. Spend these days digesting it. Do you understand?" Gratitude shone in Xiao Yan's eyes as he nodded. Having just experienced the perilous ordeal, he had identified the root of his problem. It was related to the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The pure Lotus Demon Fire was a top-tier strange fire ranked third, immensely powerful and not easily subdued. In his pursuit of strength, he had neglected to properly control his realm. This had led to his power reaching the 5-star Dou Saint level, yet his foundation had become somewhat unstable. Consequently, during the powerful self-detonation of the Soul Demon Elder, the ancient refining array had gone out of control, triggering an instant riot of the strange fire within him. Xiao Yan chuckled wryly. "Elder brother, had you not appeared, I fear I would have met the same fate as the pure Lotus Demon Saint, consumed by my own power." Hun Cang glanced at him, saying, "Then you should exert yourself. I cannot remain by your side indefinitely, can I? You are already a Dou Saint." Beside them, Xiao Chun admonished sternly, "Xiao Yan, remember this. Haste makes waste." Who knows how frightened he had been moments ago? This brat, endowed with such opportunities and a remarkable elder brother, still failed to cultivate diligently, opting instead for reckless endeavors. Xiao Yan awkwardly smiled, attempting to change the subject. Elder brother. Is sister-in-law all right? Even when engulfed in flames, he could still sense the external situation, though he could not react. They had initially triumphed over the soul demon elder. Little did they know that those two, sensing his loss of control, had sneakily returned. Xiao Qin's eyes widened. Had it not been for Hun Cang's timely return, we would have faced a calamity. You claim you lack ability, yet you insist on acting recklessly. Xiao Yan shrank his neck, saying, Ancestor, please say less. My elder brother has not reproached me. Hun Cang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, remarking, Will you ever learn? Now recover quickly. You will have much to endure ahead. After handing Xiao Yan over to Xiao Chun, Hun Cang returned to the imperial capital of the Gama Empire. He approached his mother, Hun Linhua, who appeared somewhat pale and emotionally distressed. Mother, Hun Cang said apologetically. Hun Linhua waved her hand. I am fine. Go check on the children. They must be terrified. Understood, Hun Cang nodded. Nearby, Medusa was pouring water for Hun Linhua and then handed it to her. Meeting Hun Cang's gaze, she gestured toward a pavilion not far away. Inside, Yafei was cradling a child, whispering soothing words, her own eyes rimmed with red. When Hun Feng and Hun Yuan had appeared, Yafei had fortuitously walked into the backyard, witnessing her child and Hun Cang's mother being taken hostage. She had nearly broken down. With her strength, she could do nothing but watch helplessly. Hun Cang sighed and approached, embracing both mother and child. I am sorry. Yafei, clutching the child, collapsed in a Hun Cang's embrace, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. Hun Cang gently stroked her hair, his gaze drifting beyond the eaves toward the heavens. Still not fully restored. The sky was devoid of clouds. The once azure expanse was now riddled with gaping holes, marred by darkness. From time to time, members of the Tsang Alliance soared overhead, inspecting for others who might have been injured by the aftermath of the battle and required assistance. Some sat against the walls, discussing the sudden and overwhelming conflict. However, they could not fathom that the battle before them was but a mere fragment of the vast future battleground. When the true conflict erupted, it would not only engulf the Gama Empire but the entire central continent, indeed the whole Dou King continent. A weight settled in Hun Cang's heart. He had initially planned to remain hidden for a while longer. Alas, the Soul Clan still had eyes on him, and the arrival of Hun Feng and the others forced his hand. Hun Cang could not stand idly by while his mother and child were taken back to the clan. That place was fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Chapter 204. The Soul Emperor becomes emperor. I must die, yet I do not wish to perish. In the Soul Clan's council chamber, clan leader, facing the Soul Emperor, Hun Yuan fell prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Hun Cang has betrayed us. He has colluded with the Xiao clan to set a trap. The Soul Demon sacrificed himself heroically to save the young clan leader. I even lost an arm as a price to barely escape. Hun Feng stood nearby, his face pale, his breath weak. As the assembly listened to Hun Yuan's account, disbelief washed over them. Hun Cang collaborating with the Xiao clan? Hadn't the Xiao clan fallen into decline long ago? Indeed, even the Soul Demon was a 5-star Dou Saint. How could Hun Cang have slain him? What was happening? The Soul Clan had not treated Hun Cang poorly. Why would he conspire with outsiders against the clan elders? Particularly upon seeing Hun Yuan's battered state, some elders could not help but display expressions of astonishment. It was known that Hun Yuan was no weakling. Even within the Soul Clan, he was one of the strongest. To be pushed to the brink of losing an arm for survival. How powerful must Hun Cang be? The Soul Emperor furrowed his brow. Have you seen Hun Cang? Return, clan leader. Hun Feng first bowed, then said, I surmise correctly. Hun Cang did not perish. Not only was he not sealed within the demon fire space, but he has also somehow taken control of it. He has mastered the demon fire space? The Soul Emperor's expression shifted to one of astonishment. That was the demon fire space, left behind by the pure Lotus Demon Saint. What right did Hun Cang have to control it? Hun Feng nodded solemnly, indeed. He proceeded to narrate the experiences of Hun Cang summoning the ancient refining array and transferring them to the demon fire space. In an instant, silence enveloped the grand hall as all listened intently. At this moment, Soul Source expressed his anguish, stating, Patriarch, we must capture Soul Cang and punish him severely. I am 100% certain that the death of Soul Li is inextricably linked to him. The Soul Emperor replied, You should retreat and tend to your injuries. Patriarch, Soul Source called out once more. He realized that if the Patriarch chose not to speak now, the pursuit of Soul Cang would likely come to nothing. Although he was unaware of the Patriarch's unwavering support for Soul Cang, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After all, he had sacrificed a great deal, even losing an arm. Soul Source, do you not comprehend my words? The Soul Emperor retorted with irritation. According to the plan, the medicinal clan's compendium was about to commence, and their operations would soon unfold. As you have stated, Sol Cang currently wields the power of the demon fire space. Sending just one or two individuals to confront him may not suffice to subdue him. The Soul Emperor was unwilling to jeopardize his plan for the sake of a single individual. It was better to first subdue the medicinal clan and then deal with Soul Cang at a more opportune moment. Seeing the Soul Emperor's wrath, the others fell silent. An elder from the Soul Cliff and Soul Jade lineage was prepared to step forward and voluntarily take on the task of capturing Soul Cang. As the assembly dispersed, only the Soul Emperor remained in the Grand Hall. At that moment, the figure of void, devouring flame, emerged. "Shall I make a trip?" he inquired. The Soul Emperor fixed his gaze upon the heavens outside, maintaining unwavering focus. When the pure lotus demon fire emerges, who is stronger, it or Soul Cang? Without hesitation, void devouring flame responded, "It is undoubtedly the pure lotus demon fire." Pausing, he looked at the Soul Emperor, incredulous. "Do you believe I am not a match for Soul Cang?" The Soul Emperor replied calmly, "I suspect that Soul Cang possesses his own unique methods for dealing with exotic flames. Your role is crucial. There is no need for unforeseen complications because of him." He turned his head to regard the somewhat displeased void, devouring flame, stating nonchalantly, "Do not forget our objective. To become a Dou Emperor." Void devouring flame exclaimed, his expression suddenly softening. The collaboration they had forged was driven by the aspiration of attaining Dou Emperor status. The distance to that goal was now increasingly within reach. Outside the hall, the sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky with fiery hues of twilight. Void, devouring flame gazed for a moment before saying, "I will check on the preparations." The Soul Emperor nodded slightly, watching as void, devouring flame vanished into the void. After a long while, the Soul Emperor's figure, too, gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, in the demon fire space, silhouettes gathered upon a massive floating boulder. Soul Cang stood amidst the crowd, surrounded by Xiao Chun, Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, as well as the ancestor of the Pill Tower, Yao Chun, and Yao Tianhua, among others. Addressing the ancestor of the Pill Tower, Soul Cang spoke, "You must have verified whether I was deceiving you." The ancestor of the Pill Tower, appearing youthful, furrowed his brow. "Is it true that such formations are spread throughout the entire central continent?" Soul Cang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this plot has been in the making for over a millennium. It is a grand conspiracy orchestrated by the Soul Emperor." The ancestor of the Pill Tower looked perplexed. Why would the Soul Emperor expend such financial, material, and human resources to lay out such a grand formation? Soul Cang replied succinctly, "To achieve Emperor status." "Breakthrough to Dou Emperor?" Xiao Xian interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Soul Cang nodded. "The time remaining for us is limited. To be frank, among the ancient 8 clans, only the Soul Clan, the Medicinal Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Ancient Clan remain." Xiao Chun suddenly remarked, "The Xiao Clan still exists." Soul Cang glanced at him. "Let us not mention those in name only. I am referring to clans with actual combat capabilities." Xiao Chun fell silent. Beside him, Xiao Xian patted his shoulder, whispering, "Trust me, it won't be long before the Xiao Clan reemerges." Soul Cang continued, "The Soul Clan is going to such great lengths to deal with the ancient 8 clans solely to acquire the ancient Emperor's Jade. Currently, he possesses 5 pieces." "5 pieces?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, astonished. "Brother, the Xiao Clan's Jade?" Soul Cang sighed. It was stolen. Xiao Yan felt a pang of regret, but refrained from saying more. If even his brother could not protect the Jade, it was unlikely he could do so, and it might even bring calamity upon his family. The ancestor of the Pill Tower spoke solemnly. "Soul Cang, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Soul Cang turned to him. "Unity. We must combine all our strengths before the Soul Clan fully reveals its claws." The ancestor of the Pill Tower frowned. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated? It is but a single Soul Clan. Can it truly contend against the entire continent?" Soul Cang chuckled lightly. "I am of the Soul Clan. I understand them better than you. To put it simply, the Soul Emperor is but a step away from Dou Emperor. Beside him is Void, Devouring Flame, who possesses the strength of a 9-star Dou Saint. Both are at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm." The ancestor of the Pill Tower's expression darkened, growing somber. At that moment, Xiao Xian concurred. The Soul Emperor possesses remarkable talent, and his bloodline is exceptionally pure. When I battled him, he was already a standout among 9-star Dou Saints. Considering the years that have passed, I can only imagine his rate of progress. The ancestor of the Pill Tower fell silent, realizing he had underestimated the Soul Clan. He had long thought his Pill Tower was formidable enough. But after hearing Sol Tsang's words, he recognized that if the Soul clan truly set its sights on the Pill Tower, it would have been obliterated long ago. With just the strength of the Soul Emperor, the annihilation of the Pill Tower would be but a matter of moments. Sol Tsang, please delineate the plan going forward. The Pill Tower will cooperate with you, the ancestor of the Pill Tower stated. Just as he finished speaking, he tilted his head, curiously asking, "You are clearly a member of the Soul clan. Why are you leading the charge against them? Moreover, the Soul Emperor is your father." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yan could not help but turn their gazes towards Sol Tsang, eager to hear his response. Sol Tsang smiled faintly. "If the Soul Emperor attains Emperor status, I will undoubtedly perish. However, I do not wish to die." Chapter 205, Assigning Tasks. As Sol Tsang's words fell, a tremor coursed through the hearts of those present, filled with profound confusion. Why would Sol Tsang die if the Soul Emperor achieved Dou Emperor status? With the emergence of a Dou Emperor, should not the entire Soul clan thrive and flourish? They were yet to grasp the truth. They had not yet come to terms with the fact that in the entire Douqi continent, attaining Emperor status was no simple feat, even if one were to access the ancient Emperor's cave and obtain the half-finished Emperor Dan within. It would not suffice to facilitate a breakthrough to Dou Emperor, as the Emperor Dan had not been fully refined and its effects were inadequate. Sol Tsang did not wish to waste too much breath on this matter. When the time was right, everyone would understand. Speaking of it now, without proof or evidence, will be hard for others to accept. Now, let's return to the main topic, Sol Tsang said with a slight smile, looking at the ancestor of the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower is a recognized force in the central continent, and many are willing to follow. I hope you can step forward to rally other factions and unite to dismantle the Soul Clan's various formations. Not a problem, the ancestor of the Pill Tower readily agreed. He relished doing things that caused distress to the Soul Clan. The more discomfort they experienced, the happier he became. Sol Tsang then turned to Xiao Yan. "You must swiftly master the exotic fire and then pay a visit to the ancient clan." Xiao Yan touched his face. "So, in your eyes, my face is quite valuable." Sol Tsang was momentarily taken aback. "Do not flatter yourself. If it were not for Sun Air being utterly enchanted by you, I would not have sent you at all." Xiao Yan chuckled. "I understand. You want me to employ my charms." Sol Tsang shook his head helplessly. In truth, his thoughts were somewhat aligned with Xiao Yan's. Directly approaching Gu Yuan was a daunting task, though he considered himself somewhat capable. In the presence of an ancient lineage like the ancient clan, he felt somewhat insufficient. Convincing the ancient clan to ally would not be an easy endeavor. However, having Xiao Yan take the lead would prove more advantageous. He merely needed to persuade Sun Air to speak with her father, which would simplify matters considerably. Just then, Xiao Xian suddenly interjected. "Sol Tsang, this is a critical moment. We do not know how long it will take Xiao Yan to master the exotic fire. Perhaps I should make the trip instead." Sol Tsang was taken aback. "Do not, dear ancestor. You have just been resurrected and should focus on resting and cultivating to expedite the restoration of your strength." Xiao Yan, having not seen Sun Er for an extended period, felt a profound yearning within his heart. Xiao Xian glanced at him and replied, "I venture to the ancient clan with the hope of swiftly regaining my power." Oh, Hun Cang seemed to grasp some understanding of the situation. Xiao Xian smiled faintly. "In my youth, I shared a rather amicable relationship with Gu Yuan and offered him considerable assistance. It is only fitting that he now extends aid to me." Hun Cang nodded slightly. "Very well, you should pay him a visit." Although Xiao Xian had successfully resurrected, there remained a significant gap between his current power and that of his prime. Regaining his strength in the short term would prove exceedingly challenging without some extraordinary measures. Hun Cang contemplated ways to assist him. After all, Xiao Xian was a formidable force in his own right. Should he return to his pinnacle, even if he could not rival the current Soul Emperor, he might still hold his own alongside Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan. Now that Xiao Xian had proposed a solution, Hun Cang was pleased to see such a development. Unity was paramount in the present circumstances. Once the mission was clearly delineated, the ancestors of the Pill Tower and Xiao Xian took their leave. Xiao Yan inquired, "Hun Cang, is there anything you require of me?" After a moment's reflection, Hun Cang responded, "Please attempt to locate the whereabouts of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. They have attacked me on multiple occasions, and it is high time for retribution." He paused before adding, "Moreover, the Tsang Alliance currently requires a target to hone their skills." With the passage of time, the Tsang Alliance had expanded considerably, boasting a diverse array of members with varying strengths. Many of those who were once weak had seen their abilities significantly enhanced through the ample resources provided by the Alliance. However, these individuals had not engaged in combat for an extended period and had grown somewhat complacent. Hun Cang sought to prevent this stagnation. They needed to be on high alert for the upcoming confrontation with the Soul Clan, where the mightiest would dictate the outcome, and they must be prepared to defend their territory. Certainly, upon hearing this, Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had not forgotten the incident when the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan dared to intrude upon the territory of the ancient Dragon clan while she was sealed by the Dragon Phoenix's primal energy. She had longed for an opportunity for vengeance. Turning his gaze to the downcast Xiao Yan, Hun Cang instructed, "You, my friend, must promptly solidify your strength. When we confront the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, you will lead the Song Alliance." Xiao Yan, invigorated, replied, "Rest assured, elder brother, I shall not disappoint you." Waving his hand, Hun Cang signaled for the others to depart the demon fire space. "What are your thoughts on bringing my mother and child here?" Hun Cang inquired of Medusa. Medusa surveyed the surroundings. The air within the demon fire space was stifling, with the ground littered with crimson lava, rendering the environment far less hospitable than the outside world. This was, after all, the intention behind the creation of the Demon Lotus Saint, designed solely to seal the Demon Lotus fire. It was not oriented toward comfort. Medusa hesitated. Would they have to endure this environment for an extended period? Hun Cang nodded. Medusa suggested, "I will enhance their protection from formations to guards, and I will remain by their side as much as possible." "What do you think? That sounds acceptable." Hun Cang detected Medusa's intentions and did not press further. He merely proposed an idea. If they were to invite his parents to reside within, the other members of the Song Alliance would undoubtedly have their opinions. If everyone were to join, it would lead to a significant waste of time. "I will be cultivating here. Should any issues arise, simply shatter this talisman, and I shall arrive at once." Hun Cang handed Medusa several jade slips. Accepting them with a nod, Medusa departed the demon fire space. In a vast space, Hun Cang found himself alone, taking a deep breath as he sank back slightly, settling into a meditative posture amidst the void. Streams of fire spirits erupted from his body, swirling around him. With his hands forming seals, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation, causing a tempest to stir within the space. The tranquil surface of the lava began to undulate like the waves of the sea. In this moment, Hun Cang remained undistracted, for his focus lay solely on enhancing his own power. Perhaps soon, the Alchemist clan's compendium would commence, and he must attend without fail. There existed a total of 23 types of extraordinary flames in the world, and the number currently scattered beyond reach had dwindled to fewer than a handful. Among these, a small fraction resided within the Alchemist clan. Hun Cang would not let this opportunity slip by. Devouring fire spirits and harnessing their energy to fortify himself was undoubtedly a swifter path than mere cultivation. First, he would acquire all the extraordinary flames from the Alchemist clan, followed by Sunner's Golden Emperor flame. Once these were obtained, his strength would approach the brink of a breakthrough. To surpass this limit, he would need to acquire the primal emperor's aura left behind by the ancient Emperor Tuashi, found within his cave abode. For now, he would cultivate Await News, and simultaneously elevate his soul realm to the emperor's level. After some contemplation, Hun Cang's course of action became increasingly clear. The soul crystal he had previously given to Xiao Yan had also yielded corresponding rewards, which Hun Cang had already begun to utilize, though he had yet to fully digest its benefits. However, he estimated that once completed, achieving the pinnacle of the Emperor's soul realm would be a certainty. Chapter 206, The Unheeding Alchemist Clan. The void twisted and split open, revealing a figure stepping forth. Xiao Yan of the ancient realm murmured, his gaze fixed upon a majestic city ahead. This was the outward city of the ancient clan. A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes as he entered the city. He could scarcely recall the last time he had set foot here. Time had elapsed too long, and the years spent within the heavenly tomb had erased many memories. Xiao Yan could not suppress a wave of sentiment, primarily astonished that he had indeed been granted the chance to live again. It was almost amusing to think that in death he was of the Soul Clan, and in life he remained of the same. Proceeding directly to the entrance of the ancient realm, Xiao Yan was intercepted by the Black Yin guards. Ahead lies the ancient realm. "Sir, have you received an invitation?" Xiao Yan shook his head. "I have not." The Black Yin guard promptly stated, "Please turn back. The ancient realm does not permit unauthorized entry." With a flick of his palm, Xiao Yan produced a jade slip that hovered before the guard. "Deliver this to your clan leader, Gu Yuan. He will wish to meet me." The surrounding Black Yin guards approached, scrutinizing Xiao Yan with curiosity. They found no ancient clan insignias upon him, casting doubt upon his identity. Noticing their skepticism, Xiao Yan released a hint of his aura. "A late-stage 4-star Dou Saint. Please hold on." Upon recognizing his status as a Dou Saint, the Black Yin guard immediately turned to seek approval. Moments later, a powerful presence surged from the distance, prompting all the Black Yin guards to stand at attention. Their expressions respectful. Gu Yuan's figure materialized, standing a good distance away, gazing at the solitary Xiao Yan. Initially taken aback, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "It is good to see you again, Brother Gu." A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, revealing a semblance of familiarity amid the strangeness. As Gu Yuan finally regained his composure, he rushed to Xiao Yan, playfully striking his chest before embracing him. "It is wonderful to see you here." Gu Yuan led Xiao Yan into the ancient realm. The Black Yin guards, witnessing Gu Yuan's warm reception, were taken aback. Such affable behavior from the clan leader was a rarity they had not witnessed in many years. Within the ancient realm, atop a mountain peak, clouds swirled below, and the summit was lush and verdant. Two figures sat at the edge of the mountain, a tea table placed between them, adorned with beverages. After clinking their cups, Gu Yuan downed his drink in one go and then inquired, "Xiao Yan, I thought you were merely a remnant soul surviving within the heavenly tomb. How is it that you have returned to life?" Before Xiao Yan could respond, Gu Yuan speculated, "Was it because of the last incident in the heavenly tomb? Did Xiao Yan rescue you?" Setting down his empty cup, Xiao Yan nodded and then shook his head. "Indeed, it was due to that last incident. But Xiao Yan lacked the power to save me. The one who did so will surely surprise you." Gu Yuan regarded him intently. "Hun Cang? Huh?" Xiao Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Yuan to deduce so swiftly. "How did you guess?" Gu Yuan poured wine into the cups for the two. "During our last expedition to the tomb of the ancients. Apart from Xiao Yan and my kin from the Gu clan, only Hun Cang survived. Who else could it be if not him?" A look of incredulity crept across his face. After all, it was the Hun clan that had initially tormented Xiao Yan within the tomb. Yet it was also through the Hun clan support that he emerged. What does this signify? A cycle of reincarnation, perhaps? Xiao Yan sighed. "When I first learned that Xiao Yan had a brother from the Hun clan, my expression was much like yours now. Even to this day, it feels somewhat dreamlike." Gu Yuan chuckled. "I too found it perplexing when I discovered that Hun Cang had located the Jiao Ma Empire." The two exchanged cups, reminiscing about the past. Once, the relationship between their clans was remarkably close, ranking among the best of the ancient 8 clans, largely due to the bond between Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan. Regrettably, during that fateful encounter with the Hun clan, the Xiao clan had a chance to obliterate them, but Gu clan was a moment too slow, resulting in Xiao Yan being besieged by Hun clan's formidable warriors, ultimately forced to survive as a remnant soul within the tomb. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan lowered his head, a hint of guilt shadowing his countenance. "What's past is past. We must look ahead," Xiao Yan remarked optimistically, having faced death once. He had learned to adopt a more open-minded perspective. Gu Yuan inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Speak candidly. Considering our relationship, feel free to express yourself." As they shifted to serious matters, Xiao Yan set down his cup, his demeanor turning grave. "The Hun clan has secretly established a grand formation encompassing the entire central state. And not long ago, they annihilated the Yin clan, the Ling clan, and the Shi clan." "What?" Gu Yuan exclaimed in shock, a surge of energy coursing through him, causing the surrounding clouds to churn. He quickly composed himself, looking intently at Xiao Yan. "You jest not?" Xiao Yan offered a bitter smile. "What would I gain from deceiving you? I was present when the Yin clan was destroyed." He had been within Hun Cang's body at the time, able to sense the circumstances unfolding outside. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuan asked, "To what extent has the Hun clan's power grown?" Xiao Yan pondered briefly, his tone laced with gravity. "They are immensely strong. The Hun Emperor has devoted himself to cultivation over the years without pause. His current strength is but a step away from becoming a Dou Emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Gu Yuan nodding in agreement. Gu Yuan sighed. "In truth, I sensed the Hun Emperor's formidable power during his appearance at the last tomb expedition. He is excessively ambitious, willing to employ any means necessary to grow stronger. Should he ascend to Emperor, I fear the ancient 8 clans will be reduced to naught but the Han clan." Xiao Yan downed another cup of wine. "I hope you can unite with the Lei clan and the Yao clan. Presently, only the 3 of you among the ancient 8 clans still hold the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade. The Han Emperor will undoubtedly not relent in his pursuit of you. I have made attempts in the past. The Lei clan is more amenable, but the Yao clan is rather obstinate." Gu Yuan recalled their previous council. They had sensed the Yin clan's abrupt disappearance and had begun contemplating their annihilation. Yet the Yao clan remained steadfast, unwilling to seal their clan's borders. In such circumstances, they had effectively exposed themselves to the Han clan, making it easy for them to become targets. Xiao Yan sighed. As the saying goes, no amount of good advice can save a doomed soul. If they refused to heed counsel, then there is little that can be done. By the way, Xiao Xian's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Brother Gu, do you still possess the items I entrusted to you before? I need to restore my strength to its peak in the shortest time possible. The items Xiao Xian referred to were those he had given Gu Yuan during his near demise at the hands of the Hun clan. The circumstances back then were dire, with the entirety of the clan's bloodline power concentrated within him, leaving very few strong members behind. Some treasures of the Xiao clan could not remain within their clan, as they would attract unwanted attention, posing a significant risk to the Xiao clan without the protection of strong allies. Thus, Xiao Xian had entrusted them to Gu Yuan for safekeeping. Gu Yuan nodded. I've kept everything for you. Since the Xiao clan lost its bloodline power, they have not produced any formidable warriors. Much of what you left behind is of no use to them. I have utilized a portion for my cultivation, but the rest remains intact. Afterward, you can accompany me to retrieve them, and I will replenish what I have used. Xiao Xian smiled lightly. Between us, there is no need to quibble over such trivial matters. Very well, I shall inform the Lei and Yao clans of the situation, Gu Yuan replied. Xiao Xian remained silent, drinking quietly. Communication with the Lei clan went smoothly. Upon learning of the Yin clan's tragic fate, their leader expressed intent to bolster their defenses. However, when it came to the Yao clan, the situation proved less favorable. From a jade slip came the voice of the Yao clan leader, Clan Leader Gu. The date for the Yao clan's medicinal convention has already been set, and the invitations have been sent out. How can we close our clan borders now? Gu Yuan replied solemnly. Yao clan leader, these are extraordinary times. The Yin clan has been destroyed. Do you truly wish to place the entire Yao clan in peril for the sake of a mere medicinal convention? The Yao clan leader responded confidently. That will not happen. The convention invites numerous powers from across the continent, with many strong warriors in attendance. Does the Hun clan truly have the audacity to strike then? Moreover, our Yao clan is under the protection of the former emperor. Clan leader Gu, please do not worry. You must attend. With that, the Yao clan leader cut off communication before Gu Yuan could persuade him further. Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan exchanged glances, both letting out a simultaneous sigh. Gu Yuan rose. Brother Xiao, please follow me. I've said all that needs to be said. If they choose not to listen, then there is little that can be done. Chapter 207, Journey to the Yao clan and the Medicinal Convention. Time flew by. On this day, Hun Cang opened his eyes, gazing at the flickering jade slip. The Yao clan's medicinal convention was approaching. A thought crossed his mind, and Hun Cang understood, exhaling deeply, rising from his seated position in the void. Xiao Yan, he called out, looking into the distance. Soon, a dark figure appeared, transforming into a silhouette that approached Hun Cang. Xiao Yan wore a smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Big brother, what is it? Hun Cang stated, the Yao clan's medicinal convention is about to commence. Great, I shall prepare immediately. Xiao Yan replied eagerly before Hun Cang could finish speaking. Hun Cang raised a hand to calm him. You need to stay home. Must you really, big brother? A hint of pleading appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Since Hun Cang's return to the Jia Ma Empire, Xiao Yan had embarked on an arduous journey of cultivation, ceaselessly dedicating himself to his training, save for his brief involvement in the battle between the Tian Yao Phoenix clan and the Taisu Ancient Dragon clan. However, that conflict was short-lived. Upon returning, Xiao Yan believed he had solidified his realm and could afford to relax, only to be summoned by Hun Cang to the Demon Fire Space for extended training. During this time, Xiao Yan's primary task was to spar with Hun Cang, both honing their strengths. Hun Cang insisted there is no room for negotiation. After investing so much time and effort in training you, it is now time for you to demonstrate your worth. In truth, had he the choice, Hun Cang would prefer Xiao Yan to attend the Yao clan's convention. However, Xiao Yan's current strength was still insufficient to face formidable opponents alone. Moreover, according to the original plan, during this Yao clan medicinal convention, the void-devouring flame might make an appearance, and Xiao Yan would not stand a chance against him at this moment. Hence, Hun Cang resolved to take the journey himself. The matter of the otherworldly flames could not afford any missteps. Departing from the Demon Fire Space, Hun Cang left the Jia Ma Empire alongside Yao Chun. On their journey, Yao Chun chuckled. Originally, the Starfall Pavilion had no qualifications to receive an invitation from the Yao clan, but this time they have benefited from the circumstances. After all, the Yao clan is one of the ancient 8 clans with exceedingly high standards. A force like the Starfall Pavilion would not typically rank among the top sects in the Central State, and thus they would naturally overlook them. Yet, with the Pill Tower now at the helm, consolidating forces, and with Starfall Pavilion serving as a liaison with the Tsang Alliance, along with Yao Chen's own presence as a Dou Shang, they finally gained the privilege of being invited. Hun Cang remained composed, seemingly indifferent. It matters not, without an invitation. They cannot impede my path. Yao Chen glanced at him, refraining from contradiction. Although they had known each other for quite some time, recently, he had increasingly felt the formidable changes Hun Cang underwent, which were quite alarming. Each time they met after a period, it seemed as though Hun Cang had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly, the oppressive aura he emanated was nearly on par with that of the Yao clan leader, leaving Yao Chen feeling a sense of awe. After some contemplation, Yao Chen inquired, "What is the likelihood of the Soul clan seizing this opportunity to strike against the Yao clan?" "It is highly probable, perhaps even 9 out of 10, Cao deliberated, offering his insight. Yao Chen's expression grew solemn. Cao then asked, "Do you still harbor any lingering feelings for the Yao clan? They have treated you so poorly." Being expelled, Yao Chen naturally held no fondness for the Yao clan. He sighed, "It's not so much about yearning. It's south merely that the place where I grew up has vanished, leaving me with an inevitable sense of loss, as a piece of my memories has been irrevocably removed." As they journeyed, the conversation between the two gradually shifted from the Yao clan to the topic of exotic flames. Although the Yao clan excelled in alchemy, their possession of exotic flames was notably inferior to that of the Flame clan. Among the 23 types of exotic flames, they possessed only 2. Of these, the esteemed 9 Netherwind flame had already been plundered by Cao in the Tomb of Heaven, leaving only the 13th ranked Turtle Spirit Earth flame. Cao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had misremembered the details. Presently, aside from a Nether Poison flame, Volcanic Stone flame, Turtle Spirit Earth flame, 9 Dragon Thunder flame, 9 Nether Golden Ancestor flame, Flame of Life, and Golden Emperor Burning Heaven flame, he was left with only the Void Devouring flame. The Nether Poison flame ranked too low for Cao's regard, and he was disinclined to waste time searching for it. The Volcanic Stone flame and 9 Nether Golden Ancestor flame had previously been held by the leader of the Flame clan and were seized after the defeat of the Soul Emperor. Cao had attempted to acquire them, but to no avail. The loss of such opportunities dimmed Cao's enthusiasm. The two traveled at a swift pace, arriving just in time for the commencement of the alchemical convention. Yao Chen produced an invitation and led Cao into the realm of medicine. Shortly after their entrance, members of the Yao clan approached, their gazes laden with hostility directed at Yao Chen, their faces contorting with disdain and contempt. This former member, who had been cast out, was looked down upon by them, especially after Yao Chen had established a reputation through his own strength. "Yao Chen, how audacious of you to return. A pariah of our clan." Yao Wan sauntered forward, a mocking smile gracing his features. However, his expression faltered momentarily upon noticing Cao nearby, a glimmer of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Without a hint of deference, Yao Chen retorted, "I have come bearing an invitation." "Is this how the Yao clan treats its guests?" Yao Wan scoffed. "Some individuals only seek to embellish their own image." Clearly, Yao Wan understood that. Based solely on Yao Chen's abilities, even achieving the rank of Battle Saint would not guarantee him an invitation. Yao Chen averted his gaze, unwilling to squander further words with Yao Wan. He cared not for time wasted, but was mindful of Cao's sentiments. The two then proceeded to walk away. Cao regarded Yao Wan with calm detachment, shaking his head slightly. Perhaps calamity awaited them soon, yet he still found time for mockery. Yao Wan turned to observe the retreating figure of Cao, a grave expression dawning upon his countenance. Previously, in the demon fire space, he had confronted Cao, but the sense of danger he felt then paled in comparison to today. What a peculiar being, Yao Wan mused inwardly. Were it not for Cao's proximity to Yao Chen, he would have insisted on confronting Yao Chen with more words today. Continuing to mingle among the crowd, Yao Wan greeted the arriving guests with affable smiles, maintaining a demeanor of courtesy. The Yao clan had arranged for a mountain peak to host guests, where discussions and competitions regarding alchemy would take place. In a short time, the peak was bustling with figures, most of whom had taken their seats in preparation. At that moment, Yao Wan paused his conversation with those before him, his gaze joining others on the peak as they focused on the entrance to the realm of medicine. Like them, Cao, who had previously been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them, directing his attention toward the familiar energy emanating from the entrance. It seemed that Hun Zi had arrived, indicating their intent to strike at the Yao clan first. A figure, clad in a black robe, approached with a pleasant smile, descending gracefully upon the mountain peak. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance and amiable demeanor, many bore expressions of trepidation. Among them, a small group exuded a potent aura, their energies resonating with an overwhelming pressure directed toward Hun Zi. These individuals, donned in uniform attire, hailed from the alchemist tower. Hun Suzi remained focused, zeroing in on a particular figure as he advanced. My dear disciple, do you not greet your master upon seeing him? Upon encountering the figure before him, Cao furrowed his brow, gradually lifting his gaze, his expression indifferent as he replied, Elder Hun Suzi, your current level of strength does not entitle you to claim the role of my master. Having never regarded Cao as a true disciple, Hun Suzi was not taken aback by Cao's response. Rather, he remained composed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, your wings have grown strong. Your words carry more weight now. You were not so bold before. Cao replied, coolly, this was merely a transaction, a mutual benefit. Had Elder Hun Suzi taken even the slightest meaningful action, I might have considered becoming your disciple. Yet, as if wary of any association with Cao, Hun Suzi waved his hand dismissively. I cannot bear the wrath of those within the clan. Chapter 208. A familiar aroma. The plan involving the pure lotus demon fire was such that, should Cao perish within the demon fire space, the Soul Clan would harbor no doubts. However, Cao did not die. Not only did he survive, but he also prospered from the ordeal, acquiring the demon fire space and even the fortune of the pure lotus demon sage. Furthermore, from the mouths of Hun Yuansheng and Hun Feng, the elders of the Soul Clan learned that Cao might very well bestow the pure lotus demon fire upon the Xiao clan Xiao Yan. This revelation stirred profound discontent among the elders of the Soul Clan. At this critical juncture, the timing was pivotal for the Soul Clan's grand scheme. They could not afford to falter. The third-ranked pure lotus demon fire wielded tremendous power. Should the Soul Clan acquire it, their strength would undeniably increase, significantly enhancing the probability of success for their grand plan. Yet, Cao chose not to proceed in that manner. Thus, Hun Suzi spoke the truth, despite his status. He too dared not draw too close to Cao, fearing the potential repercussions. As for coming over to say hello, it was purely Hun Suzi's boredom, coupled with the desire to provoke the Alchemist Tower members. Although Cao had changed his name during the Alchemist Convention, his appearance remained the same. Should the members of the Alchemist Tower discover that the champion was actually a disciple of Hun Suzi, they would undoubtedly feel as though they had swallowed a fly. Unable to expel it, Hun Suzi turned and casually selected a seat to occupy. In the distance, core members of the Yao clan cast wary glances at Hun Suzi. Patriarch, why has Hun Suzi come as well? We did not send him an invitation. One elder of the Yao clan remarked, his expression darkening, aptly described as grim. Given Hun Suzi's notorious reputation, particularly within the alchemist community, he was widely detested. Patriarch Yao Dan furrowed his brows. His unsolicited arrival likely bodes ill. The elders scanned the mountain peak, noting the numerous figures present from various factions. Those attending the Yao clan's convention were not to be underestimated. He queried, does the Soul Clan possess such audacity? Yao Dan remained silent. It was well known that the Soul Clan was famously enigmatic, with few able to discern their true nature. Recently, he had received a warning from Gu Yuan, learning of the Soul Clan's silent annihilation of the Flame Clan. The Flame Clan was formidable, certainly more powerful than the Yao clan, and the thought of such a strong clan being quietly extinguished by the Soul Clan left Yao Dan with a sense of unease. This anxiety had prompted him to confer with the elders of the clan, ultimately deciding to proceed with the alchemical convention. Their reasoning was simple: strength lies in numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Dan instructed the elders of the Yao clan, remain vigilant and monitor the surroundings of the medicine realm. Remember, we must not close the passage to the medicine realm. Stay in constant contact with the Thunder Clan and the Ancient Clan. We cannot sever ties, and should anything unusual arise, we must promptly seek their assistance. Understood, Patriarch. The elders of the Yao clan dispersed, their expressions grave. The Soul Clan's uninvited presence, in some respects, had already declared their intentions. Moving forward, the Yao clan needed to be on high alert. Before long, the auspicious hour arrived. The Yao clan's alchemical convention officially commenced, with Yao Dan briefly addressing the gathering before handing the proceedings over to the presiding elder. On the summit, the atmosphere was fervent, with numerous individuals bustling about, exchanging experiences in alchemy or trading for the herbs they required. Meanwhile, some remained seated, motionless, their eyes closed in deep contemplation, all awaiting the most thrilling moment of the pharmacopoeia, the alchemical competition. Compared to the Pill Conference at the Pill Tower, the pharmacopoeia of the alchemical clan undeniably ascended to a higher echelon. After all, the alchemical clan is an ancient lineage with a rich heritage, and the very name itself speaks volumes about their profound knowledge of medicine. Before long, the alchemical competition commenced, and the vibrant atmosphere surged to new heights. Even the elders of the alchemical clan breathed a sigh of relief at the sight before them. At this moment, there was no sign of disturbance. Perhaps the Soul Clan had not set their sights on them. Yao Chen raised his gaze to observe a platform manifesting, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Not long ago, he was a member of the alchemical clan, having envisioned himself taking the stage to concoct elixirs and basking in the admiration of his kin. He could have participated, but felt that his skills were inadequate for such a grand occasion. At that moment, the voice of Hun Cang reached his ears, prompting him to glance over with a hint of resignation. After all, he was also an 8th-tier alchemist. However, in light of the current spectacle, his status as an 8th-tier alchemist seemed insufficient. Yao Chen shook his head. I shall not partake. Rather, I believe you should give it a try. Hun Cang cast his gaze upwards, his enthusiasm waning. Power is my pursuit. Alchemy is merely a hobby. Heaven truly is unjust. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Yao Chen's mouth as he internally grumbled. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not comprehend how Hun Cang, who had no mentor in alchemy and seldom studied, managed to advance his alchemical prowess at a pace surpassing his cultivation. Although it had been a while since he had witnessed Hun Cang's capabilities, Yao Chen vaguely recalled Hun Cang's effortless performance at the Pill Tower, where he concocted elixirs with remarkable ease. Figures surged forth as the presiding elder smiled, announcing names and notable achievements, introducing each participant to the audience, who responded with enthusiastic applause. Suddenly, a figure emerged, and the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence, almost eerie in its stillness. Having been absent for some time, it appeared that the audience still remembered the old man. Hun Shuzi spoke calmly, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding changes. The presiding elder's smile faltered as he glanced toward the clan leader, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Yao Dan nodded slightly, a touch of resignation evident. Despite being a traitor who had betrayed his own clan, Hun Shuzi's identity as an alchemist could not be denied, and as it was an alchemical contest, he could naturally participate. Please take your seat, the presiding elder indicated with a stoic expression. Hun Shuzi did not acknowledge him, tilting his head slightly, his gaze descending to rest upon a figure. Hun Cang, the newly crowned champion of the Pill Conference. Do you not intend to showcase your skills? Not interested. Hun Cang replied dismissively, waving his hand without lifting his head. The endeavor of alchemy was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he had little desire to engage, especially when potential dangers lurked in the shadows. Rather than concocting elixirs, Hun Cang anticipated whether a scene reminiscent of the original storyline would unfold after the alchemical competition, as he could seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. After all, nothing was as pleasurable as snatching an elixir rather than laboring to create one. Hun Shuzi wished to speak further, but upon noticing Hun Cang's disinterest, he lost his enthusiasm. If given the chance, he indeed yearned to measure his skills against Hun Cang's. Hun Shuzi desired to convey to Hun Cang that his standing within the Soul Clan was firmly anchored in his genuine alchemical prowess. A few individuals also cast their gaze at Hun Cang, and after hearing Hun Shuzi's provocation, anticipation gleamed in their eyes. They seemed eager to witness the strength of this champion of the Pill Conference. Rumor had it that Hun Cang possessed a unique flame, said to rival the power of the exotic fires. Alas, Hun Cang chose not to fulfill their expectations. Once the participants were confirmed, the alchemical competition officially commenced, drawing the attention of all present. Yao Chen, too, focused on their performances. During this period, Hun Cang remained with his eyes closed, utterly composed. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, and a faint smile crept across his lips. Had the familiar scent finally arrived? Hun Cang sensed a subtle presence concealed within the surrounding void, carefully hidden and exceedingly secretive. Yet, regrettably, no exotic flame could elude his perception. Noticing a situation akin to that of the Flame Clan unfolding, Hun Cang did not intervene. Instead, he allowed the void-devouring flame to take its course, as he wished to test whether he had a chance against the void-devouring flame with his current abilities. Chapter 209, The First Alchemist. The alchemical competition was in full swing, with 3 figures standing out prominently, each drawing considerable attention. They were Hun Shuzi of the Soul Clan, Elder Wan Hua of the Alchemical Clan, and a revered alchemist known as the Elder Shinnong. Hun Shuzi commanded a strand of black flame, radiating an extraordinary aura as if it could consume all that lay before it. Even a mere glance seemed to risk being engulfed entirely. All present were no ordinary individuals and quickly recognized that this flame was related to the second-ranked void-devouring flame. Elder Wan Hua wielded the tortoise spirit earth fire, which, though also an exotic flame, ranked far lower. Witnessing Hun Shuzi summon the void-devouring flame, Elder Wanhua's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. Originally, Elder Wanhua possessed a more prestigious exotic flame, the Nine Netherwind Flame, but alas, it had perished alongside his clansmen in the Tomb of Heaven, leaving the exotic flame's whereabouts unknown. Refusing to be outdone, Elder Shinong unleashed a liquid-like green flame, which, unlike the terrifying might of the other flames, emanated a profound life force. This was the fifth-ranked flame of living beings. Sensing the vibrant energy, Hun Cang opened his eyes briefly before closing them once more. The participants began to refine the herbs, extracting their essence before reinvesting them into the cauldron, where the flames roared as alchemy commenced. At this moment, Hun Shuzi altered his hand seals and bellowed, "Power of heaven and earth, heed my command." Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, and boundless energies of heaven and earth surged toward Hun Shuzi's cauldron, all consumed by the explosive force emanating from within. Observing from the sidelines, Yao Dan's expression grew grave, recognizing that harnessing the power of heaven and earth for alchemy was a technique aimed at concocting a 9th-tier Xiandan. Alchemists are classified from 1st to 9th tier, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. Among 9th-tier alchemists, there are further distinctions: the Baodan Master, Xiandan Master, and Jindan Master. Typically, those capable of concocting Baodan are considered top-tier alchemists on the continent. In contrast, the ability to create Xiandan is exceedingly rare within the alchemical realm of the Dou King continent. As for the Jindan Master, no one has achieved that status for nearly a millennium. If Hun Shuzi were to successfully concoct a Xiandan today, he would undoubtedly seize the title of the foremost alchemist. Yao Dan felt profoundly unsettled. Anyone could claim that title, but it must not be a member of the Soul Clan. Elder Wanhua, also a member of the alchemical clan, clearly understood the implications of Hun Shuzi's actions. His brows furrowed as he altered his hand seals and declared, "Power of heaven and earth, coalesce." He too aimed to concoct a Xiandan. "Ha! Since both of you are making such grand gestures, I cannot be left behind," Elder Shinong exclaimed, unwilling to fall short as he summoned the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the energies of heaven and earth in this realm divided into three, creating chaos. Three forces of suction erupted from the cauldrons of Hun Shuzi, Elder Wanhua, and Elder Shinong, each vying for control over the power of heaven and earth. In the plaza, numerous alchemists gazed at the tempest of energy swirling above, their ears filled with the thunderous roars erupting from the storm, their hearts shaken. The 9th-tier Xiandan, second only to the Emperor Dan and Jindan, ranked among the top 3 elixir grades in the realm of alchemy. It was already a rare sight to witness the crafting of Baodan. Today, the spectacle of 3 Xiandan being simultaneously concocted was nothing short of astonishing. Yao Dan furrowed his brow as he observed Elder Wanhua, letting out a quiet sigh. The capabilities of the other two remain uncertain to him, yet he possesses a clear understanding of Wanhua's alchemical prowess. The success rate for concocting a 9th-grade elixir is likely less than 20%. Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. Rather, it demands an extended period of time. All gazes were drawn to the trio of alchemists, oblivious to the creeping presence of a black flame beyond the realm of herbs, silently spreading like a drop of ink in a clear pond, gradually enveloping the entire medicinal domain. Hun Cang's eyes were closed, his right index finger gently tapping upon his knee, the rhythm accelerating incrementally. The actions of the void-devouring flame in the outside world did not escape Hun Cang's keen perception. It was still timely to send a message to Xiao Yan, informing him of the ancient clan's movements, yet considering the profound nature of the Soul Emperor. Would he fall in the trap if he learned of Hun Cang's presence in the medicinal clan? Hun Cang felt uncertain. He feared that attracting the Gu Lei clans could lead to an empty pursuit, allowing the Soul Clan to seize the opportunity to take their camel-colored ancient Emperor Jade. Such occurrences were not without precedent. Yao Chan sensed an anomaly, turning his head to scan Hun Cang's lightly tapping fingers, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Hun Cang merely shook his head slightly, deciding to bide his time. Faced with the sealing techniques of the void-devouring flame, he held confidence in his ability to unravel them, ensuring that the medicinal clan would not suffer the same fate as the flame clan before. Should the Soul Emperor appear, he could notify others then, for Hun Cang was acutely aware that the medicinal clan possessed its own means, namely the lingering remnant of the medicinal emperor. Though puzzled, Yao Chun refrained from pressing further, for the alchemical process had spanned several days and the results were soon to be unveiled. The birth of a ninth-grade elixir was indeed a matter of significance. At that moment, Yao Chun furrowed his brow. Is the power of heaven and earth insufficient? Attempting to concoct 3 elixirs simultaneously had dispersed the heavenly essence, seemingly inadequate to support the birth of 3 ninth-grade elixirs. Elder Wan Huan noticed this situation. Rather than feeling disheartened, a sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a faint smile. With insufficient power of heaven and earth, none of us can produce ninth-grade elixirs. A trace of regret flickered across the brow of Elder Shen Nong, feeling that his alchemical state was exceptionally favorable this time, perhaps the most assured he had felt in recent times. Regrettably, he had not anticipated the insufficiency of heavenly power. Elder Shen Nong shook his head, letting out a sigh. At that moment, Hun Suzi let out a cold laugh. That is far from certain. In response to the gazes directed at him, Hun Suzi abruptly altered his hand seal, striking down upon the cauldron. Boom! In the next instant, 2 streams of black flames erupted from within, coiling into a whirlwind as they surged toward the cauldron before Elder Wan Hua and Elder Shin Nong. The expressions of Elder Wan Hua and Elder Shin Nong instantly shifted, as copious amounts of heavenly essence were being continuously siphoned by Hun Suzi and poured into his elixir. Hun Suzi, how dare you? Elder Wan Hua's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated Hun Suzi's audacity in commanding the turtle spirit's earth fire to collide with the black flames. Meanwhile, Elder Shun Nong's expression soured, as the flame of living beings surged toward Hun Suzi. However, Hun Suzi remained unfazed in the face of their onslaught, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The duo's unique fire attacks collided with the black flames, not only failing to destroy them, but instead being devoured, causing the black flames to swell further. The void-devouring flame was terrifying indeed. A tremor coursed through the hearts of those present, their eyes betraying a flicker of horror. While they understood the second-ranking status of the void-devouring flame, the true extent of its power had remained unclear until now. Witnessing it firsthand stirred a tempest within their minds. Even when 2 unique fires joined forces, they could not budge the void-devouring flame in the slightest. More importantly, the void-devouring flame in Hun Suzi's hands was not even its true form. How powerful must the true entity be? Elder Wan Hua and Elder Shun Nong momentarily stood in shock, regaining their senses only to feel a sense of impotence as they continued to strike. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Hun Suzi erupted in laughter. From this day forth, I, Hun Suzi, shall be the unrivaled alchemist of the Dou King continent. Countless strands of heavenly essence were guided into his elixir. Bang! The cauldron suddenly trembled, the resonant sound echoing out, accompanied by a rich fragrance of medicine wafting upward. Above, the clouds gathered, thunder roared, and a deluge began to fall. Rain of elixirs descended, and the ninth-grade elixir was born. Chapter 210. Seizing the elixir. The void-devouring flame appears. The opened cauldron exhaled a rich medicinal aroma, transforming into numerous luminous orbs that cascaded down like a grand medicinal rain. The alchemists on the continent had not witnessed such a phenomenon in a long time. Below, multitudes of alchemists were stunned into kneeling. Countless black thunderbolts trailing tails rumbled down upon a radiant egg of elixir. That was the essence of the elixir. Hun Suzi gazed at the elixir, his face brimming with pride. Even he, for the first time, had concocted a ninth-grade elixir, his heart swelling with joy. This delight was not rooted in personal prowess, but in the spectacle of creating a ninth-grade elixir under the gaze of many. The booming sounds were incessant. Flashes of lightning illuminating the egg as cracks began to multiply, ultimately covering the entire egg. The thunder in the sky gradually ceased, the dark clouds poised to disperse. The egg could no longer contain itself, exploding with a thunderous sound, releasing an even richer fragrance of medicine that congealed into various herbs, blanketing the sky in a surreal spectacle. At that moment, a flash of light streaked forth, moving with the swiftness of lightning, darting into the distance. It was the ninth-grade elixir. Having undergone the baptism of thunder, it had begun to awaken a semblance of intelligence, instinctively seeking to evade danger. Countless eyes followed that streak of light, filled with a mix of greed and fervor. Yet they did not make a move. Hun Suzi sneered. Thinking of escaping? Come back to me. A hand formed of black flames crossed the void, swiftly blocking the elixir's path. The elixir transformed into the shape of a young girl. Her expression pitiable, like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Hun Suzi's expression remained impassive, his hand descending. Just as his palm was about to grasp the elixir, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fissure opened in the void, and a hand emerged, penetrating the girl's form. She shuddered slightly, her figure shattering to reveal a radiant elixir, which was then snatched within 5 fingers. Swish! Hun Suzi's hand grasped at emptiness. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Someone dared to snatch a 9th-grade elixir right before Hun Suzi's eyes. The elixir appeared momentarily stunned before shifting its gaze to a certain seat where a young man sat cross-legged, his right hand extending with fingers gradually unfurling to reveal a radiant elixir. Hun Cang, what do you intend to do? Hun Suzi's fajit darkened, his voice laced with fury. Hun Cang pinched the elixir between his fingers, examining it before lifting his head with a smile. Elder Hun Suzi, you owe me a reward from before, but now we are even. A reward? Hun Suzi was taken aback, his voice deepening. Nonsense. Well, have I ever sought you for a task? Hun Cang replied calmly. You must have forgotten the half-arm of Hun Yuansheng. I imagine he will certainly recount how it was severed upon his return. Hun Shu Shi retorted. Nonsense. Return the elixir to me at once. Despite feeling pleased at the sight of Hun Yuansheng's plight, Hun Suzi was unwilling to bear the blame for it. In front of Hun Suzi, Hun Cang stored the elixir in a vial, then tucked it away into his spatial ring. Yao Chun discreetly shifted aside, anticipating an imminent confrontation. Knowing he had no place in this matter and deciding it best to maintain his distance, Hun Suzi's expression turned grave. His fighting spirit boiling as a torrent of oppressive energy surged forth from his being, pressing down upon Hun Cang. Faced with this overwhelming might, those surrounding Hun Cang turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Even Yao Chen's complexion grew ashen, feeling as though his breath had been stifled. Yet, Hun Cang remained tranquil. With a gentle push against the armrest, Hun Cang rose to his feet seemingly treading upon the void, ascending to a height akin to that of Hun Shuzi. Hun Shuzi retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between himself and Hun Cang, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The dismal condition of the Hun Yuan was enough to instill a sense of caution in Hun Shuzi. His current confidence stemmed from a pre-existing plan and the support from those behind him. Otherwise, the moment Hun Cang acquired the elixir, Hun Shuzi would likely have chosen to depart. The members of the Yao clan, witnessing this scene, exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some were astonished, others bewildered, and a few secretly amused. Clearly, they had no intention of stepping in to mediate. Witnessing the discord within the Hun clan brought them no small amount of joy. Hun Cang, do not be too smug. Soon enough, you shall obediently surrender the elixir. Hun Shuzi exhaled deeply, his expression suddenly relaxing. Hun Cang remained silent. Turning to face Yao Dan, Hun Shuzi addressed him. Yao Dan, I have come to your esteemed clan with a task at hand, and I wish to request your assistance. Yao Dan, engrossed in the spectacle, was taken aback by the sudden attention directed at him. After regaining his composure, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Oh? Pray, enlighten me. Hun Shuzi smiled faintly. I wish to borrow the ancient imperial jade of Tuo, she from your clan. The announcement sent ripples of shock through the assembly. Almost as soon as Hun Shuzi's words echoed, the faces of the Yao clan members darkened, their eyes glinting with a cold light as they fixed their gaze upon the figure standing in the void. The Tuo Shi ancient imperial jade was an irreplaceable treasure coveted by every ancient race. Even the elders of the Yao clan rarely had the privilege of laying eyes upon it, let alone lending it to the Hun clan. Among the guests present, some were aware of the significance of the Tuo Shi jade, their expressions turning peculiar as they shifted their glances between Hun Shuzi and the Yao clan leader. Originally, they anticipated witnessing the Yao clan leader reprimanding Hun Shuzi. However, upon observing the leader's grim demeanor, filled with apprehension, their expressions froze in surprise. Having received prior warning, Yao Dan had made preparations, yet when Hun Shuzi finally uttered his request, an unsettling premonition surged within him. A smile lingered on Hun Shuzi's lips, seemingly unhurried and exuding confidence, as if he had no doubt that the Yao clan would yield the Tuo Shi jade. Yao Dan's face darkened, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. The jade is not up for loan. Hun Shuzi abandoned this foolish notion, without a trace of disappointment. Hun Shuzi's smile remained intact. If borrowing is out of the question, then I shall simply seize it. You are audacious. Hun Xushi, do you presume this is the Hun clan? Elder Wan Hua bellowed, his body enveloped in fighting spirit, poised for battle at any moment. Hun Shuzi cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are correct. Before long, this place will belong to the Hun clan. Hun Xushi, you are insufferably arrogant. Today, I shall capture you. A torrent of fighting spirit erupted as Elder Wan Hua's figure flickered, appearing above Hun Shuzi. A colossal hand of condensed energy descending upon him. Hun Shuzi lifted his gaze, his pupils abruptly turning jet black, as if black flames flickered within them. His own aura surged dramatically in that instant. With a casual sweep of his hand, a resounding boom reverberated as a light and airy palm shot forth, colliding with Elder Wanhuo's assault. Upon contact, a slight tremor ensued, before Hun Shuzi's strike overwhelmed and devoured Elder Wanhuo's attack completely. Subsequently, his palm struck Elder Wanhuo directly, causing the elder to spit blood as he plummeted to the ground. 7-star Dou Saint. Perceiving the aura emanating from Hun Shuzi, Yao Dan slowly rose to his feet, declaring, "Hun clan, do not overstep your bounds. Though we in the Yao clan are renowned for our alchemy, we are not to be so brazenly insulted by a mere 7-star Dou Saint." Facing the enraged Yao Dan, Hun Shuzi replied with a disdainful smile, "Rest assured, Yao Dan, the Hun clan is well-mannered. The obliteration of the Yao clan will be conducted with the esteemed presence of Lord Shiwu, and your clan, even in death, will be remembered for some time." As if to validate Hun Shuzi's words, the sky above the Yao clan suddenly fractured into countless circular portals, dark and profound, from which billowed forth streams of black flames. These flames were no weaker than those previously exhibited by Hun Shuzi, the true Shiwu Tunyan. Witnessing this spectacle, Yao Dan hesitated not a moment, manifesting 2 jade slips in his palm and crushing them with fervor. A hum resonated as an intangible wave emerged. Just as it was about to vanish into the void, it collided with an invisible barrier and rebounded. Instantly, Yao Dan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 2:11. The Transformation of the Heavenly Medicine Array, Borrowing Fire. As the clan leader, Yao Dan possessed formidable strength and comprehended the implications of the unfolding scene. Spatial Cell. Swiftly forming seals, Yao Dan pointed ahead, and in the blink of an eye, the entire medicinal realm, once adorned with blue skies and white clouds, transformed to transparency, revealing the dark, ethereal flames behind. Yao Dan could not help but gasp in disbelief. The Shiwu Tunyan has silently engulfed the entire Yao clan? Hun Shuzi scoffed coldly. "Have you finally realized?" Shaking his head, his tone grew frigid. "It is too late, Yao Dan. I am honored to inform you that the Yao clan is doomed." Yao Dan continuously urged himself to remain calm, adamant that he must not falter. Above, the black flames surged forth relentlessly, their numbers staggering, exuding an aura that could obscure the heavens. The guests attending the medicinal convention exhibited expressions of panic, some bewildered, others enraged, and many terrified. However, among them were not a few powerful individuals who managed to maintain their composure, gathering their juniors around them for protection. On the other side, members of the Yao clan, including even the secluded elders, sensed the anomaly and awakened, breaking through their meditative states. "It's fine this time. We are not fighting alone. We have others." Yao Dan surveyed his surroundings, feeling immensely grateful for the decision to proceed with the medicinal convention. Adjusting his emotions before proclaiming loudly, "All members of the Yao clan, heed my command. Activate the Heavenly Medicine Array." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the Yao clan, drowning out all other chaotic sounds. A tremor coursed through the hearts of all Yao clan members. The Heavenly Medicine Array served as the clan's ultimate protective formation. Having never been formally employed since its inception, for once activated, it would signify that the Yao clan faced an imminent threat of annihilation. With a hum, from the highest-ranking elders to the most ordinary disciples, energy surged forth, merging with the nearby mountains, and instantly, beams of light erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky, intertwining to form a colossal array that descended, enveloping all within its embrace. The medicinal realm itself trembled slightly under the array's formidable energy. Hun Cang shifted his gaze from the dazzling array to Hun Shuzi. "Elder Hun Shuzi, are you not concerned about remaining within the array, fearing for your life?" This pressure rivals that of an 8-star Dou Saint. Hun Shuzi maintained a calm expression, though he felt a twinge of trepidation at the overwhelming energy. He feigned composure. "Instead of worrying about me, you should contemplate how to face the outcry of our kin upon returning." Hun Cang smiled without speaking, stepping back. He noted the unfriendly gazes of several Yao clan elders directed at Hun Shuzi. He had no desire to become collateral damage. Without a moment's hesitation, those elders launched their attacks, seemingly intent on exacting revenge on Hun Shuzi, even if it meant risking the extinction of their clan. Confronted by the onslaught, Hun Shuzi's countenance turned ashen. He dared not engage them head-on. On one hand, they were numerous, and on the other, within the Yao clan's array, their powers were augmented. As Hun Shuzi fought while retreating, he sought the aid of the Shiwu Tunyan outside the array. In truth, He should have retreated long ago. But his desire for the elixir on Hun Cang's person held him back, intending to seize the opportunity to reclaim it. Little did he expect that Hun Cang would draw the attention of the Yao clan upon him. Yao Chun approached Hun Cang, a grave expression on his face. Hun Cang, the situation is dire. Hun Cang's expression remained placid. I am aware, but you need not be so pessimistic. Had it been Xiao Yan, the situation would likely be more precarious. But I am not him. What strategy does he possess? Yao Chen's eyes reflected uncertainty, yet his heart felt a wave of relief. It must be said, compared to Xiao Yan, at least Hun Cang possesses a certain reliability. Given his assertions, he undoubtedly harbors some confidence. At that moment, the voice of Hun Cang reached Yao Chen's ears. Be cautious. I have matters to attend to. Yao Chun snapped back to reality, too late to inquire, as he could only behold the swiftly retreating figure of Hun Cang, darting towards the direction where Elder Wan Hua had fallen. Elder Wan Hua, bloodied and disheveled, emanated a weak aura, his pallid complexion revealing the extent of his dire state. Yet, as a Dou King, he had not entirely lost his capacity for movement. Just as he soared from the pit, he caught sight of Hun Shuzi being relentlessly pursued by several elders. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his features as he relished this turn of events. It was then that Elder Wan Hua heard a calm, yet undeniably assertive voice behind him. Elder Wan Hua, I wish to borrow your turtle spirit earthfire. Turning around, his gaze fell upon Hun Cang, who coldly replied, I refuse. Hun Cang merely smiled lightly. Elder Wan Hua furrowed his brow, demanding, what are you smiling about? Hun Cang responded, I was merely being polite. Did you take it to heart? Elder Wan Hua was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he saw the young man before him raise his hand, fingers poised as if to grasp something intangible. Suddenly, Elder Wan Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He felt the flames within him grow heavy, akin to being ensnared in a sticky mire, his power stagnating and immobile. He opened his mouth to call for help, but a wave of weakness surged through him. A flickering flame materialized before his eyes, descending into Hun Cang's palm. The astonishment in Elder Wan Hua's eyes was palpable. Such a method was beyond anything he had encountered in his long life. Even when facing the clan leader, he had never felt so utterly powerless. At that moment, he found his voice sharp and accusatory. Yao Xingji perished at your hand, did he not? Given Hun Cang's deftness in seizing exotic flames. Elder Wan Hua was convinced that Yao Xingji, appearing before Hun Cang with a 9 netherwind flame, had not escaped his covetous grasp. Before Elder Wan Hua, Hun Cang consumed the turtle spirit earth fire, nodding affirmatively. You are correct. With a snap of his fingers, a torrent of flames erupted from within Elder Wan Hua. He plummeted downward like a fireball, and as he neared the ground, the flames dissipated, leaving only a trace of ash behind. Ignoring this spectacle, Hun Cang pivoted and charged towards a figure seated at a cauldron in the distance. Sensing something amiss, the Elder Shinnong turned, only to see Hun Cang racing towards him, his hands laden with vials and jars, lightly striking the cauldron. A verdant flame surged forth, enveloping the entire cauldron. Although Hun Cang had yet to approach, Elder Shinnong's heart was already on high alert. We have no enmity between us. I seek only fire, not your life. Standing 2 meters away, Hun Cang calmly regarded the figure seated cross-legged amidst the emerald flames, whose expression was grave. Elder Shinnong glanced at the chaotic battle in the distance and remarked, with a formidable enemy at hand, why would you turn your strength against yourself? Suddenly, he shook his head. In my old age, I have forgotten that your name is Hun Cang, bearing the character Hun. With that, Elder Shinnong rose, his aura surging as he pronounced each word with gravitas. You too are an alchemist. Do you not understand what exotic flames mean to an alchemist? Hun Cang truly bore no murderous intent towards Elder Shinnong, considering it their first encounter, but the latter had already made his stance clear. Furrowing his brows, Hun Cang muttered, troublesome. As the words left his lips, flames began to flicker around Elder Shinnong. Positioned atop the cauldron, bracing for battle, Elder Shinnong suddenly changed countenance. He abruptly looked up, astonished as he sensed something amiss within him, realizing the nature of the forewarning he had felt. However, at that moment, Hun Cang was already unwilling to grant him the opportunity to speak. As the life flame was drawn forth, Hun Cang flung his hand, launching Elder Shinnong, cauldron and all, away. This spectacle drew numerous gazes, for the commotion was rather significant. Hun Cang once more consumed the life flame, disregarding the onlookers, and fixed his gaze upon the heavens. The battle occurring there was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 212. The remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor. The formation shatters. The Transformation Heaven Medicine Formation, as the final bastion of the medicine clan, is far more than a mere array. It is said that after the clan's ancestor established the Transformation Heaven Medicine Formation, he left behind a trace of his remnant soul within, which can be activated. Only the ancestor of the medicine clan, that Dou Emperor, holds the qualification to be called such. At this moment, outside the formation, wisps of black flames converge from all directions, gradually coalescing into a figure. This figure, shrouded in swirling black flames, bore an array of peculiar black runes upon its surface, and its eyes were filled with darkness, akin to black holes. Gazing upon this exceedingly familiar silhouette, a fervent heat flickered in Hun Cang's eyes. With the pure lotus demon fire now in hand, should he manage to devour the void-devouring flame, his power would undoubtedly surge, alleviating any concerns regarding his ineffectual father. The void-devouring flame hovered in the sky, its gaze cast downward upon the formation. The radiant surface of the formation was riddled with serpentine black flames, as if an abyss, voraciously consuming the energy of the array. Once the energy was depleted, the formation would surely collapse. Witnessing this figure, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. It was the first time Yao Chan had seen the void-devouring flame in its complete form, and he murmured in disbelief. The void-devouring flame has actually manifested as an exotic flame spirit. The last to achieve such a state was the pure lotus demon fire. And even while sealed by the pure lotus demon saint, countless powerful beings had perished over the millennia due to it. The void-devouring flame before them was not in a sealed state. After years of growth, how formidable had it become? Atop the medicine mountain, a figure raised his chin, gazing intently at the void-devouring flame, a bitter sensation welling within Yao Dan. Despite the barrier of the Transformation Heaven Medicine Formation, he could sense the weighty aura emanating from the dormant void-devouring flame, surpassing even that of himself, the late-stage 7-star Dou King clan leader. Within the void-devouring flame lay countless volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Should this power explode, even Gu Yuan and the others would struggle to withstand it. The Hun clan's ability to harness the void-devouring flame was akin to courting death. Yao Dan dared not underestimate the situation. His hands forming seals as the winds howled atop Medicine Mountain. Streams of light raced past, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The multitude of streaks of light were none other than countless pills. As each pill collided with the formation, they transformed into pure energy. In the next moment, an aura of extreme antiquity and peculiarity emanated from the formation. The black flames quivered in unison, as if struck by some force, halting their consumption and retreating from the formation. Simultaneously, a deep and resolute voice resonated from Yao Dan. 10,000 pills transform heaven in the name of pills. The ancestor returns. Within the formation, the energy ocean formed from the pills swirled rapidly, coalescing into a vortex, an ancient aura spilling forth and permeating the surroundings. Buzz. The vortex stilled, the energy dissipating, revealing an ephemeral figure. This figure resembled an elderly man clad in coarse linen, appearing as an ordinary farmer from the woods. Yet, none dared to show disdain, for this was the ancestor of the medicine clan, the medicine emperor. As the elder manifested, the entirety of the medicine clan felt a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls, a pressure rooted in their bloodlines, compelling all members of the clan to kneel. The ancestor, gazing upon that figure, tears streamed down the faces of the medicine clan, their expressions alight with fervor. As an observer, Hun Cang could not help but be awed by the synchronized display of reverence from the medicine clan. Today marked the first time he witnessed the terrifying and mysterious power of bloodline. Hun Cang pressed his lips together, an expression of longing gracing his features. It would not be long before he too would ascend to such heights, and at that time, his 2 children would also soar to greatness. At present, Sol Cang remains oblivious to the fact that his progeny extends beyond the 2 known. The medicine emperor, Sol Shuzi, bore an expression of relief as he chuckled softly. Previously pursued by several elders of the medicine clan, Sol Shuzi found himself unable to escape the grand formation, facing dire peril during the relentless chase. Just moments ago, he had been cornered by several foes, teetering on the brink of death. However, upon the appearance of the medicine emperor, the elders instinctively prostrated themselves, granting Sol Shuzi a fleeting opportunity to breathe. He promptly distanced himself from them, observing the ensuing battle. "May the ancestor bless the medicine clan," shouted Medicine Dan earnestly. "May the ancestor bless the medicine clan. May the ancestor bless the medicine clan." The members of the medicine clan echoed the chant fervently. The spectral elder's murky eyes flickered with a glimmer of clarity as he surveyed the state of the medicine clan. A hint of melancholy crossing his features. The clan had indeed fallen to such depths. Medicine Dan and the elders bowed their heads even lower, faces etched with shame. The spectral elder gazed upwards, the visage of the void devouring flame materializing within his eyes, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Are you the void devouring flame? Were he a true medicine emperor, the void devouring flame might have been inclined to engage in dialogue. Yet, confronted with a remnant soul, he merely smiled faintly. Raising his arm, fingers laden with black runes pointed downward. Boom! The heavens shattered, mountains crumbled, and a torrent of black flames surged forth from the fissures, coalescing into a colossal black flame finger, descending upon the spectral elder. Although merely a remnant soul, the elder possessed the instinct to evade danger, sensing the imminent threat. He flipped his palm to reveal a medicine cauldron, adorned with an array of peculiar patterns, unmistakably extraordinary upon first glance. The finger collided with the cauldron, and an eerie silence enveloped the cosmos, as if the very world had lost its hearing. All that could be perceived were terrifying ripples emanating from the point of contact. Buzz! In the next instant, a resounding hum reverberated through the heavens. Some of the weaker beings, upon contact with the sound, disintegrated, while those slightly stronger coughed up blood. Pallor etched upon their faces. Medicine Chun felt a flush creep across his visage, swallowing hard before exhaling deeply. He then scanned the surroundings, locating Sol Tsang's figure, and expressed his concerns. Can Sol Tsang truly contend with the void-devouring flame, which can even clash with the remnant soul of a medicine emperor? Seeing the spectral elder's form fade slightly, a cold smile emerged on the face of the void-devouring flame, a mere remnant soul. How many times can you withstand my power? In the next moment, the sky fractured once more, and the black flame finger continued its descent. After several impacts, the medicine cauldron summoned by the spectral elder began to crack, and the grand formation dimmed from its initial resplendence. Medicine Dan observed all this with growing trepidation, his inner turmoil surging as he proclaimed loudly, "All members of the medicine clan, channel all your fighting spirit into the grand formation." Before the situation escalated, Medicine Dan had anticipated the Soul Clan strength. After all, the medicine clan was a legacy of the fighting emperors, and he believed they must possess some means of resistance. Yet now, he found his previous thoughts utterly ludicrous. Had he not been so obstinate in relocating the medicine realm next to the ancient realm, the anomalies surrounding the medicine clan would have surely been detected by the ancient clan, who could have extended timely assistance. Now, all Medicine Dan could think of was to buy as much time as possible until the ancient clan and the Thunder clan noticed the unusual circumstances and sent reinforcements. However, such hopes would certainly be thwarted by the void-devouring flame. With a casual grasp, he summoned forth a multitude of souls from the black flames, numbering no less than 1,000,000. Recognizing their features, Medicine Dan immediately identified them as members of the Flame Clan. "Refine," commanded the void-devouring flame coldly, disregarding the cries of those souls as the black flames surged violently. In an instant, a crimson sphere of blood materialized, infused with terrifying power, merging with the black flames and crashing into the spectral elder. Crack! The grand formation trembled violently, revealing a fissure, followed by a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, the formation was laced with web-like cracks. Chapter 213, Confronting the Void, Devouring Flame. The grand formation lay in shambles, dim and devoid of light. The members of the medicine clan, gazing upwards, trembled with despair, their expressions reflecting utter desolation. The signs indicated that the grand formation was on the verge of collapse. Once shattered, they would have no means to resist the void-devouring flame. The inevitable outcome would likely mirror that of the Flame Clan, where they would be ensnared by the void-devouring flame, sacrificed to amplify his power whenever he deemed it necessary. Standing at the heart of the grand formation, the spectral elder's form grew increasingly ethereal, as if a mere breeze could disperse him. This calamity cannot be evaded. His eyes reflected resignation and impotence, his sigh echoing in the ears of the gathered. Medicine Dan felt a heavy weight in his heart, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The grand formation represented the last bastion of the medicine clan, and now it could not even withstand the void-devouring flame's might. Was this truly the end for them? At that moment, an inexplicable agitation stirred within Medicine Dan. Despite the passage of time, had the ancient clan and the Thunder clan truly failed to notice anything amiss? What had become of the promised alliance among the three clans? Why did the other two clans now turn a blind eye to the plight of the medicine clan? The void-devouring flame loomed above, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm, coldly stating, "Medicine Dan, do not cling to your delusions. Surrender now, and the Medicine Clan may yet have a sliver of hope." A flicker of hesitation crossed Medicine Dan's eyes. Deep down, he understood that surrendering would condemn the Medicine Clan to a life of servitude under the Soul Clan, cultivating and refining medicine for them, with no hope of resurgence. "The Medicine Clan shall never yield," the spectral elder declared resolutely, without a hint of doubt. With a decisive step forward, the elder transformed into a streak of light, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, crashing into the void-devouring flame's form. Boom! Staggering. The void-devouring flame's expression darkened as he sensed an anomaly within himself, his anger flaring. "You accursed old ghost, prepare to dissipate into the ether." Countless black flames erupted from the void-devouring flame, an overwhelming force radiating outward. All members of the Medicine Clan felt their bodies quake in unison. In that instant, they sensed something vital within their bloodlines fading, sorrow welling within them. Medicine Dan's eyes turned crimson, his gaze vacant as he realized that the remnant soul left by the Medicine Emperor had been utterly extinguished. With a series of cracking sounds, the grand formation shattered, scattering like stardust. Emerging from the sea of black flames were figures from the Soul Clan. Soul Cang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He had yet to see the main forces of the Soul Clan. While the absence of the Soul Heavenly Emperor was understandable, given the Medicine Clan's comparative weakness to the Flame Clan, the lack of elders and prominent figures was indeed peculiar. With the grand formation in ruins, the battle was imminent. Medicine Dan snapped back to his senses from his sorrow, rallying all the elders to confront the Soul Clan in a decisive battle. The expressions of the gathered were resolute. They were determined to carve out a path, preserving a thread of lineage for the Medicine Clan. The invited guests, too, cast aside grievances, each employing their abilities to secure a glimmer of survival amidst the impending conflict. In the chaos, Medicine Chun engaged with a Soul Clan elder of comparable strength, exerting all his effort not only for self-preservation but also for vengeance. Despite having once been exiled, the bloodline inheritance of the Medicine Clan remained unbroken. Amidst the fierce melee, Soul Cang stood alone in the void, the most unencumbered of all. The Medicine Clan harbored resentment towards Soul Cang for slaying Elder Wanhua. Yet their strength was insufficient to confront the onslaught of the Soul Clan. Although some within the Soul Clan recognized Soul Cang's presence, none dared to approach. Among those who had come, few surpassed Soul Yuan Sheng, and they were already entangled with the might of Medicine Dan and other strong members of the Medicine Clan. Having witnessed the dire fate of Soul Yuan Sheng, the members of the Soul Clan were aware of the discontent towards Soul Cang. Capturing him would undoubtedly yield considerable rewards. Yet, they ultimately understood their limitations. Charging forward without strength would lead to certain death. In the distance, Soul Shuzi possessed the capability to act, harboring significant resentment towards Soul Cang for seizing the 9th grade mysterious pill. However, entangled with the Medicine Clan elders, his current state was far from optimal. Thus, Soul Shuzi merely observed from afar, a malicious smile gracing his face. Soul Cang turned his head, eyes lifted, with an expressionless visage. The Void Devourer descended the staircase of black flames beneath his feet, step by step. Fixing his gaze upon the composed Soul Cang, curiosity compelled the Void Devourer to inquire, "Are you not afraid of me?" Among the Soul Clan, two figures instilled the deepest dread in every heart. The Soul Emperor was one, and the other was the Void Devourer himself. This fear stemmed not only from their overwhelming power, but also from their esteemed statuses. For instance, upon witnessing the Void Devourer's presence, the members of the Medicine Clan displayed a countenance of trepidation, their eyes betraying their apprehension. Yet Soul Cang remained undaunted, his demeanor tranquil. With a smile, he replied, "Elder Void, we are well acquainted. What is there to fear?" At the sound of this address, the corners of the Void Devourer's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile. "The Soul Emperor is exceedingly displeased regarding the matter of the Purity Lotus Devil Fire, and seeks your explanation. Return with me to the clan, and I shall ensure your safety." The weight of the last statement was palpable. Soul Cang shook his head. "You are not his match." The Void Devourer, an incarnation of fire, was known for his volatile temperament. Flames of black flickered around his form as he retorted with indignation, "You are not my equal either." "I beg to differ." Flames surged from within Soul Cang, enveloping his body as a fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes. He had long foreseen the impending turmoil within the Medicine Clan. Yet his resolve to confront this was driven by a singular motive, the pursuit of exotic flames. not merely those of the medicine clan, but also the desire to test himself against the Void Devourer. Feeling provoked, the Void Devourer remained silent. The churning black flames above coalesced into a spear, as thick as a barrel and dozens of yards long, its tip gleaming with a sharpness that tore through the void towards Sol Tsang. In response, Sol Tsang's flames swelled, morphing into a spear that met the oncoming threat. His flames exhibited a predominantly white hue, and his spear mirrored this color. Boom! The spearheads collided, but Sol Tsang's spear shattered into fragments almost instantaneously, unable to withstand the onslaught of the howling black spear. As if anticipating this outcome, Sol Tsang maintained his composure, subtly shifting his form to evade the strike. At that moment, the space surrounding him abruptly constricted, its hue darker than the surrounding void, as if he were trapped within a cage. Sol Tsang clenched his fist and struck out, shattering the confines of space, allowing him to slip through the rift. Whoosh! Just as he emerged, the black spear whistled past him, plunging into the forest below. The earth split apart, and vegetation within 100 miles was obliterated. Some unfortunate souls caught in the fallout of the black flames frantically swatted at their clothes, yet were reduced to ashes nonetheless. Sol Tsang frowned slightly as he grasped a wisp of black flame that had inadvertently adhered to his garment. The black flame writhed like a serpent, attempting to consume the surrounding fire. However, this time it seemed to have encountered an adversary, unable to find purchase. With a swift motion, he crushed the black flame, a smile slowly ascending his lips as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. The anguished howls of the fire spirit echoed in his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly as he endured immense suffering. Yet concurrently, his aura surged, gradually drawing the attention of the Soul Clan and the Medicine Clan alike. The eyes of the Medicine Clan members widened in disbelief. 8-star Dou Saint? What manner of technique is this? Sol Shuzi was taken aback, a look of fear dawning upon him. He was relieved to have refrained from entangling himself with Sol Tsang over the medicinal pills. Otherwise, he might have risked his very life. The surge of power escalated until it neared the late stages of the 8-star Dou Saint, finally plateauing. Sol Tsang exhaled slowly, his gaze fixating on the Void Devourer as if regarding prey. I have awaited this day for far too long. In a certain sense, Sol Tsang was akin to a reborn being. Thus, he possessed a clearer understanding than anyone in the Dou King continent regarding the two paths to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor. The first involved refining the incomplete Emperor pill from the ancient abode of the Tuo, Shi Emperor, and subsequently consuming it. The second required the devouring of exotic flames to master the source imperial energy left behind by the Tuo Shi Emperor, thereby achieving imperial status. Sol Tsang dismissed the first method without hesitation, as competing with the scheming Soul Emperor, even with foresight, was impractical. A more prudent approach was to pursue the latter, which was less understood by many. Consequently, Sol Tsang had long harbored ambitions toward the Void Devourer. This desire intensified after he received the system's reward of the town-burning technique. Yet, due to his current strength, he had refrained from revealing his intentions. However, now he chose to lay his cards on the table. He had set his sights on the Void Devourer. Flames erupted from within Sol Tsang, forming two distinct formations. The ancient alchemy array. This was the most formidable technique of the Purity Lotus Devil Saint and Sol Tsang's most potent means of offense. Before the Void Devourer, Sol Cang withheld no secrets. The Void Devourer, under Sol Tsang's unwavering gaze, felt a surge of fury ignite within him. He despised being regarded as prey. Deep within the recesses of his hazy memories, he vaguely recalled being scrutinized by such eyes before. Yet, he could not recollect whose gaze it was. Each time he pondered, excruciating pain would interrupt his thoughts. After numerous attempts, he ceased to contemplate it, convinced that as long as he grew strong enough, such occurrences would cease. Little did he expect that today, a similar gaze would re-emerge. From someone who had once seemed like a mere insect in his eyes, but now dared to covet his power. The black flames coiled and surged towards the Void Devourer, who ascended, swiftly transforming into a colossal figure of black flames, towering hundreds of feet tall. Do you think to refine me with the ancient alchemy array? Do you take me for a fool, like the Purity Lotus Devil Fire? The disdainful voice of the Void Devourer echoed from the sky. The incarnated giant of flames stomped heavily, crushing one of the ancient alchemy arrays beneath him, while his left hand raised overhead to prevent the other array from descending. And his right fist swung down with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal fist, akin to black iron, struck the ancient alchemy array, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the medicine realm, shaking the very foundations of the array. As the array's master, Soul Song was psychologically linked to it, and thus the assault reverberated within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this juncture, if the Void Devourer were to land 2 more blows, the array would undoubtedly shatter. This was not due to the array being weak, but rather the significant disparity in strength between Soul Song and the Void Devourer. Soul Song wiped the blood from his lips and swiftly formed a seal with both hands, hurling it toward the Void Devourer. Seal, one of the 6 seals of the town burning technique, the seal character traversed the air before embedding itself within the body of the flaming giant. The Void Devourer, who had readied a powerful punch, found his momentum suddenly sapped. His fist flopped down, and even the flaming giant began to shrink gradually. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances. Rooted in place, they scratched their heads, unable to comprehend why the Void Devourer would relent. Clearly, he held the upper hand. With just a few more strikes, Soul Song's array would collapse. As the principal party involved, the Void Devourer's attention was captured by the imprint pulsating within him. For a long time, he had harbored a lingering question. Why, despite his overwhelming strength over Soul Song, did he occasionally feel a sense of trepidation in his heart upon encountering him? Previously, he could not discern the reason. In this moment, however, understanding dawned upon him. Soul Song possessed a fighting technique specifically targeting exotic flames. The small imprint within him seemed to have the power to intimidate his very soul. The Void Devourer sensed the tempestuous energy within him beginning to calm under the influence of the imprint. If this situation were to persist, he believed it would not be long before his power was entirely suppressed. At that moment, his fate would likely mirror that of other flames, perhaps following the tragic path of the Purity Lotus Devil Fire. Thus, the Void Devourer immediately summoned the remnants of his strength to launch a counterattack. Although the mark was formidable, its master was not of a higher realm than himself. In the face of the onslaught, the mark flickered uncertainly, its radiance waxing and waning. After considerable effort, the void-devouring flame successfully shattered the mark. As the mark dissipated, the void-devouring flame felt the power within his body returning to his control. And before he could exhale in relief, an unprecedented murderous intent towards Soul Song surged within him. Such a technique must not be disclosed to others, especially to the Soul Emperor. As the consciousness of the void-devouring flame returned to the external world, he noticed that 2 formations in the sky and on the ground were about to take shape, and the surrounding space subtly exhibited a tendency towards stabilization. With a swift motion, he grasped and extracted a small world from within himself, filled with countless shadowy figures of beings. Regardless of their cries for mercy, the overwhelming black flames descended, incinerating them into droplets of blood that coalesced into a colossal blood sphere, emanating immense power from above. Like a bomb, the blood sphere was launched towards Soul Song. Seizing the opportunity, the void-devouring flame launched an attack from the opposite side. Soul Song must be killed. Otherwise, achieving the title of Dou Emperor in the future would render him restless. The earlier method of the mark had frightened the void-devouring flame. Such irrational suppression originating from the soul was indeed terrifying. Soul Song, however, paid no heed to the approaching blood sphere, as 5 streams of light burst forth from his body, occupying a corner in the void and forming a pentagram formation. Subsequently, a surge of energy arose within the formation, advancing towards a blood sphere. Seeing Soul Song actively confront him, the void-devouring flame decisively turned to evade, flicking his hand as dozens of black flames transformed into lethal arrows, swiftly shooting towards Soul Song to obstruct his advance. Soul Song sighed inwardly. I knew it. He was well aware of the significant threat the Zhen Fenju posed to foreign flames. His prior choice to first deploy the ancient heavenly refinement formation was intended to make the void-devouring flame lower his guard. Once the void-devouring flame was restrained, Soul Song planned to catch him like a turtle in a jar. He had previously tested his own flames, fused with the rewards of the fusion system, which did not fall short of the void-devouring flame's might, and he had no fear of being devoured. It was precisely considering this that Soul Song dared to confine himself and the void-devouring flame together. However, the void-devouring flame had resolved to breach the formation first, leaving Soul Song with no choice but to employ his own methods. Now, the void-devouring flame was not granting Soul Song any opportunity for direct confrontation. The ancient heavenly refinement formation was already in the process of fusion, yet a wisp of black flame persisted at the passage, unbroken. Soul Song hesitated to rashly close the passage, fearing that the void-devouring flame might exchange positions with the subflame, leaving only the subflame within the ancient heavenly refinement formation, rendering his efforts futile. Meanwhile, outside the ancient heavenly refinement formation, members of the Medicine Clan and the Soul Clan had completely halted their battle, captivated by the scene unfolding within the formation. Particularly, witnessing the back-and-forth exchange between the void-devouring flame and Soul Song, where the former was being chased, left everyone with expressions of disbelief. Could this truly be the void-devouring flame that had just shattered the remnants of the Medicine Ancestor? The Medicine Clan's leader was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Soul Song, merely an 8-star Dou Saint, could chase the void-devouring flame as if he were a frightened dog. Moreover, if the void-devouring flame was indeed fearful, why did he remain within the ancient heavenly refinement formation? Two figures, one black and one white, raced beneath the vast formation that spanned over 100 feet. The black in the lead and the white trailing behind. After some time of pursuit, the white light slowed, revealing Soul Song's fatigued and resigned expression as the flames dissipated. Ahead, the void-devouring flame halted, turning with a cold smirk. Are you realizing you cannot catch up? That is only to be expected. Our realms are distinct. I can afford to wait, but how long can your secret technique endure? The conclusion of your secret technique means a decline in power. The strength of any combat skill is intrinsically linked to one's prowess. For instance, a heavenly grade combat skill cannot be executed without sufficient strength. That enigmatic mark is no different. The void-devouring flame brimmed with confidence, anticipating that when Soul Song's power wanes, even if he could still deploy it, the impact on him would be negligible. At that moment, Soul Song would be like a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Yet, Soul Song's face bore no hint of the panic the void-devouring flame hoped to see. Instead, he calmly shook his head, admitting, I was too greedy. Elder Xian, after all, is the second-ranked foreign flame in the world. He deserves some respect. As soon as he finished speaking, disregarding the slight confusion on the void-devouring flame's face, Soul Song intertwined his hands and began to form seals. A thunderous rumble echoed as the void trembled, and the two discs responsible for forming the ancient heavenly refinement formation accelerated their rotation. Even with a colossal hand blocking the discs from above and countless tendrils of black flames entwining them below, the speed of the formation's rotation remained unimpeded. The colors of the surrounding void deepened abruptly, hinting at a trend towards materialization. The void-devouring flame turned to glance at the wisp of black flame connecting to him and calmly stated, It's futile, with just a single thought. I can diverge from this place, and my speed will undoubtedly surpass yours in sealing the passage. The ability to interchange between his main body and subflames was the unique confidence of the void-devouring flame. Ignoring him, Soul Song unleashed a torrent of flames from within, seemingly intent on filling the space entirely. Observing this, the void-devouring flame sneered. His own black flames were equally unyielding, each claiming half of the sky and gradually devouring Soul Song's flames. However, the effect was minimal and far less gratifying than when consuming the energy of the celestial refinement array. The void-devouring flame furrowed his brow slightly. Since his inception, he had encountered countless types of flames, yet the flames emanating from Soul Song were peculiarly resilient, proving difficult to consume. Even in the realms of ancient races, he could devour their flames with ease, and even the pure lotus demonic flame could be nibbled at with effort. But Soul Song's flames were simply insurmountable. The ancient heavenly refinement formation was contracting, gradually compressing the space within. The remaining passage remained unsealed. Still clinging to hope, the void-devouring flame began to strike. He did not approach directly, but unleashed a torrent of overwhelming Dou Qi towards Soul Song, its ferocity akin to a tempest. Soul Song appeared like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean, his form swaying relentlessly beneath the onslaught of black flames, his surface flames splattering apart upon impact. Gradually, a faint mist began to rise within the ancient heavenly refinement formation, initially inconspicuous amid the flames, until the unusual sight within the black flames caught attention. In the distance, an elder from Medicine Clan's side, Soul Song has not even had a chance to close in. Soon, he will be defeated. Others around him shared this sentiment. While they were unaware of why the void-devouring flame had fled earlier, it was evident that as the void-devouring flame commenced his assault, Soul Song was relegated to defense, unable to retaliate. Everyone had witnessed the dramatic surge in Soul Song's power previously. These individuals were not to be underestimated. Their formidable strength and discerning eyes made them acutely aware of the difference between concealing power and employing secret techniques. It was clear that Soul Song leaned towards the latter, and secret techniques could not endure indefinitely ultimately facing extinction. Initially, witnessing the void-devouring flame ensnared had sparked hope in the hearts of the medicine clan, suggesting a glimmer of survival. Yet now, the situation appeared starkly different. The void-devouring flame, true to his reputation as the second-ranked foreign flame, had regained control of the situation, suppressing Soul Song. Medicine dust palms were slick with sweat, overwhelmed with anxiety. Within the formation, the territory claimed by the black flames continued to expand, and the void-devouring flame's expression grew increasingly smug. Soul Song, you are faltering, aren't you? It's a pity. With your abilities, if you could endure a little longer and grow a bit more, perhaps I would truly find myself in peril at your hands. Alas, such is the tragedy. The reason for the void-devouring flame's profound reflections lay largely in the fact that, on the Dou King continent, few could evoke such trepidation within him. Among them, Soul Song was the most unexpectedly formidable. At that moment, Soul Song wiped the sweat from his brow, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I have finally completed it. With a momentary pause in his smile, the void-devouring flame felt an unsettling premonition rise within him, the source of which eluded his grasp. He inquired, "What were you doing just now?" Soul Song replied with a smile, "Do not fret. The answer will soon reveal itself." Fifth seal merge. A deep, resonant voice erupted from Soul Song's throat, causing all the white flames to tremble gently. Those flames that had been devoured began to willingly integrate into the body of the void-devouring flame. Instantly, the void-devouring flame felt an overwhelming surge of power, a sensation so abundant that it seemed he could ascend to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. Yet, the more potent his strength became, the more anxious he felt. No, expel it all, expel it. The black flames, occupying a considerable portion of his being, roiled like boiling water. Regardless of his efforts, the devoured flames were nowhere to be found. The void-devouring flame's thoughts raced, and he suddenly turned to Soul Song, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Almost palpable in its intensity, he abandoned his previous demeanor and charged towards Soul Song, resolved to eliminate the source of his troubles. Soul Song gently shook his head. Too late. Fourth seal divide. Two piercing gazes shot from Soul Song's eyes, directly striking the void-devouring flame. In the next instant, all the flames within the ancient refining array aligned themselves like disciplined soldiers, swiftly dispersing into neatly arranged formations, both Soul Song's flames and those of the void-devouring flame. The void-devouring flame's form suddenly shattered, only to coalesce once more from one strand of black flame. At this moment, his aura plummeted. He was far inferior in strength to Soul Song. Glancing around at the surrounding black flames, the void-devouring flame found himself in a daze, as if caught in a dream. What was happening? Why had his power been fragmented into so many pieces? In the next heartbeat, he abruptly turned to see the closing passageway. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and appeared in the outside world, in the heavens and the earth. The black flames surged like a dragon, converging into a singular form, the void-devouring flame, whose expression was one of profound desolation as he cast his gaze downward, fixated on the ancient refining array. Inside, the flames churned, all absorbed into Soul Song's body, who even let out a satisfied burp. The corners of the void-devouring flame's mouth twitched as he felt his heart bleed. He had lost a significant portion of his fiery power. This loss was not merely a matter of expenditure, but rather the painstakingly cultivated strength, forcibly extracted from him. At this moment, the void-devouring flame's aura diminished, plummeting from the realm of the 9-star Dou Saint to that of the 8-star Dou Saint, all within the medicinal realm, be it the Soul Clan, the Medicine Clan, or the gathered guests, gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Just who was the true void-devouring flame? Suddenly, Yao Dan regained his senses, a jolt of alarm coursing through him as he lifted his head, locking eyes with the void-devouring flame. This is bad. His heart sank before he could react. The black flames surged toward him. Simultaneously, the void-devouring flame flashed into existence before Yao Dan, flames swirling and fighting energy surging. After a violent upheaval, an ancient jade appeared before the void-devouring flame. Withdraw. The medicinal realm splintered into countless passages, appearing beside the members of the Soul Clan. Then, the voice of the enraged void-devouring flame resonated in their ears. Chapter 216. The Deputy Alliance Leader Yao Chun, having ascended a realm, yet unable to eliminate Soul Song. The void-devouring flame could scarcely conceive of what other schemes Soul Song might possess. Thus, upon feeling his strength wane, his immediate instinct was to flee, though he had not forgotten his collaboration with the Emperor of Souls. Before departing, He snatched the Tuo Shi ancient jade from Yao Dan. The Soul Clan's arrival had been sudden, and their retreat was swift. The onlookers had yet to recover from Soul Tsang's spectacular display when the Soul Clan members hastily departed. Soul Shuzi lingered at the back, glancing back at Soul Tsang, his expression complex, even somewhat constrained. From Soul Tsang's performance today, it was evident that the 9-grade profound pill he had crafted had completely changed hands, rendering all his arduous efforts mere offerings to another. This experience of being outmaneuvered was unprecedented for him, who had traversed the continent for many years. As the void, devouring flame departed, the seals binding the medicinal realm dissipated, and upon discovering the passage had opened, some guests hastily left without so much as a farewell, as if pursued by malevolent spirits. The members of the medicine clan finally regained their wits, and several esteemed elders rushed toward Yao Dan, the clan leader, the backbone of the medicine clan, who could not be allowed to come harm. In a deep pit of Yao Mountain, Yao Dan appeared pallid, his aura diminished, his lower body obscured, and even his upper body marred by charred marks. However, being a Dou saint, his vitality remained sufficiently robust. After consuming the pill offered by his kin, Yao Dan's expression regained some clarity. Today's events were my fault. Had I relocated the clan's realm closer to the ancient clan sooner, this tragedy might have been averted. Yao Dan felt a profound sense of guilt. In light of the uncertain circumstances surrounding the Flame Clan, he should have been on high alert. Yet fixated on the long-standing traditions and prestige of the Medicine Clan, its members had disregarded the danger and persisted in holding the medicinal convention, naively believing that sheer numbers would deter the Soul Clan from acting rashly. Little did they know, it was all a gross miscalculation. The Emperor of Souls had not intervened, and it was merely the void-devouring flame leading the charge, nearly spelling the Medicine Clan's doom. An elder of the Medicine Clan furiously exclaimed, "Clan leader, the Ancient Clan and the Thunder Clan are not to be trusted either. Their promised alliance is a farce, and they have been utterly indifferent to the Medicine Clan's prolonged silence." This remark elicited agreement from several surrounding elders, their faces reflecting indignation. According to their agreement, the 3 clans were to communicate periodically, and if contact was lost, they were to send personnel to investigate the situation. They had been entangled with the Soul Clan for quite some time, yet the other 2 clans had shown no response whatsoever. Silence. Yao Dan's expression darkened, his authority palpable. The Medicine Clan had fallen to such depths, the Transformation Heaven Medicine array utterly shattered. They might soon find themselves reliant on the Ancient Clan and the Thunder Clan for survival. Even if they remained passive bystanders, it was not the time to voice discontent. They could only endure. After all, compared to the other 2 clans, the allure of the Medicine Clan was not merely the Tuo Shi ancient jade, but also the essence of the Medicine Clan itself. In the distance, a jade slip lay upon the soil, its brilliance shimmering and flickering incessantly. This was a sign of incoming news. With the void-devouring flame releasing the constraints on this space, the connection to the jade slip was re-established. Yao Dan raised his hand, beckoning the jade slip to fly before him, where it hovered. He formed a seal with one hand and gently tapped the slip. In the next heartbeat, an urgent voice emanated from the jade slip, causing the expressions of the gathered members of the Medicine Clan to shift dramatically. Clan leader Yao Dan. The Emperor of Souls is leading his clan in an assault on the Thunder Clan. Hasten to their aid. Everyone's faces turned pale, rendered speechless. Not far away, Soul Tsang's ears perked, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the attack on the Medicine Clan was led by the void-devouring flame, and even the strong within their ranks were scarce. It turned out they were engaged in a 2-front war. Why was this happening? Furrowing his brow, Soul Tsang fell into contemplation. Even in the original narrative, the Soul Clan had been invincible, yet they had never exhibited such a sense of urgency. However, Soul Tsang could not fathom that the architect of this plan was none other than himself. The Emperor of Souls had designated the entirety of Central State as a battlefield, investing nearly a millennium's worth of time, along with countless resources, to finally establish a world-destroying formation. This array was known only to the upper echelons of the Soul Clan. Yet, under Soul Tsang's guidance, with the Pill Tower at the forefront, the 3 sects and 4 pavilions united to begin sabotaging each array point. While the Soul Clan was indeed formidable, when faced with the premier forces of Central State, even the strongest would find themselves overwhelmed. Thus, after much deliberation, the Emperor of Souls resolved to accelerate his plans. Rather than allowing the array points to be dismantled one by one, it was better to strike with decisive force. The members of the Medicine Clan saw a figure materialize, and immediately their auras surged, their expressions vigilant, as if facing a formidable foe. Soul Tsang disregarded the gazes of others and fixed his stare on Yao Dan, Is there a passage to the Thunder Clan that we can access swiftly? Yao Dan hesitated momentarily, contemplating for 2 seconds before nodding in affirmation. Yes. With brevity, Hun Cang commanded, lead the way. Clearly, Yao Dan was not in a state to assume such a role, so he appointed an esteemed elder from the clan, one of considerable rank and formidable strength, a veteran of the Yao clan. However, this elder, having witnessed Hun Cang's earlier display of might, felt a twinge of apprehension in his presence. Before stepping into the passage, Hun Cang earnestly advised Yao Chun to promptly return to the Jiangma Empire, urging him to enhance vigilance and prepare for the impending battle. After Yao Chun nodded in understanding, Hun Cang departed without delay. It was only at this moment that Yao Chun felt as though he had awakened from a profound slumber. Despite his efforts to regard Hun Cang with reverence, the latter's performance had far surpassed Yao Chun's comprehension. To encapsulate it in the words often uttered by Xiao Yan, it could be summed up in 2 words: cheat code. It is essential to recognize that this was none other than the void devouring flame, the most potent of the extraordinary flames on the Dou King continent. Aside from the elusive first flame, which remained shrouded in mystery, unlike the state of the pure lotus demon flame, the void devouring flame boasted superior strength and uniqueness. Its devouring ability extended to both the heavens and the very fabric of space. Engaging in combat with it meant that unless one could deliver a decisive blow in a single surge, they risked being consumed and ultimately defeated, perhaps even to the point of death. Yet what had Yao Chun just witnessed? Hun Cang, at a lower level, was relentlessly pursuing the void devouring flame, not only managing to avert being consumed himself, but even siphoning off a portion of its power in a remarkable reversal. It was utterly absurd, contemplating this. For words involuntarily surfaced in Yao Chun's mind, a broad smile gracing his lips. What an advantage! At the very least, the old man's safety was assured, and there was no need to worry about being hunted down. Reflecting on this, Yao Chun felt a pang of regret, wondering why he hadn't boldly called Hun Cang Big Brother. Perhaps, if he had, he might have shared in Xiao Yan's fortuitous encounters. Yao Chun. A voice interrupted his reverie. Yao Chun, with a hint of indifference, queried, Yao Dan, is there something you wish to discuss? Sensing the unfamiliarity in Yao Chun's tone, Yao Dan sighed internally, pondering how one who had been cast out from the clan could ultimately find himself in such a fortuitous position. He forced a smile and said, I wish to relocate the Yao clan closer to the Tsang Alliance. Is that permissible? Hearing the title of Vice Alliance Leader, Yao Chun's lips curled upward in curiosity. Why? Relocating the Yao clan near the Tsang Alliance essentially implied seeking refuge, a significant humbling of their pride. In contrast, the relationship between the Yao clan and Hun Cang was far from amicable. Not long ago, Hun Cang had eliminated Elder Wan Hor right before the eyes of many within the Yao clan. Yao Dan elaborated, the leader of the Tsang Alliance saved our clan. We are not ungrateful beings. We wish to contribute in the forthcoming battle. Yao Chun did not grant an immediate affirmation, but merely indicated that he would need to consult before providing a response. After Yao Chun departed, an irate elder from the Yao clan exclaimed, Leader, we have the ancient clan and the lay clan to choose from. Why must we move closer to the Tsang Alliance? Another elder echoed, Indeed, Leader, Hun Cang has slain many of our kin. While it is true that he saved us, that does not mean we should become his pawns. Yao Dan calmly replied, Have you considered which clan possesses greater mid to high level combat strength, the ancient clan and the lay clan, or the Tsang Alliance? Certainly the ancient clan and the lay clan, an elder promptly answered. Yao Dan nodded. Following this calamity, the Yao clan has become akin to a stray dog. Regardless of the ancient clan or the lay clan, they will no longer regard us with equal eyes. By joining them, we would merely become tools for cultivating and refining medicine, no different from being extinguished by the Hun clan. Yet the Tsang Alliance is different. They are in need of personnel. We need not worry about lacking opportunities to prove ourselves. By aligning with them, the Yao clan at least has a chance to rise again. The assembly of elders fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 217. Despairing and terrifying, the Soul Emperor. In a realm forged from the convergence of thunder, a clan domain floated, belonging to the Lay clan. Once, the surface of the thunderous ocean had been radiant, but now it lay eerily calm, the domain swaying precariously. A massive rift had been torn in the boundary, with 3 factions engaged in chaotic combat, the Hun clan, the Lay clan, and the Ancient clan. As the Hun clan appeared at the border of the Lay clan and commenced their assault on the boundary, the Lay clan's leader did not hesitate to send out a distress signal. The situation with the Yin clan, though some time had passed, remained etched in the Lay clan leader's mind, prompting him to never underestimate the Hun clan. Upon receiving the message, the ancient clan responded swiftly. Almost immediately after the Lei clan's boundary had sustained damage, Gu Yuan led his forces to the fray, though the Yao clan had yet to make an appearance. Nonetheless, once the battle commenced, they could scarcely ponder the absence of the Yao clan. The sole emperor single-handedly contended against Lei Ying and Gu Yuan. As the leader of the Lei clan, Lei Ying was no feeble opponent, boasting an impressive 8-star Dou Saint level, while Gu Yuan held a 9-star Dou Saint status. Even so, both felt considerable pressure in the face of the sole emperor. A millennium of cultivation had significantly augmented the sole emperor's strength, and the pace of his advancement astonished Gu Yuan. The clan domain trembled under the residual force of their assaults, quaking dangerously, with vast spaces collapsing into oblivion, revealing a dark and ominous interior. With a deafening roar, 3 figures were propelled backward, each coming to a halt. A dazzling lightning sphere dissipated, unveiling Lei Ying, whose complexion had paled slightly. With one hand pressed against his chest to quell the turmoil of Dou Qi within, he sought to stave off the blood threatening to spill from his lips. In the Dou Qi continent, an 8-star Dou Saint was regarded as a formidable entity. Yet, disparities still existed between each level, particularly within the Dou Saint realm, where even minor differences were pronounced. Though Lei Ying's lightning attribute Dou Qi was renowned for its ferocity and overwhelming offensive capability, he still sustained internal injuries from clashing with the sole emperor. Gu Yuan inquired, Lei clan leader, how do you fare? Lei Ying waved his hand dismissively, replying gravely, I can still hold on. The Hun clan has always been shrouded in mystery, like a dragon that appears and vanishes. If we can strike decisively and eliminate the sole emperor today, it would serve as retribution for Yanjin. The threat of a concealed attack was far more daunting. After so long, the Hun clan had emerged once more, their power surpassing that of other ancient clans significantly. Lei Ying was unwilling to live in constant fear henceforth. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan offered a wry smile, agreed. Emerging from the black mist, the sole emperor's figure materialized, his expression calm and indifferent as he coldly declared, Lei Ying, surrender the Tuo Shi ancient emperor S. Jade. Otherwise, I assure you, before you and Gu Yuan can deal with me, your Lei clan will face utter annihilation. This was no idle threat. Within the Hun clan existed elders of strength equal to that of Lei Ying. The sole emperor was confident in his ability to withstand both opponents. If he could merely hold out, the Lei clan's forces would inevitably be eradicated. As for the Yao clan's potential aid, the sole emperor harbored no concerns, for he understood that the fate of the Yao clan was far from certain. Facing him, Lei Ying's expression shifted through various shades as he surveyed the tumultuous battlefield around him. The once thriving city of a Lei clan had been reduced to a state of disrepair, vast numbers of Lei clan members dead or wounded, while the elders, amidst battle, saw the remaining Lei clansmen cowering within their formations. Gritting his teeth, Lei Ying proclaimed, let us strike Gu Yuan. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder crackled, and a bolt of purplish-red lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended toward the sole emperor. Gu Yuan inhaled deeply and launched his own attack in tandem. In the face of the terrifying lightning and colossal palm, the sole emperor unleashed 2 punches, his overwhelming Dou Qi surging from his arms and bursting forth from his fists. The lightning was shattered on impact, and the descent of the colossal palm was momentarily halted. Countless chains materialized from the black mist behind the sole emperor, howling through the wind as they shot toward Lei Ying and Gu Yuan, who immediately turned to evade. Within a 1,000-mile radius, none dared to approach. The surging energy waves shattered the ground to dust and obliterated the void. Lightning, Lei Ying hurled bolts of electricity at the chains, the two colliding with explosive force. The chains fractured, their speed drastically reduced, yet after a brief interval, they resumed their relentless pursuit. The arcs of electricity flickered along the chains before vanishing entirely. On the other side, Gu Yuan's double fists covered the phantom, and with each strike, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and all the chains rushing towards him were blasted into powder by him. Thunder winds with both hands controlling the lightning, and the light seems to illuminate a whole world. But the chains in front of him are getting more and more, as if they cannot be cut off completely. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's pupils contracted and he shouted, "Be careful!" Chief Lei, the sole heavenly emperor, took a step forward, his figure flickering, and suddenly appeared beside Lei Ying. He turned around and punched him. Lei Ying didn't expect the sole heavenly emperor to dare to approach him, because he was baptized by thunder and carried terrifying lightning with extremely strong power. Faced with a punch from the sole heavenly emperor, Lei Ying slowed down by half a step. Before he could form a barrier, the force he had gathered was hit and flew backwards. The Soul Heavenly Emperor stood still, lowered his head to look at the burnt black marks on his fist, and furrowed his brow. At this moment, a strong wind came from behind, and the Soul Heavenly Emperor did not turn his head and took a step towards the other side. The powerful fighting spirit brushed past the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Gu Yuan saw that his strike failed and directly shattered the void in front of him. Then he came behind the Soul Heavenly Emperor and raised his fist above his head. Suddenly, a mountain phantom appeared above Gu Yuan's head, and his fist was like a mountain peak with a heavy and magnificent momentum, smashing towards the vest of the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Black mist emerged, blocking the gap between the two. Zong! Gu Yuan felt as if he had hit a bronze portal, with a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. He pulled his body apart and looked at the huge portal that appeared after the black mist dissipated. The Gate of Silence. Looking at the black portal, Gu Yuan's face darkened. This is a martial art of the Soul Clan, reportedly created by the Dou Emperor. In addition to devouring everything, it can also collect the breath and power of the deceased and store them in it for personal use. The Soul Heavenly Emperor walked out from behind the door, his face showing impatience. Lei Ying, I gave you a chance, but I didn't cherish it myself. Lei Ying's face was ugly. At this moment, there was also a roar in the distance, and surprisingly, another door of silence appeared. There's actually more than one. Gu Yuan's face changed again. An elder of the Soul Clan opened the portal with terrifying suction, directly sucking 2 7-star fighting saints of the Thunder Clan into it. Seeing the scene, Lei Ying's heart was bleeding. The 7-star fighting saint is not just a cabbage on the roadside. It is a powerful foundation and pillar within the clan. In just a moment, the 2 elders were gone. Open it. The Soul Heavenly Emperor let out a loud shout, and the Gate of Silence beside him slowly opened, with a suction force emerging from within. Gu Yuan and Lei Ying dare not underestimate and resist with all their might. Lei Ying urgently asked, Elder Gu, do you have any other means to use quickly? Gu Yuan sighed and said, this is not an ancient tribe. Some of my abilities require the support of the ancient tribe and the ancient world. Chief Lei, I have already given it my all. Lei Ying ran. What should we do now? Gu Yuan remained silent. He had confidence in dealing with the Gate of Silence, but the cost would be high. Even if he broke through this gate, the Soul Heavenly Emperor would be injured, but the injuries would not be fatal. Afterwards, leave it to Lei Ying. He may not necessarily be a match for the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, Gu Yuan dare not gamble either. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a figure appeared beside the Soul Heavenly Emperor, which turned out to be the Void Swallowing Flame. The 2 people, who already had unpleasant faces, looked even worse. Lei Ying no longer hesitated and threw out a jade slip. Soul Heavenly Emperor, Tawasha, Ancient Emperor Jade for you. Please let my Lei tribe have a way out. After capturing the 2 Ancient Emperor Jade, the Soul Heavenly Emperor had no intention of stopping. Now that I know, I regret it. Why have I gone so long ago? Void Swallowing Flame has appeared, and the Soul Heavenly Emperor has now gained 11 points from his original 8-point confidence in defeating the Thunder Clan. Lei Ying showed despair, with a resolute expression of dying in his eyes. Gu Yuan's heart gave up, and he prepared to return to the ancient tribe. At this moment, a surprising scene occurred for both of them. After furrowing his brow, the Soul Heavenly Emperor unexpectedly withdrew his hand and left the Thunder Realm with all the Soul Clan members. Chapter 218. I feel like you're afraid of him. The Thunder Clan's shattered void is gradually recovering. Everyone looked at the appearance of the Lei tribe after the great battle, with a dull expression and tears in their eyes. The city is shattered, smoke is rising everywhere, and the air is filled with a faint smell of blood. Near the collapsed houses, someone is moving away stones and wood, shouting loudly inside, hoping to receive a response. Standing in the void, Lei Ying's body trembled, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, with a slight fading of blood on his face. Chief Lei, Gu Yuan is somewhat concerned. Lei Ying waved his hand. Thank you for your concern. I can't die yet. What's going on? Why did the Void Swallowing Flame appear, but the Soul Heavenly Emperor withdrew instead? Gu Yuan shook his head. I can't guess. Lei Ying frowned and said, Elder Gu, why do you think the Void Swallowing Flame did not participate? With his strength, paired with the Soul Heavenly Emperor, I feel that joining forces with you may not be their match. Perhaps there was something else Gu Yuan was pondering, and suddenly a bright light flashed in his eyes. Staring straight at Lei Ying, the Medicine Clan. Chief Lei, why didn't the Medicine Clan come? Lei Ying hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think so. The Medicine Clan is at least an ancient race and wouldn't be destroyed by the Void Swallowing Flame. That would be too embarrassing. Gu Yuan shook his head and said, the Void Swallowing Flame is not weak. It is the second-ranked fire, and its power is extremely strong. Its own realm is also very high. After speaking, the two of them exchanged a glance and fell somewhat silent. If the guess is correct, I'm afraid the medicine clan has already been destroyed. Otherwise, how could void swallowing flame come here? I must have finished handling the matter at hand. Laying sighed and said, if nothing had happened to the flame clan and the flame ashes were still there, the three of us would have joined forces. I'm afraid the Soul Heavenly Emperor would not have had the help of the void swallowing flame to deal with our Lei clan so loudly. Unfortunately, I received news from Gu Yuan that the Flame clan has completely disappeared, even earlier than the Thunder clan. Even they haven't received any news. Thinking of this, Laying couldn't help but feel puzzled, even though he could detect the Soul clan's attack. Why did the Flame clan not react at all and not even seek help when facing the attack? Laying doesn't believe that Yin Jin was too confident, so he didn't ask for help. At this moment, Gu Yuan looked up and Laying also looked over. Laying furrowed his brow. That fluctuation originates from a channel that leads to the Medicine Clan. After the establishment of the Three Clans Alliance, a channel was specially built to facilitate the clan's affairs, and the other two clans were able to provide quick support. The battle is almost over now. How could anyone from the Medicine Clan rush over? The Soul Clan is on their way out. In the team, someone whispered in confusion, wondering why the clan leader suddenly ordered the evacuation, even though they could have one. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell that the situation of the Thunder Clan is not good. If they cannot sustain it for too long, they will collapse. Before long, the ancient 8 tribes will only have soul tribes and ancient tribes left, and even the ancient tribes will be destroyed by our soul tribes in the future. Although there were doubts in everyone's hearts, no one asked. In front of the team, the Soul Heavenly Emperor's face darkened. You are a void, devouring flame. The second-ranked flame, the 9-star fighting saint, and cannot even defeat a mere medicine clan? You should know that when the void swallowing flame appeared, the Soul Heavenly Emperor was more happy in his heart. The strength of the Soul Clan increased significantly, and his grasp of capturing the Thunder Clan became much stronger. Even if the void swallowing flame restrains Laying, he may be able to take the opportunity to keep Gu Yuan. If the ancient tribe loses their ancient element, their strength will drop significantly, making it much easier to target them. Even if they gather the Tawasha Ancient Emperor Jade and open the Tawasha Ancient Emperor Cave, they don't need to worry about being targeted by other forces. However, the phrase void swallowing flame failed to destroy the Medicine Clan, which startled the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Especially after swallowing the flames of nothingness, he said that he had been injured and his realm had fallen, causing the Soul Heavenly Emperor to ignore the destruction of the Thunder Clan and directly evacuate with all his clan members. On the way, the Soul Heavenly Emperor was still wondering when the Medicine Clan, a race that deals with medicine all day long, had secretly hidden such a powerful person. Surprisingly, even the void swallowing flame is not a match, and the realm of being beaten has fallen. The Soul Emperor harbored concerns regarding the possibility of reinforcements arriving for the Thunder Clan. Should such a scenario materialize, he might find himself besieged on 3 fronts, leading to a precarious predicament. While the Soul Emperor possessed confidence in his own strength, he was not so arrogant as to consider himself invincible. Moreover, with 7 pieces of the ancient Emperor's jade in his possession, the future held promise. In moments like these, he became increasingly cautious about his life. Having meticulously planned for this day for an entire millennium, the void-consuming flame manifested in a fiery form, its visage obscured, rendering its emotions hidden. Calmly, it spoke. I encountered Soul Song within the Medicine Clan. The answer, seemingly unrelated, momentarily perplexed the Soul Emperor, prompting him to inquire. Why mention him all of a sudden? The Soul Emperor had been preoccupied with thoughts of Soul Song, who had audaciously defied orders. Before taking action against the ancient clan, he resolved to retrieve him and extract the precise location of his secret dwelling. The void-consuming flame replied indifferently. It was he who injured me. The Medicine Clan's trump card, the remnant soul of the Medicine Emperor, has already been destroyed by me. Upon seeing Soul Song, I intended to bring him back, but I was unsuccessful and ended up injured instead. The Soul Emperor's countenance darkened, as if it could drip water, and he solemnly stated, Void-consuming flame. Are you certain you are not jesting? How many years has Soul Song been training? I vividly recall when he beseeched me for a chance at the pinnacle of the Battle King. Are you not able to sense my current state? The black flame extended a fragment, peering at the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor fell silent. The aura of the void-consuming flame could not be concealed from him. He was certain that the void-consuming flame had indeed diminished in power, having fallen from a 9-star battle saint to an 8-star battle saint. The drop in cultivation was not insignificant. Without opportunities or sufficient resources, it would take over a decade to recover. In fact, had he not been the void-consuming flame, the time required would likely have been even longer. The void-consuming flame continued. Although the Medicine Clan's predicament remains unresolved, I have retrieved the ancient Emperor's jade. The Soul Emperor's expression softened slightly. At least I have received some good news. He then sighed, expressing regret. I should not have rushed earlier, otherwise, we could have dealt with the Thunder Clan. He recalled Soul Song's sudden surge in strength, relying on a secret method to arrange for several elders to obstruct. Once the secret method concluded, Soul Song would pose no further threat. The void-consuming flame, unable to discern his expression, remained silent. In truth, it desired to witness such an outcome. When the birds have flown, the good bough is hidden. The void-consuming flame, currently in a diminished state, could not afford for the Thunder Clan to be eradicated by the Soul Clan. A mere ancient clan would not pose a significant threat to the Soul Clan. Thus, the Soul Emperor might not grant him the time required for recovery. Once the ancient Emperor's Jade was assembled, their strengths would no longer be on the same level, and he could potentially be consumed by the Soul Emperor. While the Soul Emperor had not openly displayed his feelings, the void-consuming flame sensed this, prompting it to secretly take measures within the Soul Clan's bloodline after swallowing the Spirit Clan. Little by little, not much, merely a means of self-preservation. The void-consuming flame hoped that day would not come. The Soul Emperor composed himself, his expression neutral, and said calmly, "Well, they have already departed. Allowing the Thunder Clan to survive a little longer is of no consequence." He suddenly turned, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Void-consuming flame. Since Soul Song has injured you so grievously, I bear a certain responsibility. A father's failure to educate his son. Rest for 2 days, and you shall take me to find him." The black flame surged, conveying its voice. "Do not be overly complacent. Your son is no longer the same." The Soul Emperor narrowed his eyes. "I sense you harbor a certain fear of him. Is it due to his capabilities?" The voice from the black flame was neither warm nor cold. "I have suffered losses before. If you do not believe me, then I cannot help that." Chapter 219, Discussing Cooperation. Soul Song reveals information. A figure emerged from the void passage under the watchful gazes of Lei Ying and Gu Yuan. In the next moment, Lei Ying braced himself as if facing a formidable adversary, his aura concealed, yet soon his taut form relaxed. Gu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lei Ying, his own fighting spirit surging as one hand extended in a defensive posture, albeit aimed at Lei Ying. The Thunder Clan had just endured a near-extermination battle, and Lei Ying, brimming with pent-up rage, found himself with no outlet for his frustration. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flickered within, he coldly declared, "Soul Song, do you still have the audacity to come to the Thunder Clan?" Gu Yuan spoke sternly. "Leader Lei, do not act impulsively. Let us first ascertain the situation." Lei Ying laughed in anger. "Leader Gu, is there any need to investigate? Given his identity, is there any issue with me killing him?" The anticipated agreement did not arise. Gu Yuan remained silent. Lei Ying turned to regard Gu Yuan with confusion. The Soul Emperor sent his people to annihilate my Thunder Clan, and now his son intrudes. Should I not be justified in killing him? Gu Yuan sighed. "Leader Lei, do take note of how Soul Song arrived at the Thunder Clan." Initially taken aback, Lei Ying's expression tightened. The Medicine Clan's passage. Such a passage had been established by the 3 clans not long ago, shrouded in secrecy, serving as a life-saving route for one clan in peril to be rescued by the others. How could the Medicine Clan have disclosed it to someone from the Soul Clan? Was it possible? Having witnessed the harrowing aftermath of the Thunder Clan, Soul Song directed his gaze toward Gu Yuan, inquiring for confirmation. The ancient Emperor's Jade was stolen? Gu Yuan nodded, a hint of helplessness etched on his face, despite having greatly overestimated the Soul Emperor's strength. Upon facing him, he realized the sheer magnitude of his power. Had the Soul Emperor not retreated, he would have prepared to return to the ancient clan and brace for the final assault from the Soul Clan. With a sullen expression, Lei Ying pressed, "Soul Song, how did you come to know of this passage? What is the current situation of a Medicine Clan? Speak swiftly." At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Soul Song, breathless and drenched in sweat. It was an elder from a Medicine Clan who had accompanied Soul Song. Soul Song, being stronger, had hurried ahead, but this elder had finally caught up. The Medicine Clan elder hastily interjected, "Leader Lei, Leader Gu, do not engage. Please do not engage." Sensing the tension in Lei Ying's demeanor, he quickly spoke, fearing a conflict might erupt. Regardless of the circumstances, Soul Song had saved the Medicine Clan. If he were to be killed due to a misunderstanding, it would weigh heavily on their conscience. Lei Ying's gaze swept over the elder's forehead, spotting the clan insignia, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he inquired about the situation. The elder collected himself and succinctly recounted the events. Upon learning that Soul Song had confronted the void-consuming flame alone, not only holding his ground, but also repelling the void-consuming flame and saving the medicine clan. Lei Ying found himself in a daze, as if listening to a fantastical tale. The might of the void-consuming flame was undeniable, though they had not formally battled. Lei Ying had sensed the intangible pressure emanating from it. Could Soul Song truly possess the ability to contend with a void-consuming flame? Lei Ying could not help but reassess Soul Song, feeling a sense of relief that he had not hastily acted, otherwise having just endured a battle and not yet recovered. He might have been subdued by Soul Song. A glimmer of realization crossed Gu Yuan's eyes as he comprehended why Soul Song had been able to emerge from this passage, and he understood the reason behind the medicine clan's absence. Truly, the ambitious Soul Emperor sought to annihilate both the Thunder and Medicine clans simultaneously, nearly realizing his plan. Fortunately, Soul Song's unexpected intervention had repelled the void-consuming flame. Soul Song furrowed his brow and said, "Leader Gu, Leader Lei, how about we discuss a collaboration?" Gu Yuan nodded. "Certainly." Lei Ying did not refuse. He too wished to discern what Soul Song intended to convey, as he found it peculiar that a member of the Soul Clan would not aid his kin, but instead obstruct the void-consuming flame from destroying the Medicine Clan. In truth, both men misjudged the situation. Soul Song cared not for the fate of the Medicine Clan, but merely sought to capture the void-consuming flame. Regrettably, he had failed, and the void-consuming flame had chosen to flee at the first sign of trouble. The Medicine Clan elder did not follow, instead relaying news back to his clan, informing them that the situation with the Thunder Clan was stable, urging them to reassure their people. The three ascended, reaching the clouds. Soul Song stated forthrightly, "Henceforth, we must collaborate." Lei Ying immediately interrupted him, stating flatly, "You are Soul Song, son of the Soul Emperor. How can we trust you to collaborate with us?" As the words fell, a look of astonishment appeared on Lei Ying's face as he turned around. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuan declared, "I agree." Lei Ying was taken aback. Gu Yuan glanced at him without offering any explanation. He was acutely aware of the attitude and sincerity of Hun Cang toward Xiao Yan, and after several conversations with Xiao Yan, he had gleaned a highly accurate piece of information, despite lacking concrete evidence. Hun Cang was utterly convinced that should the Soul Emperor aspire to become a battle emperor, he would certainly meet his demise. Gu Yuan had pondered this conclusion many times without comprehending its reasoning. Feeling the weight of Hun Cang's gaze, Lei Ying sighed and stated, "The opinion of the clan leader Gu is my opinion as well." Hun Cang continued, "The Soul Emperor has already acquired 7 pieces of the ancient Emperor's jade. His next target will undoubtedly be the Gu clan." Pausing for a moment, he shifted his tone. "Of course, this is merely a higher probability. He could also set his sights on the Medicine Clan, the Lei clan, or my Tsang alliance." Feeling as if cursed, Lei Ying retorted indignantly, "Why should my Lei clan be targeted again? The ancient Emperor's jade has already been taken from him. The Lei clan has lost its value." Hun Cang scoffed. "Clan leader Lei, your line of thought is perilous." Raising his hand to silence Lei Ying, Gu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Could it be that the Soul Emperor fears a coalition between the Lei clan and the Medicine Clan alongside my Gu clan, posing him some trouble? Is there any other factor at play?" Hun Cang nodded, his tone resolute. "You surely remain unaware that the Devouring Spirit Clan is under the control of the Soul Clan." The mention of the Devouring Spirit Clan caused Gu Yuan and Lei Ying's expressions to shift dramatically, rendering them far more grim than when they had faced the Soul Emperor. This was because the Devouring Spirit Clan was an ancient and peculiar race that thrived on consuming bloodlines. Many battle emperors had once existed on the Dou King continent, yet the battle emperor families were oblivious to their existence. However, those families had all vanished, and aside from the elements that diluted the bloodline inheritance, a significant portion of that was due to the Devouring Spirit Clan. Long ago, upon discovering the existence of the Devouring Spirit Clan, the 8 ancient clans formed an alliance to eradicate this species entirely. Furrowing his brow, Lei Ying contemplated for a moment before slowly stating, "If I recall correctly, during that great battle, the Soul Clan was the last to withdraw." The elders even jested that they never expected the usually mysterious Soul Clan to exhibit some sense of responsibility. Gu Yuan nodded, recalling the incident. No wonder the typically enigmatic and indifferent Soul Clan had displayed such eagerness. It turned out they had ulterior motives. Gu Yuan still harbored some doubts and asked, "How does the Soul Clan manage to control the Devouring Spirit Clan, which is inherently uncontrollable?" Hun Cang uttered 4 words, "Void Devouring Flame." Enlightenment dawned on Gu Yuan, and he understood why the Soul Emperor harbored such greedy ambitions regarding the ancient Emperor's jade, yet did not spare the clans of the Spirit, Stone, and Flame. Simultaneously, He grasped why the Soul Clan's lineage had seemingly never diminished or vanished over the years. Rubbing his forehead, Gu Yuan inquired, "What kind of collaboration do you envision? Are we to jointly launch a counteroffensive against the Soul Clan?" The strength displayed by the Soul Clan was indeed formidable, yet he believed that should the Gu Lei and Medicine clans unite, along with Hun Cang, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Chun, they would not be devoid of the capacity to confront the Soul Clan. Having faced significant losses today, Lei Ying felt a burning desire for vengeance, eager to repay the Soul Clan in kind, and fervently declared, "I support this notion." Chapter 220 Clan Leaders, please consider swiftly. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Despite the Lei and Medicine clans having endured a devastating war with heavy casualties, their foundational strength remains intact. If one seeks to gather individuals capable of combat, this can still be accomplished. Moreover, with Hun Cang at the helm of the Cang Alliance and the support of the Dan Tower, while complete annihilation of the Soul Clan may be unattainable, inflicting them with a heavy price is virtually assured. Hun Cang was well aware of this, yet he was reluctant to pursue that path. Facing Lei Ying and Gu Yuan, he calmly stated, "I believe it is unfeasible." Lei Ying grew anxious. "On what grounds do you refuse?" "In the past, we struggled to strike against the Soul Clan due to their elusive position. Once they concealed themselves, we had no means of attack. Yet you, undoubtedly aware of the Soul Clan's precise location, could guide us, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Such a splendid opportunity, and you dare to decline? I now suspect you harbor ulterior motives." Having just come from battle, Gu Yuan fully understood Lei Ying's sentiments, but they were currently deliberating future matters. He soothed Clan Leader Lei, "Calm down. Let us hear Hun Cang out." Hun Cang nodded gently. "Let me pose a question. Why strive for the ancient emperor's jade?" With a disdainful expression, Lei Ying scoffed. "It is said that within the abode of the ancient emperor lies treasures that can elevate one to the status of emperor. The ancient emperor was the last battle emperor on the Dou King continent, shrouded in mystery with no trace of his origins. Furthermore, after achieving emperor status, he did not establish a clan nor leave any descendants. In a long-lost ancient relic, some of the ancient emperor's belongings surfaced, revealing that he had left behind opportunities for others to ascend to emperor status, with the ancient jade serving as the key to unlock his abode. When news of this reached the strong on the Dou King continent, fierce battles erupted, as it had been ages since a battle emperor had emerged. Following the conclusion of that conflict, the ancient emperor's jade was divided into 8 pieces, claimed by the 8 ancient clans. Gradually, the matter settled, and each ancient race became reluctant to relinquish their piece of jade, with some clans even disregarding the opportunity as long as they could prevent others from seizing it. Only the Soul Clan remained fixated on this issue. Previously, when the Xiao clan's Xiao Xian endeavored to ascend to emperor status using the entirety of his clan's strength, the Soul Clan played a role in his failure, all due to the ancient emperor's jade. Gu Yuan was well aware of this, including the fact that before Xiao Xian's endeavor, he had entrusted Gu Yuan with the responsibility of watching over the Xiao clan should anything happen to him. Hun Cang continued, "Ultimately, everything stems from the ancient emperor's jade. Can you guarantee that a united front will effectively eradicate the Soul Clan and ensure the Soul Emperor's demise?" Hun Cang's gaze fixed intently on Lei Ying during this latter inquiry. Furrowing his brow, Lei Ying realized that absolute certainty was unattainable. The Soul Emperor was no fool and would not simply stand still for slaughter. Hun Cang remarked coldly, "Should the Soul Emperor escape, he would become like a pair of eyes in the darkness, perpetually watching the ancient clans, including me. At that point, everyone would live in constant trepidation. Is it the kind of existence you desire?" A shiver coursed through Lei Ying's body as if struck by a jolt of electricity. The thought of being under the scrutiny of someone nearing the power of a battle emperor was enough to disturb even his own peace of mind. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before gradually relaxing his expression, feeling that Hun Cang's perspective held merit. It is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief's fixation, especially when the thief is barefoot. If the Soul Emperor were truly cornered to that extent, eliminating him would be ideal, allowing everyone to coexist peacefully. However, should the Soul Emperor manage to flee, it would seem that the ancient realm could never be reopened, leaving all to live like turtles, hidden within their clan territories. Such a life would be unbearable. Realizing his cognitive bias, Lei Ying inquired, "Hun Cang, you have shared much. What insights do you possess? Please, speak freely." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Hun Cang's eyes as he maintained a composed facade. Since this all arises from the ancient emperor's abode, why not seize this opportunity to directly unlock it? The treasures within would be claimed by each according to their own prowess. We can initially join forces to thwart the Soul Emperor, and then the remaining opportunities can be divided among ourselves. Having traversed through time, Hun Cang could hardly allow such a chance for ascension to slip away. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. I fear this may be too much of a gamble. What if the Soul Emperor seizes it, achieves Battle Emperor status, and leaves us all with no escape? After some reflection, Lang hesitated. Clan leader Gu is correct. This strategy does seem flawed. Hun Cang replied indifferently. This is the best method to compel the Soul Emperor to reveal himself. He would undoubtedly not miss the chance when the abode is opened. Gu Yuan raised his head and remarked, however, now only the ancient jade of the Gu clan remains, and the initiative is firmly in his grasp. Why would he accept our plan? If he were to propose opening the cave, the Soul Emperor is not a fool. He would certainly suspect that traps have been laid around the cave. If that is the case, why not wait a little longer? We could first deal with the others, and then focus on the Gu clan, obtaining all the ancient jade for ourselves. With a decisive wave of his hand, Hun Cang declared, you need not worry about this matter. I have a solution. I'm not afraid to tell you that I know the location of the ancient cave of the Tuo Shi Emperor. What? Lei Ying and Gu Yuan exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the revelation. For years, countless individuals had sought information about the Tuo Shi Emperor's cave, yearning to enter or at least explore the vicinity for potential opportunities. Yet, after such a long time, no news had surfaced. The only clue was perhaps the collection of all 8 pieces of the Tuo Shi Emperor jade, which might grant a chance to locate it. Lang shook his head vigorously. Impossible, Hun Cang. It is not that I seek to belittle you, but I have traversed more roads in the Dou King continent than you have consumed rice. How could you possibly know the location of the Tuo Shi Emperor's cave? Gu Yuan also harbored doubts. The enormity of this information was simply unbelievable. Hun Cang replied calmly, I would not jest about such matters. Do you not find it curious how swiftly my power has increased? How I can suppress the void-devouring flame? The two fell silent once more, deep in thought. The more they pondered, the more they felt Hun Cang's entire being seemed exaggerated, almost incongruous with reality. After all, some members of their clan possessed godly bloodlines. Yet their cultivation talents paled in comparison to Hun Cang's. Moreover, sending those individuals to confront the void-devouring flame would likely result in their immediate annihilation. It was inconceivable for anyone at the 9-star Dou Saint level to inflict harm upon such a being. Gu Yuan considered the situation from another perspective. Perhaps he could severely injure the void-devouring flame, but he would undoubtedly suffer injuries himself. It was impossible to fight against the void-devouring flame without any consequences, as Hun Cang had done. Could it be that Hun Cang's growth was indeed connected to the Tuo Shi Emperor's cave? Hun Cang smiled and said, Leaders, please deliberate quickly. I've said what needed to be said, and while it is unrealistic to expect an immediate response from you, after all, you are both seasoned beings with many years behind you. I am confident that Gu Yuan will agree to my proposal. This is also due to Xiao Yan. At that time, I had shared some insights with him. As they watched Hun Cang's figure vanish into the void, Lei Ying and Gu Yuan exchanged a glance, their expressions pensive. Gu Yuan contemplated and suggested, Leader Lei, since the Lei clan has been discovered, staying isolated is no longer safe. I recommend relocating your clan's territory closer to the Gu clan. This way, we can look out for one another. Even if today's events repeat, my strength can surely extend beyond its current limits. Lei nodded, I understand. Rest assured, clan leader Gu, I will notify them shortly. Gu Yuan then departed, seeking the elder of the Yao clan, and together they traversed the passageway back to the Yao clan, escorting the members of the Gu clan along the route they had taken. Chapter 221. What Nonsense Dou Techniques. Upon returning to the Demon Fire space, Hun Cang summoned Xiao Yan. Big brother. Xiao Yan's expression was serious. He had learned through his master, Yao Chun, about the events transpiring within the Yao clan and understood that chaos was imminent. Hun Cang nodded slightly. During this Yao clan's medicinal convention, I have acquired 2 rare flames. You must absorb them as quickly as possible. I had intended to capture the void-devouring flame, but alas. He raised his hand, revealing 2 clusters of extraordinary flames. Having encountered similar situations frequently, Xiao Yan was almost numb to them. His current prowess was intricately linked to the individual before him. Yet, the gratitude he felt in his heart remained, though he chose to express it silently, etching it into his memory. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan declared earnestly, Big brother, in the battles to come, I will be at the forefront, determined not to disappoint your expectations. Hun Cang patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to proceed. Aware that time was of the essence and that enhancing his strength was paramount, Xiao Yan departed with the flames, eager to absorb them swiftly. Left alone in the demon fire space, Hun Cang summoned his thoughts, and two flame spirits materialized before him. One flame spirit resembled an ancient turtle, while the other appeared as a deep green vine, swaying gracefully. I hope this will allow me to break through to the 8-star Dou Saint. A flicker of anticipation crossed Hun Cang's mind as he consumed both flame spirits. In recent days, Hun Cang had realized that the higher one ascended in the Dou Saint realm, the more challenging it became to make progress. Even though he could enhance his strength by devouring flame spirits back in the early stages of the Dou Saint realm, the pure Lotus Demon Fire could elevate him by 2 stars to the 3rd star. Now, with the 5th-ranked Spirit Flame, he felt uncertain whether he could even achieve an increase of 1 star. Additionally, there was a vague, profound sensation. Hun Cang felt a layer of restraint, as if enveloped in a resilient membrane. Regardless of how great his strength, he could not break through. It seemed one must pierce through the surface to achieve a breakthrough. Hun Cang speculated that this was likely the unique rule of power within the Douqi world. The closer one approached the Dou Emperor level, the more pronounced this rule became. Even with the assistance of flame spirits provided by the system, to transcend to the Dou Emperor, one must acquire the source imperial energy. Otherwise, they would remain confined within the Dou Saint realm. This was a realization Hun Cang had when he utilized the triple transformation of flame spirits. The triple transformation revolves around the flame spirits, categorized into 3 phases: burning body, burning soul, and burning spirit. Logically, as he amassed more flame spirits, the amplification of his power should have increased correspondingly. Yet when facing the void, devouring flame, Hun Cang sensed that even while employing the triple transformation, the amplification of his strength still did not reach its peak, as if subsequent power was being suppressed and could not be unleashed. Compared to Xiao Yan, Hun Cang devoured the flames more swiftly. Upon completing the fusion of the 2 flame spirits, his strength, as anticipated, had only risen to the peak of the 7-star Dou Saint late stage. This time, Hun Cang observed carefully and discovered that the energy of the 2 flame spirits had not been fully digested. He murmured, perhaps by consuming the remaining void, devouring flame, Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, and 9 dragons thunder fire, my strength might then reach the mid-stage of the 9-star Dou Saint. A smile graced Hun Cang's face, radiating satisfaction. For with the strength of the mid-stage 9-star Dou Saint, combined with the triple transformation of flame spirits, even against strong suppression, he could at least elevate his realm to the peak of 9-star Dou Saint. With the unique properties of his flames, alongside the inheritance of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, Hun Cang felt confident in his ability to suppress the Soul Emperor. Achieving that would be sufficient. Once he broke through to the Dou Emperor level and the source imperial energy returned, all enmities would be resolved, and their vision would no longer be confined to the Douqi world, but would extend to greater heights. Hun Cang's figure gradually faded into the void. In the outside world, Yao Tianhua, benefiting from his advantageous position, though not among the most elite of the Cang Alliance, held a high status and was responsible for the foundational construction of the alliance. This included the setting up and maintenance of large formations, as well as overseeing daily order. Among other tasks, following the successful ambush by Hun Yuan Sheng, Hun Feng, and others, the Cang Alliance's formations were immediately upgraded, primarily inspired by Hun Cang's insights after he absorbed the inheritance of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Subsequently, several Dou Saints of the Cang Alliance collaborated, using the Gamma Empire as the core, with surrounding cities as the supporting pillars, to create a spatial and defensive formation. In simple terms, it resembled a small clan territory. Except for its immobility, all other aspects were akin to a clan territory. Entry and exit required a specific aura, otherwise, one could not step inside, and any forced intrusion would trigger alarms. Thus, in the future, incidents of being ambushed and having hostages taken would be averted. Sensing something, Yao Tianhua's gaze shifted, and he noticed a figure gradually materializing. Respectfully bowing, I pay my respects to the Alliance leader. Standing in the void, Hun Cang raised his hand and pointed at him. Chuckling, respected Tianhua, or rather, Saint Tianhua, there is no need for such formalities between us. Yao Tianhua smiled, the ease in his eyes undiminished. He recognized that the soul Cang before him was still the person he once knew intimately, yet the aura he unconsciously exuded had undergone a profound transformation, even though he had ascended to the rank of a Dou Sheng. Facing Soul Cang still filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. This aura was not a deliberate projection by Soul Cang, but rather a testament to his rapid advancement in strength, which even he himself had not fully realized. Upon noticing the peculiar reaction of Yao Tianhua, Soul Song instinctively restrained his aura, causing Yao Tianhua's expression to visibly lighten. Soul Song inquired, how was the formation coming along? As they discussed Yao Tianhua's recent endeavors, he regained his vigor, excitedly and meticulously explaining the details to Soul Song. After all, while many formidable figures had emerged from its Song alliance, it was Soul Song who had steadfastly entrusted this task to Yao Tianhua. The core of the formation was primarily based on the Demon Fire space, with the capital of the Gamma Empire serving as a secondary focus. Now, after such a lengthy period, the formation was nearing completion, with its capabilities, such as discernment, even beginning to be utilized. Soul Song pondered momentarily before asking, do you have confidence, Tianhua Zunjia? Compared to being addressed as Tianhua Shengzhe, Yao Tianhua preferred the title of Tianhua Zunjia. His spirit invigorated as he replied, a single strike from an 8-star Do Sheng is absolutely no problem. Soul Song suggested, shall we give it a try? Yao Tianhua nodded in agreement. In an instant, Soul Song's figure flashed up into the sky. As he withdrew his gaze, Yao Tianhua immediately issued commands. Upon learning that Soul Song intended to test the formation, everyone sprang into action with an energy reminiscent of being invigorated by a jolt of adrenaline. The reputation of their leader was well known, and whether it was Yao Chun or Yao Tianhua, they had both witnessed and envied the opportunities presented by this alliance. Among them, the one who garnered the most envy was undoubtedly Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan, whose association with the alliance leader had propelled him to heights rivaling the most powerful figures on the Dou King continent. With unwavering precision, everyone infused their power into the formation, then lifted their gazes, filled with anticipation, towards the figure in the sky. The matters concerning the Yao clan and the Lei clan were no longer secrets to the Song alliance. Each individual was acutely aware that war was imminent, and the efficacy of the formation held significant implications for their lives and those of their families. Thus, the opportunity for an experiment was highly valued. Should any issues arise, they would rectify them, and if there were deficiencies, they would enhance them. Early detection and resolution were far preferable to discovering flaws amidst actual conflict, a realization that would come too late for regret. 5 fire spirits surged forth from Soul Song's body, each occupying a distinct position, their power manifesting from beneath them. Intertwining to form a pentagram, the 5 wheels of Lihua formation emerged, flames surging high, illuminating the sky as if set ablaze. Subsequently, a searing beam of light, imbued with a terrifying aura capable of obliterating worlds, thundered down, crashing into a city enveloped in a colorful barrier. Boom! A resounding roar echoed in the ears of the spectators, rippling water-like patterns appearing on the surface of the barrier, energy undulating from a point of impact. Yao Tianhua, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. This is the Dou technique I created, the 5 wheels of Lihua. Have you all taken a good look? Isn't it impressive? In the next moment, laughter erupted around him. If even this formation could not be breached, what good was this so-called Dou technique? Given the leader's terrifying strength, surely he could break through with another technique. Yao Tianhua's smile abruptly faded as he glared in the direction of the laughter. Nonsense. Clearly, this formation is too strong. The laughter only intensified. Everyone understood that if the formation could withstand Soul Song's strike, its strength was undoubtedly formidable. After all, their leader's prowess was already among the pinnacle of the Dou King continent. Such a powerful figure, if engaged in battle, would likely never even have the chance to attack the formation. They belong to a realm of conflict far beyond that. Chapter 222. The ancient clan agrees to proceed to the Jia Nan Academy. Soul Song regarded the formation with a smile in his eyes. Although he had not unleashed the full force of the fire spirits in their 3rd transformation, the fact that the formation could withstand his strike while still possessing ample room for absorption indicated its impressive defensive capabilities. Having achieved this much, he need not worry about his home being compromised, even in direct confrontation with his father. As the formation dissipated, Soul Song descended, and upon encountering Yao Tianhua who approached, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your hard work, Tianhua Zunjia." Yao Tianhua, initially hoping for a compliment, was taken aback by Soul Song's gratitude, his face flushing as he humbly replied, "Leader, the formation was entirely your design. I merely oversaw the process. It's nothing significant. You're the true hero here." Soul Song smiled gently. "Without your dedication, this formation could not have reached such heights." Yao Tianhua accompanied Soul Song, guiding him around the formation to inspect for any areas requiring enhancement. As the formation was derived from the pure Lotus Demon Saint, and with Soul Song having received his complete legacy, he was able to offer some insightful suggestions. Yao Tianhua listened intently, jotting down every detail, preparing to send someone for improvements shortly thereafter. Soon, Sol Tsang flickered away and returned home. In the courtyard, Sol Linhua was teaching their two children how to recognize characters. The children, having grown, immediately dashed towards Sol Tsang upon spotting him. A broad smile spread across his face as he bent down to scoop them both up, asking, "Have my little rascals been causing any trouble lately?" The children shook their heads obediently. Sol Linhua approached. "Stop trying to scare my two precious grandchildren. Besides, why do you have to chastise them when you disappear for days on end?" Sol Tsang sighed and rallied his spirits. "Mother, it won't be long now. Soon, I will be by the children's side every day." Sol Linhua glanced at the children, her adoring gaze tinged with concern. "Are you certain? After all these years as clan leader, there may be many tricks up his sleeve that you do not know." This he naturally referred to the Sol Emperor. After all that had transpired, Sol Linhua understood why Sol Tsang had initially taken her away from the Sol clan. Caring for the children was one reason, but he likely had plans to confront the Sol Emperor well in advance. Sol Tsang smiled confidently. "Mother, rest assured. In this world, there are not many who can deceive me, at least not at this moment." Sol Linhua shot him a skeptical glance. "You talk so boldly." Clearly, she did not take Sol Tsang's words to heart. After all, no one knew that he had witnessed the storyline, which for him was akin to a rebirth. He was fully aware of everything, especially since he had been exceedingly cautious in the early stages, fearing that his actions might lead to unforeseen developments. Now, aside from some minor deviations, the world was progressing according to its original trajectory. Sol Tsang was indeed confident in this regard. At that moment, Medusa and Yafei approached side by side. With the influx of abundant resources and Medusa's assistance, Yafei had also broken through to the Dozong stage, her appearance remaining unchanged. Additionally, having given birth, her demeanor exuded even more charm. Clad in a flowing crimson dress, she perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Beside her, Medusa, having served as the leader of the Tsang Alliance for a considerable time, radiated an even stronger aura of a queen than before. Sol Tsang handed the children back to their grandmother and hurried over to greet them. After sharing a meal together, he took the opportunity to spend the day with the children. That night, in a warm room filled with steam, as the winds ceased and silence enveloped them, Sol Tsang lay in the center, suddenly recalling something. Sitting up, he lifted the thin blanket that covered him, revealing the graceful forms of the two beautiful women beside him. Medusa and Yafei followed suit, sitting up as well. Medusa inquired, "What's the matter?" Sol Tsang raised his hand and produced a porcelain vial. Handing it to Medusa, as he explained, "This is a 9th rank Xiandan, previously refined by the Yao clan as Xiao Suzi. I have reviewed it. It is a pill that enhances strength. Find an opportunity to take it tomorrow and absorb its effects as soon as possible." Nintrang Xuandan? Medusa, who had initially reached out to take it, suddenly froze, as if the porcelain vial had become too hot to handle, hesitating to touch it. At this moment, Hun Cang placed the elixir in her palm, smiling gently. "Do not overthink it. This pill holds little significance for me. Even if I consume it, the enhancement to my strength will be barely perceptible." He wrapped his arm around Medusa's shoulders, feeling the smoothness of her skin, and continued, "Should Gu Yuan acquiesce to my proposition, I shall not remain here, and you will need to uphold this household. I would not wish for a repeat of our previous calamity. Thus, you require it more than I do." Medusa's eyes sparkled with emotion. Once, as the queen of the serpent people, despite her exalted position, it was no simple feat to behold a 7th grade elixir. Now, a 9th grade profound elixir lay within her grasp. Hun Cang then embraced Yafei, his hand slipping beneath her arm for support, whispering, "In these tumultuous times, certain matters must be entrusted to Medusa first. However, rest assured, once stability is restored in the future, I shall repay any debt owed to you." Yafei's face radiated happiness as she shook her head, replying, "Hun Cang, you have never owed me anything. In this lifetime, simply encountering you and bearing your children has already brought me immense satisfaction." A sleepless night passed. The following day, upon awakening, Medusa informed Hun Cang of her intention to enter seclusion before departing the room. However, prior to her retreat, she needed to arrange matters regarding the Tsang Alliance. Thus, Medusa convened a brief meeting, announcing her recent breakthrough in cultivation and delegating all affairs to them for the time being. Meanwhile, Hun Cang awoke and stepped out of his chamber, finding solace in the company of their two children, as there was little else to occupy his time while awaiting news from the ancient clan. It would be impractical to summon individuals to the Sol clan merely to observe the void devouring flame. This wait extended for 7 days. During this period, the elder of the Pill Tower visited, stating that the Sol clan had fortified the defenses of the Sol Palace, rendering their attempts at sabotage with minimal chances of success. They had even fallen into traps set by the Soul clan, suffering considerable losses. Hun Cang had no better suggestions, for the Soul clan now possessed 7 pieces of ancient Emperor Jade, allowing them ample time and energy to contend with other ancient races without needing to conserve their strength. Thus, this plan had to be temporarily shelved. Hun Cang feared that if the Soul Emperor were pressed too hard, he might take retaliatory measures against the Pill Towers factions and his own Tsang alliance. Unless absolutely necessary, Hun Cang wished to avoid such a scenario. Fortunately, news from the ancient clan arrived. In response to Hun Cang's proposal, Gu Yuan expressed that, after thorough deliberation among their kin, the plan was deemed viable. The two parties arranged a time to discuss the specifics. Before this meeting, however, word had already spread that the ancient clan planned to transport the ancient jade to the ancient emperor's cave shortly. En route to the ancient clan, Hun Cang altered his course midway, directing his flight towards the Xiao Yan Academy. The Tuasha ancient emperor's cave lay directly beneath the academy, and there were matters he wished to discuss. Moreover, he needed to communicate with the venerable Dragon King below, hoping for his invaluable assistance when a moment called for it. Aware that he might lack sufficient clout, given the Dragon King's stature, he decided to summon Xiao Yan, merely informing her to come to Xiao Yan Academy for an important matter. Upon receiving this message, Xiao Yan hurried on her way. Chapter 223. Is there no room for negotiation? At Xiao Yan Academy, the square was teeming with people filled with exuberant voices. Today marked the academy's anniversary. All faculty and students ceased their lessons and training, with most elders pausing their tasks to gather in the square and revel in the celebratory occasion. The students stood in neat rows, their smiles radiant. As the elders addressed the crowd, some freshmen covertly glanced towards the northwest, where a group of tall, regal figures stood. They were clad in uniforms adorned with the character Tsang on their chests, an emblem of the Tsang Alliance. To this day, the Tsang Alliance had risen to become the largest student faction within Xiao Yan Academy, boasting strength sufficient to rank among the top 3 in the Black Corner region. Many of the newcomers hailed from the Black Corner region, having, to varying degrees, received the Tsang Alliance's support. At the forefront of the Tsang Alliance stood a man and a woman, Lin Fong and Xiao Yu, the Vice Alliance leader and the Alliance leader, respectively. Xiao Yu observed with a stoic gaze and remarked softly, "Recently, rumors of the Tsang Alliance's bullying have proliferated. It is time to revise our standards for recruiting outsiders." Lin Fong's expression bore a hint of bitterness as he replied, "Alliance leader, while their reputations may be less than stellar, we are in dire need of manpower at this moment. Their presence could significantly mitigate our losses." The development of the Tsang Alliance had been steady and methodical, until recently when Xiao Yu unexpectedly declared that the Alliance must swiftly seize control of the entire Black Corner region. This proclamation instilled a sense of threat among the various factions within the Black Corner region, prompting them to unite in opposition to the Tsang Alliance. These factions were a motley assortment, employing despicable tactics, as the majority of the Tsang Alliance members were students. Initial confrontations often resulted in devastating losses due to the traps laid by their adversaries. Subsequently, the Tsang Alliance relaxed its recruitment criteria, enlisting individuals from the Black Corner region to counteract the threats, which somewhat reduced their casualties. Despite the Tsang Alliance's established regulations, many of the newcomers had grown accustomed to a lax lifestyle, with several undesirable habits becoming ingrained. Even with rules in place, mistakes occasionally occurred. Gradually, the negative evaluations of the Tsang Alliance intensified. A flicker of helplessness crossed Xiao Yu's brow as she clearly understood Lin Fong's concerns. Frowning, she suggested, "Then we must escalate the penalties, ensuring they control their words and actions." Lin Fong nodded in agreement. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the rear, interrupting the elder's speech. Everyone turned to see a dark mass soaring through the sky towards Xiao Yan Academy, exuding an ominous aura. Clearly, they came with ill intentions. Numerous elders took to the air to confront the approaching figures, followed closely by Xiao Yu and the other members of the Tsang Alliance. Among the ranks of the academy, the members of the Tsang Alliance were the most formidable, and they were not inclined to shy away from battle. At the forefront of the crowd, Elder Su Qian bellowed, "Halt! This is Xiao Yan Academy. What do you intend to do?" The throng of individuals came to a standstill, their garb varied and their temperaments distinct. An elder stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "Xiao Yan Academy? I have come specifically for Xiao Yan Academy. Today, you must grant us justice." Elder Su Qian froneth. "Heiku, what do you mean by that?" "Today is the anniversary of Xiao Yan Academy. If you cause trouble, do not blame me for being impolite." The elder before them was an ancestor of the He Ku tomb, who had not shown his face for hundreds of years. Once, he had been a renowned powerhouse in the Black Corner region. He Ku coldly replied. Let the Tsang Alliance members step forward to speak. Xiao Yan. Her demeanor indifferent. What do you wish to say? Speak your mind. Tiske. He Ku wiped his lips, narrowing his eyes as he assessed her. So, you are the female alliance leader. I must say, how can you be so ruthless, leaving no path for us to survive? Xiao Yu's face displayed unabashed disdain. You have committed countless atrocities, leading many to ruin. Did you ever consider leaving them a way out? Now you dare to speak of such things? Let me be clear. Even if your numbers doubled, my stance remains unchanged. Henceforth, the Black Corner region shall only have one voice, and that is the Tsang Alliance. If you wish to survive, you must adhere to the rules of the Tsang Alliance and atone for your numerous sins. A chorus of venomous voices rose behind He Ku, their gazes akin to ravenous wolves, as if they wished to rend Xiao Yu limb from limb. He Ku raised a hand to silence them, then slowly spoke. Alliance leader Xiao Yu, are you truly unwilling to entertain any room for negotiation? Without hesitation, Xiao Yu replied, there is no room for negotiation. He Ku's eyes glinted with malice. Do you think that Tsang Alliance can act with impunity just because of Xiao Yan Academy? Xiao Yan stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Xiao Yu and meeting He Ku's gaze with resolve. He Ku, there are sins that can be forgiven and sins that cannot. I advise you to contemplate your actions carefully. Two figures suddenly burst forth from the Canaan Academy, their imposing presence as weighty as a mountain and as tumultuous as the surging tides of a mighty river, casting an overwhelming aura that sent shivers through those who beheld it. Many behind the Black Skull felt the oppressive aura of a Dozun, their expressions shifting in response. Unfazed, Black Skull smirked. The two esteemed elders of the Canaan Academy, after years of seclusion, have indeed advanced further in strength. Congratulations. Elder Bai waved his sleeve coldly. Black Skull, you could still spare your life if you retreat now. Yet Black Skull, rather than displaying any semblance of fear, raised the corners of his mouth in a mocking grin. Do you think that after so many years in the Black Corner region, I am unaware of the profound heritage of Canaan Academy? Would I come here to seek death without any assurance? Elder Bai's expression hardened. What do you mean? With a chilling smile, Black Skull clasped his hands and bowed slightly to the side, calling out, please, Lord you. Lord you? The members of Canaan Academy looked at each other in confusion, evidently unfamiliar with this name. Suddenly, all heads lifted, gazes turned upward, and their expressions grew grave. A vast and magnificent aura rippled through the air, more intense and profound than that of the two elders. A Dou King expert. Elder Bai and Elder Qian exclaimed in unison. As the highest-ranking individuals present, they were acutely aware of the significance of this aura. Observing the altered expressions of the crowd, Black Skull's sinister grin deepened as his fierce gaze fixated on Xiao Yu. He had harbored disdain for her for quite some time. The once chaotic Black Corner region had been reshaped into its current state, causing Black Skull's tomb to miss countless lucrative opportunities and suffer substantial losses. Elder Bai gazed at the figures shrouded in Dou Qi, unable to discern their features, and respectfully addressed, Your Excellency Dou Sheng, this matter concerns Canaan Academy, and we hope you will refrain from intervening. The figure responded indifferently, Do not presume to intimidate me with Canaan Academy. I am a solitary figure now, without any reservations. If you hand over all members of the Tsang Alliance, Canaan Academy will remain as it has been. Elder Su Qian quickly interjected, Elder Bai. We must not acquiesce to his demands. Otherwise, what will become of the Academy's reputation? Elder Bai replied solemnly, Your Excellency Dou Sheng. The Tsang Alliance was established by the students of Canaan Academy. The figure's tone turned icy. So there is no room for negotiation? Elder Bai stood tall. I advise you to reconsider your course of action. Do not invite trouble over trifling gains. How dare a mere Dou Zun instruct me? Seeking death. The figure erupted in fury, and Dou Qi surged forth like a meteor, an overwhelming force directed at Elder Bai. Elders Bai and Qian acted in concert, erecting a defensive barrier. Yet, in the next moment, the barrier crumbled as if made of paper, and the two figures crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit of 100 feet. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with panic, but as the leader of an alliance, she steadied herself, maintaining her composure and asking, The Tsang Alliance does not harbor cowards, but if we must perish, we shall do so understandingly. When did we provoke you? The figure replied impatiently. The dead have no right to know. At that moment, a voice imbued with mockery echoed, No right? I believe it is someone who lacks the courage. Little bird of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. As the assault of Dou Qi targeted Xiao Yu, it was effortlessly intercepted by a figure whose calm voice emerged from their lips. Black Skull's expression stiffened, his malicious glee intensifying. Who is it? Who speaks? In recent years, forces such as Black Skull's tomb and the Blood Sect had been severely suppressed by the Tsang Alliance. With Canaan Academy backing the Tsang Alliance, they refrained from striking out, fearing the Academy's wrath. Although Canaan Academy had not truly expressed anger in a long time, the last incident was when Han Feng led a surprise attack. Yet, these forces dared not gamble. After all, those entrenched in the Black Corner region were primarily seeking wealth and did not wish to lose their lives. Having been suppressed for so long by the Tsang Alliance, many factions had united to devise a plan. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared, effortlessly releasing an aura that intimidated all. This person claimed to be you, possessing Dou Sheng's strength, and expressed willingness to assist in resolving the Tsang Alliance issue. Without mentioning any form of compensation, Black Skull and the others, upon deliberation, thought such an opportunity too good to pass up, and thus summoned numerous powerful individuals to Canaan Academy. During this time, the Lord Yu rarely made an appearance, but his temper was notably volatile, quick to kill at the slightest disagreement. Black Skull's gaze fell upon the figure before Xiao Yu, a cold smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had prepared herself for death, closing her eyes as memories of her child, Hun Cang, and past moments flashed through her mind, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, hearing a voice that had repeatedly visited her dreams, she opened her eyes wide, gazing at the familiar silhouette. Her heart tightening, Hun Cang. Black Skull faltered slightly. Hun Cang? Could he be the founder of the Tsang Alliance at Canaan Academy? The very reason these factions have faced such oppression? Elder Su Qian was taken aback. Hun Cang, what brings you here? The old academy head often vanished for years at a time, and the last time he returned, he had spoken highly of Hun Cang and Xiao Yan, proclaiming their remarkable potential. At the time, Su Qian had wondered if the old head had met them somewhere. However, upon seeing Hun Cang now, the tumult in Su Qian's heart swiftly settled. For the young man who had emerged from Canaan Academy had gained immense renown across the continent. His strength, now magnitudes greater than before. Hun Cang, the Lord Yu unleashed a roar filled with unprecedented hatred and fear, causing many to cover their ears in agony. Black Skull clenched his fists in excitement. This was the first time he had witnessed such a state from Lord Yu. Hun Cang was surely doomed. Yet in the next instant, his smile froze, his expression blank. For after that bellow, the Lord Yu turned tail and fled at an astonishing speed. Hun Cang stood his ground, showing no inclination to pursue, while Xiao Yu looked on in confusion, her heart heavy with concern. If such a formidable being were not dealt with, how could the Tsang Alliance thrive in the Black Corner region? In the next moment, Xiao Yu saw a colossal dragon, thousands of feet long, suddenly emerging from the void. Crashing into the opposition, realization dawned upon her, and her face contorted with shock. Who could that be? Hun Cang withdrew his gaze, addressing Black Skull and the others with an enigmatic statement. I presume you are reluctant to relocate. Best to resolve this directly. Relocate? To where? Xiao Yu wondered, but did not inquire further. Then, she witnessed a flash of flames, and all figures vanished without a sound. Su Qian chuckled wryly. Hun Cang, this is. Hun Cang clasped his hands together. Elder Su, it has been a while. They are merely a handful of miscreants disposed of to prevent pollution of the air. In the distance, the dragons swooped down toward Canaan Academy, and Xiao Yu feigned calmness beside Hun Cang as the students instinctively took a few steps back. With a flash of light, the dragon transformed into a tall young woman with striking purple eyes. Si Yuan respectfully Elder Su. Previously in Canaan Academy, this elder had always treated her kindly, often coming to her aid during her frequent mishaps. Elder Su smiled slightly. In the blink of an eye, little Ziyuan has grown into a young woman. Ziyuan gave a shy smile, then turned to Hun Cang. What brings you to Canaan Academy? Surely, it cannot be just for that scruffy bird. Hun Cang replied with a smile. I'll speak with you later. I have matters to discuss with the elders. With that, he took Xiao Yu's hand, causing her to feel a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, momentarily rendering her stiff. Only when she felt Hun Cang's gentle grip did she regain her composure. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized they were under the watchful eyes of so many. As the leader of the alliance, this newfound attention was both exhilarating and daunting. Huang Cang maintained an unperturbed demeanor, addressing Xiao Yu. You take Ziyan to rest first. I shall join you later. Xiao Yu nodded in acquiescence, casting a glance at Ziyan before swiftly making her way towards the Xiao family's courtyard. Ziyan rolled her eyes at Huang Cang, then followed suit. Huang Cang observed the jubilant decorations and inquired, what occasion is being celebrated today? Su Qian replied, it's the school anniversary. Huang Cang nodded. Will your absence have any impact? Su Qian shook his head. Huang Cang then asked, is the old dean present? Su Qian remained silent, uncertain of the old dean's whereabouts. At that moment, Elders Bai and Qian approached Su Qian, with Elder Bai glancing at Huang Cang and asking, what brings you here? Huang Cang's expression turned serious as he replied, a matter of great importance, such as the relocation of the Canaan Academy. Elder Bai scrutinized him intently before responding, Su Qian, please escort him to the conference room while I fetch the dean. Understood, Su Qian acknowledged, leading Huang Cang away. Once Huang Cang and Elder Su Qian's figures vanished from sight, a cacophony of discussions erupted in the square. The surrounding elders observed the scene with smiles, quietly watching, while some exchanged sentiments about how they had long believed in Huang Cang's potential. Inside the conference room, Su Qian sat beside Huang Cang and posed a question. Huang Cang, why does the Canaan Academy need to relocate? Huang Cang shook his head and replied, it is not just about the Canaan Academy, but the entire Black Corner domain. Su Qian's face reflected astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion. Huang Cang elaborated, a great battle will soon ensue here, and the adversaries I face will be formidable, numbering at least 2 hands. Su Qian pondered momentarily before asking, what is your current cultivation level? Huang Cang calmly answered, the peak of the 7-star Dou Saint. Su Qian's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. What astonishing speed of cultivation! Several figures entered from outside, led by an elder. Huang Cang rose. The elder smiled slightly, we meet again. He anticipated Huang Cang's confusion, but was met with a nod instead. Indeed, at the ancient clan. The elder paused momentarily, then resumed with a normal expression, I heard you wish for the Canaan Academy to relocate. May I ask why? Huang Cang replied with serenity, not long ago. The Soul Clan targeted the Thunder and Medicine clans. You must be aware. The elder nodded. Huang Cang continued, I have formed an alliance with the ancient Thunder Medicine clan, and a great battle with the Soul Clan is imminent, right here in the Black Corner domain. Before the elder could respond, another elder interjected, displeased Huang Cang. Despite your background as a student of this academy, the Douqi continent is vast and sparsely populated. There are countless locations to choose from. Why select this place? Huang Cang did not take offense. He understood the sentiment, as the Canaan Academy had been established here for a considerable time, and it was natural for them to feel reluctant. He explained, the specifics are not convenient to disclose, but I can reveal that this area holds something of great significance. Relocating sooner would benefit everyone. The elder raised his hand to silence the others, nodding in agreement. Huang Cang, I trust you. Huang Cang's gaze flickered. It seemed the elder was aware of certain matters. However, he soon recalled that this elder enjoyed wandering into perilous places, and it was quite possible he had chosen to establish the academy here due to foreknowledge of certain truths. Huang Cang stood, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Dean. The elder gestured dismissively, patting Huang Cang's shoulder, imparting solemnly, this is a double-edged sword. Wield it wisely. Huang Cang felt a momentary clarity wash over him, exuding confidence. Rest assured, Dean, everything is within my plans. The elder refrained from further comment. After Huang Cang departed, the dean and the elders of the Canaan Academy began deliberating the relocation arrangements. Several elders were filled with questions. Yet the elder merely stated that the reasons would soon become clear, urging them to expedite the plans for the relocation. Exiting the conference room, the elder's gaze dropped to the ground, as if penetrating layers of earth and lava to glimpse the depths below. Chapter 225. A colossal stone gate reaching thousands of zhan. After many years, returning to the familiar courtyard stirred a sense of nostalgia within Huang Cang. The days spent plotting to seize the fallen heart flame had witnessed many events unfold here. Upon entering, Huang Cang paused, abruptly turning his head, brow furrowed. A bloodline resonance? In the next moment, Huang Cang's figure blurred, and upon reappearing, he found himself beneath a roof, where a woman was instructing 2 children in reading. As if guided by an unseen force, both children simultaneously lifted their heads, casting their gazes towards Huang Cang. Xiao Mei was about to reprimand them, but upon seeing that familiar figure that haunted her dreams, her vision became blurred. No matter how she raised her hand, the foggy haze could not be wiped away. After a while, beneath the gazebo, Huang Cang sat with the 2 children in his arms, flanked by Xiao Mei and Xiao Yu, while Zi Yin sat opposite him, struggling to suppress her laughter. Xiao Yu narrated a story, and once finished, she quietly observed Huang Cang. Huang Cang glanced down at the 2 children, then at the 2 women, and sighed. Such significant news. Why was I not informed earlier? And you, little brother, why would you assist them in concealing this from me? When I see him, I shall have a good talk with him. Xiao Yu quickly interjected. Huang Cang, this matter was my request for him to keep secret. Do not hold it against him. In truth, Huang Cang was merely venting. He had no intention of truly blaming Xiao Yan. Surprised by this unexpected scene, Huang Cang postponed his original plan to head directly to the magma depths, spending half a day with the two children, sharing a meal before setting off with Ziyan. Descending into the magma, the surroundings transformed into a fiery crimson. Huang Cang cloaked himself, and Ziyan in flames, navigating downwards without obstruction. Huang Cang, have you considered how to address Sister Medusa? Ziyan asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Huang Cang shot her a glare. Could you refrain from bringing up sensitive topics? Ziyan rolled her eyes at him. Humph. I recall someone made certain promises to Sister Medusa. Mention of this brought Huang Cang some discomfort. Who could have predicted that the Xiao sisters would also have children? With the two even being born before Medusa's offspring? Huang Cang looked at Ziyan and smiled. Considering I previously aided you in searching for your kin, would you grant me a favor? Ziyan nodded. Speak. Huang Cang whispered, regarding these two children, please do not mention them to Medusa for now. I will confess to her myself once this monumental battle concludes. Ziyan clicked her tongue, remaining silent. Huang Cang understood this was not the right course of action. But the time was not suitable for conflict. Should Medusa grow angry, the frontline battles would ignite, and chaos would ensue at the rear, severely affecting morale. Observing Huang Cang's increasingly tense expression, Ziyan secretly felt pleased and said, very well, I shall agree. But can you now explain why you summoned me to the Canaan Academy? With the topic turned serious, Huang Cang's demeanor relaxed as he nodded. When I previously took the fallen heart flame, I caught a fleeting glimpse below and saw a figure resembling you. Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise. The ancient void dragon? Huang Cang affirmed. Indeed. According to the elders, you were discovered near the Canaan Academy. I suspect that figure below might be your ancestor or relative. Upon returning to her clan, Ziyan had also investigated her parents' whereabouts, as she possessed the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, which typically entailed a noble status and extraordinary standing, often accompanied by powerful protectors. However, from her earliest memories, she had been at the Canaan Academy, entirely unaware of her parents' circumstances. Had Huang Cang not brought her to the central continent, allowing her aura to be sensed by her kin, she might still be in the dark about her identity as a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Now that Huang Cang suddenly mentioned the presence of an ancient Void Dragon below, Ziyan quickly concurred with his speculation. Perhaps that was the individual who had taken her away from the ancient Void Dragon clan. In truth, Huang Cang was quite certain that the dragon below was indeed Ziyan's father. However, such certainty was not something he could articulate, as he had no means to explain it. Casting a glance at the contemplative Ziyan, Hun Cang nodded gently, indicating that the information shared was sufficient. The rest was for her to ponder. As for the remaining details, they would become evident once they encountered the ancient dragon. The two descended further, the hue of the magma transforming from a fiery red to a deep azure black. The temperature surrounding them increased with their descent, intensifying even with the fire spirit's protective barrier. Some warmth still seeped through. Along the way, they encountered lizard men, who claimed that below lay the burial grounds of the gods, urging them to turn back. Naturally, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Hun Cang merely revealed a hint of his aura, and upon sensing the disparity in strength, the lizard men dared not obstruct them further. Soon, they arrived at the terminus of the magma, yet the much-anticipated Taishu ancient dragon remained elusive. Ziyan furrowed her brow, hesitantly inquiring, Hun Cang, have you perhaps misjudged, or has it already departed? Hun Cang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Patience, you shall soon behold it. But I must caution you, do not become overly excited. As he spoke, he raised his palm and directed it towards the magma ahead. In the next moment, the molten surface rippled like water. Ziyan's mouth fell agape. Is there truly a hidden space here? Who could have crafted it? Hun Cang regarded her with a mysterious smile. It is the domain of the ancient emperor, Tuashi. Gasping in astonishment, Ziyan barely had time to react before Hun Cang took her hand and surged into the space. As they passed through a barrier, the view before them expanded dramatically. All the magma vanished, replaced by an expansive void. The space was suffused with darkness and silence, time seemingly suspended, and an ancient, timeless aura permeated the atmosphere. Upon entering this realm, Ziyan became cautious and refrained from speaking, her eyes silently questioning Hun Cang about the whereabouts of the Taishu ancient dragon. Hun Cang gestured for her to remain calm and led her deeper, with each step amplifying the sense of vastness surrounding them. In this emptiness, Ziyan began to feel an unsettling distortion of time and space. Had it not been for Hun Cang's unperturbed demeanor, she might have feared becoming eternally lost in this abyss. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, she spotted a faint, indistinct glow ahead. This was the first sign of anything beyond the encompassing darkness since her arrival. Ziyuan quickly raised her hand, pointing at the luminescence. Hun Cang nodded, and they hastened towards it. As they drew nearer, the glow expanded and clarified, revealing a colossal stone door. Towering tens of thousands of feet high, the door stood majestically within the boundless expanse, radiating an ancient and primal essence that rippled through the cosmos. Before the stone door lay an equally vast plaza. At this moment, Hun Cang and Ziyuan halted at a considerable distance, taken aback by the sight before them. Even Hun Cang, though mentally prepared, was unable to suppress his awe upon witnessing the immense, age-old door. Standing before such a monumental structure, they appeared diminutive, akin to ants gazing up at the heavens, a sense of reverence naturally swelling within them. Initially, Ziyuan had harbored doubts upon entering this space, but now she was completely convinced of Hun Cang's words. This could indeed be the dwelling of the ancient emperor, Tu Shi. Chapter 226. Ziyuan, listen to me. Let go for now. Ziyuan's gaze roamed until it settled upon the top of the stone door, where 4 ancient characters appeared. Ancient Emperor's Cave. These seemingly unremarkable words exuded an overwhelming majesty that transcended the heavens. With excitement, Ziyuan tugged at Hun Cang's sleeve, pointing at the inscription. Hun Cang, look. It truly is the Ancient Emperor's Cave. How did you find this place? Regaining his composure, Hun Cang gradually calmed. After all, what others might spend a lifetime or even millennia searching for had never been a mystery to him. The initial shock was simply overwhelming. It was akin to having seen a majestic mountain on television, only to be struck speechless when witnessing it in person. Hun Cang opened his mouth to speak, but he suddenly noticed Ziyuan's silence and the gravity of her expression. In the next moment, a sense of being watched by something terrifying stirred within Hun Cang. Ziyuan's face betrayed her anxiety as she quietly asked, Hun Cang, do you feel that? Hun Cang nodded. Ziyuan's voice trembled. What could it be? I feel a chill run through me. This place seems perilous. We should leave. However, Hun Cang chuckled lightly, causing Ziyuan to pale, and he replied calmly, if I were alone, it might indeed be dangerous. But with you here, I have no such concerns. Ziyuan, perplexed, watched as Hun Cang ignited a blaze in his palm, sending a fiery jet skyward. The flames surged, dispelling the encroaching darkness and revealing the true nature of the space. Below, amidst the shadows, rested a colossal being, its form so immense that words could scarcely encapsulate it. This creature lay motionless in the dark, its body gleaming in a violet gold hue, covered in scales that shimmered with a cold light, imparting an impression of rugged strength akin to steel. Ziyuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her gaze becoming vacant. She had not anticipated the presence of a Taishu ancient dragon here, and its size far surpassed that of her own dragon sovereign. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyuan felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her, prompting her to instinctively gravitate toward Hun Cang. This feeling was beyond her ability to articulate, as though a pulse from her very bloodline resonated within her. Such a sensation was foreign to her since the dawn of her memories. With unfamiliarity came trepidation. Hun Cang gently patted the back of Ziyuan's hand, reassuring her, fear not, it will not harm you. Suddenly, Yin turned to Hun Cang, her violet eyes fixed on him with intensity. Hun Cang, do you know who it is? What is my connection to it? You must tell me. Witnessing Ziyuan's agitated state for the first time, Hun Cang hesitated. Just then, the ancient dragon slowly opened its eyes, as if 2 crimson moons ignited in the void, its pale red gaze overlapping, reflecting the figures of Hun Cang and Ziyuan. In the presence of those eyes, they appeared as mere specks, utterly insignificant. The gaze first settled on Ziyuan before shifting, momentarily pausing at their clasped hands. A resonant voice, deep enough to tremble the very fabric of space, suddenly reverberated. Child? Ziyuan retorted defiantly. You shameless old thing. Who are you to claim me as your child? Do not presume to forge familial ties. The ancient dragon emitted a sound akin to a chuckle, seemingly amused. The blood of my lineage flows within you. I cannot mistake it. You are indeed my child. Ziyuan glared coldly, her gaze drifting aside. You speak nonsense. Since I can remember, I have been alone, without mother or father, isolated and forlorn. Nearby, Hun Cang observed the ancient dragon's human-like embarrassment with an amused grin, finding the situation all too relatable. In the Gamma Empire, he often found himself in similar predicaments when he inadvertently upset his daughter, who would respond as Ziyuan did, furious and unyielding, and no amount of explanation would suffice. Only candy or a flight through the skies would earn her forgiveness. Unlike his other daughter, who could be placated with a simple reprimand. Suddenly, Hun Cang's smile faded as he looked up to meet a pair of furious eyes glaring at him. Young Hun Cang, I have heard of you, ancient dragon sovereign. Hun Cang donned a courteous smile, brimming with respect. The old dragon let out a grunt, causing the space to tremble violently. You insolent brat. Remove your filthy hands from my daughters. Faced with the old dragon emperor's menacing gaze, Hun Cang dared not provoke him. This old fellow was immensely powerful, rivaling even the Soul Emperor. However, he made several attempts to withdraw, yet found himself unable to move. Xian, her back turned to the old dragon emperor, tightly grasped Hun Cang's hand, refusing to let go. The old dragon emperor's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hun Cang turned to Xian and whispered, Xian, be a good girl and let go for now. Xian shot him a glance, retorting, what difference does it make? You're already the father of my child. Should you really care about his thoughts? If he has the capability, let him experience what it feels like to grow up without a father, just as I did. A sharp gasp escaped Hun Cang as an electric jolt surged from his tailbone, racing up his spine to his forehead, leaving his scalp tingling. Good heavens. One should never anger a woman. She speaks her mind without restraint. Hun Cang's body stiffened, and slowly turning to meet the old dragon emperor's gaze. He pondered for a moment before forcing an awkward yet courteous smile. It's a misunderstanding, old dragon emperor. I was merely joking about Xian. Do you believe me? The old dragon's lips curled into a somewhat sinister grin. Are you implying that I, Zhu Kuin's daughter, is beneath your notice? Hun Cang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He could never have anticipated this turn of events. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would never have brought Xian along. The old dragon continued. Since you're so bold yet unwilling to take responsibility, it will be better for you to perish, lest you corrupt my grandson. As his words fell, a brilliant light seal burst forth from the darkness, piercing the void and crashing down upon Hun Cang. At that moment, Xian finally turned around, positioning herself protectively in front of Hun Cang, her voice laced with anger. If you wish to harm Hun Cang, you'll have to eliminate me first. The light seal abruptly halted and vanished. The old dragon's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a charmingly naive smile. My dear daughter, there were circumstances behind my actions. I did not intend to abandon you. As you can see, I'm currently trapped by this space, otherwise I would have certainly sought you out. The rapid transformation of the old dragon's demeanor left Hun Cang utterly astonished. In truth, given Zhu Kuin's strength, it was impossible for him not to sense Xian's condition. Judging by the vitality of her bloodline, it was evident that Xian could not possibly be with child. Thus, Zhu Kuin was intentionally intimidating Hun Cang, hoping to encourage Xian to speak with him again and provide an opportunity for explanation. Through Xian, Hun Cang observed the old dragon's semi-threatening gaze and reluctantly remarked, the heart of a parent is truly pitiable. Xian, perhaps he truly did not mean it. Moreover, I will require his assistance for what lies ahead. Whether to forgive him is a decision for you to make later. For now, please try to reason with him. Consider it a favor for me. Xian nodded and turned to the old dragon. Did you hear that? Dou King nodded repeatedly. As he looked back at Hun Cang, his expression softened, though a hint of wariness lingered. This was entirely natural. Any father would likely be protective of a man who had captured his daughter's heart. Fepter kaksisatakaksikimentesetsemen. Dou King agrees. Xiao Yan prepares to exit seclusion. The old dragon, straightforward as ever, began, brat, while I am unsure how you found this place. Let me be clear. I am currently suppressed within the ancient emperor's cave and cannot offer much assistance. Raising his head and casting a glance at the words ancient emperor's cave, he displayed a profound anger. In his prime, Zhu Kun had been invincible across the Dou Qi continent, setting his sights on breaking through to the Dou emperor level. However, at that time, no opportunities remained for such a breakthrough, the last emperor being Tuo Shi. Thus, Zhu Kun traversed the continent, eventually discovering the ancient emperor's cave, hoping to find a path to ascend. Unfortunately, he fell victim to Tuo Shi's traps and was suppressed here. Hun Cang calmly reassured him, rest assured, Senior Zhu Kun, I sought you out knowing full well your predicament. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhu Kuin's eyes. Do you possess the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's jade? The cave had imposed restrictions, and any who harbored covetous thoughts would risk being suppressed. Only by utilizing the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's jade as a key could one unlock the cave and dispel the restrictions. Of course, Hun Cang did not possess it and shook his head. The old dragon grunted, seemingly annoyed at being toyed with by a younger generation. Yet he refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction upon noticing Xian's expression beside Hun Cang. With a faint smile, Hun Cang remarked, "In the near future, this cave will be unsealed. And when that happens, I hope you will assist me in dealing with the Soul Emperor." "The Soul Emperor?" the old dragon echoed, casting a sidelong glance at Hun Cang. "You share the same surname. Are you not kin? Why target him?" Before Hun Cang could respond, Xian angrily interjected, "Just write it down and stop asking so many questions." The old dragon quickly replied, "Daughter, please do not be angry." Hun Cang smiled and added, "Senior Zhu Kuan, I have no further matters to discuss." The old dragon nodded slightly. "Very well, I have taken note. I bid you farewell, Senior Zhu Kuan." Hun Cang offered a slight bow and departed with Xian. Zhu Kuan watched Xian's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, a hint of reluctance glimmering in his eyes. He longed to converse with his daughter, whom he had not seen in ages, but Xian's reaction indicated they were worlds apart. Thus, he refrained from uttering any words of entreaty, believing that if he could eventually break free, time would allow him to make amends for the past. The old dragon furrowed his brow slightly. Having been sealed here, the passage of time in the outside world had become blurred. The Soul Clan, in his recollection, had merely been a small tribe. How had they developed the strength to vie for the ancient emperor's cave? Realizing he could not deduce an answer, the old dragon sighed softly and gradually closed his eyes. The vast space fell silent once again, leaving only the soft glow emanating from the ancient emperor's cave. Back on the ground, Xian appeared somewhat pensive, her focus wavering. Hun Cang understood her state of mind. After all, having lived alone for so long, the sudden emergence of a father figure could indeed be difficult to accept. However, Hun Cang felt it was not his place to comment, allowing time to smooth the edges of her acceptance, as this was a matter of her own family. The exchange between them was brief, yet the response from the Xiao Yan Academy was remarkably swift. Preparations for relocation had already commenced. As soon as Hun Cang appeared, Elder Su Qian approached him, indicating he had matters to discuss. He advised Xian, "You should return to Xiaoyu for now." Xian shook her head. "I want to visit my clan first." Hun Cang was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. "All right, if anything comes up, just let me know. Don't keep it bottled up." After Xian departed, Elder Su Qian inquired with concern, "What's wrong with that girl? She seems like a different person all of a sudden." Hun Cang shook his head. "She has some family matters to sort out. By the way, Elder Su, what was it you wanted to discuss with me?" Elder Su Qian regained his composure and led Hun Cang to the previous conference room. On the way, Elder Su Qian briefly explained the situation. It turned out that after discussions among the elders and the academy head, they had decided to relocate Jia Nan Academy to the Jia Ma Empire. On one hand, the relationship between Jia Nan Academy and Hun Cang was quite deep, with Xiao Yan being a former student of the academy. On the other hand, according to the old headmaster, if chaos were to erupt on the continent, the Jia Ma Empire would at least be a relatively safe haven. Hun Cang wholeheartedly supported this decision. Gathering a group of powerful allies was undoubtedly a beneficial move. Upon arriving at the conference room, the old headmaster, Mang Tianqi, greeted Hun Cang with a smile. "Elder Su has briefed you, I presume?" Hun Cang responded with a smile. "Old headmaster, I have no objections to moving to the Jia Ma Empire. I am fully in agreement." The old headmaster nodded. "Given the urgency of the situation, I propose establishing a spatial passage to expedite the transfer, considering the vast distance involved. Wouldn't you agree? While it was feasible to transport everyone using flying magical beasts, it simply would not be possible to mobilize enough beasts for such a large number of people, including those from the Black Corner region. Moreover, along the way, the beasts would need rest, and their conspicuous presence could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, the notion conceived by Mang Tianqi was to utilize a spatial passageway. While establishing such a conduit might pose considerable challenges for others, it would prove relatively straightforward for himself and the formidable Hun Cang. Quickly grasping the old dean's concerns, Hun Cang agreed without hesitation. Having such a passage would indeed be advantageous. Although its establishment might consume some time, it would facilitate subsequent military endeavors, whether to aid the Gamma Empire or to reinforce the Black Corner region. It was a venture with manifold benefits. The two were in perfect accord and immediately set to work. Hun Cang relayed a message to Xiao Yan, who was far away in the Gamma Empire, urging them to commence the opening of a passage to the Black Corner region. In the ancient clan, towering peaks pierced the heavens, and upon the summit stood a figure, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the undulating sea of clouds. At that moment, the light around him subtly distorted, and shortly thereafter, another figure materialized. Gu Yuan turned, a smile gracing his face. "What brings you out of seclusion? There is still time." Xiao Xian stood shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yuan, his gaze fixed ahead. The transition from 8 stars to 9 stars is a formidable hurdle. Achieving a breakthrough requires ample time and cannot be interrupted at will. Gu Yuan chuckled. Reaching the pinnacle of 8 stars may not suffice. The Soul Emperor is no longer the same as before. When I last faced him, the pressure was quite substantial. Xiao Xian glanced at Gu Yuan before resuming his contemplation of the cloud sea, a faint smile playing on his lips. The world is changing. What the Soul Emperor's strength? We are many, and together we can confront him. When it concerns the survival of our clan, why engage in one-on-one combat? Gu Yuan burst into hearty laughter, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, before abruptly falling silent. In truth, I have long harbored a regret for not having fought alongside you in the past. This time, I assure you, I will not falter. Xiao Xian sighed. Having long since come to terms with the years spent in the heavenly tomb, he replied calmly, "Let's not dwell on the past." After a moment of silence, Xiao Xian inquired, "Have the messages been sent out?" Gu Yuan nodded, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Will the Soul Emperor come? Those well acquainted with the news of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi knew one thing: to unlock the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor's cave. The Tuo Shi Emperor's jade was required as a key. Presently, the Soul Clan held 7 shards, an undeniable advantage, and it was unlikely they would easily relinquish it. Xiao Xian fell silent, recalling a conversation he once had with Hun Cang. At that time, Hun Cang had suddenly raised the question of why the Tuo Shi ancient emperor, the last of the Dou emperors, had no known bloodline descendants. This query had piqued the curiosity of the 8 clans, who had sought answers without success. Xiao Xian had also expressed his ignorance. Then, Hun Cang revealed a rather startling piece of information. The last Dou emperor of the Dou King continent, the Tuo Shi ancient emperor, was not human, but rather a manifestation of flame. Xiao Xian was taken aback, yet upon reflection, he found it to be plausible. Moreover, Hun Cang stated that the path Xiao Yan was now traversing was one that the Tuo Shi ancient emperor had once walked. This implied that as long as Xiao Yan proceeded methodically, he too could eventually become a Dou emperor. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Xiao Xian's lips as he remarked to Gu Yuan, "Given the circumstances, I believe Hun Cang cannot be mistaken." Chapter 228, Void Devouring Flame. I remember everything. After the Soul Emperor secured the ancient jades from the Lei and Yao clans, he led his team back to the Soul Realm, issuing an immediate edict to seal it off, prohibiting entry and exit. Subsequently, the Soul Realm was engulfed by the Void Devouring Flame. Its location shifted. This course of action was prompted by the Soul Emperor's preparation to confront the impending retaliation from the united forces of the Lei and Yao clans. The Soul Clan strike was characterized by its unexpected nature. Having suffered significant losses, the Lei and Yao clans could not possibly refrain from seeking retribution. Moreover, the ancient clan, possessing the final shard of ancient jade, might feel a sense of urgency, opting to take the initiative. However, to the Soul Emperor's surprise, during this period, there was an unexpected calm. The 3 clans remained silent, seemingly preparing to endure a quiet defeat. Consequently, the Soul Emperor paid little heed to the situation. He was untroubled by the prospect of an assault from the 3 clans, viewing it merely as a potential inconvenience. With their lack of response, the Soul Emperor seized the opportunity to allow his kin to recuperate, enabling those healing to mend and those on the verge of a breakthrough to expedite their progress. In the Grand Hall of the Soul Clan, the Soul Emperor reclined in his chair, his gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation as he stared ahead. 7 ancient jades hovered in the air, manipulated by a strand of black flame, continuously rotating and rearranging into various configurations. After a prolonged moment, the 7 jades settled into stillness. The Soul Emperor straightened, leaning slightly forward, and inquired, "What is the result?" The black flame morphed into a humanoid form. The Void Devouring Flame gestured with a sweep of its hand, releasing a torrent of black flames that cascaded to the ground. As the hissing sound subsided, the black flames dissipated to reveal a somewhat uneven surface beneath. The Void Devouring Flame spoke slowly. The 7 ancient jades can barely piece together a rudimentary map. The location of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave likely lies within these formations. There are a total of 5 patterns, each bearing slight imperfections. Yet, the Soul Emperor's face radiated with a smile, for he understood that those imperfections stem from the absence of the final piece. With a general outline now established, the task of searching became significantly less daunting than aimlessly wandering. "Bring them in," the Soul Emperor commanded, his voice resonating through the hall. In the next instant, several figures rushed inside. The Soul Emperor instructed them to document these patterns and then set forth to locate similar geographical positions. The group's gaze fell upon the ground, their focus unwavering as they prepared to engrave the patterns in their memories. Just then, a figure burst into the hall in haste. The Soul Emperor raised his eyes, his expression turning serious. The newcomer knelt, speaking urgently. Clan leader, urgent news. The ancient clan intends to bring the ancient jades to the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave. The Soul Emperor was taken aback. Beside him, the void-devouring flame displayed a look of astonishment. Both individuals simultaneously thought of one person, Hun Cang. Boom! The Soul Emperor slammed his hand down, shattering the armrest into dust. Traitors from within. The individuals present trembled, kneeling in fear. The enraged Soul Emperor paid no heed to the immense pressure his fury exerted on them. The void-devouring flame chuckled lightly. Why are you so flustered? What does it matter if they know the location of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave? You hold all 7 ancient jades. Do they truly believe they can use one shard to unlock the cave's entrance? Reminded, the Soul Emperor swiftly regained his composure. His aura retracting as a cold smile crept across his lips. He had nearly forgotten such a crucial piece of information. Let them proceed by following their trail. He could save himself the time and effort of searching for the cave. The Soul Emperor glanced at the void-devouring flame, who returned the gaze, and they both broke into laughter. At that moment, the messenger continued. Clan leader, there is one more matter. The Soul Emperor, in high spirits, replied, Speak. The messenger raised his head, casting a glance at the void-devouring flame, and said, It is rumored that Xiao Yan's current cultivation technique is related to the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. Some even claim that the Tuo Shi ancient emperor was not a member of the human race, but rather a flame that achieved dominance. His path to supremacy revolved around devouring flames. Hence, the ancient clan decided to take the ancient jades to the Tuo Shi ancient emperor's cave. The void-devouring flame smile faltered slightly. Are you suggesting they possess an alternative method to unlock the cave? The Soul Emperor, too, reined in his smile, remaining silent, but fixing an intense gaze on the messenger. Beads of sweat formed on the messenger's brow as he stammered. These are merely outside rumors. I am not certain. As he spoke, he hesitated. However, the Soul Emperor, filled with impatience, pressed. However what? Speak quickly. The messenger continued. Young Master Hun Cang once expressed a desire to convey a message to Elder Void-Devouring. For me? The Void-Devouring flame's expression tightened. What message? The messenger replied. Hun Cang wishes to inquire whether Elder Void-Devouring still remembers the embryonic form of the Emperor Dan within the cave, as well as the promise you made when the Emperor Dan aided you and the pure Lotus Demon Flame in escaping the cave. Boom! The moment those words fell, a thunderous roar seemed to erupt in the Void-Devouring flame's mind, causing it to scatter into countless black flames, swirling together in tumultuous chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, the Soul Emperor's demeanor darkened, and he raised a hand to cast a spatial barrier around them. Only in this manner could he contain the erratic power emitted by the void-devouring flame, preventing it from wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Otherwise, the formidable power of the void-devouring flame would utterly incinerate the grand hall and the surrounding space. With a mere gesture, the Soul Emperor signaled for everyone to swiftly depart. Alone in the vast hall, he fixed his gaze intently on the void-devouring flame, his mind echoing the words just spoken. What concealed information lay within those words that could provoke such an uncontrollable response from the flame? The Soul Emperor, maintaining a composed demeanor, awaited patiently. To unravel the mystery, he recognized that only the restoration of the void-devouring flame could provide clarity. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as a group of elders, led by Soul Yuantian, hastily entered the hall. Soul Yuantian directed his gaze towards the figure atop the stairs and respectfully inquired, Patriarch, the ancient clan has already dispatched their people. What are our current plans? The Soul Emperor asked. Where have they gone? Soul Yuantian replied, to the Black Corner domain. Not long ago, the Canaan Academy began its relocation, and they have now completely withdrawn. The Lei and Yao clans are also en route to the Black Corner domain, after thousands of years of scheming. With 7 pieces of ancient jade now in their possession, success was within reach. None wished for the painstaking efforts and sacrifices across generations to culminate in failure at this critical juncture. The Soul Emperor pondered for a moment before asking, Is there no concealment? Soul Yuantian nodded. To be frank, the information he had gathered was indeed astonishing. Currently, throughout the Dou King continent, news regarding the imminent emergence of the ancient Emperor's cave was already circulating. Aside from the ancient, Lei, and Yao clans mobilizing, forces led by the Pill Tower were also hastening towards the northwest to the realm where the Black Corner domain resided. Such a grand display, if false, would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Considering this, Soul Yuan swiftly brought the elders to seek the Patriarch's counsel. The Soul Emperor cast a glance at the still blackened form of the void, devouring flame, and stated, "There is no rush. We must wait." Wait? Still waiting? The elders exchanged perplexed glances, their faces betraying an impatience. Should others succeed in opening the ancient emperor's cave and seize the opportunity for ascension, all the Soul Clan's efforts over the years would be rendered futile. However, out of respect for the Soul Emperor's authority, no one dared to voice their thoughts. The Soul Emperor elucidated, "With the 7 pieces of ancient jade in our possession, we hold the initiative. The rumors regarding the opening of the ancient emperor's cave may merely be fabrications, intended to sow discord and lead us into a trap." Silence enveloped the room. While his reasoning bore merit, it was a considerable gamble. Yet, with scant information regarding the ancient emperor, there was little they could do to verify the authenticity of the circulating claims. The elders turned to leave the grand hall. At that moment, a calm voice pierced through the tension. "What Soul Cang said is indeed true. I have recalled everything." Chapter 229, Secret Messages, Soul Emperor's Doubt. The Soul Emperor turned, and the elders halted, redirecting their attention to the figure emerging from the black flame. In stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, the void-devouring flame's complexion was pale, and his body trembled slightly, as though haunted by profoundly terrifying memories. The Soul Emperor, filled with curiosity, refrained from hastily inquiring, choosing instead to allow the void-devouring flame a moment to collect himself. After a brief silence, a glimmer of recollection flickered in the flame's eyes, and he spoke softly. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Furrowing his brows, the Soul Emperor pressed, "When you said that what Soul Cang spoke of is true, what do you mean? Is it possible that the ancient emperor truly ascended through flame? Can a mere flame transcend to become a Dou Emperor? Such a notion is unfathomable, even to one as well-versed as myself." The void-devouring flame regarded him, countering with a question. "There are a total of 23 types of extraordinary flames in the world, yet no one knows the name of the first. Do you know why?" The hall was enveloped in silence. A fleeting spark of insight crossed the Soul Emperor's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Suddenly, one elder exclaimed, "Could it be that the first extraordinary flame is the ancient emperor?" The Soul Emperor's gaze swept over him, tinged with a hint of inquiry, before settling on the void-devouring flame. The flame nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Extraordinary flames are born from the convergence of the world's energies, each possessing unique abilities and strengths, revered as the sovereign of flames. However, one day, a single flame, in its diminutive form, devoured the first extraordinary flame, leading to the corruption of all other extraordinary flames. Subsequently, this flame constructed a plaza, asserting itself as the sovereign and commanding the powers of 22 other extraordinary flames, ultimately breaking through to become an emperor, heralded as the Ancient Emperor. After achieving Dou Emperor status, the Ancient Emperor did not release the 22 extraordinary flames, but instead imprisoned them within the Extraordinary Flame Plaza. In his daily endeavors of alchemy, the Ancient Emperor one day sensed a repulsion from this world. Thus, he established restrictions within the Ancient Emperor's cave before shattering the void to depart. Unbeknownst to him, within the cave, the objects began to develop sentience under the influence of the Dou Emperor's aura. Among them, the Imperial Pill, which the Ancient Emperor had yet to fully refine, exhibited the most vibrant sentience and formidable power. It conspired with the various extraordinary flames, ultimately uniting their strengths to open the cave's door, allowing the extraordinary flames to burst forth from their confinement. Initially, the Imperial Pill had made an agreement with the void-devouring flame and the pure Lotus Demon Flame. Yet, they had not anticipated that the Ancient Emperor possessed numerous strategies. Even after escaping the cave, he had a contingency plan, the erasure of memories. Over the years, while many extraordinary flames had broken free from the Ancient Emperor's control, they were bereft of their memories, forgetting their pact with the Imperial Pill. Even the formidable void-devouring flame could only catch fleeting glimpses of fragmented memories, and any earnest contemplation would inflict excruciating pain upon his soul. The words of Soul Cang had struck a chord deep within the void-devouring flame, allowing the disjointed fragments to coalesce, forming a complete recollection, thus restoring the memories that had been erased. With unmasked confusion, the void-devouring flame expressed, "After regaining my memories, I find myself even more curious about the events that transpired within the Ancient Emperor's cave. How could Soul Cang know so much? This inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present. Each individual in the hall was an elder of Soul Song, older and more experienced. Yet, concerning the void-devouring flame and the ancient emperor's matters, they were entirely uninformed. In fact, some of the secretive information had never even been recorded in ancient texts. One elder hesitated before suggesting, could it be that Soul Song is the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? Or perhaps he has received the ancient emperor's legacy? The Soul Emperor's countenance darkened. Though he held a certain arrogance, he had never imagined fathering a Dou emperor. However, the latter suggestion regarding the ancient emperor's legacy sparked contemplation within him. His vision blurred momentarily, reminiscent of the day of Soul Song's coming-of-age ceremony when he had unexpectedly stepped forward during the family ritual, expressing his desire for an opportunity. At that time, Soul Song's strength was merely at the initial stage of Dou Huang. The void-devouring flame narrowed his eyes, saying, this possibility cannot be dismissed. Soul Song's alchemical abilities at that time were entirely inconsistent with his age, while the ancient emperor's expertise in alchemy was formidable. The Soul Emperor's heart sank. If that were the case, it was entirely plausible for Soul Song to have inadvertently encountered the ancient emperor's legacy. He felt a surge of urgency. Could it be that Soul Song truly possesses another method to open the ancient emperor's cave? The void-devouring flame did not respond immediately. Contemplating for a moment before hesitantly stating, the ancient emperor was a man of few words. He generally did not divulge much to us. However, if he did leave behind a legacy, there may indeed be a method to open the cave. No sooner had he spoken than the elders of the Soul clan became agitated. Patriarch, we can no longer afford to wait. We must take action. If Soul Song truly opens the cave, all our years of effort will have been in vain. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, the Soul Emperor, not one to falter in indecision, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, declaring, gather our forces and prepare to depart for the Black Corner domain at once. Yes, Patriarch. The elders responded, their faces alight with hope. As long as the Soul Emperor can obtain the opportunity to ascend within the ancient emperor's cave, he stands a chance to break through to the Emperor of Battle. Should he achieve this, the future of the Soul clan could be extended for another millennium. Despite their aged bones, they are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their kin. At this moment, among the numerous elders turning to leave, two paused upon hearing their names called. Soul Shuzi, Soul Yuansheng, you two remain, commanded the Soul Emperor. The two, who had always been at odds, exchanged glances and turned their heads away in displeasure. In the Black Corner domain, after a period of time, the entire Canaan Academy, both personnel and property, had been relocated. Nearby cities were informed by Lin Fong and the members of the Tsang Alliance, allowing those willing to leave to do so, without forcing those who wished to stay. At this moment, above the former site of Canaan Academy, silhouettes flickered as they hovered in the air. Gu Yuan withdrew his gaze from the ground below and turned to the young man beside him, inquiring, is the ancient emperor's cave located just beneath us? Eyes around them converged with anticipation. The clan leaders of the Thunder and Medicine tribes, along with the ancient figures of the Pill Tower, all gazed expectantly. After all, compared to the renowned talents and auspicious lands of the Central State, this area seemed rather unimpressive. Would a legendary emperor of battle truly have chosen to establish his cave in such a place? Soul Song smiled knowingly. Of course, your skepticism is unwarranted. Once you witness it for yourselves, the truth will be revealed. The impatient leader of the Thunder tribe exclaimed, then why wait? Let's act together. Guyuan Chakod, Kome. Let us all witness the marvel of the legendary ancient emperor's cave. With that, he unleashed a surge of battle energy downward. This appeared to serve as a signal, prompting others to follow suit. Streams of colorful battle energy cascaded like rivers converging into the sea, exuding grandeur and might as they struck the ground. In an instant, the earth shattered, a wide fissure spreading outwards as countless clumps of soil were obliterated by the energy's impact, leaving only dust behind. The crimson magma below soon emerged, only to be violently propelled skyward by the energy. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the lizard clan below, who peeked out, but upon witnessing the terrifying display above, fled without looking back. As more magma was thrust into the air, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly sweltering, and a somewhat ethereal outline gradually emerged before the crowd. All present, possessing exceptional strength, recognized at a glance that they were gazing at the spatial barrier. Just as Soul Song had stated, beneath this region lay a concealed, mysterious space. Chapter 230. The Ancient Emperor's Cave appears, activating the ancient jade. With the surrounding obstructions removed, the spatial barrier became increasingly visible. However, The ancient emperor's cave did not immediately reveal itself. Sun Cang was not surprised. After all, in the original text, it was the ancient emperor's jade that served as the key to unlock the restrictions and allow the cave to manifest. At present, his method merely shifted the entire space from concealment to the external realm. Unbeknownst to others, a hint of anxiety flickered in Sun Cang's eyes. What he was orchestrating was, in essence, a gamble. Should he succeed, the Soul Emperor would appear with the ancient jade and successfully unveil the cave. Should he fail, his words would be laid bare. Now, it was a matter of whether his persuasive rhetoric would prove effective. Sun Cang murmured to himself. Before long, an immense space materialized in midair, revealing itself to the crowd. Inside, darkness enveloped the contents, with only a faint glimmer of light discernible. As the onlookers pondered their next course of action, one figure stepped forward and directly entered the space. "Big brother, wait for me." Xiao Yan immediately followed suit. The others, unable to quell their curiosity, also stepped into the space. In no time, only the clan leaders of the ancient thunder and medicine tribes, along with a host of elders, remained outside. Should they enter or not? The interior remained a mystery, and would recklessly charging impose a threat? It made sense, after all. Sun Cang was a member of the Soul Clan. If this were a scheme of theirs, would they not be ensnared upon entry? Whispers of debate arose. The leader of the Thunder Tribe, who had been the first to call for the ancient emperor's cave to emerge, now hesitated, sensing the eyes of the crowd upon him. Gu Yuan maintained his composure and gestured. "All members of the ancient clan, follow me." In the next instant, Gu Yuan's form vanished into the space. Observing this, the members of the Thunder and Medicine tribes ceased their hesitation and surged forward. The ancient, desolate aura that greeted them was dreamlike, and this very essence left them in awe. The existence of this space must have endured for no less than 3 to 5 millennia. The surroundings were starkly empty, overly monotonous, as they advanced towards the distant glow, their sights drawn to a colossal stone door that commanded their attention with 4 ancient characters inscribed upon it. Ancient Emperor's Cave. Uncertain who first whispered the name, it triggered a chain reaction, and soon others began to echo it. The authoritative aura emanating from the door was palpable. Even strong figures like Gu Yuan wore solemn expressions, their demeanor grave. The leader of the Thunder Tribe gazed at the 4 characters, his expression complex, utterly astonished. This aura, I have felt it on the artifacts left by our ancestors. That sensation I can never forget. The leader of the Medicine Tribe turned to the figure ahead, filled with admiration. Who could have imagined that after possessing the ancient jade for so many years and failing to locate the cave, a young man would uncover it? Gu Yuan chuckled. Such as fate. It recalled the time when the mysterious relic emerged, and countless individuals rushed inside, battling fiercely for treasures, only to discover a shard of ancient jade, seemingly documenting the secrets of the last emperor of battle on the Dou King continent. However, the ancient jade was shattered in the ensuing scramble, dividing into 8 pieces, with the 8 ancient clans claiming 1 each. In the aftermath, although the individuals had not expressed it openly, they all secretly sought the location of the ancient emperor's cave, but despite their efforts, they found nothing. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to the notion that if they could not find it, neither would anyone else, and so they safeguarded the ancient jade. Who could have foreseen that years later, someone would find the ancient emperor's cave without the ancient jade, reflecting on the many battles ignited by the ancient jade? Gu Yuan could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. In front of the crowd, Xiao Yan stood beside Sun Cang, gazing up at the massive stone door with wide-eyed astonishment. Such architecture was unimaginable in his previous life, even with advanced technology. The construction of such a magnificent structure seemed far-fetched. Yet, in this world of Dou King, it appeared perfectly ordinary. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, his brow suddenly furrowed, and a milky white flame emerged from his body, transforming into a humanoid spirit that stared intently at the door. Glancing at his elder brother, who showed no reaction, he turned with confusion to the pure lotus demon fire, asking, "What is it?" The pure lotus demon fire shook its head, a look of bewilderment crossing its face, followed by a glimmer of recollection. "Master, this door feels so familiar, as if I've seen it before, but I cannot recall where." This left Xiao Yan perplexed, unable to provide an answer, and he turned his gaze back to his elder brother. Sun Cang smiled and queried, "Do you remember what I told you about the ancient emperor of Tuashi?" Xiao Yan nodded. "Of course I remember." Upon learning that the cultivation technique he practiced had also been cultivated by the ancient emperor of Tuashi, Xiao Yan was elated. It was proven that the emperor's technique was indeed extraordinary. Even with his talent, he had now achieved the status of Dou King, his power not far from those at the pinnacle of the Dou King continent. Suddenly, Xiao Yan contemplated a notion. Since his cultivation required the devouring of foreign flames to evolve, did the ancient emperor of Tuo, she not require the same? With this understanding, it became clear why the pure lotus demon fire felt a sense of familiarity. If the ancient emperor had consumed foreign flames, it was certain that those flames had once resided in his cave, thus eliciting that familiar feeling. Soul, Song, perceiving the change in Xiao Yan's expression, recognized that he had likely pieced together some insights, and smiled silently, refraining from further prompting. At that moment, Gu Yuan approached from behind, holding a piece of ancient jade in his hand. He turned to Hun Cang and handed over the jade, saying, Hun Cang, what shall we do next? I leave it to you. Despite our advanced age, we possess far less knowledge in this matter than you do. Hun Cang's gaze fell upon the piece of jade, and he hesitated to take it. It was merely a fragment of ancient jade, insufficient to unlock the ancient emperor's cave. Just as Gu Yuan's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity, Hun Cang seized the jade with enthusiasm, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Clan leader, you may not realize, but this ancient jade is not only the key to unlocking the cave's restrictions, it also holds the power to control the formation within the ancient emperor's cave. Hun Cang's voice rose in excitement, drawing the attention of those around him. Unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he continued, in fact, I obtained a legacy from the ancient emperor of Tuo, she in my early years. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to locate this cave. Once I used the jade to unlock the cave and activate the formation, even if members of the Hun clan arrive, they will be left helpless. The 7 pieces of ancient jade they have will be of no use. Xiao Yan exclaimed eagerly, Big brother, why are you saying so much? Hurry and open the cave. If we can break through to the Dou Emperor level, we won't have to worry about the Hun clan's threat anymore. Hun Cang smiled confidently, a glint of intrigue sparking in his eyes. In full view of the crowd, he abruptly tossed the jade into the air, where it soared upward. All eyes followed its ascent. An energy of Dou Qi surged forth, transforming into a peculiar seal that erupted from Hun Cang's being and aimed at the jade. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. What treasures could lie within a cave left behind by a Dou Emperor? Suddenly, a black energy flickered in the void, swiftly wrapping around the ancient jade and whisking it away, causing Hun Cang's seal to miss its target. Everyone turned abruptly. This is bad. It's Hun Tian Emperor. Gu Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Hun Tian Emperor spread his hand, merging the last piece of ancient jade with the other 7, laughing triumphantly. Timing is everything. Gu Yuan, and you too, Hun Cang, this ungrateful son, colluding with outsiders while being a member of the Hun clan. Did you expect me to arrive so promptly? I heard everything you just said. Now all the ancient jade is in my possession, and I shall control the formation of the ancient emperor's cave. You will all perish. As his words fell, Hun Tian Emperor raised his hand, unleashing energy upon the jade. Instantly, the jade radiated a brilliant light. Gu Yuan, along with the other 2 clan leaders, elders, and members of various factions, changed their expressions drastically, unleashing their abilities in an attempt to obstruct him. Witnessing this, Hun Tian Emperor's smile grew even broader as his gaze shifted to the still Hun Cang at the back of the crowd. He wanted to see the expression on this ungrateful son's face. The next moment, upon seeing Hun Cang's lips curve into a subtle smile, Hun Tian Emperor was taken aback. Chapter 231, Formation. What formation? Hun Cang confessed. How could he still be smiling? Disappointment surged within Hun Tian Emperor, accompanied by a wave of anger. The once favorable situation had deteriorated to this point, largely due to Hun Cang's influence. What perplexed Hun Tian Emperor the most was why Hun Cang chose to assist outsiders rather than himself. He acknowledged that he had not paid much attention to this son, nor had he deliberately targeted him. However, once he obtained the treasures within the ancient emperor's cave and successfully ascended to the emperor level, Hun Cang, possessing his own bloodline, would undoubtedly receive a substantial bloodline reward. Without the luxury of contemplation, Hun Tian Emperor shifted his gaze from Hun Cang to a figure directly ahead. Gu Yuan, exuding a powerful aura, broke through the Hun clan elder's blockade, raising his right hand high. In the next moment, the very heavens trembled, and the energy of Dou Qi roared like a tidal wave, coalescing into a colossal hand. It loomed over them, darkening the sky. Faced with what seemed like a world-destroying palm print, Hun Tian Emperor remained unfazed, displaying no hint of concern as he shielded the ancient jade and countered with a punch. Boom! The space in the direction of his punch suddenly collapsed, like a mirror shattered by a heavy blow, as the unstoppable fist collided with the giant palm. For a brief moment, the surroundings appeared to be suspended in time, enveloped in silence. But in the next instant, the vanished sounds returned like a tide, and tangible ripples of energy erupted from the point of contact, spreading outward. Everywhere the waves passed, the space crumbled, revealing a profound darkness, occasionally pierced by chaotic currents. Hun Tian Emperor, seemingly indifferent, slowly retracted his fist, glanced at the unharmed ancient jade, and chuckled. Gu Yuan, do you think you alone can stop me? Come at me again. Gu thrust his palms forward, a surge of Douqi erupting from within him like a tsunami rushing toward Hun Tian Emperor. A hint of impatience flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes as he scanned the ancient jade and then the battlefield. The Gulay and Yao clans were all embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Hun clan, with the outcome uncertain. Among them, Su Wu Tun Yin was entangled with the Lei clan leader and Xiao Yan. Facing their assault, Su Wu Tun Yin exhibited signs of fatigue, but chose to avoid direct confrontation, instead focusing on entanglement, which rendered the Lei clan leader's offense somewhat weakened. Where was Hun Cang? Gu Yuan glanced around and spotted Hun Cang, motionless and quietly observing the ancient jade from the rear. What on earth was he doing? At that moment, Gu Yuan felt a wave of confusion. Had Hun Cang not been so careless earlier, the ancient jade would never have been easily snatched away by Hun Tian Emperor, and they would not find themselves in this predicament. Yet now, Hun Cang remained indifferent. Gu Yuan's heart raced with anxiety, wishing he could summon Xiao Xian for assistance. However, Xiao Xian showed no sign of appearing. According to his words, he had to wait for a signal from Hun Cang before taking action. Was this not the right moment? Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the space, and Gu Yuan saw his efforts once again thwarted by Hun Tian Emperor. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly paused. The ancient jade in the void trembled lightly, shimmering with a radiant glow that shot directly toward the towering stone door. Buzz! The stone door, inscribed with the markings of the ancient emperor's cave, began to tremble, dust cascading down as a ripple of water-like patterns spread across its surface. Everyone halted, gazing at the door. The ancient emperor's cave was about to open. Ha ha ha! Uncontainable joy spread across Hun Tian Emperor's face, and a hearty laugh boomed from his throat, echoing throughout the space. Apart from the members of the Hun clan, everyone else wore grim expressions. They recalled that not long ago, Hun Cang had stated that whoever opened the cave would control its formation's restrictions. The formation left behind by a Dou Emperor. How formidable could its restrictions be? Each person dared not imagine. The space that had enveloped the cave slowly dissipated, revealing the complete visage of the ancient emperor's cave upon the Douqi continent. Hun Tian Emperor declared arrogantly, "Once the ancient emperor's cave opens, I will control the formation, and each of you will perish, especially you." His gaze suddenly locked onto Hun Cang at the back of the crowd. "I will not kill you. I intend to save you for last." Unfortunately, Hun Cang did not display the reaction Hun Tian Emperor had anticipated. Instead, he smiled and said, "Formation? What formation?" Hun Tian Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan and the others, who had been keeping their heads down and feeling despondent, now lifted their heads. All eyes fixed on Hun Cang. Hun Cang beamed brightly. "What I said was merely a ruse to deceive you. Had I not said so, how could you have been inclined to open the cave?" Hun Tian Emperor roared furiously, "Impossible. We have been cautious in our movements. Even Gu Yuan did not detect us. You are far inferior to him. How could you possibly know of our arrival?" He suspected Hun Cang was lying. Yet Hun Cang merely smiled slightly. "You may have overlooked someone." His gaze shifted towards the increasingly ghastly visage of the Void Devourer. In that fleeting moment, memories of the days spent in the company of Sol Cang, during which he served as his protector, flooded the Void Devourer's mind. Back then, Sol Cang's strength was hardly on par with that of a Dou Saint. Yet, the Void Devourer felt as though he could never conceal his presence before Sol Cang. No matter how high he ascended into the heavens, he could always sense the penetrating gaze of Sol Cang upon him. At this juncture, Sol Cang ceased to feign indifference, shrugged his shoulders, and candidly revealed, "To be frank, the soul means to unlock the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi's dwelling is through the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor Jade. Everything I previously stated was merely to coax you into bringing the Jade here." Upon hearing this, the Void Devourer staggered back, his form retreating step by step. After regaining his composure with great effort, he solemnly inquired, "Are you implying that all of that was a fabrication? How do you account for the messages you had conveyed to me earlier?" Sol Cang merely smiled, remaining silent. At this moment, Gu Yuan finally comprehended why everyone had been so eager to thwart the actions of the Soul Emperor, while Sol Cang had remained motionless, even preventing Xiao Xian from intervening. It turned out that all of this had been his meticulous scheme, to instill belief in the Soul Emperor. Soul Song had deceived not only the Soul Clan, but also these individuals. Reflecting upon it, Gu Yuan realized that had Soul Song not orchestrated this, he would likely never have consented to risk procuring the Tuo, Shi ancient Emperor Jade. After all, the stakes were exceedingly high. A failure would easily alert the Soul Emperor, causing him to withdraw entirely and continue plotting. While the Soul Clan could afford to wait, their alliance could not persist in a state of inaction, living in perpetual fear. The Soul Emperor scrutinized Soul Song closely, only to find that he spoke with utmost seriousness, his tone resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for doubt, far from being a mere bluff. This implied that his years of scheming, which were on the brink of fruition, were about to be thwarted by a bastard son he had never even regarded with a glance. In an instant, the Soul Emperor felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest, as if a breath had lodged itself there, impossible to expel. As Soul Song observed the slowly opening entrance to the dwelling, he remarked, "To await the opening of this door, I have spent so many years in anticipation, and at last my wait is over." Infidèles. Hearing Soul Song's unmasked declarations, flames of fury ignited in the Soul Emperor's eyes, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. "Even if the dwelling opens, the treasures within shall not be yours." Chapter 232. The Buddha's Wrath, Explode for Me. When Soul Song articulated his intentions, Gu Yuan's expression shifted accordingly. The aspiration of becoming an emperor was not merely a thought harbored by the Soul Emperor. It was the highest pursuit of every warrior in the Dou King continent. Even Gu Yuan, upon realizing that the opportunity to ascend to emperor was within his grasp, felt his heart race. If he could prevent the Soul Emperor from breaking through to Dou Emperor, could he not seize the opportunity for himself? Gu Yuan held considerable confidence in his strength. For among those present, apart from the Soul Emperor, his prowess was the closest to that of the Dou Emperor. If it came to a breakthrough, his chances of success were undoubtedly greater. Moreover, his rapport with Xiao Yan was adequate, and with the support of the Thunder Clan's leader. Could he not propose this idea after fending off the Soul Emperor? Thoughts raced through Gu Yuan's mind. I dare to speak thus because I possess sufficient conviction. In the face of the furious Soul Emperor, Soul Song displayed no fear, remaining remarkably composed. This demeanor evoked admiration from the elders of the three clans surrounding them, as well as the prominent figures from the central region and several hidden powerhouses. It was noteworthy that the enraged individual before them was among the most formidable beings on the Dou King continent. However, witnessing the rift between father and son, these individuals found the unfolding drama quite intriguing. With a cold expression, the Soul Emperor declared, "I shall see where your conviction lies." His voice was frigid, echoing across the expanse. "All members of the Soul Clan, charge into the dwelling. Let no god stand in our way, nor any Buddha." In the next instant, the members of the Soul Clan surged forward towards the ancient emperor's dwelling without a moment's hesitation. "Stop them," commanded Soul Song. He took the lead, pointing his right hand towards the heavens, flames erupting from his fingertips, shooting skyward. The clear sky was abruptly transformed into a blazing inferno, from which an ancient and imposing formation gradually emerged. Meanwhile, beneath, the magma bubbled like boiling water, generating massive bubbles that burst with a cacophony, as the molten rock surged upwards, revealing a grand formation. The heavenly refinement ancient formation. Soul Song summoned forth the signature technique of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, manifesting two formations that imbued the atmosphere with a profound weight, as if the realm had transformed from gossamer to solid iron. Everyone felt a wave of heat wash over them, their bodies ignited with fervor, their spirits soaring with excitement. "At last, brother, I have awaited this day for so long. Today, I can finally fight alongside you." Xiao Yan's face flushed with exhilaration, his emotions surging. Taking a deep breath, he felt his robes billow, flames erupting from within him, as his form grew ever more imposing. The Flame Emperor's avatar. This was a technique Xiao Yan had inadvertently developed after absorbing flames, enabling a transformation that made him resemble a deity of fire. Initially, it had merely been a vague idea, but through training and a hint of guidance from his ancestor, Xiao Chun, he had perfected it. This was his first time unleashing it. Although his power had reached an impressive level, nearing the mid-stage of an 8-star Dou Saint, Xiao Yan was still unsatisfied. He believed such a grand battle was a rare opportunity in a lifetime. Thus, with his hands forming seals, a radiant pattern ignited on his forehead. Heavenly fire, three mysteries, transformation. Boom! As Xiao Yan's thunderous roar echoed, his momentum surged once more. The elders of the Soul Clan, witnessing the spectacle, were taken aback. Who could have foreseen that the Xiao clan, once nearly annihilated by the Soul Clan, would rise to stand again. The three elders at the forefront bore stern expressions, with the central figure, Soul Yuan Tian, bellowing, "Let us join forces and eliminate him in one swift blow." The others, Soul Sheng Tian and another elder, echoed in unison, agreed. In the next moment, the three raised their palms, each conjuring a dark orb of energy, which they then cast forth. The spheres expanded rapidly, forming a colossal black gate. This black gate towered 1,000 feet high, immensely grand, yet dwarfed to less than a tenth of the ancient emperor's dwelling. The Gate of Silence. The members of the ancient Thunder and Medicine clans turned pale upon seeing this portal. It was evident that they recognized it as one of the Soul clan's most potent techniques. The process of materializing the Gate of Silence was no simple feat. Soul Yuan Tian shot forth a beam of light from his fingertip, piercing the void and merging with the gate, causing the three portals to coalesce into one. Enter. Soul Yuan Tian's gaze was cold, fixating on the figure enveloped in flames. Boom! In the next instant, the unified gate solidified, unleashing a terrifying force of suction. Flames from Xiao Yan's body were drawn towards the portal, and he found himself unable to resist, his form being pulled in despite a fleeting moment of struggle. Standing together, Soul Yuan Tian and the others beneath the towering gate coldly commanded, "Who dares to approach?" The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitating. Xiao Yan's explosive momentum had already neared that of a 9-star Dou Saint. If even such power could not withstand for 2 seconds, they would surely be consumed in an instant. The leader of the Thunder clan's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he refrained from taking action. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was entangled with the Soul Emperor, preventing him from entering the ancient emperor's dwelling. In a flicker, the void-devouring flame appeared beside Soul Yuan Tian, pointing a finger toward another figure engulfed in flames, coldly stating, "Devour him as well. Let these two brothers reunite." Just as Soul Yuan Tian was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Soul Cang maintained a composed demeanor as he remarked, "My younger brother possesses the stature of a Dou emperor. A mere portal cannot hope to hinder him. You shall not succeed, void-devouring flame, nor will you, Soul Emperor." The void-devouring flame let out a derisive laugh, ready to retort, when his gaze shifted to the three elders of the Soul clan. At that moment, he sensed something amiss about their condition. Almost simultaneously with Soul Cang's words, it appeared that Xiao Yan, who had been drawn into the portal, intended to respond to his elder brother. With a swift motion, the void-devouring flame pulled back, reassessing the original form of the Dead Silence Gate. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted from the dark portal, bright and blinding, shooting skyward. "Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, explode for me." Xiao Yan's furious voice resonated from within the portal. Crack! The Dead Silence Gate was suddenly riddled with cracks that spread at an alarming rate, akin to a shattering ice surface. The expressions of Soul Yuan Tian and the two individuals beside him darkened significantly. Before they could react, a deafening boom reverberated through the air. The very fabric of the world trembled with energy, causing some weaker Dou Saints to lose their footing, wobbling as they plummeted downwards. As the Dead Silence Gate erupted, a thick aura of death wafted forth, and a figure wreathed in flames emerged from the black mist, exuding a fierce and savage demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Soul Cang's lips curled into a faint smile. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan had never feared the Dead Silence Gate, and now his power was amplified, possessing more than double the amount of exotic fire compared to before. The combined might of so much exotic fire would undoubtedly yield exponentially greater results. With the Dead Silence Gate breached, others quickly regained their confidence and sprang into action, obstructing the Soul Clan members. Standing at the threshold of the cave yet unable to enter, Soul Emperor roared defiantly, his hair billowing wildly, "No one can stop me." Was this truly a fight to the death? Gu Yuan retreated, his expression turning grave, a hint of hesitation creeping in. The pressure emanating from the opposing Soul Emperor was already at its zenith, and was now escalating further. Such a surge usually manifested only in dire circumstances when one was prepared to gamble everything. Chapter 233, The Arrival of Xiao Xian, and the Reluctance of the Void-Devouring Flame to Engage. Secret Technique. Upon witnessing the Soul Emperor's renewed strength, an instant understanding dawned upon the crowd, accompanied by a creeping sense of dread. Given the Soul Emperor's prowess, he was already a pinnacle existence on the Douqi continent. Before employing his secret technique, Gu Yuan could not guarantee he could suppress him. Now, who could possibly stand against the Soul Emperor? Conversely, the members of the Soul Clan, upon witnessing their leader activate his secret technique to enhance his power, wasted no time and unleash their most powerful moves. Instantly, the morale of the Soul Clan surged. Their formidable might cascading like mountains and oceans upon the forces of the three clans and the Tsang Alliance. The pressure now fell squarely upon them. Allowing them entry was out of the question, for if the Soul Clan seized the opportunity to ascend to Emperor, they would all meet a similar fate, albeit with a slight delay. Consequently, many silently steeled themselves, adopting a posture of desperation. Gu Yuan's wary gaze swept across the Soul Emperor before he bellowed at a figure. Soul Tsang, how long must we wait? Do you intend for me to face this peril alone? The voice reached the Soul Emperor's ears, causing him to glance at Soul Tsang, a sense of alarm washing over him. Did he possess a backup plan? What was this rebellious child scheming? Did he wish for my demise? Just as the Soul Emperor pondered Soul Tsang's ulterior motives, a familiar aura suddenly washed over him. Glancing sideways, astonishment flickered across his face. Xiao Yan, you're still alive? From the void emerged a man clad in simple attire, his expression austere and devoid of mirth. He spoke coolly. Soul Emperor, our enmity remains unresolved. Today, we shall settle the score for your ambush all those years ago. As soon as the name Xiao Yan left the Soul Emperor's lips, a hush fell over the gathering. Aside from Xiao Yan and Xiao Chun, a select few aware of Xiao Yan's resurrection, such as Gu Lei and the members of the three clans, displayed profound astonishment. Compared to the Tsang Alliance, the members of the three clans were far more cognizant of the events following Xiao Yan's failed bid for Dou Emperor, where he was subsequently ambushed by the Soul Clan and had since survived in the Tomb of Heaven. Undeniably, Xiao Yan had become somewhat of a legendary figure on the Dou Qi continent in recent years. Yet, ultimately, he had met with failure. Thus, when they witnessed Xiao Yan's revival, their initial reaction was shock, swiftly followed by a tremor of hope. At this moment, the outcome of the battlefield remained firmly in the hands of the pinnacle few. Once their clashes concluded, the rest could do little to alter the tide. Having observed Gu Yuan's struggle against the Soul Emperor, the appearance of the renowned war god of the Xiao clan instilled a renewed sense of hope in the crowd. Just then, the Soul Emperor's voice, laced with disdain, rang out, Xiao Yan, if I am not mistaken, you are merely at the late stage of 8-star Dou Saint. Even if you and Gu Yuan join forces, you are unworthy to be my adversary. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. Recognizing that the Soul Emperor had seen through his strength was entirely reasonable. He replied calmly, whether I am worthy or not, we shall find out through battle. A hint of a smile broke through Gu Yuan's previously tense expression. Soul Emperor, let us settle that long overdue battle from centuries past today. Before his words faded, Gu Yuan propelled himself forward. Xiao Yan formed a seal with his hands, his aura surging dramatically as he ascended to 9-star Dou Saint. Then followed Gu Yuan into the fray against the Soul Emperor. In an instant, the three were embroiled in combat. The others diverted their gazes, each focusing on their respective opponents. The void-devouring flame fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan, intent on eliminating him first. With his memories restored, he comprehended the significance of Xiao Yan's cultivation method and resolved that he must not allow Xiao Yan to continue his ascent. For if Xiao Yan's power grew further, a fate of being devoured awaited him. The void-devouring flame had always prided himself on devouring others. Aside from the one instance he had been opportunistically consumed by the ancient emperor, he had never been at the mercy of another. Just as he prepared to lunge forward, Xiao Yan stood ready, poised for confrontation, when he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him, causing an involuntary shiver to run through him. Soul Tsang spoke coolly, my younger brother should deal with the others. The void-devouring flame is mine to confront. Xiao Yan glanced at his elder brother, who had approached him. Feeling a slight relief, he nodded, brother, be careful. With that, Xiao Yan launched himself towards the other elders of the Soul Clan. The void-devouring flame, watching Soul Tsang draw closer, retreated while saying, Soul Tsang, to speak frankly, it seems we have no real enmity. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly? Soul Tsang replied succinctly, you are but a stepping stone on my path to becoming an emperor, so do not blame me. Blame only yourself for being the void-devouring flame. The void-devouring flame swallowed hard, shaken by Soul Tsang's brutally candid declaration. In the next moment, a surge of black flames shot towards Soul Tsang, while a larger wave of black flames surged away, the void-devouring flame fleeing without a backward glance. Before anyone, even Gu Yuan or the Soul Emperor, he harbored the conviction to fight. Yet, facing Soul Tsang, he dared not even entertain the thought of a direct confrontation, let alone a mutual demise. The peculiar imprint from their last encounter lingered in his mind, leaving an indelible impression. The void-devouring flame pondered deeply and realized that against that mark, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Boom! Raising his hand to dispel the black flames. Soul Song watched the figure fleeing, then swiftly pursued him, his speed unwavering. The surrounding void was marked by the fiery traces left by Soul Song, akin to a massive serpent's path, and the void-devouring flame felt the emanating aura from it, daring not to approach carelessly. The last time was because it swallowed the flames of the soul god, and in the end, I was almost controlled by the soul god. Flame erodes the sky. Soul Song aimed his palm at the black flame ahead, and in the next moment, a blazing flame erupted, directly covering a range of several hundred zhang ahead. The terrifying high temperature distorts the space, and the light shining on it is somewhat crooked. Void-swallowing flame split into two, running up and down. The black flame that was running up turned its head and found that the soul god was chasing after it, and a fierce look flashed in its eyes. Soul Song stopped, somewhat puzzled. What does he want to do? I saw the void-swallowing flame rushing straight to the place where the Soul Heavenly Emperor and his team were fighting, without any pause and speed. Void-swallowing flame shouted, Soul Heavenly Emperor, I'm here to help you. The Soul Heavenly Emperor, with 1 against 2, did not fall behind and instead continued to suppress Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan. However, after all, Gu Yuan's strength was not much different from that of the Soul Heavenly Emperor. With the help of Xiao Yan, a short period of evenly matched power was formed between the two sides. As long as this state is maintained, the people of the Soul Clan will eventually be resolved by the joint efforts of the 3 clans and the Tsang Alliance. At that time, the Soul Heavenly Emperor was struggling alone. At this moment, the Soul Heavenly Emperor heard the voice of the void-swallowing flame and was puzzled, but without any courtesy. He decisively integrated the power of the void-swallowing flame into himself. The next second, a flame power mixed in with the fighting spirit of the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Faced with a palm strike from Gu Yuan, he easily caught it and swallowed up all the energy, then returned with even more terrifying power. Boom! Gu Yuan's face suddenly changed, his arms crossed in front of him, and his fighting chi penetrated his body, rapidly amplifying and transforming into 2 mountains lying horizontally in front of him. The attack of the Soul Heavenly Emperor arrived, and the mountains shattered, causing Gu Yuan's body to shoot backwards. The Soul Heavenly Emperor was about to pursue after his victory, attempting to take down Gu Yuan with all his might. His forward momentum paused, and then a surge of fighting energy swept past him. The Soul Heavenly Emperor suddenly turned his head and locked his gaze on Xiao Yan, coldly saying, If I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. Since you want to seek death, I have granted you permission first. Chapter 234, Mysterious Strong appears. Who is the Soul Heavenly Emperor? If an ordinary person faces a death threat from the Soul Heavenly Emperor, they will definitely tremble and hesitate in their hearts. But Xiao Yan is not an ordinary person. He had already died once, and now he is living a new life, never considering continuing to live. Especially after learning about the current opportunities of Xiao Yan, the younger generation of the Xiao clan, he became even more determined to add fuel and energy to the Xiao clan in the end. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan directly used the secret realm. His blood and soul began to burn, and his momentum surged again. This actually stunned the Soul Emperor. What the hell? Today is really a strange day. Why are they all working harder than themselves? Why is this? For the sake of the Soul God? Is it worth these people fighting for this rebellious son? The Soul Heavenly Emperor didn't have time to think deeply when he saw Xiao Yan launch another attack on him, his fierce fighting spirit sweeping through the void, shattering all the space along the way, swallowing the heavenly mirror. Wrap your hands with black fighting chi, and you can faintly see flames shining inside. Then draw a circle in the void in front of you, and the fighting chi ends and connects, forming a circle. The next second, a large amount of fighting energy poured into it, filling the hollow circle with energy that shone and turned into a mirror. The attack launched by Xiao Yan fell on top and was completely engulfed, with a loud buzzing sound coming from inside. A dangerous thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, and his figure flickered as he quickly left the front of the mirror. Almost the next second he dodged, and even more terrifying fighting energy surged out from inside. 2 ancient clan elders were accidentally affected, approaching the strength of the 7 starfighting saints. Faced with this powerful energy, they couldn't even defend themselves in time, and their bodies were mostly destroyed. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and climbed up with a serious expression. He has become stronger. Over the years, the Soul Heavenly Emperor has never slackened in his cultivation, but due to the lack of source chi, he was unable to break through the threshold of the Dou Emperor. After using the secret method, the Soul Heavenly Emperor's strength is comparable to that of the half-step Dou Emperor, and he has also gained the power of void swallowing flame to participate. The Soul Clan already has a unique fighting aura and possesses devouring power. To confront the Soul Heavenly Emperor, one must be even more cautious and careful. Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan looked at each other without saying a word, but they already understood each other's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, the two launched another attack on the Soul Heavenly Emperor. On the other side, Soul Tsang's figure flashed, and he came to the back of the Soul Heavenly Emperor. His hands were sealed, and he quickly changed, almost making it possible to see the remnants of his fingertips. The next second, a mark in his palm was thrown towards the Soul Heavenly Emperor. "Rebel, do you still dare to hit me?" Sensing the attack of the Soul God, the Soul Heavenly Emperor was furious and threw one palm to repel the two, while the other hand extended its 5 fingers and grabbed towards the Soul God. Bang! Soul Tsang's figure suddenly exploded, transforming into countless fireworks that flew out from between his fingers and reassembled into a human form in the distance. He had a calm expression, as if he had not been affected by the attack from the Soul Heavenly Emperor just now, and his gaze was fixed on a mark that had fallen into the palm of the Soul Heavenly Emperor's hand. At first, the Soul Heavenly Emperor didn't take it seriously, until the mark touched his palm. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his furious face. "What's going on? My power?" In an instant, the aura of the Soul Heavenly Emperor began to decline. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yuan and Xiao Xian's shocked eyes suddenly turned to the figure immersed in the flames. Is Soul God so powerful? Or is his fighting technique too strange, as a single strike can make the Soul Heavenly Emperor exclaim in surprise, even affecting his own strength? In fact, at this moment, Soul Tsang's heart was also stirred up by a storm. He had just come here purely out of impulse to try it out. Because based on past combat experience, if a person is cultivating fire attribute fighting chi, then the Soul God can use the 6 seals to suppress it. As long as the opponent's strength is not too high, it will have an effect. At present, everyone is already at the peak of Dou King continent. Without source chi, no one can break through duty. Therefore, the gap between Soul God and Soul Heavenly Emperor is actually very small. If the void swallowing flame hadn't joined forces with the Soul Heavenly Emperor, the Soul Tsang wouldn't have had this idea. After all, the strength of the Soul Heavenly Emperor is there, and after practicing for so many years, it's not just talk. It's still terrifying. The roar of the Soul Emperor, both shocked and angry, echoed throughout the space, and others were also shocked by the aura of the Soul Emperor. The next second, a series of eyes saw the Soul Heavenly Emperor pulling out the void swallowing flame from his body, like throwing garbage and throwing it towards a distance. Almost in the moment of nothingness swallowing away the flames, the momentum of the Soul Heavenly Emperor's fall surged again. He stared fixedly at the Soul God with his eyes. Even without the void swallowing flame, it would be easy for me to deal with Gu Yuan and Xiao Xian. Not far away, the void swallowed by the flames was thrown out, as disheveled as a lost dog. Who would have thought that he would be thrown away as garbage one day, despite being the second-ranked flame swallowing void? However, in the situation just now, nothingness swallowing flame also noticed that even the Soul Heavenly Emperor could not resist that strange mark. Even if their strength merged, it would be useless, and even the Soul Heavenly Emperor would be affected. Taking a deep breath and calming down with nothingness, I came up with a plan. Soul Heavenly Emperor, leave Xiao Xian to me, and you can quickly solve the Soul Tsang problem. Without him, we can work together to push the entire Dou King continent. The Soul Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up, and he realized that this was indeed a good solution. He quickly calmed down and then, ignoring Gu Yuan and Xiao Xian, charged straight towards the Soul Tsang. Rebel die. Behind the Soul Heavenly Emperor, the fighting spirit surged, occupying the entire sky. As he moved, the sky seemed like collapsed mirrors, all shattered. An invisible force is surrounding the Soul God, attempting to imprison him. This is the effect of the soul power in the Imperial realm. Just as the Soul Heavenly Emperor thought he was in control, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, a look of astonishment once again climbed onto his face. In his perception, the Imperial realm soul power that was originally covering the Soul realm was unexpectedly shattered by a force no weaker than himself. The Soul Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. You too possess an Emperor-level soul? How is that even possible? The calm and composed Soul Tsang replied. The strides I have taken to reach this point are beyond your imagination. Dispelling the surrounding obstructive forces, Soul Tsang moved with agility, swiftly flickering about, yet always maintaining a distance from the Soul Emperor. Observing the now enraged Soul Emperor, he said nonchalantly, "If you retreat now, you may still have a chance to ascend to Emperor. This opportunity, while I am present, will elude you." Utter nonsense. The Soul Emperor erupted, his dignity cast aside. "You are my progeny, and now you dare to instruct me? While I devised this plan, you are still in the dark. Do you truly believe your machinations over these years can thwart me? Soul Song merely shrugged, unperturbed, and replied calmly, I will not lay a hand on you. But I cannot guarantee the same for others. As his words settled, the Soul Emperor froze, his gaze abruptly darting towards the depths of the ancient emperor's cave. Simultaneously, others halted as well, sensing a presence that rivaled both themselves and the Soul Emperor, materializing beneath the ancient emperor's abode. A look of terror spread across Gu Yuan's face. Another formidable warrior? Is this also part of Soul Song's scheme? He felt utterly bewildered. Although aligned with Soul Song, many elements remained shrouded in mystery, as if he were enveloped in darkness. Before the gathered assembly, a pair of enormous eyes emerged from the shadows, followed by a radiant glimmer. And then a figure shot forth from below, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to thunder. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, silence reigning supreme. The figure stretched languidly, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. The onlookers regarded this entirely unfamiliar, yet immensely powerful figure in subdued silence. The figure then scanned the crowd, locking eyes with Soul Song. Boy, which one of these is the Soul Emperor you mentioned? Point him out to this emperor. Chapter 235. Do you recall what I previously said about the alchemist's legacy? Soul Song raised a finger. In an instant, the Soul Emperor experienced a sensation akin to his heart being tightly squeezed, his breath becoming labored and uncomfortable. Indeed, while the Soul Emperor was undeniably powerful, he remained constrained by the rules of the Dou King continent, perpetually residing within the Dousheng realm. Without breaking through to Dou Di, all beings are equal. Faced with the alliance of Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan, the Soul Emperor endeavored to appear nonchalant, yet in truth, had it not been for the earlier assistance of the void-devouring flame, he would have been hard-pressed to cope. Suddenly confronted by another powerhouse of equal caliber, the Soul Emperor felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes upon him, the Soul Emperor's expression softened, and with a hint of politeness, he introduced himself. I am Hun Tiandi, the leader of the Soul Clan. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity, Senior? You are the Soul Emperor? Who I am will be incomprehensible to you. Enough of this. Let's not squander time. The middle-aged man, Zhu Kun, extended his hand, and instantly a resonant dragon's roar echoed as a golden claw tore through the air, lunging towards the Soul Emperor. Seeing the decisive action taken by his opponent, the Soul Emperor's complexion shifted. As he retreated, he unleashed a counterattack. Boom! The Soul Emperor's strike disintegrated, yet the golden claw still possessed residual power, only being neutralized by a second blow. Not bad. You possess some strength. The old Dragon Emperor's fighting spirit surged with excitement. After years of being suppressed near the cave of the ancient emperor, unable to return home with his child's fate uncertain, the pent-up resentment within Zhu Kun was unimaginable, and he was in dire need of an outlet. Xiao Yan turned to Gu Yuan and said, let's join forces. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. The two swiftly positioned themselves to encircle the Soul Emperor, causing his countenance to darken considerably. At that moment, Zhu Kun's gaze fixated on the two, and he commanded, you two youngsters are not permitted to interfere in my affairs. What a joke. A dignified Dragon Emperor should not need to gang up on someone. Xiao Yan and Gu Yuan halted abruptly, exchanging bewildered glances, astonished at the unexpected turn of events, given that they were there to assist. Why were they being restricted from joining the fray? The Soul Emperor, who had also heard the proclamation, exhaled in relief. A one-on-one confrontation was preferable. This old senior still adhered to the rules, granting him another opportunity. However, just as the Soul Emperor's fleeting relief crossed his mind, he spotted Soul Song frowning in the distance. Oh no! A jolt of alarm struck the Soul Emperor's heart. His rebellious offspring was about to cause trouble again. In the next moment, Soul Song beckoned to a purple-haired beauty. Ziyin, come and assist me. Without hesitation, Ziyin complied, soaring towards the Soul Emperor alongside Soul Song. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Kun erupted in fury. Soul Song, have you lost your mind? This individual possesses strength comparable to my own, and you bring your child into this? She is not prepared for such a confrontation. Even the residual energies could harm her. Soul Song replied coolly, Old Dragon Emperor, I invited you to assist, not to engage in idle chatter. Have you forgotten how you promised me before? Ziyin stood beside him, hands on her hips, silent yet clearly siding with Soul Song. Zhu Kun felt a throbbing headache. My illustrious reputation, he exclaimed, waving his hand to push the two further away. He then bellowed at Xiao Yan and Gu Yuan. What are you two still standing there for? Do I need to ask you again? Join the fray. Xiao Yan moved his lips. Gu Yuan chuckled softly, having deciphered his meaning, which was clearly encapsulated in 4 words: unwarranted calamity. Subsequently, the two charged toward the Soul Emperor. You ungrateful wretch! You ungrateful wretch! The Soul Emperor trembled with rage, lamenting that had he known he would father such a son, he should have ended his life at birth. Facing the assault of 3 top-tier powerhouses, even the Soul Emperor could not afford to be careless or distracted, pouring all his strength into the confrontation. Meanwhile, the void-devouring flame had once again been targeted by Soul Tsang. It attempted several times to approach the Soul Emperor in hopes of alliance. But each time it drew near, it was met with scathing rebukes from the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor feared the earlier predicament. His adversaries were not merely Xiao Yan and Gu Yuan. There was another who stood at the pinnacle alongside him. At such a moment, determining the victor hinged entirely on a single thought. Should he and the void-devouring flame join forces, only to be met with Soul Tsang's mysterious mark? Their strength would plummet, and everything would be lost. Having been pursued relentlessly, the void-devouring flame gradually felt cornered, halting to turn and exclaim, Soul Tsang, I will share a secret with you. Will you spare my life? Soul Tsang paused, slightly taken aback, and asked what secret. The void-devouring flame glanced at the chaotic battle in the distance. Before we set out, your father arranged for Soul Yuansheng and Soul Suzi to head to the Gamma Empire, intending to use your mother and children as leverage against you. If you hurry back, you may still save them. If you delay further, it will be too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Soul Emperor's furious voice echoed from afar. Void-devouring flame, you are doomed. How could you divulge such matters to him? This is our final chance for a turnaround. The void-devouring flame scoffed. This is your last chance, isn't it? Due to misplaced trust. The void-devouring flame had not left a portion of its flame in the outside world when Soul Tsang unleashed the ancient alchemy array, ensuring it remained at full strength. After all, who could anticipate that the Soul Clan would emerge en masse? With the Soul Emperor at the helm, there was no way they could be at a disadvantage. However, what they did not foresee was that Soul Tsang seemed to have anticipated today's events and had made extensive preparations for it. First, there was the resurrection of Xiao Yan, and secondly, the emergence of a mysterious powerhouse. Now, with the Soul Emperor struggling to maintain his own safety, the void-devouring flame could no longer afford to concern itself with those matters. The transition from a mere cluster of flames to the birth of a fire spirit was not a simple task. It required considerable time to solidify. If captured by Soul Tsang, the void-devouring flame was certain its fate would parallel that of the purifying lotus demon fire, destined to become sustenance for Soul Tsang's second brother. The void-devouring flame was unwilling to witness such an outcome. Casting a glance at Soul Tsang, the void-devouring flame was suddenly taken aback. It saw no signs of panic or urgency on Soul Tsang's face and could not help but inquire. Aren't you worried about them? With a faint smile, Soul Tsang remarked, Did you truly believe I had not made preparations while within the Gamma Empire? The gaze of void-devouring flame flickered, as if to validate the thoughts coursing through void-devouring flame's mind. An elder of the Soul Clan suddenly emitted a mournful cry. Patriarch, the soul jade slips of both Soul Shuzi and Soul Yuansheng have shattered. In the distance, the Soul Emperor appeared taken aback by this news, inadvertently struck by a golden light mark, causing him to retreat 100 paces, blood cascading forth. Void-devouring flame also displayed a countenance of shock. His original intention was to use this news to divert Soul Tsang's attention, seizing the opportunity to ally with the Soul Emperor while Soul Tsang left to rescue others, in hopes of turning the tide. Yet, it was clear that this plan had faltered. A look of regret surfaced on Soul Tsang's face as he gently shook his head, lamenting, void-devouring flame. This secret is not worth a life. Countless flames suddenly erupted from the void, enveloping both void-devouring flame and Soul Tsang, sealing off all avenues of retreat for void-devouring flame. Unwilling to succumb to death, void-devouring flame gritted his teeth and declared, Wait, Soul Tsang, I possess another secret. The imperial pill within the ancient emperor's cave has gained sentience, its power nearing that of a battle emperor. Without a special method, you cannot contend with it. If you release me, I can assist you. The corners of Soul Tsang's mouth curled upward slightly. No need. I too am familiar with the transformation technique of the ancient emperor Tua Shi. Void-devouring flame's mind was rocked with disbelief. How is this possible? Why would you know? Do you recall my earlier mention of the alchemist's legacy? I had not conveyed the entirety. That alchemist bore the name Emperor Yan. Soul Tsang's calm voice resounded like thunder in void-devouring flame's ears. causing his pupils to contract in shock. For he knew that before the ancient Emperor Tua Shi ascended, he often referred to himself as Emperor Yan. Chapter 236. The tide has turned, dust settles. Gazing at a familiar mark gradually taking shape, void devouring flame finally extricated himself from his state of astonishment. I had not intended to employ this tactic so soon, but Sold Song, you have forced my hand. Since you wish for my demise, let us all perish together. A fierce glint crossed void devouring flame's eyes, a frenzied expression spreading across his face. Sold Song found himself perplexed. How could void devouring flame still possess a trump card at this juncture? Suddenly, he recalled the original text where the Soul Emperor, upon ascending to Battle Emperor, had prepared to devour void devouring flame, who had then intended to resist. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Even a feeble struggle had failed to stir a ripple. Sold Song remained silent, offering no response, hastening instead to solidify the mark. Witnessing this scene, void devouring flame no longer hesitated. In the next moment, within this area, the entire Soul clan suddenly underwent a drastic change in countenance, their breaths fluctuating violently. Even the Soul Emperor's expression transformed dramatically, sensing a minuscule black flame emerging within his bloodline, devouring his battle aura like a constrictor snake. Void devouring flame. What madness is this? The Soul Emperor exclaimed, exasperated, neglecting the trio's attacks as he surged toward the distant flame. Yet, Zhu Kuan was faster, appearing before the Soul Emperor in a flash. With a dragon's roar, a golden light manifested in the void, resembling a tail, striking toward the Soul Emperor. Crack! The void erupted, the space fracturing, causing the Soul Emperor to retreat a distance. Yet he, in a frenzy, disregarded all else and continued his charge towards Sold Song. For what void-devouring flame was now enacting was not trivial. It threatened the very foundation of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan's enduring strength, unlike other ancient races that exhibited signs of diluted bloodlines, was significantly attributed to void-devouring flame. Now, he had ignited the flames of their very bloodline. Such a ruthless tactic would lead to a dramatic decline in the Soul Clan's combat prowess. Void-devouring flame's resentful voice rang out. A son must repay his father's debts. Soul Emperor, why? Sold Song, why are you unaffected? No, this is impossible. Suddenly, the crowd realized that void-devouring flame's tone had sharpened, as if he had glimpsed something unfathomable. Simultaneously, the Soul Emperor's figure halted abruptly, his brow furrowing as he sensed the anomaly within him dissipating. The cause of this event was startlingly simple. The source controlling it was gone. Void-devouring flame was no more. The Soul Emperor stood in a daze. Had Sold Song truly dealt with void-devouring flame? How had he accomplished this? Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan seized the opportunity, landing a thunderous blow poised to strike the Soul Emperor, when suddenly a figure burst forth, an elder of the Soul Clan. Patriarch flee. He forcefully propelled the Soul Emperor away, using his last ounce of strength to shout. The Soul Emperor, momentarily dazed, then witnessed the elder being bombarded by battle energy, plummeting like a meteor into the molten rock below, splashing molten lava dozens of meters high, his fate unknown. In that moment, the Soul Emperor's gaze turned vacant as he scanned his surroundings, landing on the immense portal not far away. The ancient Emperor's cave lay before him, its door wide open. Yet, he could not bring himself to cross the threshold. Patriarch, the tide has turned. You must flee. Go, Patriarch, while the Green Mountains remain. There is no fear of firewood running out. The elders of the Soul Clan all retreated to the Soul Emperor's side, pleading desperately. The situation had become dire for them. If they left now, there remained a chance for ascension in the future. Emerging from the flames, Sold Song raised his hand, dissolving the ancient formation. The Soul Emperor looked up, his face a mask of bewilderment and despair, staring at the distant figure, lost in thought. He could not fathom why he had been defeated by a son he had never truly regarded. Gu Yuan stood in place, his expression complex. The Soul Clan had always been shrouded in mystery, exuding a formidable aura. Even since the initiation of this plan by Sold Song, he had harbored concerns over various potential issues, remaining anxious. It was only when battling alongside the Soul Emperor that such worries had not dissipated. Yet now, as the dust began to settle, Gu Yuan felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. We cannot retreat. We must avenge our kin, the leaders of the Lei and Yao clans. Their eyes, reddened with fury, surged toward the Soul Clan. At this moment, the Soul Emperor, having fought continuously and now betrayed by void-devouring flame, was in a poor state. Even facing Gu Yuan alone would be a struggle. Moreover, the Soul Emperor's mental state was alarmingly unstable, teetering on the edge of clarity. After all, a plan that had been in the works for millennia was on the cusp of success, only to be thwarted by a series of unforeseen events. Such dramatic ups and downs were beyond the tolerance of any individual. The members of the Soul Clan encircled the Soul Emperor, fighting and retreating as they surged toward the spatial passage. At that moment, Soul Song raised an eyebrow, locking his gaze on one individual, lifting his hand, fingers curling. In the next second, Soul Wind trembled. Horror etched across his face as he watched the hard-won Jinzu fire detach from his being, soaring toward Soul Song. The members of the Soul Clan departed. Lei Ying's eyes brimmed with resentment as he suddenly turned, his form appearing beside Soul Song amidst the thunderous rumble. Why spare the Soul Emperor? Why let the Soul Clan go? They are clearly at a disadvantage. With a bit more encirclement, we could eradicate them all. Soul Song cast a calm glance in his direction. Have you not heard of a cornered dog desperate to leap? Do you truly believe the Soul Clan has no trump cards remaining? Should you push them to the brink, how many of your Lei Clan do you think will survive? If you possess the strength, pursue them yourself. From the outset, the objective of this plan had been crystal clear: to open the gates of the ancient Emperor's cave. With the plan now realized, Soul Song's other intention was to prevent the Soul Emperor from acquiring the Imperial Pill. For should the Soul Emperor obtain the Imperial Pill, the Soul Clan would once again face the dire scenario of the devouring spirit array, leading to their inevitable fate of sacrifice. Though Soul Song was now powerful enough to withstand such a fate, he feared for his mother, Soul Linhua, as her bloodline could not escape its ties to the Soul Clan. So, if Soul God wants to resurrect Xiao Yan, he needs to negotiate the conditions with Zhukuan in advance, because he needs to use these people to stop the Soul Emperor. Now that the Soul Clan has withdrawn and the ancient Emperor's cave has reopened, as long as you get that Emperor's pill, the opportunity to become an Emperor is right in front of you. Once we break through the Dou Emperor, what else should we worry about? Old man, pay attention to your attitude. When you talk to my older brother like this, do you believe I'll hit you? Xiao Yan stood beside Soul Song, his face full of anger. This old guy really doesn't know how to repay kindness. It is said that if it weren't for my elder brother rushing to the Thunder Clan, you would have been wiped out by the Soul Clan long ago. Now, he dares to shout my elder brother 3 times and 4 times. Soul Song patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, go and call Sun'er. You have more important things to do later." Xiao Yan glanced at him with some confusion, but didn't ask. He turned around and called for someone. At this moment, Lang also calmed down, didn't say anything, turned around and walked over to the tribe. Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan walked over side by side, standing opposite Soul Song, their gaze fixed on the huge stone gate behind him. A flash of heat flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. "Soul Song, what should we do next?" "Give me the ancient jade first," Soul God said to Xiao Xian. At the time of the battle, Xiao Xian took the ancient jade into his hands, which was specifically instructed by the Soul God. Taking the ancient jade, Soul Song spoke in a deep voice. "Inside the ancient Emperor's cave, there is an Emperor's Grade Youth Pill, which is not to be underestimated in strength, even stronger than the Soul Heavenly Emperor. But it is also the key to becoming an Emperor. I plan to give it to Xiao Yan." Gu Yuan and Xiao Xuanqi were both stunned. Even Zhukuan, who walked a little slower, was still stunned in place. Did this opportunity pass away? Chapter 237 Soul God. Xiao Yan, you must accept the semi-finished Emperor Pill. Among the 3, Gu Yuan couldn't accept it the most and was also the most puzzled. According to his inner thoughts, after repelling the Soul Heavenly Emperor, the only people with strength close to the Dou Emperor now are himself and this mysterious Dou Saint Powerhouse. In terms of familiarity, Xiao Xian and even the chiefs of the Lei and Yao tribes around him are more familiar with him. Under this natural advantage, if one stands up and wants to compete for the Emperor Dan, they will definitely receive great support. Who doesn't want to become an Emperor? However, all of Gu Yuan's fantasies were shattered with the words of the Soul God. Suppressing his thoughts, Gu Yuan eagerly asked, "Why Xiao Yan? His strength is still some distance away from the 9-star fighting saint. Isn't it a waste to give him the Emperor Dan?" Xiao Xian turned his head and looked at Gu Yuan, who was a bit out of control, and he could understand his reaction in his heart. In the Dou King continent, many people spend their entire lives striving for the idea of fighting against the Emperor. Now the Emperor Dan is inside, and Gu Yuan happens to have extremely close strength, making him one of the very suitable candidates. In this situation, even Xiao Xian, from a rational perspective, believes that giving this pill to Gu Yuan is a good choice, because he has known Gu Yuan for many years and understands his inner nature. Even if he becomes the Dou Emperor, Gu Yuan will not become as cruel as the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Of course, Xiao Xian actually agrees with the suggestions put forward by Soul Song to some extent. Xiao Yan is a member of the Xiao ethnic group. If he can obtain this imperial pill and become a Dou Emperor in the future, Won't the Xiao ethnic group be able to stand up again? The only one who was relatively calm was Zhu Kun. After a brief moment of shock, he looked deeply at Sold Song and vaguely guessed the reason behind it, with a curious expression in his eyes. Because the information one knows largely depends on living in that era and understanding many secrets, including the Tushigo Emperor. But after so many years, the age of Sold Song seems to be no more than half 100. How could he be so familiar with the situation inside the cave of Tuoshigo Emperor, the ancient clan leader? Faced with the somewhat impatient Gu Yuan, Sold Song smiled lightly. With this plan alone, do you think I am an impulsive person who makes decisions without authorization? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and shook his head. You must give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise I will never agree to your distribution of Emperor Dan like this. Sold Song nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Xian, saying, explain to him what I told you before. Ignoring Gu Yuan, who turned his head, Xiao Xian paused for a moment and asked, can we talk now? Soul God nodded again. Xiao Xian smiled, and then told Gu Yuan about Tuasha Ancient Emperor and Xiao Yan's cultivation of martial arts. Beside him, Zhu Kun also joined in and listened attentively. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but the more he listened, the more serious he became. After a while, Gu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Xian, we've known each other for so many years, you can't deceive me. Is Xiao Yan's cultivation technique exactly the same as that of Tuasha Ancient Emperor? Tuoshiga Emperor was originally trained with flames, not humans. These secret messages left Gu Yuan completely bewildered. Xiao Xian looked at the expression on Gu Yuan's face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he learned these news, he was also a little shocked and lost in thought. Who would have thought that a declining Xiao family in a younger generation would have such luck? Gu Yuan's face darkened as he said solemnly, Xiao Xian, you must swear, otherwise I won't believe you. Okay, no problem. Without hesitation, Xiao Xian agreed and showed a clear conscience, which made Gu Yuan somewhat convinced. At this moment, Zhu Kun said seriously, there's no need to swear, I can testify to him. Gu Yuan looked at him, reacted, and bowed his hand, saying, I haven't asked your name yet. Old Master Zhu Kun. There is a hint of pride in old dragon emperors in different tone. Zhu Kun? Gu Yuan murmured softly and suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining brightly. Are you the one who used to be too weak, Gu Long Long? Zhu Kun was surprised. Have you heard of me? Gu Yuan smiled and said, back then, Tai Su and Gu Long crisscrossed the mainland and were extremely powerful. I have naturally heard of your name. No wonder such a powerful figure suddenly appeared. It turned out to be an old monster that survived from ancient times. Upon learning of Zhu Kun's identity and his testimony on behalf of Xiao Xian, Gu Yuan had already believed most of Xiao Xian's words. So, handing over the Emperor's pill to Xiao Yan and breaking through the Dou Emperor's grasp is indeed greater than oneself. Moreover, Xiao Yan's relationship with the ancient tribe also came to an abrupt end when Gu Yuan caught a glimpse of a couple walking towards him. Father. Suna hugged Xiao Yan's arm and sweetly greeted him. Xiao Yan felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. He had met the ancient clan leader. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, don't call me clan chief. You can call me uncle in the future, and besides, I won't be able to read it for long. The title uncle also needs to be changed. Sunner's face turned red as she coquettishly scolded, Father, looking at his daughter's shy demeanor. Gu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that she was not good enough to stay. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. You kid really recognized the good big brother. What? Xiao Yan felt inexplicable. Why did Uncle Gu suddenly look so emotional? Did Big Brother talk to them about something just now? Seeing Big Brother's gaze sweeping over, Xiao Yan quickly said, Big Brother, why do you want me to bring Sunner here? Sold Song smiled and asked, Sunner, I want to extract your Gene Emperor's burning flame and hand it over to Xiao Yan. Would you be willing? Sunner is not pretending to think cable way. As long as it's good for Brother Xiao Yan, I'm naturally willing. Okay. Soul God nodded, raised his left hand, and 2 clusters of flames rose up, namely the void swallowing flame and the 9 abyss golden ancestral fire. Pushing the flames towards Xiao Yan, Soul Song said, have you obtained the 9 dragon thunder gang fire that you were asked to retrieve before? Xiao Yan nodded and took out a cluster of flames, which was the 9 dragon thunder gang fire that had burned the flame valley. He scratched his head and said, Big Brother, there are imprints left by their burning of the flame valley throughout history, which I cannot absorb. It's okay. Soul Song took it, and with a single operation, separated the imprint from the strange fire, which was shocking to the eyes of these few people. The extraordinary fire, known as the supreme fire in the world, is in the hands of the Soul God like all things. This method of playing with fire is simply ridiculous. Soul Song then removed the Gene Emperor's burning flame from Sunner's body. Xiao Yan looked at Sun Er, whose face had turned slightly pale, and held her in his arms with heartache. Soul God said, Second brother, devour these strange flames. I I will bring you the Emperor's pill later to help you become an emperor. What? Xiao Yan and Sun Er's eyes widened in an instant, filled with disbelief and shock. Especially Sun Er, with her mouth slightly open. Her incredulous gaze flowed over Sol Song and Xiao Yan. After all this time, did Emperor Cheng give my brother, Xiao Yan, the opportunity for nothing? How could that be funny? Xiao Yan quickly waved his hand and said, Big brother, we can discuss other matters. I absolutely disagree with this matter. It's all thanks to Big Brother that I've come this far. I can't take this Emperor Dan, and if I do, it should belong to you, Big Brother. Without you, we wouldn't have taken the initiative. The Emperor Dan must have been taken away by the Soul Clan. In terms of credit, it should be given to you. Xiao Xian, Gu Yuan, and Zhu Kuan were all stunned. These two brothers have a deep affection for each other. Especially Gu Yuan, he opened his mouth several times, wishing he could say, since neither of you want it, why don't you give me this imperial pill? No, there's no room for negotiation. After you become emperor, we will all have a chance. Trust me, second brother. Sol Song spoke decisively, with an extremely serious tone that could not be refused. Because Sol Song is very clear that it is just a semi-finished imperial pill, which is not enough for Emperor Cheng. Only by giving it to Xiao Yan and using the wool system can we exchange it for a complete one. As for the opportunity left by Emperor Toshio, Sol Song never looked up to it from beginning to end, because it is very dangerous to inherit that opportunity. Even Xiao Yan in the original work almost died. Sol Song has been carefully managing it for so many years, and now, naturally, he will not choose to take risks. Otherwise, why did he work hard to support Xiao Yan's growth to this moment? Isn't it just about wanting to fleece and replace the semi-finished Emperor Dan with a complete Emperor Dan? Chapter 238. Emperor Dan appears, grab. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't speak. Reviving a new life, Xiao Yan has always believed that he is a genius. With the protagonist script, he will soar to the top of the world in the future. In the 3 years when the fighting spirit disappeared, Xiao Yan was instantly brought back to reality, experiencing various cold looks and ridicule, trying again and again, failing again and again, and wanting to give up several times. At that critical moment, someone stood up. Xiao Yan has been thinking many times, if he hadn't gathered the courage to meet his elder brother back then, would he have been confined to that small place in Wutan City in the future, becoming a small shop owner? Becoming a useless person to be talked about after meals and quit a marriage? The future is ever-changing and very complex. But Xiao Yan knew that the brave call of Big Brother that day truly changed his life. Seeing Sol Song open his arms, Xiao Yan rushed over and hugged him tightly. The voice of Sol Song came from Xiao Yan's ear. Don't worry about that. In this world, we are all in the same boat, second brother. Big brother, I understand. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely become an emperor, Xiao Yan said decisively. Sol Song patted Xiao Yan's back and smiled, saying, all right, we're already in our 20s. Don't cry all the time. It's not in Wutan City anymore. After parting ways, Soul God looked at the three of them and said, let's go get the Emperor's pill. Xiao Yan also wanted to keep up, but was stopped by the Soul God and let him devour the strange fire first. In addition, Sol Song called Xiao Chen over and asked him to be responsible for guarding Xiao Yan's absorption of strange fire, so as not to be disturbed. Subsequently, the group entered the ancient Emperor's cave. In addition to Gu Yuan, Xiao Xian, and Zhu Kuan, there are also chiefs of the Lei and Yao clans, as well as other forces on the continent. Just now, everyone joined forces to resist the Soul Clan, and Sol Song naturally wouldn't do anything to kill the chicken for the egg, because the Emperor Dan is not so easy to obtain. The opponent's strength is not weaker than that of the Soul Heavenly Emperor, even stronger. There is no special way to solve it. As the saying goes, those who possess treasures reside there. Soul God is very clear that the more he blocks, the more those people feel disadvantaged, so he simply doesn't do anything. He thought for a moment and said to Xiao Xian and the others alone, when we see Emperor Dan later, if anyone else wants to steal it, let them do it. We're not in a hurry. Xiao Xian's face tightened. What if the Emperor Dan is taken away by them? Knowing that Emperor Dan was already reserved for his own younger generation, Xiao Xian found it difficult to maintain a nonchalant attitude. Sol Song smiled and said, can it be so simple to be related to the character Emperor? Xiao Xian was taken aback for a moment, but upon careful consideration, his expression immediately softened. As the group entered the cave, the first thing that caught their eye was a vast plain. At the end of their line of sight, they could see a towering hall, which was very grand and majestic. Many people saw the hall with excited expressions on their faces, increased their speed, and rushed away. Soul God and the others are not in a hurry. They are leisurely and leisurely. In the grand hall of the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor, in addition to the Imperial Pill and the Source Chi inside the statue, there are also some advanced techniques and elixirs. These things are not important to the Soul God. If someone takes them away, They could be used as a reward for this action. It would be great if they didn't spend a penny and could handle the matter. A few people stood in front of the main hall, looked around for a while, and walked inside. Their gaze was immediately drawn to a row of flame squares. On both sides, at regular intervals, there were pillars with flickering flames, all of which were famous strange flames on the list. However, these strange flames are very faint, and compared to the external flames, they seem to be superficial. Gu Yuan looked all the way and constantly verified what Sol Tsang Zhuquan said in his heart, realizing that what they said was indeed true. At this moment, he completely dispelled his last hope for Emperor Dan. Gu Yuan looked around and asked, "Where is Emperor Dan?" Sol Tsang looked up, his gaze fixed on the mist above. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and the mist rushed towards him like water. The people in the hall were first startled and realized that it was the Soul God's intervention, so they relaxed. As the mist dissipated, a colossal statue suddenly appeared. The statue has a solemn expression, exuding a chilling majesty. Looking at it, a hint of awe involuntarily rises in one's heart. Tuo Shegu Emperor. Upon seeing the statue, Zhuquan gritted his teeth and saw a strong hatred in his eyes. He has been imprisoned for so many years, all thanks to this guy. Gu Yuan turned his head and looked at the Soul God with some confusion. He asked himself if the Emperor Dan was related to this statue. Just as Gu Yuan was about to ask again, he suddenly turned his head. Xiao Xian's originally sweeping gaze suddenly converged in one direction. Above the sculpture, a figure emerged from the void. This space hasn't been so lively for a long time. The voice of the elderly came from his mouth. Everyone looked at the figure standing on the shoulder of the statue, holding their hands and looking old, wearing a simple robe. At first glance, everyone felt vaguely familiar. After a little consideration, they suddenly found that the figure was exactly the same as the head of the statue next to it. Tuo Shega Emperor? Lei Ying's heart was startled, as if she had stirred up a raging storm. Are you still alive? Some people who had previously seized the martial arts skills are now stiff in place, and the items in their hands seemed to be burning, very hot to the touch. Their gaze was firmly attracted by the figure that emitted a powerful aura above heaven and earth. Gu Yuan swallowed his saliva and turned to look at the Soul God. Is there a problem with your message? Did Tuo Shegu Emperor actually not die? Even when facing the Soul Heavenly Emperor, Gu Yuan didn't panic, but at this moment, he was somewhat worried. Tuo Shegu Emperor is a powerful figure at the level of Dou Emperor. Isn't it as simple as eating and drinking water to deal with oneself and others? Sol Tsang smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you just ask where the Emperor Pin Shudan is? Here, far away in the sky, right in front of me." Surprised expression climbed onto Gu Yuan's face, and he once again gazed at the figure, murmuring, "Is he the Emperor's junior pill?" Xiao Xian also had an illusion of seeing the world, truly deserving of the title of Emperor's Elixir. The aura emanating from it was completely different from that of Doshang. If the Soul God hadn't spoken earlier, I'm afraid he would have treated him like the Tushigo Emperor. Upper. The old man in plain clothes suddenly turned his head to look at the Soul God, furrowed his brows tightly, and coldly shouted, "Those who insult the Emperor die." The words fell. Boom! A hand emerged from the celestial expanse, instantly filling half of the grand hall with its formidable presence, casting an ominous aura towards Sol Tsang. Swiftly evading, Sol Tsang commanded, "Attack." In the next moment, Sol Tsang, along with 3 other figures, surged toward the Imperial Seed Dan. Given the current circumstances, placing trust in Sol Tsang was undoubtedly the right choice. Individuals, such as Lei Ying, hesitated momentarily before gritting their teeth and joining the assault. "Damn it, you all shall perish." The Imperial Dan, witnessing that his offensive had not only failed to intimidate, but had instead incited a counterattack, was filled with fury. Buzz. A tremendous aura radiated from him, causing those with strength below the 8-star Dou Saint to alter their expressions drastically, halting their advance and decisively changing direction. This overwhelming momentum was even more terrifying than that of the Soul Emperor. They had no desire to court death. The Imperial Seed Dan's fists and palms unleashed thunderous assaults. As he struck, a fragrant aroma emanated from him. Upon realizing it was merely a ruse, the onlooker spirits were lifted and their attacks intensified, eager to seize the Imperial Seed Dan for themselves. "Do not inhale the medicinal fragrance." Sol Tsang, aware of the potential dangers, shouted a warning. The Imperial Seed Dan's eyes gleamed with malevolence, locking on his Sol Tsang. Though this individual appeared unfamiliar, he possessed an uncanny understanding of him and needed to be dealt with first. Imperial Danbaum. Chapter 239. Are they Sol Tsang's children? Imperial Danbaum. A furious shout echoed from above. The Imperial Seed Dan flashed into the air, his eyes widening as he extended both hands downward with great force. Instantly, A resplendent orb of light, roughly the size of a human head, materialized. Boom! 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 The orb served as a signal, igniting the energy of the entire realm in a dazzling display of flames, stretching infinitely across the horizon. In that moment, the grand hall transformed into a furnace. Gu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a seriousness greater than when facing the Soul Emperor, as his internal Dou Qi surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, seemingly the only means to grasp at some semblance of safety. Not far away, Xiao Yan wore a grave expression, mobilizing the surrounding energy to forge his strongest strike. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated as Zhu Kuan manifested his true form. A colossal dragon over 10,000 feet long, its purple-golden scales shimmering brilliantly, coiling in a massive circle. The dragon radiated a glow that enveloped itself. In contrast, the leader of the Lei clan and several elders appeared exceedingly disheveled. Who could have anticipated that a mere pill could unleash such overwhelming power, nearly costing them their lives? Everyone either fled or defended. Observing the scene, the corner of the Imperial Seed Dan's mouth curled into a chilling smirk as he pressed down with both palms, declaring, "Annihilate." As the words fell, the light in the entire realm vanished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, leaving only the radiance emanating from the center of the Imperial Seed Dan's palms. It's over. In that moment, a desperate thought flickered through the minds of nearly everyone present. Buzz! Suddenly, an unusual energy wave rippled through the heavens and earth. Everyone turned their gaze to a specific point. In the previously pitch-black world, a faint glimmer appeared. The ancient Imperial Jade of Tuo, she floated in the air, its light illuminating the calm face of a young man. Soul Song? The Lei clan leader, Lei Ying, was taken aback. Could he actually contend with the Imperial Dan? Unthinkable. His strength during the battle against the Soul Emperor had rendered him hesitant to engage. This Imperial Dan was even more fearsome. Could he truly succeed? Yet in the next instant, a voice filled with fear and confusion reached Lei Ying's ears. The Imperial Sea Dan, in a state of desperation, cried out, "Transformation, Dan Divine Art. Who are you, and how do you know this technique? Who exactly are you?" Faced with the inquiry, Soul Song remained silent, merely tracing a long-awaited smile upon his lips, his hands shifting into a distinctive seal before pointing at the ancient Imperial Jade. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth from the ancient Imperial Jade, swiftly merging with the orb of light in the Imperial Seed Dan's palm. In an instant, the Imperial Seed Dan seemed to have his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound, even halting his world-destroying onslaught at that moment. Time appeared to freeze around them until the onlookers witnessed a figure materialize before the orb, seizing it, snapping them back to reality. With the Imperial Seed Dan taken, the overwhelming might of the Imperial Dan palm dissipated, and the heavens regained their brilliance. The individuals who had braced themselves for a fierce defense, upon witnessing the surroundings return to normal, felt their trepidation vanish, finally exhaling in relief. Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan, and others rushed toward Soul Song. Coming to his senses, Lei Ying approached, eager to inquire about the Imperial Seed Dan's fate, asserting that if they had captured this pill, everyone had contributed. However, Soul Song's succinct declaration of having already arranged matters silenced Lei Ying entirely. Lei Ying wished to say more, but upon noticing Gu Yuan's lack of dissent, and glancing at Xiao Yan and Zhu Kuan, he reluctantly swallowed his words. Soul Song and Gu Yuan continued to stroll through the Grand Hall as others vied for techniques and methods, observing without any inclination to intervene. Seeing the situation had stabilized, Xiao Yan flew towards the entrance, preparing to bring Xiao Yan in once he finished absorbing the Imperial Seed Dan. Zhu Kuan circled the hall repeatedly. Days passed, and the members of the Tsang Alliance returned to their stronghold, while the Dan Tower and others dispersed. Among the three clan alliance, only the ancient clan remained at the ancient emperor's cave, while the other two clans had departed. Soul Song perched upon the shoulder of the ancient emperor's statue, gazing blankly at the clouds on the horizon, an expression of relaxation gracing his face. Since learning of his identity, Soul Song had feared that the original tragedy would befall him. Fortunately, after all these years, those worries had dissipated. Once I acquire the complete Imperial Dan, I can attempt to break through to the Dou Emperor. With 4 fire spirits yet to devour, consuming them should make reaching 9-star Dou Saint a mere formality. Soul Song reclined slowly, resting his hands behind his head, when he caught a glimpse of a purple figure from the corner of his eye. Soul Song, what are you doing here? He asked, surprised. Jian, arms crossed, gazed down at Soul Song, saying he wants to make amends, but I refuse. Just as he returned, I entrusted the dragon clan to him, leaving me homeless. Soul Song chuckled. With your current strength, anywhere could be home. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, I don't care. I'm sticking with you from now on. With that, she sat down, curling her legs and resting her chin on her knees. Soul Song continued to gaze at the distant clouds when a faint, almost imperceptible voice reached his ears. Soul Song. Do you want to see the difference between a dragon and a snake? Huh? Soul Song turned abruptly, but Xiao Yan appeared unfazed, her gaze fixed on the distance, as if the voice had not originated from her. However, the faint blush creeping up her cheeks betrayed her. Handing over the imperial sedan to Xiao Yan, Soul Song pointed to the chest of the ancient emperor statue, stating, inside lies the legacy left by the ancient emperor Tuashi. You will consume the imperial sedan and accept his inheritance. I will await your return as a Dou emperor. Xiao Yan, clutching the imperial sedan, nodded resolutely. Big brother, do not worry. I will never disappoint you. This time will be no different. Soul Song remained silent, patting his shoulder in encouragement, signaling that he could proceed to accept the inheritance. He held great confidence in Xiao Yan, for after devouring so many different flames, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached 9-star Dou Saint, far surpassing the previous version of himself, and with the imperial sedan, success was all but assured. Xun approached, embracing Xiao Yan and offering numerous reminders before reluctantly releasing him. Xiao Yan turned back repeatedly, his gaze sweeping over Soul Song, Sun Er, Gu Yuan, Xiao Xian, and Zhu Kuan. As flames ignited, a pulling force guided Xiao Yan into the statue. Soul Song stood in place, moments later hearing the system's notification. A faint smile gracing his lips. Host has gifted Xiao Yan the Imperial Sedan, triggering a reward. Time flowed on. After the downfall of the Soul Clan, they retreated into the Soul Realm, isolating themselves and ignoring the retaliations from the Thunder Clan and the Medicine Clan. The numerous elders of the Soul Clan often observed the Soul Emperor gazing vacantly at the horizon while seated in the Grand Hall, lost in thought. In the aftermath of the turmoil, the Tsang Alliance gradually expanded its reach, with its members scattering in various directions. After all, the Dou King continent had returned to its former days of rigorous training. Each individual shouldered their burdens and set off towards the horizon. Upon his return to the Tsang Alliance, the leader, Soul Tsang, established a series of new regulations and entered seclusion. In the capital of the Gamma Empire, the most lively and solemn place was undoubtedly a certain academy. Most of the noble children in the entire capital pursued their studies there. The reason for this was that Soul Tsang's child was also enrolled in the same institution. One evening, as school was dismissed, parents gathered at the entrance, ready to take their children home. After relinquishing her position as the leader, Medusa returned to being a homemaker and stood alongside Yufei. Nearby, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were also present. After the return of the Ganon Academy, the two had come back to the Xiao family, and none inquired about the suddenly appeared child, as they all understood the situation. However, Xiao Mei's father made several attempts to have the child's identity acknowledged, only to be sent back to Wutan City by Xiao Zhan. Since Xiao Zhan was somewhat familiar with Soul Song and frequently interacted with him, he knew that despite Soul Song's outwardly formidable demeanor, he was quite obedient when it came to Medusa. Moreover, Medusa's previous words had always lingered in Xiao Zhan's mind. Therefore, he consistently suppressed this matter, reasoning that since Soul Song was so good to Xiao Yan, there was no reason to disregard his own bloodline. Xiao Zhan believed it was best to let the younger generation handle such matters themselves. At the academy's entrance, Medusa noticed a few children emerging together and turned to Yafei, saying, "Do you think those two children bear some resemblance to Soul Song?" Yafei replied hesitantly, "Sister, are you perhaps being overly suspicious? Haven't you already inquired at the Xiao family before? And you also questioned Soul Song?" Medusa shook her head. Soul Song mentioned he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but said nothing further. Yet, I sense he is concealing something from me. Yafei discreetly glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, recalling that she had also been present during the events in Wutan City involving them and Soul Song. Consequently, she immediately perceived the underlying hints upon seeing the two with children. Medusa turned her gaze toward Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. "You two have been back for quite some time. When will you let the children's father meet them? Do not fear if he proves to be a heartless man. I shall support you." The two hastily waved their hands, insisting that the children's father was quite amiable. Medusa leaned in closer, inquiring, "Be honest. Are they not Soul Song's children?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei quickly shook their heads. Medusa pointed to her eyes, as if to say, "Do not deceive me." At that moment, a few children approached. Medusa embraced her son, about to speak when suddenly, a surge of formidable power erupted from Hun Yufeng, causing a momentary pause. She then noticed Yafei's child experiencing a similar surge in strength. Medusa abruptly realized that Soul Song had broken through to the Dou Emperor level. This was the power of bloodline. However, before Medusa could utter a word, two more overwhelming auras erupted nearby. Slowly, she turned to face the two children in front of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, then glanced at the two women. What else do you have to say? Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei exchanged glances, displaying a polite yet awkward smile. In the sky, a figure materialized. It was Soul Song, who had just achieved his breakthrough and was eager to share his joy. However, upon noticing Medusa with several women and children by her side, the elation of his accomplishment dissipated instantly. Soul Song, how could you have made such a promise to me back then? Medusa exclaimed, soaring into the sky and charging towards Soul Song.